Y'all know, I keep thinking, what's up, Adrian? What's up, Spicy Satan? Hi, Jess. Oh my God, I love your new name. Hey, chatting with Kathy. Chatty Catty. Jess, I love the new name. Um, yeah, I was thinking about that guy that was on the live, the one I called indoctrinated. Just like how indoctrinated he sounded. Like I just keep thinking about that because nothing that we were saying was like connecting, and it was almost like his mind was on autopilot. But I was thinking about the part where um, I was telling him to recite John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. And I was cracking up cause, because I kind of lost my shit on him. And I think I treated him like a little kid because I was like, say word, word. Like I feel like I treated him like a, I don't know. But yeah, like I kind of lost my shit on that one. And I was thinking about it and I was like, damn. I said, say word, word. I feel bad. They do. They do, especially the men from the continent, especially them because they like I don't know. There's no getting through to them. Music lab. Oh, really? That's good. Did he bring up slavery? What's up to the YouTubers over there? What's up, ASAP Jim? What's up with you? So Lab Rat was on Joel's live today. What's up with the G Spot Raiders in the house? Thank you so much, G Spot. And did oh Lord. Hey, I listen, I was in G's live. Okay. I was just sitting in there chilling. I didn't comment or anything. And Oso's ass is freaking crazy. Oso is crazy. When that guy came up on the stage to dance and Oso started singing that song, I lost my shit. That was so funny. when the what the one of the guys overseas came up on G's live and started dancing and also sung this song and oh my god, I was done. I almost commented and then I almost commented when he was like when he was doing that French accent and he was like put a one in the chat if this accent makes you wet. I almost commented then, and I was like, "No, I'm just gonna chill." But they was in there cutting up, but no, water is not wet. They was in there cutting up. What's up, Just Cam? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It said wet is an adjective covered or saturated with water or another liquid. Yeah, water can be wet. Right, water cannot be wet. Water cannot be wet, Melanie. What? Water cannot be wet. Hey, Mr. Terrahawk. What's up, Dudette?
Keep you company until Lala decides to come up. Oh God, not also.
I'm just trying to figure out where that dry water at y'all keep talking about.
Water isn't dry either. Oh, so like water is it's a liquid. Like it's not wet and it's not dry. It makes stuff wet
It
and it
has
can
no
dry
property.
up.
Let's okay. Hold on. Let's take it step by step. Is water wet?
I just answered that. No,
So then it's dry. Where the dry water at?
it's not dry either. Like dry water is no water. Dry water doesn't exist. Dry water is evaporated. It no longer exists.
So then water is wet.
No, it's not.
How can we have dry water but not wet water? How does that make sense?
You can't have dry water.
Dry water would be steam.
No, it wouldn't. What?
And hard water would be ice. So yeah, that makes sense.
Hard water would definitely be ice. But water cannot. Frozen water would be ice. But water is not wet and water is not dry also.
What about dry ice?
Water makes you wet.
How?
What do you mean how?
Water doesn't change what
Water
I am.
is a liquid. It'll make your skin wet. It'll make your clothes wet.
Isn't
Not
your
Dre
skin
said.
like
Dre said
different?
wetness is subjective.
It is though.
Wetness is subjective.
Yeah, water's wet. Liquids
No,
are
it's
wet.
not. Oh my
That
gosh,
makes sense.
it does
I could
not.
see if you were saying like glue. Glue, nah, glue's not wet. It doesn't make things wet either. But water, it's wet.
Somebody said you can have hard water.
Yeah.
Hard water is ice. It's frozen.
Yeah, I think it's the bonding process that makes it wet, like the hydrogen and the oxygen atoms and stuff.
And you said it's what now?
It's the atoms that bind together that make it wet. It's not necessarily that it touches stuff.
No. Oh, so like that. What are you trying to say that that's what makes water wet?
Right.
No.
Because if you think about it, the water molecules are touching each other. So if you think about it like that, then the water is making itself wet. Each molecule
So
is touching another molecule. So that makes sense. Yeah.
okay. So let me ask you a
Yeah.
question. Can a fire get burned?
Uh,
Is fire burned?
like does fire burn itself?
No. Yeah, like I'm asking, is fire burned? Okay, or is fire burning? Like can fire burn itself? Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Burn itself. Fire burn itself. I feel like, yeah. Yeah, because if you take two lighters and you put them together, the flame increases exponentially.
That's not burning itself.
It is burning itself.
That's just more fire.
Yeah. The
No.
fire is reacting to the
No.
fire and making big fire.
No, also. No. No.
Think about it. You
Just
take
like
one
no,
flame.
just like fire can't burn itself, water cannot make itself wet.
You finna make me do an experiment. Hold on. All I need is two lighters, and we gonna
Say,
be.
you're not with no goddamn fire.
What exactly are we doing?
Oh, they started this whole debate in G's live.
It's called science, Lala.
Send pressure to me before you do anything like that. You on your
Look, it's easy. It's real simple. Real simple. All you gotta do is take two lighters. I'm just trying to find another one. There we go. I found the second one. Okay.
Oh my God! Be careful! Don't burn your crossroads.
I'm not gonna do that. Hold on. Right. Okay. So we got a fire and a fire, and when you put the fires together,
It's just more
bigger
fire.
fires burning
It's
each
just
other.
more fire. They're not burning each
They're
other.
burning each
And
other.
they
Look.
never burn each other. It's just more fire. Also,
So then, how come when I do this and then I do this, you see what I'm saying?
no.
Like,
Also,
boom.
I don't want to tell you to do this, but if you were to put a piece of paper there, the paper burns.
I'll have to move to the sink for that.
No, oh so no. Put the lighters down. Put them down.
This is why boys and men's insurance is higher.
I was taking safety precautions. We were gonna go to the sink with it.
Oh my gosh. No. Have you been to sleep
When?
today?
Yeah, a couple times.
How long did you sleep?
Man, why y'all keep trying to play me?
No, I'm serious. How long
I
did you
sleep
sleep?
about as much as you do. I
I,
slept.
I slept 7 hours today. How many hours
Oh
did you
no, I got
sleep?
like 6. I ain't gonna hold you.
You got 6 hours of sleep, and you've been on everybody's live today.
You welcome. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't staying up here long. I was just trying to show y'all science, like prove science to y'all.
You can stay up here as long as you want, as long as your ass got some sleep today.
I got some sleep, but I was gonna knock me a little nap and then, you know what I'm saying? Get up when that 4 or 5 o'clock hit and everybody all loopy.
No, we don't want to tell you. Petro over here trying to electrocute you on YouTube. He said, "Tell him to stick his finger in the socket."
Is electricity zappable, huh?
Oh my gosh! But no, yeah. So, did y'all see what happened with the journalist that cut Babyface off in the middle of a interview
Oh, we was just talking about
at the
that
Grammys?
for Chapel
He
Roan or whatever.
gave an apology. That was the last thing I heard.
Yeah. No, somebody said that she got fired. What was she an influencer? Was she an influencer that they hired to?
I have no idea.
She apologized while she was at the Grammys, but I just saw a video that said that she got fired. Yeah, she got fired.
That's tough.
But BET is like rubbing it in, like they're like doing a whole ass tribute to Babyface. They're like, if you don't know who this man is, but like it was very cringe to watch her do that, and then like all I hear in my head is Chapo. That's all I hear in my head as she's trying to like get Chapo Rowan to come over, and while she's like standing in front of Babyface. He said they
Yeah,
told
that
her to
was
wrap it up.
disrespectful.
Yeah, but somebody, the guy that was standing next to her, he kind of like took the fall a little bit. He said that he wanted to interview Best New Artist, and he was trying to tell her to get Chapel's attention. But why didn't he just like walk over there while she's still interviewing Babyface? He could have just walked over to Chapel and was like, "Hey, can we get you after Babyface?" So he kind of put her in that position, and she took she got fired for it. Yeah.
Well, she should have been smarter than that.
Yeah, that's true. And she looked like when she saw Chapel Rowan, she looked like she was just like lost all interest in Babyface. You could see it on her face. She's like, yeah, yeah, like rushing him through, like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. She probably ain't know who he was for real.
She don't know his history.
These young
And
these
hello,
people
everybody.
don't.
I'm sorry.
What's up, Nelly?
What's
Now,
up, man?
these young people don't.
No, I've had that argument before with young people. They claim that R. Kelly's the king of R&B, and he's not. He's just not the king of R&B. Babyface is the king of R&B. I mean, you can just go off Grammys alone. R. Kelly only got, I think, 3, maybe 4. Babyface is the only person that's right next to Michael Jackson with 13. You know,
It's Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown is the king of R&B, y'all.
no way.
Hell no.
It's Omarion.
It's definitely
It's not even Omarion.
You know what? I'm about to drop you.
It's
The
definitely
thing
not
that
Omarion.
you have to go off of work history. Babyface has written more albums for people throughout history. All pretty much every great singer that you know of
Hold on. Let's
from
get. Hold on for a second. Y'all don't forget. Let's keep the team bracelets and the heart meets going so we can get more people in here. We're 2 shares away from 100 before we can bring up our first guest. There were 4 people in the guest box. Just be patient with us. This is how we roll when we start the show, and then we'll start bringing up guests in a minute once the vibe gets right. So go ahead. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, go ahead and send in your request and keep the heart meets going. Sorry, Nelly. Go ahead.
no, you're fine. I was just saying, they say, but you got to look at the work history. And I know music. I've been in music for over 40 years, and when it comes to work history of Babyface, I mean this dates back, your greatest people like Whitney Houston, even Bobby Brown. He's written most of their greatest. Tony Braxton, all of these great artists that came through with all these top number one hits, they were written by Babyface. A
Yeah,
lot of
that's
people don't
true.
know that, you know. So yeah, that's my boy right there.
Yeah, he's a legend. You said you told your coworkers you watch this live every night. Awesome, thank you. Appreciate y'all for helping the stream grow.
Oh, did you hear what Canada did now?
What?
They're charging Elon Musk 100% tariff on every Tesla that comes into Canada.
Damn.
So
I like that.
Elon's gonna have to take his Teslas elsewhere, and
Shit.
they're also charging the United States tariff on every U.S. product that comes through to Canada. They charging them a huge tariff.
This gonna remind me of like Bacon's Rebellion, y'all.
I
Listen.
thought they paused the tariffs coming with the United States for 30 days.
Not that I know of. Not from what I just seen. The
Um,
who is he? The president? I think he's the president or something over there in Canada.
Unless something just happened, they did. It
Maybe the
was, I
prime
think it was
minister.
yesterday. But also, I hope you guys aren't expecting any packages out of China anytime soon because
Yeah.
USPS is not going to be delivering them.
Nope.
This is like
Damn.
them. This is like Bacon's Rebellion when the wealthy was fighting each other. Remember they was fighting each other over the land, the natives.
Yep.
Yeah. So the wealthy were the bourgeoisie were arguing with each other. They were throwing bands with each other, and while they were fighting each other, all of the indentured servants and enslaved people got together and did they thing, and that's why they were like, "Oh, we can't take our eyes off of them anymore." But while they're fighting each other, this is when we need to be, doing our shit instead of trying to join their fight.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Because they paying you said on Red Note, yeah. Yeah. Because they not gonna download Red Note. Yep. Where they not looking, that's where we need to be booking.
Yeah. I know some of the Democrats were out there protesting today.
Yeah, I saw that the Democratic leaders. Because like
Yeah.
how the fuck Elon just take over that shit?
Right? I mean, we have, what is it, 4 or 5 19 to 22-year olds that have our information, sensitive information, whether it's our Medicaid files, whether it's our Social Security, whether our Social Security numbers, I mean, they have so much like tax information, employee, IRS, ID, like so much information they have access to, and nobody's doing anything. And Trump's, of course, he's lying about it. They're trying to say that they're trying to figure out if there is any type of like fraud going on. That's bullshit.
I feel like Trump Elon has Trump by the balls because he knows that Elon helped him win that election. Like, and I feel like
Well,
Elon
heck
is just,
yeah, me too.
yeah, because Elon should be able to be doing what he's doing. And
Mm-mm.
then to see our leaders, right, protesting and have a sign up that says nobody elected Elon. Like, these are our leaders having to protest. What the
Right.
fuck?
And they're the oversight committee, and they weren't allowed in.
And exactly, that's the crazy shit. Like, if we don't recognize that this motherfucker has hijacked our fucking country, he's hijacked it.
Yes, he is. You know who he's working with. I mean, there's no mistake. He's working with our enemies.
Shit is crazy as fuck.
It's just all about money.
It ain't even really just about the money. It's about the power. They want to
Where?
control it. They want to control us, and they want to control the country. They want to
Yeah.
be the ones to call the shots, and they already got the money. That the money allows them to do what they're doing.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they want to be the head honcho. Elon wants to turn America into South Africa, into what they did in South Africa.
Well, you know he shut down money going to South Africa. So Elon has a vendetta because, he was pro apartheid. So, and
Yeah,
what went on with the farmers that kind of, you know, has him basically wanting to seek revenge.
Isn't that where he got his family's money from? South Africa.
hmm I think they were already wealthy. Were they wealthy when they came into South Africa already?
Now
But
I don't know, but I know majority of their money came from there.
yeah, but I've seen videos from a lot of South Africans who say that they're watching it play out exactly how what they did there. They said they're watching it step by step.
It's a mess.
Yeah.
You know, I've always said, even the TikTok thing, the reason why America wants to have control over TikTok is because they're trying to gain back control of the narrative of what we know, of what we hear, of what we put out there. They want to be able to control that. They lost total control with TikTok. They can't control the story. They can't control the narrative no more. And that's what they're trying to gain back, is that power to be able to control it. And,
Yep.
but it doesn't matter. They're not going to. They'll never be able to control the narrative no more. Not with the internet. Not with social media. They can't.
Well, that's why they're trying to buy TikTok so that they can.
Well, if it's not TikTok,
If they get
yeah.
50%, well, they're gonna try to ban Red Note and all that. Like it's gonna be like the guy said, it's gonna be like playing whack a mole.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's always gonna be a new social media platform that pops up, and they're gonna have to go after that platform.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said it's really unstoppable. It really is. You know, because you knock down one, another one's growing.
David, can you prove that man is an idea in the mind of your God? Like, y'all come in here and y'all just flip it around, right? Like, it sounds like a elementary school art thought. It's like saying, "I know you are, but what am I?" Can you prove that man is an idea in the mind of your God? Sorry, Nelly.
No, you fine. You fine. I'm ready to get on topic.
Well, we did
Definitely.
have people in the guest box, but they all left. So, if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Also, please check and make sure periodically make sure you're not in the guest box on accident.
Well, I hope they didn't leave because of me, because I'm not nobody. I'm just a regular guy.
No, they probably left because they most people come in here and they go straight to the guest box and they don't know that we wait. Like, we don't just start off bringing people up until we got a good uh, footing in the algorithm, um, and some shares and some gifts going to let
You changed
the
the
algorithm
question,
know.
didn't you?
What do you mean?
Number one, that
Okay.
wasn't there last time, was it?
Yeah, that's been there for the last 2 days.
عليكم يا حبيبتي. الله يجبر بخاطركم
Marcus.
عاودوا.
Go to Mark.
What the hell was that?
He was supposed to dance. My fault.
Oh,
That's the song you sung in G's live. So crazy. Yeah, you are
Not while
crazy.
I'm up. No, not while I'm up here.
Can somebody? We can't block her. Like we're gonna. Have to, she's back in the box. Like goodness gracious. Did y'all see the video of the? Okay, y'all know the lady that's in Pakistan right now.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
The lady with it, she has issues now. Let's be a little
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. But there's
But
a
still, it's still funny.
yeah.
It is hilarious.
There's a baby that kind of looks like her, and the mama put the eyeliner on the baby and put
Oh, I
the.
posted that.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Oh, that's
Oh my
cold.
gosh.
That's cold.
And then she has the woman's voice playing with, and the baby is like looking in the,
Moving
and
and
yeah, and I'm like,
it took me clean out. I was like, I gotta share that.
oh my gosh, what's up, Lords?
I
I
know.
tell you,
I don't like that because I don't think people would think it was funny if the man was 33 and the girl was 18. Because remember, the
Yeah,
guy she went over there for is 18.
yeah, but did she know he was 18 though?
Yeah, she catfished him.
But then he said he was older, didn't he? He did.
I
She
don't
did. They
think
both.
so. I think
Yeah, it said
he
they catfished.
catfished each
They
other.
catfished each other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. She didn't know he was 18 when she went over there.
When she demands, I love how she always says, or more when she demands money. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. And but did you see somebody was talking about in the comments that they don't see anything about Palestine
But
anymore on
I do.
TikTok.
I do.
But did you see Trump just said he wants the US to own Gaza and turn it into the
Mm-hmm.
Riviera
Yep.
Yeah,
and turn it into a Riviera?
We
yeah.
tried to tell them. I mean, we tried our best to warn them. They didn't want to,
He
they
said
thought we were
he's
fear
looking at a
mongering.
long-term ownership position.
He just be saying shit though. I don't think he can. He can't just
Well, no,
do it.
he can't. He can't. But I just wonder, like, so what was the plan after? Like, I was talking about this on somebody's live. So what was the plan after? Okay, you didn't want Kamala, so now we don't have Kamala. So now what is the plan for Palestine? What's the plan?
mm,
Like, what you gonna do now?
he'll probably ask Elon.
No, I mean the people that were protesting, like, okay, well, we're going because remember, they said that the reason why they were doing it is because they wanted to teach the Democrats a lesson. Okay, so she's not the president. So what is your plan now? What's the plan? What is the next step? What is the next step after the election?
They gonna finally get around to reading Project 2025.
Shit, them motherfuckers out. They already implementing Project 2025.
Yeah, but they couldn't be bothered to read it beforehand. So now that they have time, they gonna do it.
They too busy making videos talking about how much they regret their vote. Them motherfuckers still ain't gonna read. There's a guy who made a video talking about his church told him to vote for Donald Trump, and he was like, my belief pushed me this way. And he was like, I just wanted to do right based off of my belief. And he's like, now I wish I would have never voted for him. And he said I didn't want to vote at all. And he said they told me that it was my duty. And he said, and if I could take it back, I just wouldn't vote. And I'm like, motherfucker, you saying the same damn shit. A no vote is the same vote for Trump. Like you, like getting up here and saying you regret that you voted for him, and that you, if you could take it back, you wouldn't have voted at all. It's the same motherfucking outcome.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Did you see
it's
how the Mexicans turn MAGA around? Mexicans ain't going anywhere.
okay.
Yeah, that's what I
I,
said. But
I'm not black. I'm OJ.
right.
Okay.
I like the other one better. Hashtag Latinos for Trump. But
Listen,
We're gonna
I
have to change the subject though, y'all, because the algorithm's gonna think we're political. Like
oh
Oh
we
yeah,
yeah,
we're
yeah,
not.
yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry, sorry.
yeah. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. If you are a nerd and you want to talk about your deconstruction journey, or you have a question about one of the topics that we're talking about, the guest box is open. Also, don't be scared to come up. Even though there's multiple hosts on stage, it's still one on one. So don't be scared to come up. Okay. Uh, Uncle Deuce, how are you?
I'm good. Thinker, I
Can
have one question for you.
I'm sorry, can I get your age first, and then let me know if you are a
I'm
believer.
48.
Okay, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm not deconstructing. Neither am I atheist.
So you are a believer.
But I'm a believer.
So
But I have one
hold on.
question for
Wait,
you.
wait. Let me ask you a question, okay? So
Yep.
when I ask you to identify, where you fit in the conversation, I ask, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? Why did you tell me what you are not instead of telling me what you are?
Because I have a question for you
No, no,
that I
no. Can you
agree
answer
with
that
your.
question? Wait, but can you answer that question? Because the reason why I host these lives too is to just, I am so perplexed and kind of intrigued on the mind of the believer and the way believers think, and it tends to be a little backwards, right? And so
Mhm.
we ask straightforward questions, right? Are you a believer? And believers will tell us what they are not, right? Or they'll answer why they believe what they believe instead of just answering straightforward. And I'm just asking right now, just
I'm a
trying to
believer because
hold on. No, no, no.
I've had experience.
That's not what I'm asking you. Hear me out. What I'm trying to understand right now is why you answered the question the way you did. I asked, what are you? You told me what you are not. So my next question is, why did you answer that way?
Because yes, I do believe in God. But the thing is, with the God of the Old Testament, he does sound narcissistic because of the simple fact of the matter: unconditional love and jealousy can't work together. Killing people for his own mission doesn't make sense either. If he's a loving God, my question to you would
Wait,
be:
don't hold
how
on, hold
did
on,
you come to that?
hold on 1 second.
How
So wait, 1 second, we're gonna get to your question. I promise. So the reason you answered what you are not, if I'm understanding you correctly, is because you're in a state of confusion, or um, not maybe not necessarily confusion. You are um, you're in this uncertain place when it comes to your belief, and so you couldn't, because of that uncertainty, you you couldn't just say that you are a believer because you're in a place of uncertainty about what you believe, about who you believe.
I could be, sweetie. I could be.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, now go ahead, answer your question, ask your question.
How did you come to the conclusion that the God of the Old Testament was narcissistic.
Just reading the book.
You're the first person I come across in the last 4 nights to repeat the same thing, and I've always thought that.
What do you mean? The first person repeating what same thing?
You are the first person to ever announce that I've come across to say that the God of the Old Testament is narcissistic. And you explained why you felt that way. And it makes sense. And I'm not agreeing with you just because of agreement, of agreeing just to make things sound good. That's what I've done in my own research. How can an unconditional, loving God be narcissistic, have laws, and also go against his own laws to make things work for him?
I'm shocked that you said that I'm the only one that you've heard say that this God is narcissistic when there's been people before me, right? There are
Well,
books written. I'm
You're the
sorry.
first
I'm
one on
I'm sorry,
TikTok.
Ella. I'm definitely not the first on TikTok to say that either, right? There are people who have been doing deconstruction lives way before I've started doing them. There are people all day long on TikTok that talk about how narcissistic this God is.
Hold on 1 second. I'm also at work. What can I get you, sir?
I'm gonna put you on mute. Well, Petro said same for him, and maybe it's just that this is like they're just coming across this
Yeah,
community. Yeah.
Hmm.
So
I was gonna
I
say you
think
the first
so.
black woman I've seen on TikTok.
Sh- Oh,
shut up,
so
Oso.
hey y'all, can y'all get these likes up to 100K, please? And please also continue on with the shares and help Thinker with her gift goal of finger hearts. Thank you.
And also, I've given myself permission to drop one comedian every night, and I'm saving that drop for you every night.
I love you, dude. That's too funny.
I wonder why do they keep saying just the Old Testament? It's it's throughout the whole Bible, old and new.
Yeah, but they just see Jesus as this social justice Jesus. They like their belief is that Jesus came and fought against those in power, right? They don't they think Jesus fought against the Roman government, but he didn't.
No,
I already scanned. Are you getting two? Oh no.
it, it, he's still talking. Um, the Yeah, I think you're right. I know you're right on that because they use Jesus as this savior and he's came, but I mean Jesus specifically said what he came for. He said he didn't come to change the law; he came to uphold the law. What law was he talking about? He was talking
That
about the whole law.
that's Matthew's Jesus. Luke threw a
Curveball.
a curveball in there when Luke wrote about Jesus and what he heard. Right,
Mm-hmm.
he made Jesus a social justice Jesus. Take care of the poor. Right, don't oppress people. The meek shall inherit the earth. Like Luke did that.
It makes you almost think that Luke, Mark, and Peter, those three, Luke, Mark, and Peter, I don't think they liked each other too much. I really don't. The writers of that,
Why you say that?
because of the stuff that they say. I mean, everybody's got something different to when it comes to this Jesus. They got something different, you know. They put a twist on it, you know. Um, that's one thing I've noticed when I read the New Testament, when it comes to what Peter says about Jesus and what Luke says. It's like, to me, it's almost like the writers didn't like what was written, so they kind of put a twist on it, on what they're going to put in there and what Jesus is about and this, that, and the third.
I'm back, y'all.
That's what I get out of it when I read it.
I just want to
Um,
say,
yeah, go ahead.
um, you're the you might not be the only one with these topics. Well, since the algorithm on TikTok has changed, I've run across you, so you're my first.
That makes sense. Um,
You know, is is it's kind of hard when you have went through different translations of the Bible and you find the same thing, only except the Ethiopian Bible. And the Ethiopian Bible talks about total different things. It has all books in it.
I,
The
I'm
King
just
James only has
I'm just wondering right quick.
66.
1 second. What do you think is in the Ethiopian Bible aside from like the Book of Enoch, Baruch, uh, the apocryphal texts that were written in our time, right, in this common era time? Like, what do you feel that the Ethiopian Bible provides that the Bible that we have today does not?
I think it gives a very better detail of the Gospels.
So the Gospels are different in the Ethiopian Bible.
Um, the lost books. The
Which
lost books
which
of
books?
the lost book of Mary,
Which says
um,
what?
the lost book of Mark, where they all discuss that Jesus didn't come down here to save people. He came down here to show them the way to ascension. And it's way different than what has been taught in the church. And they've
So
been for years suppressing this information through the oligarchy of the church.
so it hasn't been suppressed, right? The same books that are in the Ethiopian Bible are in the Catholic Bible. Um, like
But we
they're,
didn't know
they're
that.
I'm sorry, hold on. Right, it's not that they've been suppressed, right? It's that you didn't know, and your preachers, your parents told you, right, not to read outside of the Bible. They would say there are other books. Don't read those other books. You're going to confuse yourself, right? They haven't been suppressed. It's just that the people that have been teaching you told you not to read those things.
Do you think that's out of control?
That well, you have to ask like that the people who taught you may have wanted to control the way you think, right? Like even to this day, like yes, this morning when we were talking about Psalms 82 and I brought up the Hebrew, there were Christians in the comments, right, who couldn't refute what I was saying. The Hebrew says versus what they've been taught. Psalms 82 says, and they say too much knowledge will get you in trouble. That like they don't care about having access to that stuff, right? Because they've been taught not to pay attention to it because it refutes what they've been taught, right? It
That
refutes
is that is
it's
correct.
yeah. So it's not that you know there's been this big effort to suppress it. It's been right there all along. It's just that those that lead you or guide you didn't want you to access it.
I guess I got another question for you, Thinker. Why did they change the Sabbath then? Sabbath
because
is
it
on
because it
Saturday.
because they're not Jewish. They're not Jewish, right? This is a Roman religion that like literally um they combined the Hebrew scriptures, right, with their uh
Latin?
no, I'm talking about they combined the Roman scriptures to take the Roman God, the Hebrew scriptures, to take the Hebrew God and make that God one with the God, the Jesus God that had already been circulating around. So they combined those two, right? And
And
to
I have
make
a
it, I'm
problem
sorry,
with the
I'm
Trinity.
sorry, I cannot do the. You keep interrupting me, like you're asking me questions and I'm answering, and then you interrupt. And
I'm
and that's,
sorry.
yeah, that's very difficult to have a conversation that way.
I
Um,
apologize.
so when they combined the two texts together to make the Trinity, um, we have to keep in mind that this was at a point where Rome was the one calling the shots, right? And Rome, um, prior to, can you go on mute for me? Um, Prior to that, when Rome would conquer a land, Rome didn't care if you kept your your own gods that you had, right? Your own religious systems. They just wanted you to add the Roman emperors who had been deified to your pantheon, like to your worship. And so at this point in time, there were too many like independent religious rebellions going on amongst the followers of Jesus. Like they were fighting about who Jesus was, what Jesus taught, right? And they were causing disturbances in Roman provinces. And then they had other cultures that they had conquered, and that who they had to keep up with all of their different cultures and rules around their cultures. So what they decided to do was create one religion, right, with one Godhead, and make everybody in their in their provinces follow this God. So this is a Roman religion, and so there's no, in order to separate it from the Hebrews, they, there's no need for them to keep it on the Sabbath because this isn't Judaism. Like they're not
Okay.
worshiping that God.
May I ask you one more question?
Yeah.
The Godhead. I have a problem with it because it's Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, right? Now, if everything in heaven is supposed to mirror itself on earth, I'm just asking a question, then why is there not a female representative in heaven? It totally goes against the framework of family: man, woman, and child.
Yeah.
Jesus is supposed to be the Son of God. The Father is supposed to be God of all, but where's the
Mm-hmm.
mother?
Which is why one of the schism happened, right? Um, the Protestants didn't think that Mary was that important. Didn't think um, that people should be praying to Mary, and the Protestants were more so focused on male domination and the patriarchy, and so that's one of the reasons that they separated from the Catholic Church. And so it's just, that's what the religious leaders of the Protestant movement uh, felt and believed it at that time, um, that it was male dominated.
But don't you think something strange is strangely wrong with that?
Well, I mean, I don't believe in any of this, and so it makes sense to me that the men would do that, right? Because at that time they were focused on male domination and the patriarchy, right? And so, I mean, you can't have life without a woman, period. But I'm not looking at this like this is some spiritual thing either, right? Like I'm just looking at it from a historical standpoint of what happened, and it makes sense that that there were men in the world who didn't want to worship a woman and didn't feel like a woman deserved that type of status.
Thank you for answering my questions, thinker. I appreciate that. I'm going to dip out the conversation and just listen.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good day.
You too.
Nelly, you brought up uh, so when you were talking about the Luke, like the different Jesuses earlier today, I was thinking about Thomas, right?
Hmm.
Thomas has a different version of Jesus that they did not want in the book. All right.
I think I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. It's like, so like Thomas questioned Jesus. He's like he he was the one that asked questions.
Right. I'm getting a
And
little.
like there's a phrase in the book of Thomas that I like, where he's like, when you seek, at first you'll be disturbed, and then after you are finished being disturbed, then you will be astounded, right? And then you'll, um, he says, then you'll rule over the all, right? And so
Right.
what I think Thomas is saying is like, when you, whoever the writer of Thomas is, he's like, whenever you find out that all of this is just bullshit,
Yeah.
it's gonna fuck you up at first, right? And then once you're done being fucked up, once you're over the, the feeling of betrayal, then you're gonna be able to look at reality, and then you'll be able to, control things, right? Like you'll be able to control yourself better, right? You'll be able to go through life better. Um, and I think Thomas is more the where people are seeing the Christ consciousness part of this Jesus, where they're like, oh, it's knowing yourself, but that's the one that they did not want in the book. And then he's dubbed doubting Thomas. Like they talk about him in the book, but they talk about him as, oh, he's the one that doubted.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if Jesus is a product, then Thomas's Jesus would probably be the Jesus that most people really would need to know. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like that would be the product that probably needs to be on the shelves if Jesus is a product.
Yeah. I agree with you. Like I said, I mean, it just seems like to me these writers, um, there's a lot of things when it comes to Jesus that they just, put their own twist on it, and it doesn't match. That's for sure. Um, that's kind of what threw me for a loop. I had to go back and I'd read this and I say, oh, wait a minute. Luke said, let me go back to Luke, and I go here and but you're right, Thomas. Yeah, Thomas is really known for the one that questioned, that doubted, and basically was saying at the end of the day, when y'all find out this is bullshit.
Yeah, Thomas doesn't, like in Thomas's like Jesus doesn't die for sins in Thomas's gospel. And then when they asked Jesus, what should they do, like how should they pray, he just looks at them and says, don't lie, and he says don't lie and don't do what you don't hate. Like that was the answer. He didn't do all of this, our Father which art in heaven, like none of that. Thomas's Jesus was like, just don't lie and don't do what you don't hate. That was the answer.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'll tell you another one that, I question a lot, by just reading it using critical thinking, and that's Matthew, I think it's Matthew 24, verse 3 through 5, I believe. When they was on the Mount of Olives, and on Mount Olives actually, and the disciples came and privately talking to Jesus, and was talking about, how will we know, or what's going to happen, and this, that, and the third. The thing that threw me off is that, let me go to it real quick. I'm gonna just read it, And I want you to picture it this way. And the way I pictured it is put yourself in Jesus's shoes and you're talking to your disciples. Okay. So it says, and it says, and as he sat up on the Mount of Olives, and the disciples came unto him privately, saying,
Hold on
"Tell."
for a sec. Hold on. Somebody just muted that PhD guy. There's no need for them to be muted. His comment is irritating, but he didn't say anything wrong. Go ahead, Nelly.
Yeah. So okay, it says, and as he sat up on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, "Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world?" Now, this is Jesus talking. Now, this is what I say. You have to put yourself in Jesus' shoes, and you talking to your disciples. And Jesus answered and said unto them, "Take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many." Now, preachers will turn around and say, well, he was saying that many shall come in his name, saying that they are Christ. But that's not what he said. He said, many shall come. He's talking to his disciples. He said, many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive
I've
many.
seen I've seen that argued before, and I think it can go either way. I think the issue there though is that when you're reading it in the King James, there aren't any commas or parentheses, and so I don't think that he's saying it that way. But I get what you're saying. I've seen it argued that way before though.
Well, I even looked at it in the NIV, and that threw me off. That's why I was trying to look at it in different books, to see how they changed it. Uh, Now, in the NIV, it says, Jesus answered, "Watch out that no one deceives you, for many will come in my name claiming I am the Messiah, and will deceive many."
Hold on, let me see. It says, let me see what the
And that's in two different translations.
let's see. It says, for many will come in my name saying, I am the Messiah. Like it's saying that they will say, I am the Messiah, and they will lead many astray. Right? So he's saying that they will say this, right? Like they're claiming that they are the Messiah. That's that's how I read it, right? But when you're in the King James, because there aren't any quotation marks, um,
But I
let's
would
see.
expect, I mean, just having a conversation, I would expect him to say that many shall come in my name claiming that they are Christ and shall
Well,
deceive many, or saying that they are the Messiah.
right, I get it, but what I'm saying is like, so if I say Nelly, somebody gonna come to you and say, right, and then I quote what I think they're going to say,
Hmm.
right? That's what he's doing here. He's
Okay.
saying that many shall come in my name and say, I am Christ, and
Right.
they'll deceive many. But I have seen people argue that Jesus is saying here that people are going to come to you and tell you that I'm the Christ, and they're going to deceive you by saying I'm the Christ. It can be read any way, like because of the way it's written. He could be
Right.
saying here, many will come to you saying, telling you that I'm the Christ, and they're going to deceive many people by saying I'm Christ. Or he could be saying, many are going to come to you saying, and he could be quoting, I'm Christ, and they're going to deceive. It could be read both ways. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I looked at it, in that form as well. but that's like I said, that's one of the passages that kind of made me. I had to keep reading it over and over and over and over again.
Yeah,
You know.
which disciple would probably read it the way you're reading it. He would be like, man, Jesus wasn't trying to be no Christ. Thomas would definitely read it that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thomas would definitely read it that way. And I noticed also that they changed it in the uh, Matthew 24, verse 36 as well, about the hour. I noticed that in the NIV, they added the sun, but in the King James, the sun is not there.
See, now I took up for you, and now your ass gotta go. Don't use caps in my comments. Like one word in caps is one thing, but writing in all caps will fucking throw my brain in a loop. The fuck? I took up for you, and now you gotta go. I'm sorry, Nelly.
No, 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 you're fine. You're fine. It's just little things like that, but that, like I said, that 24:36 about the day and the hour. I noticed that NIV added the sun. Math in the King James version, the sun is not mentioned in that.
You said in which one? In what Matthew? What?
Matthew 24, I believe it's 36. Let me look. 36, where it says, "Verily I say unto you," or "But about that hour, about that day," or whatever.
But of that day and hour, no man knoweth, no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. That
Right. And then the NIV says, "But about that day, no hour, about that day or hour, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father."
yeah. The NIV adds their own words. That's why I don't like the NIV. I don't like the NLT. Like they add stuff to
Mm-hmm.
the text. Like there's one of them when it says the God of this age, and then they add Satan. Like the original text doesn't say Satan; it just says the God of this age. And so, because the translator wanted to enforce his idea that the God of this age is Satan,
Right.
they added Satan to the text.
Mm-hmm. And I noticed that a lot of Christians now are using the NIV
Mm-hmm.
because of certain things.
Well, because it fits their narrative, it fits what they've been told extra biblically, uh, and so it gives them the it's not the NIV is not miles ahead of the KJV. The NIV and the KJV are both horrible translations.
Terrible.
Yeah, but it gives Christians something that they can point to, because a lot of what they believe was developed extra biblically. The NIV just wrote in the extra biblical stuff into the text in their translation,
And I
even
don't know
though it's
what,
not in the original scrolls.
and I don't know, I'm not big on Hebrew, because I'm not versed in it, but I'm learning and I'm trying to compare. But I noticed a lot when it comes to the Hebrew scripture of it. Even the King James version is altered, you know, from the Hebrew text. It's altered in different in different verses. Um, so
Someone asked, do you agree with their NIV manuscript notes?
I haven't read all of the NIV manuscript notes, but a lot of what I have read from the NIV, no, I don't.
no, I don't either, because I mean, we know this is man made, but the NIV really lets you know this is the mind of a human that's trying to basically
Enforce
force the
their
narrative.
yeah. Skyline on YouTube said there is a joke that says the NIV stands for not inspired version. And that's what it is. It's yeah.
That's a good one. That's
Yeah.
that's that's about 100% accurate there.
And that's how people's mind get messed up too. Like you have people who have, they have the money, they have the knowledge, right, to be able to force their way of thinking, their
Right.
interpretation, onto other people, and this is how they do it. They go and they create their own translation of this text, and they write in their own thoughts and their own ideas.
Right. You all
Y'all,
right?
we've been live for an hour, and we've only had one guest come up. Y'all know what I'm gonna do. In 3 minutes, I'm gonna restart the live because like we got almost 400 people in the room. We've only had one guest come up. We have about almost 70 people on YouTube to get some conversations going. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructed, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open.
I'll tell you something else I love, especially those Christians that keep saying, what do they say? That Jesus sits at the right hand of God. I love that because the scripture basically tells you, and this God tells you, Lord God tells you 3 times in Isaiah that no one sits beside him. That just makes me laugh when they say that. And then when they see it, no, that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about other gods. No, he didn't say that. He said no God sits beside him. So Jesus, is he a God? Is Jesus a God? I be fucking with him when I say that. So was Jesus a God
How
or?
y'all doing?
Bishop, hi, how are you?
I'm all right.
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes? If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, please.
I'm 42. I would like to say deconstructing.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
Um, what's that, number 3?
False prophets and prophecies.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Um,
Sorry, let me do Nelly, do you want to do this one?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, go
uh,
ahead.
can I ask you a question right quick?
Yeah.
Have you ever read the Holy Bible Red Letter Edition?
You mean like the Bible with the red letters, with Jesus' words in red letters?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I have one.
So, and I heard him say something about knowing who Jesus was, right? And in Revelations uh chapter 22:16, and the red letter, it's like he's saying he is Lucifer's son.
When he calls himself the Morning Star.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's, go ahead.
is that pretty much what he's saying, that he's the son of Lucifer instead of God?
He's not saying that. It could be one. A person could make an argument that he's saying that. There are several things in the text that alludes to him saying that he is the light that and that destroys darkness. He
Right.
does use the same word that is used to describe Lucifer in um, I think it's Isaiah or Ezekiel. I can't remember which one. When they Lucifer or Morning Star, I think it's in Ezekiel, and so one could argue that because he uses the exact same word and it means the exact same thing,
Right.
that he is saying that he is that same figure. But because of the context in which he's saying it here, he's saying that he is the light that destroys the darkness, though. And so there's and then there's another scripture where he says that he saw Satan fall like lightning. So he can't be saying that he is that same entity when he
Right.
says that he saw that entity fall. So I think that if like to argue that that he's saying that he is the same figure in Ezekiel one that argument could be destroyed by just bringing up the fact that Jesus said he saw that figure fall.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So I don't know if the writer of the Revelation wrote that to say that this is how this God overcomes Babylon, because that I think it's Halil is the word that's used there. I think um, I, I don't know if he's writing that to say that this is how this God finally overcomes Babylon by becoming the representation, because this this figure, right, this Halil was the representation for Babylon. Um, and Babylon was seen as a mighty nation, and the story is all about this God finally, destroying Babylon and taking down that king and that nation. And so I don't know if the writer is saying that Jesus is finally taking the place of that. But I don't think that he's saying that they are the same figure. But while one could argue it, I think the one thing that would break the argument is Jesus saying that he saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning. That would throw a monkey wrench in the argument, I think.
Right.
Bishop, if you possibly could, can you cut your shuffling down to a minimum? Because it's kind of hard for those in the comments to hear Thinker or Nelly when they're speaking to you. And I'm about to send you an invite to unmute.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think so. This is my first time doing this.
Okay. Nelly, do you want to have a conversation with Nelly now? Did you have any other questions about that before you start with the false prophecies?
Um, no, that was kind of it, because it was like with I was just trying to put things together, and I was like, it just didn't seem right.
Mm-hmm.
So it just had me kind of baffled. And then, like, I got like three Bibles, and all of them say something different. So I got confused, and I'm like, what in the world going on? Is
What
that what
does
he's
the other
saying?
Bible say right there? Like, what's the three different things that it says?
Like one of them, it doesn't even have all the scriptures that the other two have.
Which Bible is that?
Um, I got a King James and a what is this? Rainbow, New Rainbow Study Edition.
New Rainbow Study Edition?
Yeah.
I never heard
New
of that.
International Version.
The NIV?
Yeah.
And it's called the Rainbow Study
Yeah.
Edition?
Well, it's the NIV Rainbow Study Bible, New International Version.
Okay. The NIV is a um we were just talking about that. Like that Bible isn't a straightforward translation. The 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 translators of that text tend to write in their own interpretations while translating, and they don't just do it in the footnotes. They add their own. Um, they try to force a specific translation within the text.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Cause they just, man, they got me confused with these things.
Hmm. The best from biblical scholars, the best word for word translation for the Old Testament and the New Testament is going to be the NRSVUE.
NRSV. Okay.
And then I hate to say this because I hate this translation, but the ESV is also a word for word translation. It's closer to the original text. Now, the one thing that the ESV does that I don't like is that they do prioritize men and uh, the male gender, and so they do add some um, bias in their translation when prioritizing the patriarchy and male dominance, and so it's that translation is has an agenda, and they'll tell you, like, they're not ashamed of it, that their
Right.
agenda is to put the men back in its place. But they do translate the Old Testament almost word for word until it gets to prioritizing male dominance. They have a lot of freedom. They exercise a lot of freedom with the translation when it gets to male dominance. And so I recommend the NRSVUE because other biblical scholars, that's the top one that they recommend, and then the ESV is the next in line.
Okay, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Did you not want to have a conversation with Nelly now with number 3?
No, not yet, because if I can, you gave me a better book to go by, so I can probably, do a little bit better, because it's been having me kind of frustrated, just trying to figure it out, what's true, what's false, and then a lot of things contradict themselves, so it's like, you know, just trying to get on the right track.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, if you have any other questions, that's what we're here for. Feel free to pop back up. Okay.
All right, appreciate y'all.
You're so welcome. Have a good night. Let's see.
I'm not gonna
Mr.
lie.
Terry Hawk said, "I need the op version."
I saw the I won't apologize for who I am and Bishop, and I was just like, well, this is gonna be fun. Popcorn milkshake.
Oh, you thought it was coming up to argue.
Yeah, I thought he was finna come up here and be like, y'all goddamn Satans.
They are in the comments. I just don't know why they're not coming up. Like they in the comments talking about Jesus is God and all of that. I don't know. But in 7 minutes at 12:30, if we don't get a guest, I'm gonna restart the live, y'all. Um, this is the night before Bible study, and normally they're in the guest box. I don't know,
They've been real sparse. They've just been really sparse. I don't know.
huh?
So they've been real sparse. I don't know why.
I don't know. I think a lot of them are realizing that they should not have just not read their book. Some of them are probably sitting back just thinking like, damn, I should have read. They probably want to defend, but they can't because they haven't read anything.
Well,
Yeah.
most of them have not read this book. They've
Mm-hmm.
read bits and pieces of it, or maybe what their pastor told them, was preaching on that day or whatever, and gave them the narrative of that scripture. and, but yeah, I've always said that if someone was just to take an open mind and just, start at the beginning of this book and just start reading it, with an open mind, just read it. Use your own understanding. And I never got that. Why do they say that? Don't use your understanding. Whose understanding am I supposed to use?
They
Yeah.
believe the Holy Ghost. It's supposed to be the Holy Ghost.
Do you mind if I kick out Duda and Joshua?
What they do? What they
Because
do?
Joshua said they low on Holy Spirit, and Duda has said it's because of the tariffs.
They probably are sitting around trying to figure out why God told them to vote for Trump, and now they Medicaid is in trouble, their food stamps is in trouble, their jobs is in trouble, they can't afford eggs. They like probably asking God, "Why did you tell me to do this?"
People are thinking right now I am so mean. They think I'm mean, but I meant every word I said. I screenshotted every person, and especially people of color, who voted for Trump. And I could not wait to see them back on TikTok mad about what Trump was doing. And I was clowning them on videos. I've been clowning them. And I told him I was going to clown them. I said, when the shit hit the fan, I'm gonna clown you. Don't come back on here crying about something you wanted. Now, you can't do that. You know, hold your guns. 10 toes down, baby. 10 toes down. Stay with it. You know. But you see them on there. They cry, oh, Trump done did this now. And da da da. One guy on there, I voted for Trump and he done took my wife. All kind of stuff. Yeah. Okay. I feel sorry. I really do. I don't like to see families broke up or anything, but
I don't.
well,
But do I?
I guess I can say for as when it comes to the children, that's where my heart goes out to with the children.
Yeah, I can see that.
But I clown them anyway. I clown them anyway. And I don't mean to be mean, but hey, you wanted it, you got it. Toyota. That's it.
Did you say
Toyota. You
Toyota?
say
Say
Toyota?
Toyota, yeah.
Yeah, that used to be an old saying back in the day. That was Toyota slang.
Yeah.
You want it, you got it, Toyota.
Toyota.
Yeah.
Um, Flying Hawaiian.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How you guys doing?
Doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Christian Bible, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist?
So I'm 36 years old, and God is my savior.
Okay. And Nelly, do you want to take this one?
No problem.
Okay.
Okay. And how do you pronounce your name so I can pronounce it right?
You can just call me TJ. I'll make it easy for you.
Okay, TJ. Okay, TJ. And which topic would you like to discuss that's on the board?
Uh, I don't think number one is applicable because I think in today's society, I can't speak for multiple parties. So there's gods out there that they believe in. So whether or not that's harmful to society, I can't speak to that. But I will say this: let's do number two. God doesn't prioritize moral goodness.
Okay, go ahead.
I think in any good rooted faith, whatever religion you're in, any of those religions are rooted in good moral standing. Whether you believe in Jesus Christ, you believe in Muhammad, or you believe in Allah, or you believe in the Tooth Fairy, all of those. There's an underlying truth and reasoning on how those were defined and built. Of those were which was moral goodness, truth, reason, faith, and so I think to say that objectively, I don't think it's fair to say that objectively that God doesn't prioritize moral goodness. I think that's unfair to say because I'd like to hear how God doesn't prioritize moral goodness.
Okay, so my question to you is this. When we say morals, you have a set of morals, right? You have morals, right?
Sure.
Okay, so do you think that you and God have the same morals?
I strive to achieve his morals.
You strive to achieve his morals. So let's just say, is it morally, do you think this is good morals to unalive children?
I think that's immoral.
Well, your God doesn't.
No, my God identifies that abortions are 100% immoral. But see, again, that's my God. Now, which God are we talking about?
We're talking about the Abrahamic God. Is that the God you believe in?
That's my God.
Okay. So, like I said before,
Now, if you're going to talk about sacrifices, let's make sure we go into Old Testament because we can go there. But yeah, let's go there.
so you said, so we're talking about morals, though. You said
100%.
that
But just
you
like I said, if
strive.
we're going to go into morals, yes,
Okay, so you just said that you strive to have the same morals as your God. So you agree and you would have the same morals when God unalives children. You agree with that? because you're trying to strive for the same moral.
Can you give me what are you talking about specifically?
Well, we can go to it then.
Because I'm curious where at in the Old Testament or the New Testament where the Bible speaks to purposefully unaliving children for the sake of inconvenience.
Well, let's go to it then. Hold on one
Because
second.
I'm sure there's a chapter that you're looking for where it says, you know, we're going to unalive a baby just because it's an inconvenience. Now, you
You
want to
know
talk
what?
about
You
sacrifice.
basically, you know
Now, if you
what?
want to
You
talk about sacrifice, that's a different thing.
no, that's not a
Again,
sacrifice. This is not a sacrifice. Where's
just
Thinker at?
listen to what I'm
Thinker.
saying. Because what does sacrifice have to do with unaliving a baby
That's
to
not a
inconvenience
sacrifice.
with abortion? And that's my
That
We're not
question to
talking
you.
about
we're not.
abortion like that.
So that's my question to you.
We're not talking about abortion. We're talking about what your God does.
You said unaliving babies.
Exactly.
It's
So
not a baby. So
how
we're
else are
not
we
talking about
unaliving
abortion. It's
babies?
not a baby. You
How
can't
else are
get
we
pregnant.
unaliving
Excuse
babies?
You
Hold
me.
on.
can't
Yeah,
get
like we
pregnant.
can't hear.
You're over talking.
Yeah.
Chill out.
I'm responding.
No, he
No,
was
you're not.
talking. He couldn't even get a word
So
out.
I get muted whenever it's not going to.
Don't do that. Don't.
No.
Mm-mm.
This is
Yeah, don't
typical. I get
cry.
muted.
What's the
Don't cry.
Stop getting triggered and stop. Don't do
I
that.
get muted.
Thinker? What's the scripture I'm looking for? I'm trying to find it. And
Okay. And then
Quick,
like stop. Like seriously, we're trying to have a
keep
conversation.
looking.
Like stop acting like a child.
please.
Okay? You haven't said anything except let's go to the Old Testament. What sacrifices? You have not spoken any truth. So nobody's muting you because you're speaking truth. You're being muted because you're over talking people. And we are trying to
I asked a
have
question.
a civil conversation. Okay? You cannot talk at the same time that Nelly is talking. Which one? Because we can talk about the day of the Lord that Jesus points to on his second coming, where they're going to dash babies' heads against stones. In Isaiah 13, we can go to that. We can go to Deuteronomy 20.
That's what I'm looking
Oh, he
for.
left.
Yeah, of course.
He ran. That's what I was
Being
looking
weak.
for. It was 20. Uh that's okay. Yeah, he I don't why was he coming up with abortion? Where did he get that from?
He thinks that when you say killing babies, um, that you just meant like he doesn't know that this God says to um, kill everything living and breathing, young and old, because they don't read their book.
And then they try to make you flip on what you're talking about. So they're like, "Oh, so you agree that, abortion is wrong?" It's like, bro, that's not what we're talking about. But they try
Yeah,
to
that
make you funnel into a conversation that is more favorable for them.
right. Uh-oh.
Hold on,
Uh-oh.
hold on. Selena, I see you in the guest box. I don't want too many hosts up here at one time, so when one drops out, I'll bring you up. Okay.
I'll go
Roderick,
ahead
how
and
are
drop
you?
down.
No, are you sure?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that later.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be here much longer myself because I have to get a load here in about an hour and a half, 2 hours, but no worries.
Roderick, hi, how are you? Selena, send your request back. Roger, how are you? Roderick. Okay, we're gonna move on.
He teacupped quick, didn't he?
Didn't he come up here talking about some I don't know. I know they get scared when there's a lot of people on the panel. And it's just them. So I don't typically do panels. Sheen Philly, how are you? Okay. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening. Go ahead.
Did you
I'm
join
sorry.
on
What you say?
purpose? Did you mean to join the stage?
What is going on?
What
I don't know.
the
They're
heck?
they're weird. They're weird tonight. Uh, yeah, I don't know. And I've missed my time to be able to reboot the live. But there's 450 people in here. I'm pretty sure that there are believers in here, people who are deconstructing, that want to come up. There's no need to be afraid to come up. The goal is to have a conversation as long as you are respectful, right? Then the conversation can go respectfully. We had a lot of good conversations yesterday with believers who were respectful. And so if you act like you got some sense, then the conversation will go good. Don't come up here trying to talk over people. Don't come up here lying to us or gaslighting us. Then it'll be a good conversation. If you're on YouTube, the link to call in via Discord is at the pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. You can call in and participate in one of the conversations.
Wow, I do.
You went on Teacup.
That's what I want to know. What I do to get thrown off?
You went on Teacup.
I went on teacup. So you giving me
Right.
titles?
What
See
the?
that? See
Oh
that's cool though because
no.
it's your
Hold
this.
on, La. It's good. I'm going to help you out, okay? When you leave the app, okay, whether you check a text message, whether you go to Google, that means that your profile goes on Teacup and we cannot hear you. That's what that means, okay? You teacupped. That's why I took you off the stage. Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying, but I just want to know why do you blame God for man's decisions?
Because your God is a man.
So, you mad because he's not a woman?
I don't give a fuck if
I'm
he was
coming
a
at you the
woman.
way you coming at me. Accept it.
I don't
Accept
even
it.
know.
It's a battle right now.
I
I
don't
got my
fucking know
sword and
you.
shield and you got yours.
I don't
I
fucking
don't know
know
you
you.
neither.
So what the fuck are
Now,
you even
see, now you
talking about?
cursing.
You
Hold on. How you
obviously,
going to preach something and do it?
who the fuck told you I was preaching? And you obviously do fucking know me. Okay, you know who the fuck I am, and that's why you came the way you came. I don't give a fuck if your God was a man, if your God was a woman. I don't give a fuck. Do you even know how to come off
What you going to do?
mute?
Cut me off?
Hold on, don't mute him, y'all. Do you know how to come off mute?
I got my sword and shield. What you want to do?
Okay, then let's go. What topic do you want to do?
Let's go then. That's all I'm saying. Why do you keep blaming God for man's decision? Start
Because
right
your
there.
God is a fucking man. Your God is a human. Your
And
God
what
does
the
not
fuck does
exist.
that mean?
Your
And what the
God
fuck
ain't
does that
real.
mean?
Your God isn't
No, you
real.
ain't fucking real.
That's what the fuck it
You
means.
okay? Prove that.
You
But you
just
gotta
proved it.
fucking prove
You
that.
just proved it, dumbass.
I don't. Wow. How did I just
When
prove
you
it?
said,
Because I
when
don't.
you asked
No.
me,
Your mother
when you
is a
asked me,
dumbass.
shut the fuck
No,
up.
your
Shut the
mother
fuck
is
up.
a dumbass.
When you asked me,
No, you shut the fuck up, bitch.
when you,
Ho.
now I'm
Fuck
a
you,
bitch.
ho.
Oh, now I'm a bitch.
Yeah, you a
Now I'm
bitch.
a bitch.
But
Why? Because your God isn't real. Because your God isn't real. That's why I'm a bitch. You so fucking mad because your imaginary ass friend can't fucking fight for you. Your
started cursing
imaginary ass
first and
friend,
being
your
disrespectful
imaginary
first,
ass
and I
friend
came
can't
back
fucking
at you.
fight for you.
Now
Your
what?
your imaginary ass
Now
friend
what?
can't fucking fight for you, and you on a fucking social media app mad at a woman because she don't fucking believe in your imaginary ass
You
friend.
not a fucking
The
woman.
one
You're not
that
even
you
a black
also
woman.
blame, the one that you also blame for the bullshit that go on in your life because you can't fucking get your shit
You got no
straight.
bullshit going on.
That's why you believe in this God. That's why you believe in
Nah,
this
that's
God, because you think that this God is gonna somehow magically make you a
no. Why
fucking
you keep
king. You think this God gonna make you a
why
king
you
because you
keep
can't make
saying
yourself a fucking king. You keep looking to the sky, looking to the hills, with praying
it?
and hoping that your help gonna come from that shit because you don't know how to
Look,
make your own motherfucking kingdom on this earth. And then you want to turn around
winner,
and blame white men and say white men is the reason why I don't got no fucking
not
kingdom.
true,
White men is the reason why I don't have no money. White men is
not
the reason
true,
why I
not
don't know
true,
how I don't fucking know what the fuck a
not
teacup
true.
is, motherfucker. It's your fault. You are your own motherfucking God. You are your own motherfucking devil. You are the reason why your life is the way it is. Not a woman, not a God. You, Shin Philly. You, bitch. You.
But what's wrong with my life, bitch? Pussy Negro. You ain't no black woman, bitch. Nut ass nigga. You ain't no black woman. You just running your fucking mouth because you got lips. Don't cut me off. Let me vent like you did. Now let me talk. Don't cut me off now. Don't
And do that. Don't cut him off.
The weakest link.
don't cut me
Exactly.
off.
Exactly. Let everybody see how fucking weak he is.
Oh, that's good. Why? Because you can vent and disrespect me, but when I come back at you, I'm weak. You bitch ass nigga. You're not even a
It's
black
her
woman.
live,
You're
fool.
not. I bet you your
It's her
husband is
live,
white. I
fool.
bet you your husband is white, bitch.
Oh, you hate the white man. You be mad
I
if a
bet
white
you
dick.
your husband
You
is
be
white.
mad. You be mad if I was sucking a white dick and not a black one, wouldn't you? You hate.
Don't
You
run,
hate the
motherfucker.
white
Don't
man
run.
because the white
Don't
man. The
run.
white man
Don't
stopped
run,
you
motherfucker.
because the white man
Don't
stopped you.
run.
You haven't been able to overcome the white man. How the
How did the
fuck
white man
are you
stop me? Why
walking
you
around
giving me
talking
all
about
these
you got a
titles?
God and the
You giving me
fucking
all
white
these
man
titles?
is your
You're
goddamn
sick in your
devil,
fucking
bitch?
mind.
The white man bleeds
No,
just like
no, no,
your
no, no,
bitch
no, no,
ass
no, 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 no,
does.
no.
The white
The
man
only
bleeds just like
motherfucking
you, and
devil.
you so fucking scared of the white man. That's that. Like, who the fuck is gonna look at to you as a fucking leader, and the fucking white man is your fucking bitch? You are the bitch of a white man. Shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to fucking hear you complain about white men
My
any
wife is a
fucking
black
more.
woman. My
Shut the fuck up.
wife is
God damn. We are fucking sick of hearing y'all
my
complain
wife.
about white men. Shut the fuck up.
My wife. You not a black woman. My wife is. Bitch nigga. You not a black woman. You're not a black woman. My wife is a black woman. A real one too. See, let
Can
me
I
tell you
ask?
something
Shut
about
you
you.
a weak
You
ass.
trying to get
Shut your weak ass up. Shut your weak ass up. I'm fucking sick of that shit. I don't woke my daughter up. Give me just a second.
He was angry, wasn't he?
He was big mad.
Exactly.
He's a coward.
Said apparently a wife ain't doing what she's supposed to do. You coming up here angry at people that you don't even fucking know.
Hmm. Yeah, the weakest link.
Mm. He got some pent up anger. There you
Yeah,
go. Rub a
I
few
promise,
off.
love. I
Shit.
promise. Go back to
He
sleep.
does. Thought he was supposed to have joy.
Huh?
Ain't he a Christian?
Right?
So fucking stupid, man.
I wouldn't even wasted my breath on that. I wouldn't. I'm not gonna argue.
At some point, somebody got to fucking say it. Like, at
Yeah,
some point, like, constantly talking about what the white man does, a white man does. We know that they did some fucked shit and they still do fuck shit. Get the fuck, move the fuck forward. Move forward.
Hmm.
yeah. That's.
He was mad at Teacup.
Right?
God damn.
Yeah, I was like,
He
he
was
did.
weak as fuck.
Teacup got him. He thought he
He
was
thought
getting
you was
called a
calling.
name.
Yeah.
Damn, bruh. Do you know how this app works? I mean,
Then he said, I bet your husband white. Like, what the, what?
Well, obviously he doesn't. He hadn't even looked at your profile or nothing.
Motherfucker
Obviously,
get chased by white men in his sleep.
yeah. That's wow.
Mm-mm.
Wife plastic.
And he said, you ain't a black woman. My wife is a black woman. What?
You ain't a black woman.
I wish the fuck I would. Like, I wish the fuck I would let another motherfucker define who the fuck I am.
Mm,
That
mm.
part.
Mind and soul, how are you?
Hey, thank you. I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
It's good. Um, Before I talk about the topic, like that way like obviously he doesn't know who God is, number one. Number two, like that's not what a man's supposed to do. You know what I mean?
Oh,
You
I don't,
disrespecting a woman is like disrespecting your mama,
yeah.
you
I
know,
think that those, yeah, I don't, like, I appreciate you. I really do. I think that those are conversations that men need to have with other
with
men.
each other. Yeah,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
that type of toxic
Yeah,
stuff,
I
like
don't, hold on. I don't want to talk
he
about
won't.
them.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I
We
don't want to
can,
talk about them. I
yeah.
don't want to, yeah.
Okay,
Like,
you right.
yeah.
You right.
The
Yeah, we can go
I
ahead and
think
get.
men need to have those conversations with other men. Women know. We already know that that's not what we want. And the men and what we do not deserve. We know that. Right? We don't need to be told that. But I appreciate you for for
Yeah.
wanting to come up and do that. So if you would please pick a topic, and then if you want to, Nelly, since that one did not go well, do you want to try again?
Yeah, I will just do the God is an idea created by man.
Okay.
Um,
No problem.
All right. Go ahead.
I I was just gonna start and say, um, God's real. This is my personal perspective, right?
Okay.
Um, due to my personal experiences. And God's not a man. God's a woman. Right? God is the perfect balance between masculine and feminine inside the mind of a woman. You know, the masculine and feminine problem, all the bits. You know, um, I happen to, yeah, personal experience. So I was on Thinkers on the talking once before, maybe like 5 6 months ago, and she was talking about the business, and it was Google and how she developed it and it's in all these states. You know what I'm saying? Getting funding for uh black entrepreneurs. So um and I spoke about God being real back then too. So uh the false prophets and prophecies, the only
Well,
prophecy,
just stick to. We only can talk about one topic, so let's stick with God is an idea created by man. Go ahead.
yeah. So yeah, God's real. All right. You know, this is how we're here.
Why do
All
you
right.
think he's real?
Well, she's definitely real.
Why do you
Okay.
think she's real?
Because I've met her.
You've met
Okay.
God,
Yes.
like face to face,
No, she's veiled. You can't see her, and you can't see her until you go into heaven.
but you saw her,
And she's veiled. She's all dark. She's all black.
all black, huh? I
All
mean,
black.
where did you see her at?
So, do you know the Pink Floyd song "Dark Side of the Moon"?
Is it a song?
Yeah, they made a song called "Dark Side of the Moon."
No, I've never heard Dark Side of the Moon.
Okay, so there's a song called by Pink Floyd called "Dark Side of the Moon." Now that now to know what it like what it is like the cross on the Bible, right? It's called a Tau cross, and Tau cross it means a seal. So when I say the seal, you know, my people are sealed. That's what that means. You know, it's the seal. It's the name of God on your forehead.
Oh,
You
okay,
know,
that's fine, but
and
I need.
so
Let's get
if
back to. I
yeah,
just
yeah, I'm about to. That's what I'm just. I had to preface that so I could tell you about the other side of the moon.
no. I
You know
want
what
to
I
hear.
mean?
No, 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 no. I want to hear about the conversation that you had with this she god.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what trying to tell you. Okay, so on the other side of the moon is the universe. Okay, so I was brought there, okay, she is veiled in the waters above. Okay, so she's veiled with the waters. You
So
can't
this
see
is
her.
not a dream.
No,
This
this is not
you
a
didn't
dream.
dream this. You physically went there
Yes, in the spirit, but I was fully conscious, fully conscious.
in the spirit. So was you like sitting down and
No, I was
projected there,
no.
or how did you get there?
You know how like a lucid dream is.
So it was a
Now, no,
dream.
no, no, no. It's not a dream. No, 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 no,
Okay.
no. We jump into conclusions. It's not a dream. Okay, it's it's a spiritual experience to where few will find it. You know.
Okay. So let's start slow. Let me
Hmm.
start slow.
Hmm.
Where were you in your house sitting down? Were you at the dinner table? Were you laying across your bed? Were you before this happened? Where exactly were you?
I was about to go to sleep for the night.
So you was about to go to sleep.
Mhm. Well, I laid down to go to sleep.
You laid down to go to sleep.
Hmm.
And I want to follow the story. So you
Hmm.
laid down to go to sleep,
Hmm.
and then what happened?
I was brought to the other side of the moon.
So you just projected there.
No, 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 no. I was there. You know what I'm saying? It's like how if you're the best way I can describe it is when you're asleep and you're dreaming, you're watching you do the stuff. You're not actually in control. When
Okay,
you
so
have a
stop
when
right
you
there.
have
Stop
a
right there.
okay.
So your body was still laying across the bed though.
Yeah,
Your
but it wasn't
physical
it
body
it
was in the
wasn't it wa-
bed.
I had functioning of my body. Like when I laid down, my pineal gland opened up. Okay.
Okay, so let start slow again. You were
Okay.
laying across the bed,
Hmm.
and you said that your spirit
Hmm.
projected there, but your physical body was still on planet Earth.
Yeah, I still had functioning of my physical body.
But your physical body, while you was on the other side of the moon,
Hmm.
your physical body was still laying in your bed at home.
Yeah. No, yeah, absolutely. It's
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. I just
so
want to make sure I
you know
understand.
you do you know the snake on the in ancient Egypt, the Urias, that represents breaking the cycle of birth and rebirth and coming back here over and over and over again to learn lessons.
Okay, that's fine. I want to
Okay.
just get to the part of you projecting around the moon to the other side
Hmm.
to meet the she god.
Yeah, the veiled
Okay,
Isis.
okay. You met Isis.
Yeah,
Oh wow. Okay, you
yeah.
met Isis. And what did Isis say to you when you first got there? What was her first words to you?
I didn't get to even meet her until I overcame what I had to overcome to meet her.
Did you
Okay.
see?
So
Did you see anybody else there like Horse?
yeah, my no, 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 no. I saw my ancestors.
Oh, your ancestors was Horse
Yeah.
there?
Horus?
Yeah, was
No,
Horus there?
no, Horus was not there.
Was Osiris there?
No, Osiris was. Yeah, no, no, no. Osiris, there was Osiris.
Oh, so
Osiris.
no, you said
No, no,
Osiris
no, no. Hold
Isis.
on. No, I'm recollecting the light who was speaking when I made it to the gate. It
Okay,
was the light was so bright that you couldn't see past that light. Okay, the pearly gates, all that, the golden gates and stuff. I could not see past that light.
okay, so you couldn't
It was
see
a.
past the light. Okay, no,
Mhm.
let's slow down,
It,
slow down. You just said that you saw your ancestors, though, right?
yeah, they all black.
All
Black
your
is the night
ancestors were
sky.
all black, and they were there. You seen your great grandmother and all of
Hmm.
that.
I've seen
Okay,
my granny, her
okay,
sister.
you seen your granny, you
Hmm.
seen all that. But I asked
Hmm.
you, but you didn't see Horus there, the son of Isis,
Mm-mm.
and you didn't see Osiris, the father of Horus.
Whoever was behind that light,
Hmm.
I mean, it was only the voice. Okay, I only heard the voice. I only heard 6 words. Okay.
Okay, so now let's run with your theory. Let's run with what you say happened.
Hmm.
Can you prove that?
No, I didn't take any pictures, man. You know, it's that's what I said. When I said this the last time I was on here, like about the anointing and um all that when I explained it last time. You know, it was like a place of specialness. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what
Okay.
Thinker said. I kind of thought about it. I was like,
Okay.
I
Well,
wasn't poly.
I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to stop you now. The reason why I'm gonna have to stop you is because I
Mhm.
need you to kind of know some things. Do you think that you're the only person that ever came on this live telling us a story like that before?
So I don't know.
I will say you the first person to ever say they went around the moon, but you're not the first person to ever say this. See, basically what you're doing is something that every believer says. You know, every believer has a personal relationship with God. You see, every believer has a personal relationship with God. No
So
one, two Christians can stand side by side
I
and
don't
God
subscribe
can,
to Christianity.
let me finish. And God can speak and those two Christians can hear what God said at the same time.
I mean, if that's what they told you, I'm not sure what you know. What I'm saying I
I
don't
mean,
consider I don't consider myself a religious person. Not after this experience. Religion is made to bind. You know what I mean?
okay,
And so hold on. I let you cut me off the first time, and then you explain, and then I've been quiet. So allow me to laugh. Okay. So I don't believe anything anymore. To believe something means to accept it, even if it's not true, as true. Whether it's true or not, you accept it. Like Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. Okay.
right.
Either I know or I seek to know.
So
You know,
belief requires no evidence.
exactly.
Okay. And what's different about what you did? What's different about what you got and what you know now? You can't
Because all
provide
the
no
books,
evidence for it.
all the books that I had bought in searching of what happened during my experience has confirmed what happened. Thousands of dollars worth, thousands of hours in these books to seek for the answer of what happened.
So is God an idea created by man?
No, no.
God is not an idea
God,
created by man.
God is real. Yes,
Okay,
is real.
so hold on. Listen, you're saying God is not an idea created by man. But yet you're telling me that God is real, but yet you have no evidence for that.
God is everywhere. God is everywhere.
Okay, if God is everywhere, so if God is everywhere, what evidence do
Uh-huh.
you have for that?
Look around you. Look at how everything was made in balance. Look how your system works, your circulatory system, how complex that is. Look at
So
um
so 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 just because somebody told you that God is the one that did this, you believe it.
no. See, I didn't say I believe in just because somebody
Oh,
told me.
I'm sorry. You know it is because someone told you that God did this.
Mm, Who's who told me? You're projecting you're projecting onto me.
Okay. When you came out of your mother's womb, you didn't know nothing about no God.
No, I didn't remember about
Okay.
God. I didn't remember God.
So
Listen,
who reminded you of this God?
see, that's called gnosis. It's called knowing, remembering from whence I fell. We come
No,
from the heavens.
you're not following me. What I'm
Uh huh.
saying to you is that when you came out of your mother's womb and you was growing it from a baby to walking to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, at some point in time in your life, someone mentioned this God to you.
See, and that's where we this is where we have to differ because the whole God and Jesus and all that other stuff that was made up. That's an
Well,
exoteric
that's not what
human.
I said.
You said somebody told me, so I'm about to tell you.
So you telling me that no one, your mother, your father, your auntie, your cousin, your nephew, nobody ever said to you nothing about this Abrahamic God?
No, we knew. I knew about God growing up. You know, you went to church and everything, but
Okay,
that
there you go.
but
So
the
now that's what I'm
okay,
saying.
go
So
ahead.
you were told about this God at some point in time in your life.
Now, you didn't like what you found out about this God, so you like the ancient Egypt
Who said? Who
God.
said? No, no, no. Who said that? Who said that I didn't like
Okay,
anything about this God? I found out the truth.
okay. So, but you prefer the ancient Egypt gods, like
That's not. It's not
Horus.
anything
Hold on.
about. Okay.
You prefer the ancient Egypt god. So you mentioned Isis as being God now. I'm trying to figure out how did you get Isis to be God when in Egypt Osiris was God?
So Osiris is the masculine of Isis. Okay. It's the masculine and feminine. All right. That's what it's talking about. See, what they did was they took the feminine, the woman, out of religion. They took God out of. They took her away from her place. All right. And they usurped her. That's why the Pope goes in these back rooms and they pray to the Black Madonna.
Uh, that's all fine and
And they
dandy.
give us and they give
You're
us and they
still
give us
missing
white
my
Jesus.
point. You're saying that God is not an idea created by man, but yet the God that you claim to be God, which is Isis,
Hmm.
was created by man.
Who said that? Who says? Who said?
What
See,
you mean? Who said that?
yeah. Who said it was? Who said she was created by man?
There's no evidence of Horus, Isis, or Osiris.
Hold
Just
on.
like there's no evidence for Jesus and the Abrahamic God. So
Well,
And
they
that's
were
where
wasn't
and
created.
the
wasn't that
and
whole
that's where I have to
entire
disagree.
pantheon erased by Akhenaten? Like,
Yes.
if it wasn't created by man, would a man be able to erase them and replace it with a different god?
That's what they tried to do.
No, that's what he did. That's what
No,
Akhenaten
no.
did.
And the one that came after him restored everything that he did.
But if it's not an idea, right?
Hmm.
And that these gods are real, then a man would not be able to erase the god and replace it, and then it wouldn't be men fighting to restore the god, right?
Hmm. So if y'all look here,
Can you address what I'm asking right quick, and then I'll hand it back to Nelly?
absolutely. So this whole thing, these people fighting, they're fighting for power. They're fighting to keep the
No,
secret.
I get it, but what I stated, right? If it's not an idea created by man, how
Hmm.
is it that a man replaced the gods with a different god, and then it was men who put the gods back in its place?
So when you take a person's language and their knowledge from them, they have to start from scratch. So you're free when you have a blank template, you're free to indoctrinate and adulterate them um, as you would. If you could separate the child from the parents, if you can somehow install a system or a um, uh, education, um, what do you call those things? When you go to the first day of school, they give you that. It's not a rubric. It's a we'll just say itinerary or something like that. Like I can't remember the
Syllabus?
exact word. Huh?
Syllabus?
Yes, syllabus. Yes, thank you. Yeah. So you're free to lay out the game plan on how to get someone to think a particular way. Kind of like
But do
Pavlov's
you
classical
understand that?
condition.
Do you understand that every action that you are describing right now are actions done by men, and not one action in your explanation has been done by a god?
My point
As
exactly.
as in terms of what like the very reason why I breathe is because of the God in me.
Okay. Okay. Let me stop you right there. Let's
Uh-huh.
just, I'm going to create a scenario here.
Hmm.
And I want you to, if I was a God, a
Okay.
creator of all, I created man, woman, everything on this planet. I'm a God.
Hmm.
Okay.
Hmm.
Do you think a mere mortal could erase me?
No.
Okay. Case closed. Osiris, Horus and Isis were erased by Akhenaten.
How? He was he didn't erase them. He drew the um the attention away from them towards one God. He tried to get the people to forget about them. Didn't erase them. Get them to forget.
Okay, once again, if I was Osiris and
Hmm.
I'm a real god, hands on,
Hmm.
do you think I would allow a mere mortal to be able to do that?
So there is no evidence that's saying that a mere mortal erased them.
The-
There are gods. There are people older than what you think. Well,
okay, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing because it just
I
sounded
don't take it
funny the way
personally.
you said it.
I don't. I'm not the other guy. I don't take it personally.
Do you know how many gods have been created by man?
Yeah, those are man-made gods. Those are
Those are man-made
inventions.
gods, right? So the
Yeah,
Abrahamic God, hold on. The Abrahamic God was created by man. Uh
he was
Zeus.
not.
Oh, the Abrahamic God wasn't. So you're saying Isis is the Abrahamic God.
No, what I'm saying is the devil is the Abrahamic God.
Excuse me?
I'm saying the devil is the Abrahamic God in the Bible.
The
Now, the God of
devil.
Abraham, Noah, Isaac, Jacob. No, that's the living God.
Okay, who's the
Okay,
devil?
his name is Samael. It's the Antichrist consciousness. It's the
Okay.
what is called the second intelligence, the
Is
evil
he real?
intelligence. Yeah, he's real.
Can you prove it?
Can I prove that the devil is real?
Yeah.
I can prove to you that ISIS is real. And then you
How
can
can
ask
you prove
yourself,
to me?
in the balance of God, there has to be an opposite
I have
between
no,
the
there don't
devil.
have to be anything. They created an opposite, which neither one can be verified.
Yeah,
Just like,
it's
but go
Mr.
ahead.
Terahawk.
You
Yeah.
hold on. You just said that you can prove that ISIS is God.
Hmm.
And how can you prove that to where these 537 and counting people can verify this?
Okay, hold on.
Are you going to a book?
Yeah, I got books, and I'm not
Okay.
going to the. I don't.
Okay,
I
hold
don't.
on.
I don't.
Stop right there. Stop right there. You see, you
Okay.
messed up. You messed
Okay.
up.
Okay.
That book was written by who?
How do you know what book I got
It
that I opened
doesn't
up?
matter what book you got. I don't care
It does.
what book you got. I
See,
said the book was written by who?
see, what book I'm getting out is not the Bible.
Okay, once again, I asked you, the book you're pulling out
Hmm.
was written by who?
Um, I got three out right now. I got one. His name is Israel Regardi. I got another
Okay,
one,
stop right there. Stop right
Manly
there.
P. Hall, and
Okay,
then
hold
Albert
on.
Church
That's
Ward.
two.
Okay, and Albert
And
Church
what's the
Ward.
third one?
Albert Church Ward.
Okay, you just named three
It,
humans.
yeah,
So now, since these three humans say this, you believe it.
no, no.
Well, then what are
See,
you pulling out the book for then?
because these are not opinions that are in these books. It's
Oh,
research. This
it's
is no,
research.
this is no emotion. This
Hmm.
is no passion. This is researching symbols, going to different tribes, asking questions over the course of written history. Okay.
Okay, but you still missed my point. I asked you to verify the validity of ISIS. That's what I asked you to do.
Yeah, and I'm
I
about to.
don't care. I'm not being rude when I say this, but I don't care to know what that man said, this man said, and this man said. That's still not verifying the validity of ISIS as being God. That's
So
just another person's opinion, this person's opinion, and this person's opinion.
So when people do uh, the scientific method, is that an opinion or is that replicable, uh, systematic way of uh, being able to duplicate the results the first time?
Okay, see, now you done brought science into it. Okay. When scientists usually have opinions on something, they back it up with facts. They back it up with evidence.
Yeah, that's what starts theories. That's the
Okay,
theory,
so
and then when they prove the theory, it becomes a fact.
okay.
You see, an opinion is a perspective.
You're still missing my point.
Like when you keep saying like, oh, you're going to get the book, and you didn't know what book, you're assuming that was your perspective, thinking I was going to get a Bible,
No, I didn't say nothing about a Bible. I said
and
I
then
didn't care. Listen to me. I said I did not care what book you got. I asked you who was the book written by. Because I know the book was written by some human.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so stop right there. I asked you to verify the validity of ISIS. I need you to prove to all of us in this room with undeniable evidence that ISIS is God, the Abrahamic God to be exact. Because if ISIS is the Abrahamic God, then that means your Bible, your Quran, your uh, Book of Enoch, all of them books that
Hmm.
talks about this Abrahamic God, they're all lying.
No, no. See, what they did was they refused to acknowledge the feminine in God.
Stop
They
right
refused
there.
to
I'm glad you just
the
said it.
feminine in God.
Right. You just said it. See what you just said? What did you just say? They. When you say they, you're talking about what? Humans, right?
Hmm. You know, they worship a different deity than the one true God. You see what I'm saying? See, they worship a lesser God
Okay, well let's just
because all
let's
these all
just
the
let's just go ahead and clear this up.
so when you,
I'm just
okay
asking
so
you the one thing and one thing only.
mhm.
Prove and show the evidence for ISIS being the Abrahamic God. I don't care what Paul says, I don't care what Luke says, I don't care what Isaiah says, I don't care about
I'm
none of
not
that.
a, do you care about Dr. John Henry Clark, what he says, his research and his agreements as to Albert Churchward's research and him co-signing on to it
Thinker, am I
and
saying
writing
this
the
wrong? Hold
introduction
on,
of it?
hold on, bro. Am I saying this wrong? Thinker, am I saying something wrong? Am I making my point right?
Like this is what I'm saying is this is not an opinion. This is research. This is research. Okay, so this isn't belief. All right, this isn't emotion. This isn't about none of that.
So you
This is
telling me the researchers have got together and they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and
No,
with the evidence?
no.
scholars, it's been peer reviewed, all of that. They got together.
Hmm.
So you should be able, instead of continue to talk, you should be able to provide us evidence of that.
Thank you.
And when I was doing that, he kept saying that man wrote the books. So he was trying to just
Not
deny
a book,
the
not a
rest.
book. Anyone can write a book.
Mm,
We need archaeological evidence. We need peer-reviewed evidence. I mean, we need evidence.
yeah. So the Temple
Anyone
of
could write
Isis
a
is in
book.
Arizona. The Temple of Isis is in Arizona. It's in the
Oh
Grand
my
Canyon.
gosh, I'm
Oh
done.
God. Mm-mm. I'm not gonna even
He
go there
said a
with you.
temple of I. No, he
It's in
didn't.
Arizona.
Oh my.
It's in the Grand Canyon.
No, here we go. Why? Why? I
Just like in
curse. I
just like in
curse.
Kemet was called the Black Land, and they were called the Black-footed people. That's where you
Oh
get the
my
Blackfoot Indian.
gosh. I wish our ancestors put a curse on the oppressors because this is, look at this shit. Look at this shit.
It's no different. You
So I'm
basically Basically, what you are doing, and I'm sure you have people that believe what you're saying, and y'all all
Not
collaborate
belief, not belief,
on this.
not belief.
It's
Agree,
it's belief because you
agree.
cannot prove it. Hold on, stop. You cannot prove it. You cannot prove that you projected to the other side of the moon where ISIS is at. You cannot prove none of this. So you're no different than basically you're just people that got together that believe this story or believe that ISIS and Horus and Osiris truly existed. It's like you're creating a whole new denomination.
No, no.
I mean, that's what you're doing.
No, 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 no. See, what you're trying to do is you're trying to project onto me your
No,
He- He's
pessimism
not
and your
projecting anything.
and yeah, yeah,
It's utterly ridiculous. Have you even been to Egypt, the real Egypt? I mean, come on. You're saying ISIS temple is in freaking Arizona.
that's
You haven't
ridiculous.
brought up not one piece of evidence.
Like, have you even asked yourself like where y'all are getting this information from? I know that there are several Egyptologists um, that are, making y'all believe these things. Have you ever asked yourself why there are no other scholars, biased or not, or unbiased scholars, that have confirmed any of this information from that these Egyptologists are telling y'all?
I sent you an invitation to unmute.
oh, okay. Um, so these authors, I guess you can call them authors, these researchers who wrote this stuff down has said that they got this information came from the Library of Alexandria before it burnt down. Okay, it's traced the history from the earliest signs and symbols of hieroglyphics, um, totems.
I'm sorry,
Speaking
did you
with
hear the question that I asked though?
you asked about Egyptologists verifying this information.
No, no. I asked, have you ever asked yourself whether any other scholars, right, or researchers
Mhm,
have verified or agree or
mhm.
even disagree with what these Egyptologists are telling y'all?
Yeah, Dr. John Henry Clark. I study hard like John Henry Clark. Killer
I
Mike down by law. He
hey,
wrote the fault. He wrote the
hey,
intro.
hey,
He wrote.
hey, hey, hey.
Okay, go ahead. Talk.
Other scholars, right, who either agree or disagree with what the Egyptologists are saying. Other scholars, like just regular historians, um, uh, um, uh, researchers of history, right? Archaeologists, right? Whether they're biased or non biased. Uh, have you ever looked to see if anybody agrees with these Egyptologists?
Yeah, that's what I was explaining. That these all three people don't. They all don't know each other. Manly P. Hall passed away before John Henry Clark. Um, Israel Regardie
Are they
lived.
all three Egyptologists that you're naming to me right now?
No,
Okay.
but they
What's
agree
their field of
with.
studies? Tell me the field of studies,
So
please.
Dr. John Henry Clark,
Is a
our
field of
history,
study is what?
Black history, our history. I
Okay,
just did that.
that's one black scholar. Name another.
Mm-hmm.
Name the second.
Right, his name's Israel Regardie.
Is he black?
No,
And what is his field of study?
um, his field of study is Freemasonry. Freemasonry. This book is on the Golden Dawn Order. Deals with the Kabbalah. It deals with the Tarot. It deals with um, what else is back here? Hebrew letters, numerical values.
And he
gematria.
says that he says that the Temple of Isis is in the Grand Canyon.
No, he did
Okay,
not say that.
what does he teach about Egyptology?
I just said this. The Freemasonry. Freemason is an ancient Egyptian phrase
It,
that means
yeah,
child of
yeah,
light,
right. But
children of the sun.
right? And so, what does he teach regarding what you are saying today about the Temple of Isis being in the Grand Canyon?
You see, you're trying to bridge that.
No,
Like
no, no.
You can Google it.
No, no, no. What I'm asking you about, okay? Have you ever, like when these Egyptologists say to you that the Temple of Isis is in the Grand Canyon, right?
Mhm.
Have you ever asked yourself what other scholars agree with that statement?
You can Google that. That was a freebie.
Oh my God. Can you answer my question? Have you ever asked yourself what other scholars agree with that statement?
Yeah, there are plenty of them.
Okay, that's what
I
I'm
don't have them
asking you.
by name,
Can
but
you
yes, there are others who agree.
okay,
Which
who can you just give me a few?
no, you can go. I just told you, you can Google it and it'll show it to you.
I'm not asking
That's,
if I'm not I'm not asking that.
you want me to pull up a list of
I'm
people?
asking about your method of validating information that you receive. That's what I'm asking. How do you validate that the information that is coming to you is correct?
And I just said I have
Your
these
method
books,
of validation.
all these books over the course of the earliest written book I got is from the 1800s. So over the course of 220 years of these books that I have, all it's saying the same thing.
Okay, so
So these people that lived across multiple,
okay, so listen, which scholars agree that the Temple of Isis is in the Grand Canyon?
you see, you keep bringing that up when I just said that.
Because that is the question that I want to know. Like, how did you validate that
Hold on,
that information is true?
I'll Google it and then I'll give you the names of all the scholars that agree. Since
The fact that you have to Google it, right? That
I didn't
tells me
get, I
that,
didn't
yeah,
care to
well,
write
then
down
you
their
should
names.
know what scholars, right? You should know what scholars agree with that. If you
Why
did,
would
if
I
you,
need to do
because
that though?
that's what I'm
I need to
asking.
get
What
their
is your
names and say,
method of
here's a list of guys that
validation?
say yes.
Listen. I'm asking, what is your method of validating the information you receive? And if you're
Reading,
telling me, no, if you're
reading,
telling me that, so did you validate and research that?
yes.
Okay, so who told you, yes, this is correct?
All these books that I have over the course of hundreds of years all say yes. That yes. Manly P. Hall, yes.
Okay, hold on. What's his name?
Albert Churchward,
Hold on,
yes.
wait.
Manly,
T Hall.
Preston Hall.
Okay, give me just a second.
Okay, go ahead. You can look up.
Hold on. We're gonna do this one
Mm-hmm.
at a time.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm sorry. I know the typing sounds loud. 1 second.
Oh, you okay? It might be my fan. Yeah, I'll turn the fans down real quick, so just in case it's on my end. So while you're looking that up, I
Okay,
just
hold on.
pulled up
So
Wikipedia.
what book are
Okay, go
you
ahead.
saying? What book are you saying? Manly P Hall mentions that the
The
Temple of
secret.
Isis. Which let me get the question out.
Uh huh.
Okay. What I would like to know is, in which book does he mention or discuss that the Temple of Isis is located in the Grand Canyon.
See, I did not say that the Temple of Isis was written there was in the Grand Canyon. I gave you an example.
An example of what? Because that, what I asked you was which scholars verified, right,
Hmm.
that the Temple of Isis is in the Grand Canyon, and you said Manly P. Hall. What I'm asking you is which scholar said, when you verified that information, which scholar said, yep, the Temple of Isis is in the Grand Canyon. Now
Um,
I know that there is a rock formation in the Grand Canyon that was
it's just,
named Isis Temple by
mhm.
geologists, but that's not, they're not saying that that is the Temple of Isis. What I want to know is which scholar said, "Yep, the Temple of Isis is actually in the Grand Canyon."
So are you trying to allude to the fact that Isis Temple and Temple of Isis are two different things?
That's literally what it is. It's a rock formation in the
Hmm.
Grand Canyon that was named the Isis Temple by geologists.
So the Isis Temple is the rock formation is the result of what's left over after the erosion of the water.
What I'm asking you
Okay.
is what scholars, right, agreed with that? What scholars say, yep, that's definitely the Temple of Isis, and it was
United States Department of the
listen,
Interior,
listen, and it was originally located in the where the Grand Canyon is.
Halka Chronic, Roadside Geology, Arizona.
I'm sorry, say that
Um,
again. Hold on. Who?
Halka
Hold on.
Chronic,
What was the first name you said?
Halka, Halka,
Uh huh.
Chronic.
Are you saying chronic or tronic?
Yeah, no, Chronic, like Dr. Dre.
Okay, give me just 1 second.
Uh,
And which book does she say this in?
Roadside Geology of Arizona.
Okay, let's
Mhm.
see. 1 second.
So ancient Egyptian artifacts and all of that was found in the Grand Canyon and stuff.
In the part where they don't let us to go, in the northern part of the Grand Canyon,
Okay.
that's restricted.
Okay.
So on page also,
Hold on.
Manly P.
Hold on.
Hall.
No, let's not move. Think is reading. Let her read what you just told her.
Yeah,
And then we're gonna
so
come back to it. Because I'm gonna end
so
this
I'm not
in a
supposed.
few
So I'm not.
minutes.
You don't want me to. I can't.
No,
Wait
no,
till
no.
she finishes
I
reading it. We're going step by step.
I think we got super off track about the point that I was making.
No, we didn't because
Yeah,
we deal with facts in here, right? And resources. And so when I came back, I heard Lala saying to you that we need archaeological data, we need peer-reviewed resources, right? Um, let me see.
I tried to pull up signs and
And
symbols of
ISIS Temple
primordial
is
man.
so
It was
ISIS
peer
Temple is
research.
not ISIS Temple is not directly mentioned in Roadside Geology of Arizona. It says Halka Chronic provides detailed descriptions of various geological features in the Grand Canyon, including the Isis Temple formation.
Mm,
While the
there you
specific
go.
text regarding Isis Temple is not directly available in her book, the book is known for its comprehensive coverage of the Grand Canyon's geology.
Hmm.
She doesn't say anything that you're saying that the actual Temple of Isis is in the Grand Canyon. She talks about the rock formations that was named Isis Temple by geologists. What
The
the
rock formation is the temples were made out of stone.
who is saying that the rock formation is the actual Temple of Isis? That's what I'm asking you. What scholar is saying this? Because she's not, and neither is Manly P.
Exactly.
Observational of all the pyramids across the world is made out of rocks.
Okay.
Okay, and they're formed in the shape of a pyramid.
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever heard
Go
of
ahead,
the?
man.
Have you ever heard of the Smith? I make sure I pronounce it.
Smithsonian. Yeah,
Yeah, the
I've heard of the
Smithsonian
Smithsonian
Institute.
Institute. Yes.
Okay, right.
Mm-hmm.
You heard of them, right?
Do not type in comment caps in my comments.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the 1909 hoax?
No,
Look that up. It
1909. What? What's
it's
the
called the
19?
1909 hoax.
Oh, HOAX. Okay,
Yes.
I thought you said HOST. Okay.
And think if you want to, you can Google that, the 1909 hoax.
No, I'd rather get it
And
peer
this is
reviewed and
and
all
this
the.
is from the Smithsonian Institute, who
Uh-huh.
denies having anything to do with this bullshit.
Hmm.
Wait, did you say you rather get a peer reviewed article about that?
It was a joke. Just like when I tried to say that Dr. John Henrik Clark peer reviewed the research of Albert Churchward in this book.
That
It was
Dr.
thrown out the window.
But they're both Egyptologists, right?
No, no, Dr. John Henrik Clark's not an Egyptologist. He is a scholar and researcher of Black history, of our history, African American, Black, indigenous to this land. His
Wait. You said that African Americans are indigenous to this land.
none what they call us African Americans. That's
I'm
right.
not. I'm Igbo. I'm not
It,
indigenous to this land. Yep, I'm Igbo. I'm not indigenous to this land.
Neither am I.
Neither am
okay.
I.
And so all the religions or customs, I should say,
Neither am I.
was the same all across the world.
But is there? Let me ask you a question. Do you
So
think that? Hold on. When
hmm
Asians like, do you think all Asians think that they are from China? Like, do you think
no, that's
Asian people go around saying you're not from India, you're from China? Asians come from China. Like, is there
Asians come
for
from
some odd
Asia.
reason why do you, right? So right, but they don't all come from one part of Asia, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. So why is it that when y'all go around saying Black Americans are all indigenous to this land, Black people ain't from Africa? Like, why don't y'all just talk about yourself and stop including everybody in that? Because I know where I come from. I'm not
Yeah.
indigenous to America. I am not indigenous to America. I am not.
Then that's you. I was saying the
Right. So
labels that
like,
they put on
stop
us.
adding all. There is no us in that.
Wait, what do you,
There's no us in that.
when I
That's
say
y'all. Y'all say
okay,
y'all are
yeah,
indigenous
that's
to
why
America.
us is first person plural. I'm including me and
You
the
said
people
black. You
like
said
me.
black people in America,
I
and I
said
am a
just
black person in America, and I am not indigenous to this land.
okay. Then to the ones who have had their names changed from Negro, African American, Black, and all this other stuff.
That's my history, and no, we are not.
No, you
We
just
are
said
we
you
are
Igbo and you're not from
we
here.
are, and my ancestors.
Hold on,
My
miss.
ancestors came through the
I'm not
train.
trying
Hold
to
on, my
argue.
ancestors came through the transatlantic slave trade. My grandmother went from being a nigger to a negra to a negro. My mother went from negra to negro. I went from black to from African American to black. So that is my history. But I am not indigenous to this land.
See, the thing is that the reason why I brought up the 1909 hoax is because the air. I'm gonna just read it because I pulled it up. I had it saved. Now, in 1909, the Arizona Gazette published a story claiming that the Smithsonian Institute archaeologists discovered hidden tunnels and Egypt artifacts in the Grand Canyon. The Smithsonian Institute denies that they were involved in that discovery and that there was no record of the archaeologists who made the claim. And that was published. That's why they called it the 1909 hoax.
And then like I keep getting messages from people who believe the things that you believe, right? And I typically don't allow this type of conversation in my life. And I don't
Mhm.
know if the people who believe that the things that you believe are mad that I'm not pushing this narrative. Like what y'all believe for yourself and your ancestry ain't got shit to do with me. I'm not you and you not me. Your
Correct.
history, like your family, it's not my family. I know where my family came from. And you can't force me to say that I am indigenous to this land.
So now that we done cleared that up, let's go back of God is an idea created by man, but definitely you have created ISIS being the Abrahamic God now. This is a new one.
Playgirl, if you would listen to what I said, they are messaging me. They are messaging me, calling me dumb dumb, sending me YouTube videos, calling me dumb bitch because I'm not saying that I'm indigenous to this land. So yes, they are trying to force it.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, they literally do. I've had several of them try to and get mad when you don't agree with them.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. But I'm not gonna lie, this is the first time that I've ever heard that ISIS was the Abrahamic God. I've never heard that before. And if anyone has heard it before, I've never heard it. Mind and soul.
Nobody tried to force him to say he don't know God. Shut the fuck up.
So I don't know if I didn't see at what point I was. Did you get the part where I said that I didn't tell them to do that? Did you hear me when I said
No, I
that?
said I don't know if you are a part of their group. I didn't say you told them to do that. There
Oh
is
no,
a,
I
a
I
group
wasn't
of
reading the
men
comments. I'm
who
sorry.
yeah, no, I didn't say you told them to do that. I said I don't know if you are a part of, their group, but there are a group of men who DM me. They DM me YouTube videos. They call me names because I'm not teaching that black people are either Egyptian or indigenous to America. I like that ain't my history. I'm not teaching black history in here. This is about deconstructing Christianity. This is
Hmm.
not a Black History Live.
Yeah,
I'm not teaching black history in here.
and to agree with you and to back you up on that, a man should not be addressing women. Like I said when I first came, men, and I will say this: stop getting all this toxic, emotional, unhealed trauma and projecting it onto women, man, and make you look weak. Okay, that's somebody' mama. Act like you got some respect for your own mama. Okay, so when you see her,
Forget
when
the
you
fact
when
that I'm somebody's mother. I am a human. I'm a human first.
exactly, you more than that. You somebody's everything. That's why I
No,
said that's
I no,
somebody's
I
mother. You
no,
are your
nope. I no, no, no,
you
no, no,
somebody's
no, no.
everything.
Don't even separate me from me because I
I'm
matter.
not.
I listen. Hold on, because you don't think that you are, but you are. I matter. I matter to me. I matter to me, regardless if I'm somebody's mother, regardless if I'm somebody's sister, somebody's daughter. I matter to me. Don't do
Okay.
it to me.
Don't do it to her, y'all. Treat her like you want to be treated. Okay? Give her the same respect you want to have. In your weakest, most pitiful moment, give the utmost respect that you would want. You know what I'm saying? Stop acting like just because you on top or you comfortable or whatever, you think you sit on some type of perch and talk down to somebody else. Have some respect. This is why we down here in the first place. You ain't got no respect for her. You ain't got no respect for yourself.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Has anybody else ever told you they projected around the moon and talked to ISIS?
You don't. So all the people with the Urias on their forehead, those are all the people that have done it.
Oh, okay. I
Hmm.
just want to make sure I understand that. But nobody can. But nobody, if it was a million of them can't prove that they did that. They only can tell you what they experienced.
See, I could show you stuff, like you know what I'm saying, but I could show you the result. You ever seen them people move the aluminum foil?
Oh, okay. Man, I've seen people cut in half. I've seen man float. I've seen all of that kind of stuff. But there is a theory behind it, and there's also facts behind it. There's also evidence behind it.
That it's science
No, it's
to
not. It's
explain.
not science.
It's
It's
science to explain the phenomena.
okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Curtis.
Okay.
Somebody paid to
I
drop
think
you,
I've
so
been
we'll
up
have
here
to
long
move
enough.
on.
No,
Y'all go ahead. Yeah, thank you very much. Just like
All right.
that is. I've never heard that before.
Mm-mm.
That's new.
Mm-mm.
That is new.
This is exactly why I do not get into the that shit. I can't.
I can't either. But when he said ISIS was the Abrahamic God, I was like,
It was
this
a
was
new one.
it was a new journey for me. How did you come up with that theory?
Ria, Ria said,
So you can't
Ria
fire
said he
me. I
did the. You
quit.
can't. You can't fire me. I quit.
Oh my goodness.
It's been a crazy ass night. We asked for guests and we got them motherfuckers.
This man literally,
I'm surprised he ain't say there was a door that opens in the Grand Canyon that transports you to Egypt.
Oh, I'm
I
sure they
was waiting
believe
on
that.
it.
well, he
Huh?
changed his story because first he said he went there, he was there. But then when we broke it down into pieces, he admitted that his body was still here on planet Earth and his spirit went around the moon. I mean, that's
It's his third eye.
I
His
mean,
pineal gland.
your spirit must move like the Starship Enterprise. Cause just to
He
get
was on
to the
the other
moon
side of the
itself.
moon. So Ice is just chilling on the moon.
No, she on the other side of the moon.
God damn, so what, like, how do we, I wonder if we get a telescope, will we be able to see her? It's probably certain times a year.
It's amazing. No astronaut ain't never seen ISIS on the other side of the moon.
They don't
But he
think about
did.
stuff like that. Like, but I don't know. I don't know if it's the spiritual eyes thing too. Like, you got to have spiritual eyes in Egyptology too in order to see ISIS on the moon. I
You
don't
I
know.
need
guess so.
spiritual gargles. I wrote that down.
You gotta have that ooh wee to go to where he was going.
Mm-mm.
What's her name? AD.
Yes, AB.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good. So I need your age for TikTok purposes, please, and then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, which is the God we are discussing, or if you are deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, please.
43 and atheist or agnostic.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss from the board?
Well, I didn't have anything to discuss from the board. I wanted to come up with when that guy was up, the last guy, because I live in Arizona, and when he brought up the Grand Canyon, I've heard that from all the pretendians, and I wanted to dispute that.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately, we don't allow other guests on stage when there is a guest on stage. But I thank you for. I think I saw your comment where you mentioned that, and you said that it's a known scam in Arizona. Is that right?
Yes, 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 yes. Kincaid was I forget the guy's first name. His last name was Kincaid. And it was, as the other guy mentioned, in the 1909 Arizona Gazette. And it was written as a hoax. And from that hoax, it's just gained a life of its own, but it's not true.
Well, thank you so much for coming up and sharing that as a Arizonian. I appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one. This is why the method of validating information is important. Like people just take stuff and then just like, oh, that's true. Like you don't go and validate it. But then the stuff that we like, we'll read a scripture in the Bible, and they'll deny it, and it's right in front of their face. But they'll believe something that somebody say in a damn article or a YouTube video.
Book, yeah, or a book.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's
Like
the
I can't
weirdest
just.
shit.
Oh my gosh.
And when I brought up the Smithsonian Institute, I mean, do you know how many archaeologists are with the Smithsonian Institute?
Nelly, can you say that again?
I can't say it right. I'm sorry, my
Stop.
country
Nelly
ass.
saying Smithsonian is like me saying
Yeah,
superfluous.
Smithsonian. How do you pronounce it?
Smithsonian.
Okay, the Smithsonian Institute.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah. They have a lot of archaeologists that work for that institute, and for all of them archaeologists to back out, running, denying, I mean that says something right there by itself. But now let's move on.
So if y'all are in here, don't send me no more DMs. I've stopped reading them motherfuckers. Don't send me no DMs. This is not a Black History Live. You're not gonna hear me tell black people they from America. You're not gonna hear me tell black people they are Egyptian. Stop sending me the DMs.
We're Israelites.
Yeah, or Israelites. This live is about deconstructing Christianity, not black history.
I
Or
think
same.
I think that guy that was cussing you out, calling you names, I think he was a black Israelite.
He probably was. He kind of,
He
yeah, I was
was.
thinking
I
the
could tell the way he
same.
talked. He was.
He came up here mad, like from the
Hmm.
very beginning.
He couldn't wait to call you a
He had
bitch.
an alt against you.
hmm They do. They call me bitch in my DM every damn day. Jay, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
That's good. Can I get your age? If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
Well, I'm a believer and I'm 24.
All right. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Uh, the first one.
Is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society today?
Yeah, yeah. Yes, I
What are
am.
your thoughts on that? Can you speak up a bit? Are you in church?
In church, as in?
Are you in church right now?
No, 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 no.
Oh, you're playing church music?
No, I'm actually on the beach right now.
Oh. Oh,
Yes, and
Yeah,
that's
I could
why.
hear the waves.
yeah, yeah. So I'm
What's
saying
that
that
noise in the background?
is well, next door
Oh, somebody
over
next
the hotel
door.
is playing music.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Somebody next
All
door,
right.
yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I personally think that believing God is very necessary and is not harmful because without God we're nothing. And and the Bible is just a document that contain information that what happened back then, and is a form of moral compass to lead and direct it on the right path. So yeah,
I'm sorry. Say that again. Just Kim, thank you so much
I'm
for the
saying that,
$10 super chat. I appreciate you. It says Hippo
yeah, I
character
am,
collapses to the ground as his chair breaks, while the words wrecked appears above him. Just sent a super sticker for $10. Thanks for your support. I don't know what that means, but thank you. I'm sorry. Can you say that last part again?
yeah, and I'm saying that the Bible is just a document that contains information on what happened back then, and it's just a moral compass to direct we as a human being to write the right path and know what to do and how to try to get to know God, all these things.
Yeah, but the question is belief or non-belief harmful in society? Like telling us what you believe the Bible to be doesn't quite answer that question, though.
Well, well, to me personally, it is not harmful. It's not harmful. It is our outlook on life, and our ignorance that think that you know you know belief in God or non-belief is more harmful, because how can it be harmful? Like I just want to know, like, how can it be harmful in this society right now?
Yeah, like were
Because
you
I
here
don't.
just a few minutes ago when we had the last two callers?
Yeah.
How long have you been watching the live tonight?
Yeah, about 2 3
So you saw the last
waiting.
two. So you did see the last two callers before you.
Yeah, yeah.
And those last two callers, did they have beliefs in a God?
Well, well,
I'm not
I don't
asking you
know.
if you agree with their beliefs.
No, no, no,
Did
no,
hold
no. I
on,
know, I
listen,
know.
listen to the question. Did they believe in a God?
Did they believe in a God? Yes, they believe in a God, but I don't know which
It's
God
okay. It's okay. It's
they're talking
okay.
about.
It's okay. It's okay. Like I'm not asking you which God. I'm not asking if you agree. They believe in a God, and their belief caused them to behave or to think certain things. Correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Would you say that? Let's split it up right quick. The very first, the guy before the last guy. Would you say that his actions, driven by his belief in a God, would you say that those were harmful?
Well, all right. The okay, before the last guy, I wasn't paying attention because my internet connection was dropping, so I just come out for a bit while, and when I come back, is the last guy was talking about this
No, no, no,
this
no. Hold on,
Egypt.
hold on. No, 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 no. I don't. You've been here for 2 or 3 hours, so I want to talk about the guy that was before the last guy. Okay. Would
Okay,
you say? Would you say that his behavior was harmful?
no, I wouldn't say that.
So, addressing a perfect stranger that he doesn't know, like a random stranger, calling them bitches, talking down to them, inciting violence. You wouldn't say that that's harmful.
No, all right. The first thing I would say that that person have anger problem, and he used to deal with that, and try to find something to deal with that, because we
Hold
all
on, hold
sin.
on. You know what's happening right now.
What's happening?
You are excusing and choosing to just completely ignore harmful behavior by a human first, a man towards a woman, all for the sake of your beliefs. Like you're being driven by the fact that you have a belief in a God, and you need to believe that having a belief in a God, or you need to assert that having a belief in a God is not harmful. Therefore, you are willing to ignore or excuse away, right? And that's being driven by your belief in a God. A lot of times, this happens when, priests or pastors are harming people in the church. Right? There's a high level of sexual assault in the church, and because people have a belief in a God, they're willing to turn the other way, turn a blind eye, or excuse it away and say everybody sins or God's going to get them in the end, right? And you're kind of doing the same thing when it comes to how that man behaved on this stage in defense of his belief in a God.
No, I'm not saying that I'm going to tolerate his behavior, or I'm going to say that he behave is the right behavior. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is basically I'm saying that
You're not saying that, but what I asked you was, is it harmful? And you couldn't say that it was harmful. You said it wasn't. You started
it,
saying everybody sins. So you said it was not harmful, right? So you turned a blind eye to it. And you said, basically you saying that it's not harmful is you saying that it's okay. Like it doesn't cause harm, right? You're ignoring, right, what that type of behavior can do to another person. Somebody that's not as mentally strong as me. You're ignoring that, right? You're
no,
okaying that type of behavior to go forward, and then you're justifying it. You're excusing it by saying everybody sins. The very fact that you couldn't condemn that behavior.
all right, okay, and I understand what you're saying. Listen, I'm not saying that his behavior is acceptable because no man should behave the way that he behaved. He was behaving aggressive. He was behaving, emotional and all these things. And I'm not saying that no, that behavior is acceptable. I'm just saying that these people that come on your platform, they don't understand nothing about the Bible. So they think that going to church and read the Bible mean that you're a believer. You have to believe what the scripture says and do what the scripture do. And
Can I say something? Do you remember saying that, like, you were willing to say, "Oh, I didn't hear the conversation because my phone, like my reception was bad." Do you remember saying that?
yes,
But
yes,
now
I
you're
said that
saying,
before
but
because
now you're talking about his behavior in detail. So
no,
you did.
all right,
You
okay,
said,
okay.
hold on, listen. So this is what I'm saying, right? Like you're being driven to do these things, right? By your belief in a God. You were willing to even to like lie and say that you didn't hear the conversation because your reception was bad.
Listen what I said before. I didn't hear I didn't fully hear the conversation because my internet connection was going up and down. In the last when he was behaving aggressive and then you kicked him, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, what the hell? That was the last time I hear, his tone of voice going high and all these things and behaving aggressive and all these things. But that's what I'm trying to say. I don't have to lie. I don't have to lie on this platform for what? But what I'm saying is that people, yeah, some people gonna say that, or they believe in God and they believe in this and they believe in the Bible and they acting or what the Bible is saying or whatsoever, and they doing the opposite behind closed door. They're telling lies. They're doing these heinous things and all these things. Okay, but what I'm saying is, if a person believe in the Bible and believe in God like 100% and put his faith in God, they're gonna always do good regardless. They're gonna always do good because if I was on the road another day and I see a homeless man, and I have a little money in my pocket, and I give that homeless man because the Bible say that if a person in need, you should be kind and to give back to people, and I do it, even off, saying that the Bible said that I just do it on my own free will because that's me. I'm just a nice genuine person. So I don't have to behave some type of way because all right, the end of the day is we human being, we are perfect imperfect. We're gonna make a lot of mistakes, we're gonna do a lot of things, gonna upset people, gonna do all these things, but I'm not saying that that is acceptable. I'm just saying that people would like we overall in general we are imperfect perfect. If that makes sense.
But the
So
question
so
is, is a belief or a non-belief in a God more harmful to society? Like, no one is expecting humans, right, to be perfect, right? No one's
yeah,
expecting that.
okay.
But the violence that is incited or caused by a belief in a God is harmful. And in fact, your God incites violence, right, to defend his name, to defend his worship in this book all the time. Elijah is a very good example, right? When the 42 young men called him bald, right, and told him to go up, follow your teacher Elijah and die, you bald man. They were mocking him, and because they mocked him, he called down a curse from your God and
Mm.
sent 42 she bears to maul them, right? So like the belief, the violence that's incited behind someone's belief in a God is definitely harmful to society. And I think it's even more harmful, or just as harmful, when you as a believer in that God cannot just outright condemn it.
Well, I have never read that scripture before because I just start reading the Bible like fully. From the other day, try to understand the basics as is like, where God come from on all these things. But I personally believe that if if God do anything that harmful to human being, and listen, you cannot read one scripture and say that, oh, this is what God do. You got to read a couple scripture to understand, because no scripture never contradict no scripture.
Jay, I don't
So
think that's something that you should be saying when you're saying that you've not read the entire Bible, right? There are several scriptures that contradict each other. You're making a statement that you won't be able to back up.
well, yeah, you're right, but if you because I can guarantee that you don't read the whole Bible.
You can
and,
guarantee that
and
I
again,
don't. You can guarantee that I don't read the whole Bible. How
yeah,
can you guarantee
yeah,
that?
because no one has ever come forward and tell me, no pastor, nobody have never come forward and say, oh, they read the whole Bible and they know the whole Bible. No one ever come forward.
Well,
Come on,
Jay, I read the
just be
Bible.
honest.
Jay, I read
Yeah.
the Bible every day. I spend hours with the Bible every day. Every day. We do this live.
So,
We host this live
okay.
11 to 12 hours a day.
Oh, really?
Yes. We read
So,
the
all
Bible.
right.
We read the Bible in here. We study the history in here. We study the archaeology in here. So we do read this Bible every day.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask a question. Are you atheist?
Yes.
So as an atheist reading the Bible, and you search the whole Bible and to pinpoint, the the most heinous thing that the most heinous thing that God did, and you're going to use that against a person that just trying to, just get in a relationship with God. Cause listen, the end of the day is, at the end of the day is, if you reading the Bible and you don't understand, and you're going to choose the one, because in the Bible, back in the Old Testament, God was a God that do not play. He- Back in the Old
Your
Testament,
God was a homicidal maniac in the Old Testament, and he militarized a group of humans against the human race and taught them how to kill, taught them how to enslave.
okay. So I'll ask a question. Back in the book of Exodus, when God appeared to Moses in a burning bush, and and all these things. And one time God God tell Moses to go and save his people. Do you read that part?
When your God created a plan to flex his muscles, when he told
It's
Moses
not
to
flex
go
the
and get
muscles. Come
when he
on,
told Moses to
come
go
on.
and get the Israelites that he ended up
Israelites,
killing.
yeah.
Yeah, the ones he ended up killing in the wilderness because they worshipped another god.
Another God, another God, another God. Listen, all right, you
Actually,
understand that?
actually, let me hold on. I take that back. He was going to kill them in the
Yeah, going to kill
wilderness.
them.
Hold on. He was going to kill them for worshiping another god, but he ended up killing them because they talked bad about Moses.
What? Come again?
He was going to kill them because they had created the golden calf, but Moses talked him out of that. But then when they talked bad about Moses, he killed them.
I'm not gonna lie, you're so good.
But that's what
Like,
happened. I'm just telling you what
yeah,
happened.
yeah. I know, but I know that's what happened. But all right, okay. God gives and God takes. You know that God is a creator of all things. And if and if the, and if he don't like how things is going on, he gotta take life. And I'm not gonna even go and to think about that, all these things, even though it's stated in the Bible. But what I'm trying to say is, you cannot look at those things and say, oh, this God is harmful. This God is not right. This
Why
God is
can't
this. This
I?
God is that.
Why can't I? Did they not use this God to enslave West Africans? Did they not use this God to go into Congo and steal the resources of the Congolese people? Why can't I look at this God and say that this God is harmful?
All right. Okay. I must say this. You see, if you look at the side that God was rotting on all these things, you're gonna hate this God, because trust me, I have heard a lot of atheists is saying that, oh, God hates human, God this, God that, and all these things. I personally believe in God 100%, and trust me, I have felt God before. Trust me, and this was the most incredible feeling I ever feel. I cannot explain this feeling. And if you want to say, oh, all Christians say that, all believers say that, well, you can say that. But I'm
Jay,
gonna say this.
I felt the feeling that you felt before as well. And I was saying just yesterday, the same feeling that I used to call God when it came to me, right? And uh what I thought gave me the power to be who I am, to do the things that I do. I still have that same feeling even though I do not believe in your God. I know what feeling you're talking about. I just made this statement this morning.
Okay. I'm, I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say. If you really want to know, and to read, and to know what or right, or why the reason God do what He do, you pray, and
Jay, let me ask you a
you
question.
ask.
Jay, let me ask you a question. When there is a bad storm, right? And the storm knocks out the electricity. Do you pray and ask God why he knocked out the electricity?
It's not God did that. It's not God
Jay,
did that.
Jay, exactly, Jay. When there is a bad storm and people's homes are destroyed in the storm, do you pray and ask God why he knocked people's homes away in the storm or allowed people to die in a hurricane?
Listen,
I'm asking, do
I
you
can't.
pray and ask God
No,
about the weather, why he allowed weather? Do you do that?
no. I know.
No. You pray.
Listen.
Hold on, Jay. Listen. You pray and you ask God why he allowed humans to do what humans do, don't you?
Come again?
When you pray,
Mm-hmm.
you're asking God why he allowed something that a human did. You don't pray and ask God why a storm did a thing, why a natural cause did a thing, because you just know that it's a storm. It's natural. Right?
Natural, yeah.
You don't go to your God about things that are natural. You go to your God about things humans do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you ask your God, why did you allow or why did you do this thing? Right? When humans say, God told me to go into Canaan and genocide every woman, every man, every boy, and every girl. And then when a human says, God said to do this thing, you then go to your God and say, God, why did you do that? Except y'all would then say, humans do bad stuff, not God.
All right. I personally do not ask God why because I have been in a
You just, hold on, you just started your statement off with saying that you do. So now you're saying you don't?
oh, listen. I, I say to you that pray and try to ask God for guidance. I didn't say I'm going
You
to ask
said
why
you
because
ask God why he does a thing. That's what you said. I can play it back now. We're on, like, you're being streamed to YouTube. I can play it back. That's the reason I asked what I asked about. Do you ask him why he sent a storm? You did say that.
I didn't say that. Well. You know, it's probably it's probably a mistake. But I personally do not ask God why because remember in the book of Job when time God stripped Job of everything and God and Job asked God why and God told him that am I not the creator? What did he say? Am I not the creator? I'm the creator of everything and this and that and all these things. So me personally do not question God because you
Yeah,
know
you
if,
know
if,
what you're saying is that, right, your God being an all-powerful immortal being, right?
yeah, all knowing,
Right,
omnipresent.
made a bet. He made a bet with another powerful immortal being to cause harm to a mortal, a finite, powerless mortal. And when that finite, powerless mortal that looks up to this all powerful, immortal being asks, what did I do wrong? Why did I deserve this? His
Hmm.
unempathetic answer was, bitch, because I can.
Listen. You interpret the thing wrong because in the end of the day is
What did he
Satan.
say to him? Did he say,
What
I'm
what?
so, hold on. Did he say to Job, I'm sorry, I should not have done that to you. You did not deserve that. You are a righteous man, right?
Hmm.
Did
Hmm.
he say to Job, you passed the test. I was testing you and you passed the test. You are faithful. I'm going to give you double. Did he say any of that to Job? Or did he say, I do what I do? Don't come and ask me shit. Were you there when I hung the stars? Were you there when I kicked Leviathan's ass and threw him in the sea? Like, what? Which one of those did he say?
Uh,
Was he empathetic at all to this
No,
finite mortal?
no,
No, he
no.
was not. He
You
was very unempathetic. He was very disconnected to the suffering of Job. He did not
you want
care.
to know?
Hold on, Jay. He
Okay,
did
yeah.
not care about the suffering that he put Job through. He did not care. He said, I can do it and I'll do it again because I
Okay,
am he. I do what I want.
okay. And that's your opinion. Listen what I would listen
Well,
what the
then show me
scripture.
where he said something different.
No. He actually said that. But listen. God, God is trying to prove to Satan, even prove. God don't have to prove to Satan nothing. God is just showing Satan that he cannot become even nearly like him because even when time Job gets stripped by
Wait,
everything,
hold on.
getting
How
swords,
how was Satan? Hold on for a second. How was your God trying to prove to Satan that Satan couldn't be like your God? Where was Satan even insinuating that he was anything like your God in this Job story?
listen. All right, the main reason, as you said before, you said that God is betting Satan that, oh, he can do this, he can do that. But listen, I am stating that God do these things intentionally because
We know.
yes, yes, yeah, because at the end of the day is adversity build my character. Adversity build my character.
Only suffering builds your character.
Suffering, pain, all these things build my character. Listen,
Okay,
I love
so hold
suffering.
on,
I love pain.
Jay, hold on. So there are a lot of believers, right, that suffer today, right, because Jesus tells them to embrace the suffering. Paul tells them that suffering
Yes, a
is a
lot of
part. Hold on. So if that is the case, then why is it that so many of you believers have very bad personalities? Why were you willing to lie and say that you didn't hear the conversation between the other believer that was on stage, right? Why were you
listen,
willing to not condemn his behavior and call it harmful? Like if it builds character, right? Why are y'all's character so flimsy?
no, listen. Listen. I already told you that that behavior is unacceptable.
No. I had to walk you to that. You were trying to waffle. You were trying to ignore it
No,
and excuse it away.
listen.
You did. I had to call that out, right? So it's not that ability for you to condemn it came natural to you, right? That didn't come natural to you.
Come
It
on.
didn't. It didn't, Jay. I had to call it out. So you can't say that your ability to say that his behavior was harmful came from your God, because it didn't. It came from this conversation. It came from me
And
calling you out.
okay, and listen, people need to know that it's not everyone that says they believe in God practice what God preach.
It
Not
doesn't
everybody
matter.
that
I'm
says
talking about your
no.
actions now.
Listen.
No. I'm
Okay,
talking about your actions now, Jay. You were unable to condemn that behavior. You literally were willing to say, "Oh, I didn't hear it because my Wi-Fi was bad." Right? And then later you recall his actions and what he did. So I'm not talking about him anymore. I'm talking about you and your actions and your character. So if you say that suffering, that the things that this God intentionally does, right, builds your character, then you have to answer to why your character didn't reflect that.
so I'm asking a question. What do you want me to do or say to you? What going to make a difference that he did what he did?
I already told you that. Like, I asked you a very direct question. Was his behavior harmful? And you couldn't say yes.
I said to you that his behavior is unacceptable
No, you
because
didn't.
no man should
No,
behave.
you didn't. No,
Listen,
you
listen.
didn't.
All right, okay. when you state that, or if I've been watching the the live, yes, and I said about 3 hours, and I said my Wi-Fi dropped, my Wi-Fi drops, and when you almost when you almost kick him off and get irritated, I come back on the live, and I see that part when he's behaving a type of way, and I said to you that his behavior is unacceptable because no man should act the way that he act, because a man should be stoic.
You
A
started
man should.
no, you said that it was not harmful at first, and then you said that you didn't see it. You wanted to talk about the other guy. You want to skip. Then you said everybody sins. Everybody that says that they believe in God don't necessarily believe, but everybody sins. You started justifying it. But I asked you over and over again to just condemn it as harmful, and you couldn't. Right? And then we talked about your belief, right, being the thing that was driving you towards trying to move away from that, right? Because you wanted to prove that having a belief in a God is not harmful to society. So that point that you wanted to prove was more important than actually condemning the harmful behavior that you saw on this platform. Right. And so if all of that suffering that you go through by this God placing bets with evil entities that he shouldn't really give a fuck about. Right. All of this suffering that he's allowing the evil entity that you believe in to inflict on you is supposed to build character. What I need to understand is why that didn't reflect in today's conversation with me.
So
That's what I need to
I'm
understand.
okay. I'm asking this question. What did he say before? Because I have no idea that he said. Is the way he behave, and I say it's unacceptable. I don't hear I don't hear one thing that person, because as I said before, I was on and off the live. So you are the person should tell me that, oh, what he did, I don't have a clue what he did.
You
I just come on the
literally
live.
started explaining it. You started explaining it, and then I brought it back up. I said, Jay, do you remember telling us that your Wi-Fi went down and that you didn't hear the conversation? You started explaining what he was saying, how he was acting, and what he did. So I don't have to tell you anything because you started telling us on your own, Jay.
Yes, yes, I told, yes, and I said in the last part that I come on the live when he was flipping, and not even a minute, and you kicked him, I said, and he was behaving, irritated and all these things. That's what I'm trying to say. When he was getting loud, and that other person that was on your is a old man. He's saying that why this person is acting the way they're acting, and I'm like, yeah, for real. As a man, you should be stoic and learn how to control your emotion and don't behave the way you behave. And I said to you that his behavior is unacceptable. How can I condemn a person
I
while not
asked you
knowing
was I
what the person
asked
does?
you very directly, was it harmful? That was my question, and you couldn't say yes. You couldn't say yes. And we've already addressed this, right? And so now what we are on now is you saying that your suffering inflicted by this God and his so-called intentional bets with evil entities builds character. And I'm just asking you now, why is it that so many believers are still suffering in the world today, and yet they do not reflect this so-called character that you are talking about? Because so many of y'all will other each other. Y'all will say they don't, just because they say they believe don't mean that they believe. I am a Jezebel. Thank you for recognizing that. Jezebel is a boss. Thank you, Pyrex. That's
Listen,
another story. That's another story that y'all don't understand because you don't read your book. You think calling me a Jezebel is a bad thing. When Jezebel was fighting for her ancestral rights She was fighting to worship her gods that her father raised her on. She also never told an Israelite to follow her, much like I don't tell y'all to follow me. Right? I'm not telling y'all to worship any damn thing. I'm not even telling you not to believe in your God. Right? Jezebel, she saw a problem and she fucking fixed it. She was a badass. And men hated her because her husband trusted her. Her husband was in the bed crying because another man said no to him. And she fixed him some food and told him to get the fuck up and remember that he is the king of Israel. And she went and handled the shit. Jezebel is a boss. So thank
What
you
this
for
person said.
recognizing that in me.
He's lying. He will start singing. La 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 la. La la. Eh, These people are lost. Yes. As I was saying before, I want to explain what's going on with Job and then first, then go back to the adversities and all these things. What I'm saying is, God is just showing that he cannot be God because Job can go through a lot of things but still choose God. That's what the scripture is saying. The scripture is saying that the devil try to try to make Job being fall on his faith, and God shows Job, and no and God shows the devil that you cannot be like me, even even with
The devil
even
never
without
once
trying.
said he wanted to be like your God.
No, no,
The
listen.
Satan got up under your God's skin and said the only reason that
He
Job
can't.
is faithful to you is because you cake daddy him. And then your God said, all right, bet, take everything that he has and let's see if what you're saying is true. Your God was like a man, right? Whose friend with the bros before hoes code comes to him and he's like, hey man, you see that baddie? You see that baddie that I got, man? She loved me, man. I got her wrapped around my finger. She do anything that I say. And then his bro was like, nah, dog. She only with you because you give her everything. If you take everything away from her, if you stop buying her red bottoms, you stop buying her Birkin bags, right? You stop putting her in
uh,
Maseratis,
it,
she won't be
it,
faithful to you. That's what he
it,
said to him. She ain't gonna be faithful if you stop giving her all this shit. And then God said, all right, bet, go fuck with her. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna take my protection away, right? I'm not gonna give her 10 bands anymore, right? I'm a ghost her for a while. Then you go fuck with her. Go fuck with her and see if she stay faithful. That's what your God did.
well, that's what you think. That's what
Oh,
you
that's how
think.
the story reads.
No, no. Listen.
Yeah, show me in the text. Take me to the scripture where your God says to Job, "I
No,
did this." Hold on, Jay. Take me to the scripture where your God says to Job, "You passed the test." Where does he say that? Where does he say to Job, "You passed the test"?
but come on. Oh boy. Listen. What I'm trying to say is, listen. What I'm
I know
trying to say
what you're
is,
trying to say, but I'm asking you to back it up with the scripture. Everything that I've said has been scripture. I need you to back yours up with scripture.
common sense is gonna tell you that
No, no,
Job.
no. Scripture. I need scripture. Where does your God tell Job that he did this as a test, or even just insinuates to Job that it was a test, that Job passed a test?
Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Okay.
The Bible never state that. Oh, God said, oh, this is a test or whatsoever. Yes, God state that it was a test
Yeah, where? What
because.
scripture? I don't want your opinion. I want facts. That's what we deal with in here. Tell me the scripture so I can pull it up where he says this was a test.
Okay, give me a second. Give me a second.
Okay.
While he's looking, y'all please get these likes up to 200K. And a little bit about me. If you don't know me, hi, I'm Dudette. And I just have an announcement. I don't play about Thinker Space, and I don't play about Thinker and Lala. So no ableism will be tolerated in this space. No sexism, racism, ageism, homophobia, sexism, none of that. No transphobia, none of it. So keep your negative comments to yourself. Learn to deconstruct that shit and tap the screen. And please help Thinker reach her gift goal of finger hearts. But I don't tolerate it. Don't mess up in the comments. Don't mess with Thinker and don't mess with Lala. Love y'all.
Thank you, do that. If Jay, if you are talking to us, we can't hear you when you're off the app. If you come back with the scripture, I can pull it up on the screen for everybody to read together. Okay. Jay, the conversation starts in Job 38. If you're looking for that, he's going to be gone a while because he's not going to find that. Jay, the conversation between this God and Job starts in Job 38.
Job 38.
Yep, Job 38 all the way to 42. This is where it starts.
Okay.
All the way to Job 42.
Okay, can you read it for me?
You want me to read all of those chapters? Which part do you want me to
Yeah.
read?
When
All of
when
it?
um yeah, yeah, sure, sure.
That's a lot, Jay.
No, no. From from 38
To chapter
to
42?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's that is a lot.
Is
That's
it?
five. That's 5 chapters. You want me to read 5 chapters
Oh,
on
really?
this live?
Uh because of my is the only phone that I have in my hand right now, and I can get access to another phone right now. So
What specifically? What verse are you looking for? Do you know the verse in your head where he says, "Job, this was a test and you passed"?
as I said before, he does not say that point
Where
blank.
is the common sense that he is insinuating to Job that it is a test and he passed? Which verse leads to that common sense that you were telling us about?
Okay. Uh, Give me a moment.
As a matter of fact, Jay, look, let's just look at 38 when he responds to Job. Come back right quick. His first response to Job, right?
Okay, go ahead.
He shows
Yeah.
up in a whirlwind, right? He shows up in chaos, right? This in the beginning in Genesis 1, this God conquers chaos, right? He creates order out of this chaos. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But when he responds to Job, he shows up wrapped in the same chaos that he conquered in the beginning when he created out of chaos. He shows up wrapped in it. Okay? That's one thing. Then he answers Job and he says, "Who is this that darkens counsel by words without knowledge?" He's like, who the fuck is coming to me, right? Asking me questions without knowledge. Gird up your loins like a man. Stand up like a man, bro. Let me question you and you will answer me. That's what he says to Job. Right? And again, keep in mind, this is an immortal, all-powerful entity responding to a finite being with no power after he leashed the devil on him to prove something to the devil, to who y'all think is the devil. Okay? It's like it's like Mike Tyson unleashing the hounds on Steve Urkel. And then when Steve Urkel asked Mike, like, man, why did you do that? You know, my arms is like spaghetti. And Mike is like, because I fucking can. Like, who gonna stop me? Like, who are you, dog, to come and ask me why I do what I do? Right? Unempathetic. Right? Then he says, where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Like, you think you can come and question me? Like, were you there when I captured chaos and I laid the foundation of the earth? Right? Then he says, tell me if you have understanding. Tell me if you know, like, if since you so damn smart, since you want to come question me, tell me how I laid the foundation of the earth. That was his response to Job. Not you have shown your faithfulness. Not, Job, I knew you loved me. I shouldn't have done this. I knew I let that Satan get up under my skin, get in my head. I knew you were righteous from the beginning. Then he says, or who stretched the line upon it, on what were its bases sunk, or who laid its cornerstone when the morning stars sang together and all the heavenly beings shouted for joy? Or who shut in the sea with doors when it burst out from the womb, when I made the clouds its garment and thick darkness its swaddling band, and prescribed bounds for it, and set bars and doors, and said, thus far you come and no farther, and here shall your proud waves be stopped. He's talking about the sea, that he's talking about Yam, that entity, how he divided them up. He said, I swallowed them up and gave them bottles. Like, he talking cash shit. He said, I put a nipple in their mouth and put them in a baby blanket. He said, have you commanded the morning since your days began? Like, when have you ever woke the fuck up and told the sun to rise? Like, he's talking cash shit. Where are you getting that he says, Job, you passed the test, or this is obviously a test of Job's faith? Where are you getting that?
basically it's all about faith. All right, listen. The first thing you need to understand is God is omnipresent, is omni whatever they want to call that word. You know, I stuttered. I cannot call a certain word. Yeah, but if God know the future, the present, and everything, God know the reason why he do what he do. Because in the end of the day, God was the person that cast out Satan out of heaven because Satan would want to be like him, and and God is showing to Satan that, oh, no way, no how, you cannot be like me, no, and my people praise me regardless of what happened, regardless of if a person die, if whatsoever, regardless of anything.
That's exactly what he's showing. I don't have to be good to them. I don't have to be empathetic to them. They're nothing.
No,
That's exactly what you're absolutely right. I can kill their children and they still gonna praise me. I can create bands of militant humans and incite them against other humans and they're still going to call me good. I can enslave them and they're still going to call me good. I can create supremacy culture and they're still going to call me good. I can oppress them and they're still going to call me good. That's exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, but you are twisting everything around. You feel like, oh, because God have all the power, he can does anything he want to do. Yes.
That's exactly what he said right here.
No, you're not saying that.
That's exactly what he said.
Listen, what God is portraying right now is that regardless of the circumstances, my people are still gonna praise me, regardless of if I kill. Because listen, God give life, God takes life, and right now we are just addition to we are we are in this earthly world that we live in right now. We are just audition to go to heaven, basically. God purposely make us to have dominion over the earth and to multiply and to praise him. To
You're
praise
not
him.
saying anything different. You're all you're saying is the same thing that I said, and the same thing that this God said. Jay is going to praise me regardless of what I do.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
If I tell another human to go and kill Jay's child, Jay is still going to praise me.
Yes. So
So you're saying exactly what I said, and he has
okay.
no empathy for you.
Okay. Listen. You're thinking that, because God kills Job, child, and all these things. God is a wicked person. Is that what you're saying?
I think your God is a narcissistic homicidal maniac, regardless of him killing Job's child. That's not even the half of what he's done.
I have seen a lot that what God does, and God do this. Well, listen. If you want to call God narcissistic, I want to call God all these things. Regardless, God is the person. God created everything that created right now. And if you want to listen,
I
I'm
think
gonna
that
tell
I
you.
think that the issue, Jay, is like if you were talking about a storm coming and killing children, then how can I answer? How can I question the storm? The storm is not going to answer me back, right? That's something that I can do nothing about. But if you're talking about a human telling me that a God told it to come and kill other people, then yes, I will question that shit. When your God has to put itself in the body of finite humans to incite violence or harm or laws on other humans, I will question that shit.
Okay.
Nims, worry about your own motherfucking healing.
So I'm basically saying that, God do everything, for the good. Even if life is taken to listen to God right now, if God kills 100 billion people right now, to God is nothing, because in this life that we live in right now, it's nothing.
Jay, you're just
Yes,
saying the
yes.
same thing. You're saying the same thing, and I'm going to say the same thing. If your God is a storm called a hurricane, and that hurricane comes and kills 100 billion people, what the fuck can I say? If your God is in the body of a human being, I will question that shit.
Well, well, I have nothing to say, because you hold your opinion and I hold mine, and you hold on to your belief and I hold on to my belief. So
The very fact, Jay, that you are saying that if another human came to you and told you that a God told them to kill your child, that you would just say okay, is a whole ass problem. It's an entire problem, because your God at that moment is a man or a woman,
what?
and that would make you weak. That would make you weak, Jay.
Listen, this this was back in the Old Testament. This was back in the Old Testament. The book of Job was back in the Old Testament, and that one, when then Jesus was on the earth. If that's what you're saying.
I have no idea what that question has to do in response to the statement that I just made. What does that have to do with anything?
No, I thought you said, God in a human form, or this, that, and all these things.
Regardless, Jay, whether it's in this book or outside of the book, if your God is a storm, right? If your God is nature, what the fuck can how can I question a storm? But if your God puts himself inside of a human, okay, I will question that human. That is my point. And the fact that you're saying you would not is a problem.
I will not.
That's a problem, Jay.
It's not a problem, because if is the person that gave me life, again took the life back from me, why
What
why
human
should I
gave
have?
you life? What human gave you life that has the right to take it
I'm
away?
not. I'm not saying that a human
I
a
I
human
I I
cannot give me
said
life.
I said a human, Jay.
So so you're saying that God going to that human, and to make that human kill Job's children?
No, Jay.
What what what,
No,
what,
because Job's
what,
children was
what are you
killed
saying?
by a storm, Jay. They were
Okay,
killed by
yeah.
a storm. Listen, I'm going to say it again, okay? If a hurricane comes and a hurricane kills people, There is shit all that I can do about the hurricane. Acceptance is just it. And if you are calling the hurricane your God, there ain't shit you can do about a hurricane causing harm.
Okay.
Nature doesn't promise you it's good. Nature doesn't promise you, doesn't apologize for doing bad. It just is. But if
Mm-hmm.
your God puts himself or itself inside of a finite human and tells that human to kill or harm or oppress another human, then I'm going to question that God and that human. That's what I said.
Mm. Well, I'll be honest. I'll be honest. What you're saying makes sense. And from an atheist standpoint, you're gonna say that. You're gonna say that, and you will say that because you're gonna say is this God that we worshiping kills people, take life, enslave humanity, and all these things, and yes, still this is the type of God you're praising and you're worshiping and you try to live for. But what I'm saying is, and to kill the conversation, I'm gonna leave up this platform right now. What I'm saying is, if you really want to know God, if you really genuinely want to know and really want to find out if there's a God or whatsoever, if there's a higher being, trust me, you read the Bible. The only thing you have to do is pray, and seek
Jay, you
guidance.
cannot give me advice that you have not taken yourself. Okay, I
Oh,
don't
oh,
need
come on.
Jay, I don't need you to tell me to read the Bible. I already do that. You don't read the Bible and you are telling me that you know this God. You can't
I read
tell
the
me to
Bible.
know.
Listen.
Hold on, because you're being hypocritical right now. You can't tell me to get
Oh,
to know your God by reading the Bible, and you are claiming that you know this God and you haven't read it.
you're reading the wrong side of the Bible.
Jay,
You're
I read the entire Bible, but listen to
you
what
read the
I'm
entire
saying.
Bible?
Jay, yes, but listen to what
Oh,
I'm
wow.
saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot say to me that I need to get to know your God by reading the Bible when you don't read it and you are claiming that you know the God.
Listen, I
You
read
are
my
claiming
Bible.
that you already know this God without reading the Bible. So you can't tell me that I have to get to know the God by reading it. It's hypocritical.
Listen, I read the Bible, but I don't read the entire Bible like how you
Jay,
read the
we've
entire
talked
Bible. I
about
read the
two
Bible.
stories. We've talked about two stories in this book that you said that you don't know about.
What?
We've talked about two stories. I've brought up two stories that you didn't know about. You didn't even know about the story with Elisha, with the she bears. You remember saying that you didn't know about that story, that you've not read that story.
Yes, yes, yes. No, I haven't.
Yep. And with the Job story, right? You thought that in this Job story, this God said to Job that he passed the test.
What? What?
You
Listen,
don't read it, Jay. So you can't tell me to read it and say that that's how I get to know your God. You already claim to know this God without you reading it. That's what I'm saying. It's hypocritical for you to do that.
and I'm saying that you said you read the entire Bible. I haven't. I'm just at Exodus, and I read couple Revelation, read couple other scripture. I am just getting to know the scripture. I don't read the
That's not the
reach to
point. The point, that's
Ezekiel.
not the point. The point is you are
Was
telling me
mm-hmm.
that if I really want to get to know this God, that I need to read the Bible. You are claiming that you already know the God and you don't read. That's
I
the
said,
point.
but listen, I said, if you want to get to know this God, you read your Bible. I didn't say
I do
you
read.
didn't read the
So, Jay,
Bible.
does that mean that I know this God better than you? Does this mean that I know the God?
Huh?
Does this mean, since you say that, right? Then that means that I know your God better than you. Then, right?
No, I'm no, no, no,
Then
no.
listen,
I'm not saying.
that's the whole point.
No,
That's the whole point.
what I'm
Listen,
saying.
you can't tell me if I want to get to know this God that I need to read the Bible, and I read the Bible every day, right? You don't read the Bible every day. You don't read this book.
No,
Like you said, you just
no, I
now
don't read it every
starting.
day.
Hold on. You're saying you just now starting to read it, but you believe that you already know this God, correct? You believe you already know this God, even though you're just starting to read the book. You're in Exodus. Is that correct?
I didn't say I just started getting a relationship with this mighty, the King of King, the Lord of Lord, the
Yeah.
Alpha and Omega, the
And you
beginning and
know
the
this
ending,
God.
all these
And
things.
you know this God, right?
Not so good. Not so good.
I didn't
I
even
don't
say, I
know
didn't
him. Know
say
him.
good. I said you know this God, correct?
I said if you want to know this God, I said
Oh,
if you want
Jay,
to know this God,
Jay, you said you
yeah,
know this God. You even said that it's through a feeling that you cannot explain. Did you not say that?
yes, yes, I
Okay,
said that.
exactly. So you said that you know this God already, even though you're just in Exodus. So then you can't turn around and tell me, right, that I need to get to know the God through reading the book. That's not how you got to know the God. You claim that you already know this God through this feeling. And the book wasn't prevalent for you to do that. I read the book.
As I stated before, the book is just a document that contains information
Then don't tell
that
people
direct
they
you.
need to read it. That's my point. Don't tell people they need to read it to get to know the God then, if that's not what you do. That's
No, no,
hypocritical.
I'm no. Listen, I'm saying that you are taking out the most heinous part of the Bible.
Hey, the very fact that the very fact, right, that you yourself called it heinous, right? You called it heinous. You don't like this part of your God's character. That's a you issue,
No,
right?
no,
You hold
I
on.
don't read that
You've
part
chosen.
as yet.
You called it heinous. You're like you keep talking about his bad parts,
Mm,
right? You don't like that.
mm. I'm not saying that I don't like that part, but what I'm saying is, if you want to get to know God,
I do think
and
it's
to
heinous.
and to
I'm sorry, one second. Khalil, I do think it's heinous. I have no problem saying that your God is a genocidal maniac. It's him that is identifying it as heinous. I didn't use that
but
word. But hold on, stop, Jay. I didn't use that word, which I have no problem using it. But the very fact that Jay characterized it as heinous is very telling. He thinks it's heinous too.
yeah, because come on, if God is killing, if God is killing children as what you're saying, and do all these things, yes, it's it's to a human being, it's gonna be heinous. Come on, like be honest here. It's gonna be heinous. It's gonna be like crucial. Come on.
Look,
But
here's the thing. Look, your one of
yeah.
your brothers in Christ, Khalil, just commented and said genocide is not genocide when ordered by God. It's called righteous judgment. But here's the problem with that, Jay. Okay? A genocide isn't happening by natural causes. A genocide isn't happening by a hurricane, a tornado, a volcano erupting. It's not happening without a human being. And when people like you and Khalil excuse away other humans, annihilating other humans and calling that God, that's a problem.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Huh?
How do you know I'm not God, Jay? How do you
You,
know?
you,
How do you know I'm not God?
you're not.
How do you know?
Because I know that you're not God.
How do you know?
Because you're a human being.
How do you know that your God is in me talking to you right now?
No, if my God is talking to you right now, trust me, you won't be saying the thing that you've been saying to me
How do you
since
know?
night, and try to and
How
try to
I'm asking, how do you know? Your
hang
God
on.
did. Your God.
I'm
Hold
gonna
on,
play that
Jay.
game.
Jay. Your God sent lying spirits to a prophet, to prophets, to trick them, to get made them say things right that normally your God wouldn't say and do. Okay, your
Okay,
God. Hold on. Your God even said that He would get inside of a prophet and deceive the prophet. So how do you know that I am not your God right now, Jay?
okay, okay. Let me say something. You claim to say you read the whole Bible, right?
You're not gonna answer my question.
Yes, I'm gonna ask you your question soon. Just answer my question first, and then I'm gonna get back to that point, and I'm gonna like
What's
you
your
know
question? What's your question, Jay?
you said you said you read the whole Bible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the Bible state that there's only a fool that think there's no God exists. This
Right.
all a
Mm-hmm.
fool. So are
Yes.
you a fool?
Well, that those are words of a man, right? And I honestly, you can call me a fool if you want. Like
No, no, no,
when
no.
I hold on, listen, I'm
I'm not calling you
answering
a
you,
fool.
Jay. Jay, I am
Mm-hmm.
answering you. Okay, those
Yeah,
are
go ahead.
words from a man, right? A man
Mm-hmm.
says, only a fool says, in his heart there is no God. And so if you want to identify me as a fool for saying that there is no God, then that's fine. Like it doesn't bother me.
Okay, as I stated before, the Bible
Yes, and
itself.
I answered you. I don't, Jay, I don't believe in your God. Okay?
Okay,
And
and that's fine.
Jay, hold on. And I do
Mm-hmm.
not take this Bible as authoritative. So there is no need for me to identify myself as a fool. But because you do, because you believe in a God and you take this Bible to be authoritative, if you want to identify me as a fool for saying that there is no God, then I'm okay with that.
Okay, okay, no problem. And I mean, like, no disrespect. I'm not calling you a fool. I'm asking you.
Jay, I don't
You know,
care if you
I'm just
call.
asking
I
you
do not care if you call me a fool. Now, can you answer my question? How do you know that I am not speaking from your God?
because my God does not speak the way you speak.
Yes, he does.
My God do
Yes, he
not use the
does.
word you.
Yes, he does. Yes,
No,
he does.
no, no, no.
Yes, he does.
Listen, listen.
Your
Stop.
God has a very slick mouth. Your God has a very slick mouth. And again, I'm gonna
But
say again, Jay. I'm gonna say again, Jay. Jay.
mm-hmm,
I'm gonna say
mm-hmm,
again. Your God has no problem, right, deceiving people.
mm-hmm.
He said that he would. He did do it multiple times. And even in the New Testament, he said that he would send a strong delusion to make people believe a lie. So he has no problem being the deceiver. Okay? And so I'm going to ask you again, how do
Mm-hmm.
you know that I am not speaking for your God? Or Jay, that I am not a spirit that your God sent intentionally. How do you know that?
Because first of all, as I said before, if only use or say that God deceive or whatsoever, the Bible state that, and us believers, us believers believe that in the book of Job, God tests Job regardless.
Wait, the Bible says
Regard.
that? The Bible
Come
says
on,
that believers
listen.
believe that?
As I said before, as I said before, as I said before, you cannot read one script.
Hold on. Wait,
You
don't
cannot
say the
read one
Bible
scripture.
said. Wait, Jay, don't say the Bible says something that you can't prove the Bible says. What I'm clarifying is you're saying the Bible says that believers believe that your God was testing Job.
The Bible does not say that
Then why did you say the Bible says it?
because common sense. So
No, no,
common
no. We're
sense
not
because
talking common sense. You said the Bible says, not common sense, not Jay thinks. You said the Bible says. You can't say the Bible says something it does not say. Because people like me,
okay.
Jay, are going to ask you to pull it up. I'm going
Okay,
to ask you to point
I'm gonna
to
say
it.
this. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. The first thing I want, the first thing I want to say is, you are not God. You are not
I
God.
asked you, how do you know?
Have you ever died before?
Have I ever died before? Yes.
Have
How do
have
you
you ever?
know? Yes, yes, I've died before.
Listen, I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna play
I'm not
this game
playing
that
with
you're
you.
playing.
I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
playing with
yes,
you.
you're playing this game, and
No, I'm not.
I don't gonna. No,
No,
yes,
I'm
you're playing
not.
this game
So
because you,
so Jay. So the answer is you don't know, right? So when a human comes to you and say that
I
they're
know.
talking, Jay, when a human comes to you and say that they're talking on behalf of your God, how do you know?
When a human is saying that, listen, no human being, no random human being can come in front of me
Well, they can in
and
this
tell me.
book, so why can't they today? In this book, humans are talking for your God. In the book, humans are saying, God said this, God said do this, right? And thus said God. Humans are doing that all throughout this book, okay? And in your life today, Jay, a human told you that this God was testing Job, and you believe it. Okay, you didn't get your own understanding. You leaned on the understanding of another human being.
No, no.
Okay, Jay. So if in this book humans are speaking for your God, why can't a human come to you today and speak for the God? You already told us that if a human came to you and said, God told me to kill your child, that would be okay. So why are you saying now that no human can come to you and speak for your God? Why are you double speaking?
Because listen, there's no way a person that talk the way you talk and think the way you
So
think
okay, Jay,
and behave the
Jay,
way you
okay,
behave the way
Jay,
you behave.
Jay, okay, Jay. I think I get it that you think your God is squeaky clean. The question that I asked you was, how would you know? Okay, if a person comes to you and say that they are speaking for your God, that they are actually speaking for your God, how would you know? Is my question.
Trust me, I will know.
How?
I don't have to answer that question because I don't have to answer the question. As I said
You don't
before,
have to answer that question. Is it because you can't? Because you don't know.
no,
You
no,
don't know. You don't know when a human is actually talking to a God. Nobody,
because that's
Jay, you could
irrelevant.
tell us every
Because
day. You
that's
could
so
tell us,
irrelevant.
Jay, you
That's so
could tell us
irrelevant.
every day that you talk to a God, and there would be no way for me to tell if whether you are actually talking to a God. If you came to me, right, and you said to me, Thinker, God said such and such, how would I know, Jay, that you are actually talking to a God? How would I know?
Trust me, you will know.
How would I know that you're actually talking to a God, Jay? That a God actually said what you said a God said to you?
Because God will open up your understanding and you
How?
think about
How
things that
would
you
I
never
know?
think
How,
before.
Jay? How?
Because God will open you up your understanding and make you think about things that you never think before. So
How,
you gotta say,
Jay?
oh, listen. I'm not gonna. go down this road with you? I'm gonna tell you, oh, because
Because
I ain't God.
there's no way to tell, is it, Jay? No one's in your head but you.
I'm gonna ask a question. I'm ask a quick question. I want you
No,
to be
Jay,
completely honest with
Jay,
me.
hold on. There's no way to tell. There's no way to tell that Jay is talking to a God. Only Jay knows what Jay knows. There's no way to tell that Jay's pastor is talking to a God. Only Jay's pastor knows what Jay's pastor knows. Because nobody is in Jay's head but Jay. Nobody is in Jay's pastor's head but Jay's pastor. Nobody was in Moses' head but Moses. Nobody was in Abraham's head but Abraham. Nobody was in the authors of the Gospels' heads but the authors of the Gospels. You all have to take on faith that what a human tells you about a God. And that is why there are so many of you that have different beliefs and understandings about who this God is. That is why, Jay, when you got on this stage earlier, when the other two young men were on stage, you couldn't say that those people were true believers in a God. You started separating yourself from them. They don't truly believe. Just because they say they believe doesn't mean they truly believe. That it's not my God. Those were your words. The God that
Listen,
they believe in isn't the same God I believe in. Those were your words.
yes, I said that, and I stand on what I stand on, because the end of the day is you need to understand that a person that truly believe in God and truly believe in His word not going to act the way those person act, and talk the way those person talk, because guess what, the New Testament portray goodness. The Bible itself portray God,
So
portray
when
that,
Jesus called the Canaanite woman a
hold on, hold on,
dog.
hold on, hold
So
on, hold on.
hold on, Jay. So when your Jesus calls the Canaanite woman a slur, right? Which matches what white supremacists would do, right? Your Jesus was an Israelite. Everybody else that was not an Israelite was considered a dog, right? Insignificant, dirty, unclean animals, uncircumcised, unclean little animals. A little dog is what he referred to a Canaanite woman who was asking him to heal her daughter. And because she wasn't an Israelite, he did not readily accept her with open arms, and wasn't willing to heal her daughter until she agreed that she deserved the crumbs from the Israelites' table. Whatever was left over from the Israelites, she would take. Where's the goodness in that?
Okay, okay. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna give you your props on reading the Bible and knowing the Bible more than I know the Bible. I'm gonna give you your full props about
I
that,
don't
because to be
need
honest,
props. I'm asking.
but no,
I don't
listen,
need
listen. But
props.
anyways,
Jay,
if
Jay,
you need it
no,
or
no,
not,
no, no, no. Stop. I don't need props. I'm not looking for props. I am responding to the things you say.
can I finish? Can I finish?
No, no, because I don't want your praises. I don't need them. I'm
Okay, you don't
responding
want.
to the
Okay,
things
okay.
you.
I take
Yeah,
it back. I take
no.
it back.
Listen,
I
can
take
you
it back.
respond? Yeah, I don't care. Can you respond to what I asked? Where is the goodness in that?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question. Then answer your question, if that's fine with you.
You're not gonna answer
To
my
get my
question.
point across. Yes,
You're not gonna
I am
answer
gonna
my
answer your
question.
question. No,
Every time I
yes, yes.
respond to something you say, Jay, you want to ask me another question instead of responding to the question that I asked. I'm
Yes,
responding
because
to
I'm gonna.
what you said.
I want to get my point across, because, as you said before, you know the Bible more than I know the Bible. So I'm gonna ask you a question, and you answer, and I get back to the point and get back to your question. So my
No,
question is,
no, you did this the last time. I allowed you to do this
oh,
the last time. I no. Can you answer my
okay,
question?
cool.
No, you did
All
this
right.
the last time. Can you answer my question?
Okay. And what was your question?
Where is the goodness in that?
In what? Can you rephrase back what you said before? I said, can you repeat what
I
what
shouldn't
was the
even
question
have
is?
to. I shouldn't have to repeat it, Jay. I really shouldn't have to. You said that this God, there's nothing but goodness in this God. There's goodness in this God. And I brought up Jesus calling a woman a dog because she was a Gentile, because she was not an Israelite. He called her a slur, which is a slur that was used in antiquity, even used in the Old Testament when referring to Gentiles, right?
Mm.
Is how they looked at Gentiles as unclean, dirty
Unclean,
animals.
okay.
Let me
Unclean.
finish. Unclean, dirty animals. So they called them dogs. And when this Gentile woman comes to your Lord and Savior and asks him to heal her daughter, he says to her, it is not right for me to give the food, the bread that's meant for the Gentiles to dogs. He did not openly and
Please
willingly.
tell scripture.
I'm talking right
Please
now.
tell scripture. Please tell the scripture.
Stop, because you asked me to repeat myself and I'm already irritated that I had to do that. He did not willingly heal her daughter just because she was human. He considered the fact that she was not an Israelite, and that mattered more to him than her or her human daughter. It's freaking ridiculous. And then gonna ask me to repeat myself and then fucking run. If you think I'm rude, then this is not the live for you. I really don't care about that. You can just scroll the fuck on. I'm not gonna change who I am to make you feel better. Go find another live. Do people be sleeping with their phone like right next to their face?
Yep.
Like, damn. Like I be trying to figure out like how the storm be so loud.
How do you think I wake up muting and dropping people? My phone be right next to me, and when you
You
start,
wake up in the middle of the night muting and dropping?
yes,
Oh my gosh.
yes, often.
I didn't even know that. I thought you just be up. If you're in the box on purpose and you're not an accidental request, can you please comment so that we can bring you up? That's hilarious. If you're waiting to come on stage, I thought that there was somebody in the Discord. I think they left. Jay, I think what you did, like just leaving in the middle of me and repeating myself, was fucked up. I think that was disrespectful, right? Like you asked me to repeat myself and then you just left. And then to come back into the comments and say, I need to read my Bible more. I shouldn't be up here. Like that, you should have said something like that before you even left. You asked me to repeat myself. But remember, the suffering that you go through, Jay, builds character. Javon? Let's see. Can we take Javon down? They're not connecting. I'm going to clear the guest box out because I don't see anybody commenting that's actually in the box on purpose. So I'm going to clear it out. There's 800 people in the room. If you are wanting to come up, please send a guest request. Be 21 or older, a believer, or someone deconstructing, or an atheist non-believer who has deconstructed. I think it's like he said that if a human came to him and said, God told me to kill your child, that he would just be like, okay. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy to me. And then, like, not even recognizing how insane that is to say.
Yeah, he said a lot of problematic things. But what is with the other side tonight? You one man went on the other side of the moon, and now Jay is telling you you read the wrong side of the book. Like, what is going on?
Somebody in the comments said, Thinker be reading the Bible upside down. Like, what? Like, y'all don't like what you hear in this book? Like, I can't help this. This is your God. These are your stories. It's crazy. What's up, Quan? Right. Hello from the other side. So we don't have anybody that wants to have a conversation. Oh, goodness. It's too quiet in here with 800 people in the live. Chico?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Well, if that's the case, Yershin, then that's a good thing. 800 people who all kind of see the same thing. That's awesome. Chico, are you your age, please? Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm 30. I'm still trying to figure it out.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
Which topic did you come up to discuss?
um, God is an idea created by a man. I grew up in a Christian household, and I don't know. I don't know. Is it bad that like I'm questioning my religion? And I feel
No, it's
guilty for
not
even
bad.
questioning my religion because like I feel like something bad is gonna happen to me for questioning my religion because I grew up in that type of household.
And that's normal because they kind of make you feel that way
Yeah.
and tell you that, the God doesn't want, like, allow questioning,
Mm-hmm.
which is odd because the Hebrew scriptures, he's questioned a lot, right? Moses questions him. Abraham, questions him right before he's about to, like, destroy Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
So the Christian God, however, his nature is developed outside of the book, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
The early church fathers got together and they decided what the characteristics of this God is. And when I say decided, of course, they say that, their revelations were inspired by God, the Holy Spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the Christian God is all powerful, all knowing, omnipresent, benevolent. And these characteristics are not necessarily reflected in the book. And so, in order to enforce that nature of the God, they also had to, because it doesn't reflect in the book, they also had to enforce it through fear mongering and saying, if you question what you actually read,
Yeah.
right, then God's going to get you. Because they knew that the book was going to say something different,
Yeah.
right?
So, like, I'm so sorry. 'Cause I'm like still questioning religion in like general. So like what religion is the right way then?
I don't subscribe to a religion, right?
Hmm.
Not to say
Yeah,
I
yeah,
honestly don't think that religion is a, you know, um is a good thing. I
yeah.
think religion uh creates a lot of harm. It stops
Yes,
people from
it
growing.
separates us.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
creates division.
yeah.
Um but I also don't tell people that they shouldn't, because that's not for me to do, right?
Hmm.
That's a decision that I've made for
Yeah.
myself. Um yeah, I
So
hope that makes
sorry.
sense. Go ahead.
No, no, I was gonna say, so like, is it okay to question, like, to like be like, so what is the right way then? To like, what do I have to follow?
Well, if you go by the book itself, Isaiah says, come now, let us reason together. Like the God says to Isaiah, um, he invites them, right, to come and ask him questions and talk it out, like to hash it out. So, it really, it depends um, on, what your
Hmm.
belief system is.
Yeah.
And if you go by the book, or if you go by extra biblical teachings of, your pastors, other scholars, right? Um, I think it's okay. I think you should ask what is the right way. And then,
Yeah.
like, a lot of times people are only um, a part of a certain religion or a certain belief system because it was passed down by their parents, because
Exactly.
it's a
Yeah.
traditional thing.
Yeah.
And then they
So
go through life just not feeling like themselves, and
yeah.
uh, agreeing with stuff that makes them feel uncomfortable
Yeah.
inside,
So
right?
can you agree with the fact that, like, because we talked about, well, you talked about like how it was passed down to us, uh like, I don't know, like, what is the right way then? Is there even, like, is religion even a thing then?
What do you mean, is religion a thing? Religion's been a thing for a long
Yes.
time.
So like, what is the right way? Like, what,
So
like,
let
yeah.
me ask you a question, Chico.
Yes. Sorry.
Um, no, 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 you're good. So when you wake up in the morning, do
Mm-hmm.
you um when you wake up in the morning, what's the first thing on your mind?
Uh,
Like, what do
I
you want for the day? What do you want for the day?
I'm like, oh God, I have to go to work.
Okay.
No, no.
What do you want for the day? Let me ask it that way. Like, what's your hope for your
A
day?
good day.
And what does that constitute of?
uh, Wait, what do you mean? Sorry.
Like, what does that consist of? Like, when you say you hope for a good day, and
Yeah,
that would consist of what?
a good day.
What's a good day for you?
uh, no negative vibes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, how do you feel about you yourself harming other humans?
What do you mean? Sorry.
How do you feel, like, how do you feel about the thought of you causing harm to other humans?
That never crossed my mind though.
It never crossed your mind to harm other humans.
No.
That's good.
Yes.
And so,
Yeah.
if you were to cause harm to another human, would it bother you, or would you be able to, like, shrug it off? Or
I don't know. I would never cause harm to another human.
okay, so that's one moral that you have for yourself. That's a
Yeah.
law that you have for yourself, right?
Yeah.
So when you start your day, a good day for you would be to not cause harm to another human, and I'm
Hmm.
sure not to cause harm to yourself,
Yeah.
right? So that's a good start. Do you feel that you need a religious system in order to live by that law?
No. So can we agree that, like, why is religion even a thing then? If it's like more of a spiritual connection?
And I'm not necessarily calling that spiritual, right? That's just
No,
who
no,
you
yeah.
are, right?
Yeah.
But I know that people call a lot of things spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but so religion was created. The whole idea of like using gods to communicate laws, um, and the states being a religious system, um, goes all the way back to like Babylon,
Yeah.
where the king Ur-Nammu um, said that um, the god Namu gave him the legal codes
Mm-hmm.
to govern um, Babylon, right? Actually, I think the city was called Namu too, but so they used these gods to communicate these laws when people started building societies, and right, and the societies were kind of small, and so the legal codes were not as extensive as we have today. And so they would say that transgressing against one of the laws for the town would be the same as transgressing the divine law, right? Transgressing against their God because the law was divine. So if you look at the laws that you have for your state, wherever
Mm-hmm.
you live, or your country, um, and just think about like picture, the leaders of that of your state saying the laws for this state were given to us by Yahweh, and transgressing against these laws would mean that you are transgressing against the divine. That's how they would use religion and gods back then when they first started living in groups,
Yeah.
right? And then as the groups grew and people started living closer and closer and closer together, um, the laws started changing. Humans had to learn how to live on top of each other, if that makes
Mm-hmm.
sense. And we started building big cities and urban centers, and structuring governments and doing trade with one another, and right. And so the more laws that they created, it was this God said this and this God said that. Israel, however, their God was influenced by a lot of the laws from other nations that had legal codes before Israel became a nation. And so they use a lot. I mean, not use. You'll see some similarities from like the Code of Hammurabi, the Egyptian legal codes, instructions of Amenepe, instructions of Ani. You'll see some of those, even the Hittite laws. You'll see some of that influence in the Israelite laws because they lived amongst these people right before Israel became a nation.
Mm-hmm.
And as when during the time like when King Josiah takes over after the fall of the northern kingdom, when King Josiah takes over, he codifies a lot of the laws and he makes the government the religious system. So there was no separation of church and state back then, right? It was that the state was the church, or the state was the government in the religion. And that's how it was used back then. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
And as we grew, like to what we are today, now we have separation of church and state. Like they're two, like they've always been two different things, but it didn't start out that way.
So, sorry. I am so sorry. I'm gonna read in the comments. Sorry.
When you're on stage, it's easier for us to have a conversation if you're paying attention to we're paying attention to each other, and not reading the comments.
I
Sometimes
know. I
I
know. I
may,
respect that. I'm so sorry.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
But yeah, I hope that makes sense. So religion was a tool back then as they began to build
But okay.
country cities.
Like, let's say, I'm just gonna use an example. Someone praying for I don't know, just like their sickness to go away, and like they pray to and pray and pray to God for the sickness to go away, and they pass away from their sickness even though they prayed for it. Like how do you respond to that?
What do you mean? How do I respond to that?
So yeah,
Like
so like
I don't believe in a God.
I yeah, so I don't either. I'm
So
so sorry.
okay, yeah, I don't believe in a God.
I
And
think
so
I think it's
when
just like the religion thing. So like someone's like they believe that like they're gonna get better for praying to this like I don't know, this like figure and everything's gonna be better and like it doesn't happen and like then
they just excuse it away and say, well, the everything
yeah.
it wasn't the will of God or like
Yes.
yeah, it's
Yeah. Well that's why I joined because I'm questioning my religion as a I grew up in a Christian household. That's why and like when I try to explain this topic to them, it's always like, well, God has a plan. So like this person like passed away for this reason because God had a plan for them. I'm like, okay, so what was the reason?
and they'll say you can't know the mind of God. Right?
Yes.
They'll move it into the mysterious. But that's why
Yes.
I kept bringing up with the last guest
Mm-hmm.
that when you if you're saying that the God is nature, which they
Mm-hmm.
are, they usually don't question like hurricanes wiping out 300,000 people or tsunamis.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? They don't question that stuff, and they don't necessarily. They might just like shrug it off. Oh, that's just God, or
Yes.
but they don't necessarily talk about that as that
Mhm.
being their God,
And all they say is
right?
like, oh, it's the end of times. It's the second.
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't know.
yeah.
It's always been the end of time since like what, like years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I feel
But you should
guilty.
question that. the
It's
The guiltiness is because you kind of it sounds like you may still have like some reverence for the idea of this all powerful entity,
yeah.
and the um afraid that you're gonna be struck down.
Yes.
Hmm. Eventually, it does go away.
Yeah.
That fear, goes away. One of my co-hosts, Ria, she talks about the day that she said she told God, "Fuck you," and she was like, "I'm gonna try it and see what happens." And then she said nothing happened, and so then the next day she was like, "Fuck you, God," and then she's like, nothing happened, and like, you know,
See, even you saying that, like I feel like guilty.
yeah, and that's
Yeah.
normal.
That's normal, right?
That's a part of the indoctrination
Yeah.
process, like the fear mongering, and
Yeah.
you
I
know,
appreciate you. Thank you so much for like talking to me
you're
about
very
this.
welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
It's
Did you
like
have anything else? Oh, go
I
ahead.
just I just felt guilty for like even questioning this conversation or like joining this live
Yeah,
because
when
I
I
felt
first started deconstructing, like I used to be a missionary, right?
hmm
Um, when I first started deconstructing, it was scary for me. Like literally, like I could still remember it. Like my knees would shake.
hmm
Like it would be really, really scary. And I often explain it like in my head. It's like walking a tightrope, like
yeah.
trying to learn how to walk a tightrope. Because even like at the same time as I'm deconstructing and I'm learning all this stuff, my
Yeah.
heart is breaking, because I really thought, that I had a relationship with this deity. And I'm learning more and more and more about the God. My heart is
Mhm.
breaking, but I'm also at the same time learning to live without it,
Yeah.
right, and trust myself.
Yes.
And so that was one of the most scariest moments, right, as I learned to trust who I am, and
Yeah.
trust my own.
Yeah.
Like they say, don't lean on your own understanding. That was a scary thing to do, but I'm glad that I did, because I have a lot more peace of mind, uh, you know, um, peace of heart.
Yes.
Before I couldn't sleep at night, right? Like I
hmm
sleep like a baby now. Um, I used to have the TV on to sleep. I don't need that anymore.
Yeah.
Um, like I'm just a better human for it, and healthier in mind.
hmm
When I experience downfalls in life, I can handle them a lot better, because now I don't think that a God is punishing me for shit.
hmm
um and I know how to just take life
Yeah.
one day at a time, right?
Yeah.
And so it's a process, and it takes some time to get there. But the feelings that you're feeling right now is normal because you were indoctrinated,
Yeah. I know.
right?
I'm still trying to like figure that out and like learn that.
Yeah. It's like I don't know if you know anybody that's ever been addicted, right? Had an addiction before, but I was addicted to drugs, um,
Hmm.
and I talk about all this in my book. So I'm not like it's already out there,
A book,
but yeah,
girl.
but
Sure, message me. I want to read
mhm,
it.
um, yeah, sure.
Yes, send me
So
a
but
message.
I was addicted to drugs before, and the process of teaching your body to not depend on that chemical
Hmm.
is hard,
Yeah.
right? And learning new habits and talking to your body and training your body and reminding your body, hey, this is the new feeling, right?
Yeah.
We're learning something new. It's
Yes.
kind of the same thing, right? It's the same thing when as you are deconstructing from the indoctrination and the fear mongering, and you're retraining
Hmm.
your body, you also have to retrain your mind, right? Um, and so it's you have to like talk to your body, and when you feel the anxiety, just be like, okay, we're safe,
Yeah.
right?
Would you go as far as saying like religion is a cult?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You would?
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, why?
Well, because it has all the characteristics of a cult,
Yeah.
right? It requires complete loyalty, obedience, not questioning, financial support, community living.
Yeah.
There's exclusivity, right? Hierarchies, a specific doctrine that people have to abide by.
Yes.
Um, you have to spend a lot of your time with, that specific group or that religion. Yeah, it's definitely a cult. It's groupthink. You know, there's usually a leader.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know. Well, that's what I'm like still trying to question. Like I know I said this earlier before, but like what religion is the right way is my question. Or is it more like a one-on-one spiritual journey?
I was telling them today, like, so there's this theory that I'm working on that there were 6 different Jesuses in the Bible, right? Um, and there was probably more different versions of this Jesus in antiquity, but there's 6 that they chose to put in the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
right? There's one version of Jesus that I actually could fuck with, and they chose not to put that version of Jesus in the Bible, and that is Thomas's Jesus, because Thomas's Jesus didn't die for anybody's sins. Thomas's Jesus didn't want followers. Thomas's Jesus, when they asked him like how to pray, like how they're supposed to live, he just said, "Don't lie and don't do stuff you don't hate." Right? He was very simple. Like Occam's razor is Thomas's Jesus. Thomas's Jesus encouraged questioning, right? And ultimately, what Thomas was getting at is that it's you, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's finding who you are, right? And he says that there's, and I quote this all the time. He says, when the seeker finds, at first he'll be disturbed, right? And then he says, after he's done being disturbed, he'll be astonished. And then once he's done being astonished, he will find the all, or he'll control the all, right? And the all is just you, right? You take your power back, right? And so I liken that to the whole deconstruction process, and I just pictured that the writer of Thomas, is like, man, once I learned that this shit was bullshit, it fucked me up for a second, like my mind, like I was fucked up. But then once I got done being fucked up, I was like, man, look at all this, that I'm learning, and I'm even learning about myself, and then he's like recognizing the power in, and not being enslaved to this indoctrination or to this fear, right? Being able to move around on earth and seeing the reality of things and engaging, right, with that reality. That's like I can understand why they didn't put Thomas as Jesus in this book, and why they talk about Thomas the way they talk about him in the book as being like the doubter, right? Thomas was the only one that doubted and needed evidence. Thomas, you know, touched the body, right? And so that would be like me, like when we talk about facts and evidence, uh, facts over dogma, as Dan McClellan say. Like I would need to see the holes in your body and put my hand through that fucking hole, and then I need to see that you are that person to tell me that you rose. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't want that type of personality in the book. Did that make sense?
It did. I am like, but like also like I'm kind of confused because like you're referring back to a book, the Bible.
So what I said was there's like 6 different Jesuses in the Bible, right? Jesus
Mhm.
is a product, right? These are stories that people wrote, right?
Yeah.
In order to push a specific idea in
Yeah.
society. And so the product of Thomas's Jesus, right? This is a author that's trying to get people to question what they're being told.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
And so that
Oh.
version of Jesus they didn't want in this book because that version of Jesus requires data, requires evidence,
Yeah.
right? Requires questioning. And that author was saying if you just seek for the answers and you learn that this is all bullshit, at first you're going to be fucked up. It's going to fuck you up.
Mm-hmm.
Then once you're done being mad about being lied to, then you're going to be astonished and be like, oh, okay, now
Yeah.
now I understand, right?
Yeah.
Now I can move about. Now I know that this is about me, right? I
Yeah.
can move. Yeah, like you get your power back. They didn't want that version that author was trying to push out in society
Got
to
it.
get people to question.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you. It's freaking 4:48 a.m. I have to go to bed.
All right. Thank you for coming up.
No, of course. Message me because I know you were like wrote a book and I'm like I want to hear about it.
Okay, sounds good. Well, the
Yes.
name of the book is Find the Beauty in Your Now.
Yes, message me. I appreciate you and thank you so much for having me come up and like.
You're welcome. I hope you have a good night. Okay. Good
Yes, of
morning.
course.
All right.
Have a good night.
It kind of threw him off. He's like, but you're talking about the book. Do you believe in Jesus?
But message me?
Yeah.
No, we don't do secretarial work in here. And he's lucky.
When he said that, why did I think about you?
Baby.
I said in my head, Dudet is
Baby.
not gonna like that, huh?
You should have thought about me long time ago. Because you know me, I was about to yell $20 per question.
You're true. See, CC Josh, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please? I know that you were a believer. I saw your comment.
Yeah, I'm 21.
Okay.
18th of November 2003.
Don't dox yourself like that on. We don't need all that, okay?
Oh, okay, sorry.
Want you
You're welcome.
to stay safe. What topic did you come up to discuss?
Yeah, I want to go over the first motion.
Sorry?
I want to go over the first motion.
Is belief
Yeah,
on our
so,
belief? Okay, go ahead.
yeah, so, first off, I'll start with the Christian God. Is that okay?
Say that again, and can you get closer to the mic so I can hear you?
Yeah, I'll start off with the Christian God, okay?
You're gonna start off with questioning God.
Christian.
We're only discussing the Christian God. We're not discussing any
Oh,
other God.
oh, that's great. First off, statistically speaking, in terms of crimes in the UK at least, I don't know where you are, Christians actually commit the least amount of crimes, and atheists commit the most amount of crimes. And when it comes to violent crimes, Christians commit only 10%, whereas atheists do 70%. So that's one first. I can get the source up if you don't believe me.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna pull up my stats while you're
Yeah,
talking.
and The second one would be a state of I would say that in terms of morality, the Christians, the Christian morals that are objective are completely better than a moral nihilist society where atheists believe that subjectivity, such as slavery, was right at the time. I would say that's more harmful to society, such as why people think it's okay to have abortions.
Hmm. Wait, are you saying that atheists were the ones that wanted slaves?
Pardon?
Did you just say atheists were the ones that
No, no.
wanted slaves?
I was
What did you
giving.
say about
I was
atheists and
giving.
slavery?
Yeah, I was giving a sense that atheists have a subjective morality.
No, no, no. What did you say about atheists and slavery? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, slavery was seen as subjectively as less, like people were seen as less as persons, and this was a
By
consensus.
who? By atheists? Is that your point?
No, between from society.
Right, but who was pushing slavery?
It wasn't a
Uh,
specific.
yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
It literally was.
There are multiple slave masters that I can name now that are
No, no,
atheists.
no. Who was pushing slavery? Who was pushing slavery?
In what time? In what
In
time?
antiquity, in antebellum South,
I don't know who.
it was Christians.
Please give me the source
As
for
a
that.
matter of fact, yes, as a matter of fact, the Southern Baptist Convention was created to fight against the abolition of slavery, and the Bible, right, was used to justify slavery in the North. A lot of the slave laws that were created in Virginia uh, were created using the Bible.
Right, but you're using a
I'm sorry. Hold
composition
on. Hold on.
fallacy.
Hold on. Hold on. Also, the early church fathers with the Catholic Church in the Papal, they stated that it was Jesus's will for them to enslave Native Americans and West Africans because that was the only way. Slavery was the way to save the soul of the savages, right? The There is a address at the House Assembly where the speech was given, right, to vote against abolishing slavery, which they had a unanimous vote, and it was the Bible was used in this speech throughout the whole speech to justify that it was a God-given right.
Right. I believe we're getting really close to using a fallacy here, the composition fallacy, where you are equating a part of, let's say, the Catholic Church or wherever you want to bring as
I said the
Christianity.
antebellum South.
Yeah, sure. It's not, but they're not using the whole of Christianity. It's not Christianity as a whole. So it's a
I
composition
said they
fallacy.
used the Bible.
Yeah.
Your God condoned slavery in this book and never condemned it.
Wait, hang on. You have to understand that with the New Testament, we all agree as Christians as a consensus that we're all equal. Right.
No, no,
Yes.
no, they didn't.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
They
As
didn't.
Christians, from not just using the context of the Old Testament, but the New Testament as well.
And
Christians
they
believe that all life
hold
is
on.
equal.
No, we're talking about with slavery. And no, Christians did not, with the New Testament, agree that all humans were equal. No, they did not.
Okay, please tell me.
Tell you what.
Tell me where how you didn't think all humans what humans weren't equal.
When it came to slavery,
I'm a bit confused. The New Testament. Hang on. The New Testament. Please show me where in the Bible it says that all humans are not equal.
but let's go to Matthew. Let's go to Mark 7 and Matthew 15 right quick.
Cool.
Yeah. And then I do after this want to go back to the statistics on religion and societies.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not worried.
I don't have much time, but yeah.
Well, then we'll do this pretty fast. So here in Matthew 15, actually, let's start with Mark 7. Mark 7, starting at verse 24. Your Jesus is talking to a Greek Syrophoenician woman. Are you familiar with this chapter, with this story?
Mm-hmm.
And in this story, what did he call her?
A dog, right?
And why did he call her a dog?
Because that was what they called the Gentiles.
And were the Gentiles equal to the Israelites?
Yes, they were.
And in what way?
In the sense that they are all human life. Like, you have
Hold on, hold
different...
on, hold on, hold on. So when your Jesus said that he had bread, right? Was there somebody that was supposed to get the bread first?
Sorry, ask that again?
When your Jesus, right, being the father of the children in this story, were there children who were supposed to eat first?
I'm not too sure.
What did he say to her?
What, the woman?
What did your Jesus say to the woman?
He said, he basically, I know I don't know the exact word for word, but I know that he was saying to her, like, you're a Gentile, why do you come to me?
No,
This,
he
this,
didn't
that,
say
and
that.
that's literally
He
what,
did
scroll
not say
down,
that.
scroll down.
No, no, no. I want to know what you think that he said, since you
I
said
don't
that
know
they
what he
were
said word
equal.
for word.
Hold on, hold on. Before I reveal it to you, you
Mm-hmm.
said that he reflected that they are all equal, that they are human, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though he dehumanized her by comparing her to a
He
dog.
didn't dehumanize. He
When
didn't
he,
dehumanize.
what's a dog? Is a dog a human?
That's not, no. When Jesus called her a dog, that wasn't him calling her an actual dog.
What kind of dog did he call her then?
He's not calling her a species of dog, a different
What did he
species of
call her?
dog.
What kind of species of dog did he call her?
It's like me saying to you, you're, I don't know, a silly monkey.
I
And
was
is a
Me
about to
not
monkey a
say.
human?
dehumanizing you.
Is a monkey a human?
Pardon? That's not dehumanizing you.
What is it then?
Wait. Do you know the
What's
definition
the
of
definition
dehumanizing?
of hold on? What is the definition of
Yeah, I would say my definition of
dehumanization?
dehumanizing is likening you in the sense of your whole your whole self to a human. So I would say slavery, when they thought of black people as actual monkeys, is dehumanizing.
Yeah.
Bitch, watch
Okay.
your mouth.
What? I'm black as well. Be quiet.
Watch
Don't
your
talk to
mouth.
her like that.
Wait, what?
So hold on. So when someone, right, uh calls someone a animal as an example, right? That's not dehumanizing them.
I would say it depends on the context.
Right. And so the context here is what?
I would say this doesn't constitute it. No.
So when they use the word dog to refer to Gentiles in the Old Testament, are they dehumanizing the Gentiles then?
I would say, in terms of Jesus, no. But if it's
Hold
not
on, hold
Jesus,
on,
then
hold
yeah.
on, hold on. So if it comes out of Jesus's mouth, when Jesus says it to a Gentile, it's not dehumanizing. But if another
Yeah,
Israelite says it to a Gentile, it's
because that's a question of
dehumanizing.
morality.
Hold on, listen. When another Israelite refers to Gentiles as dogs, it's dehumanizing. But when your Jesus refers to Gentiles as dogs, it's not dehumanizing.
Yeah, I'll tell you why.
Yeah, tell me why.
Yeah, so Jesus' morality, right? He can do no wrong. Okay, he's a capability to, but he can do no wrong. That is his divine nature, right? So when Jesus does it, it is not of a place of anything wrong or immoral, right? Such as dehumanizing a human. We know that's
You're still
immoral.
not explaining how it's not dehumanizing
Yeah,
just because you say that.
just wait.
Hold on, stop
I'm
talking while
literally
I'm
explaining
fucking
it.
talking. Stop talking while I'm talking.
I'm literally
Okay?
explaining it.
I don't give a fuck. And listen, I'm going to tell you this, okay? I normally only allow 25-year-olds up here. Okay? So you are representing your age group. And
Okay.
the way you act on this stage is going to determine whether I allow 21-year-olds on my stage.
Okay.
Okay? Don't talk while I'm talking. Don't talk while the hosts are talking. Okay?
I'm very sorry, ma'am.
All right, thank you. The question that I asked you was the statement that I made was, just because you are saying, right, that your God can't do no harm, can't do no wrong, does not tell me how him using a slur that is commonly used in antiquity and is still used to this day, but is used even in the Old Testament, right, to degrade or dehumanize a group of people because they are not an Israelite. How was this woman supposed to just automatically know that this God is not dehumanizing her? That's my question.
Yeah. Dehumanizing constitutes immoral and wrong. Jesus can do no immoral things or wrong things. He has the capability to, but he won't. It's like saying, so I would say it's not dehuman.
Where in the definition of dehumanization does it constitute that it has to be immoral?
Are
Where
you
does it
not?
say?
Is that not what
Where does
you're
it say? No,
presupposing?
where in the definition does it say, right, that a person being called a dog or a monkey will consider whether or not this is moral or immoral before it hurts them?
Sorry, I thought you meant dehumanizing as it was immoral. If it's not, if you
No,
don't,
no,
if
no.
you just
I
call it
asked.
moral.
No. I didn't ask about morality. I didn't ask you that. I said he called her a dog. He
Mm-hmm.
dehumanized her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what I want you to tell me is with this woman goes to this man, right? She doesn't know that he's God, right? She doesn't know this. All she knows is that he has the capability of healing her daughter. So she goes to him and she asks him to help her and heal her daughter. And he tells her, "You are a dog. It's not fair for me to give what belongs to the Israelites to the dogs." How can you be sure that this woman was not hurt, right, or that she didn't feel shame by being referred to as an unclean animal just because it came out of your Jesus's mouth?
Because Jesus then said after, right? Jesus said after, because I don't want the tunnel vision on this. Jesus said after, and he gave her the bread, and he told her, "Don't worry, you will have what the Israelites have as well."
Where did he say that? What verse?
Hold on. Hello.
Hmm.
I said scroll down.
Yeah. Which verse is it? Which verse?
Wait, just wait. Keep going.
That's the end of it. There's nothing else after that.
Please go to the next chapter.
There is nothing else. This is
No,
it.
no,
There's
as in.
nothing else. There's nothing else after that. This is it. This is it. He goes on. He cures a deaf man. There's nothing else after that. Where
Wait,
did he say that?
what translation is this? Because
This
I
is
remember
Mark.
reading.
This is
I,
Mark. You want to go
I
to
said
Matthew? We
translation.
can go to
I
the
said
one in Matthew. Hold on.
translation,
We
not.
wait. Listen. We can go to the one in Matthew. Where does he say that?
I said translation, but
Wait. Which
sorry. Let me
translation
read
do
it.
you? Hold on. Which translation do you need me to go to? Which one?
Hmm.
Which one do you read?
Okay, my favorite one is probably New King James Version.
Okay, let's do that. One
Thank you
second.
very much.
Okay. You're very welcome. Okay.
It's right there. Let it be to you as you desire.
Where did he say that the bread that I have for the Israelites you will one day have too?
O woman, great is your faith. Let it be to you as you desire.
What was her desire?
To have to be what do you call it? Her daughter was healed, no?
For
For
her
her daughter to
daughter
be
to be
healed.
healed, right? Not for
Yeah.
her to have what the Israelites have. Not for her to one day have the bread of the Israelites.
But it literally
She
says,
wanted
let it
her
be to you as you
daughter.
desire.
She wanted her daughter to be healed. But did you know, like in this version, right? When she first called out to him, what did he do? What did
Hmm.
he do when she first called out to him?
I don't know. Please enlighten me.
He ignored her.
Okay.
So
Carry
is
on.
that somebody that sees humans as equal?
Yes, yes he does.
How so if he ignored her?
Because you have to understand the context, right? First of
Mm-hmm.
all, understanding Jesus's attributes. So the first one is obviously he has divine knowledge. He knows. Actually, even if you scroll down, it's literally. I can literally explain it with the verse. Please scroll down.
No. Explain this part first.
Oh, the divine knowledge.
Why did he ignore her?
Yeah, sure. Like I said, the attributes of Jesus. The first one, right? Actually, he has divine nature. So he's got omniscience, omnipotence, omnibenevolence. But you can choose to obviously depart with these attributes, right? But Jesus, Jesus knows. Can I use the verse to explain it, please?
I want to know
You want me to
why
explain his
he. No, no,
attributes?
no. I want to know why he ignored her.
Okay, can you scroll down so I can show you?
No. This is the part that I want you to respond to. Why did he ignore her?
But it's literally explained. right underneath.
Then you should know it. Then tell me.
But I want to give you a proper answer.
Then give me
Like,
the proper answer. You don't need to see the text.
but I just told you the proper answer is underneath.
What's the proper answer? Why did he ignore her?
Like, there's literally a reason. Like, I don't know the answer myself, but the answer's there. If you just scroll down.
Oh, so you don't know why he ignored her. Now you want to gaslight us, right? And now you need to read it so that you
How am
can
I
get the
gaslighting
answer.
you?
Yeah. So then, if you know, right? If he ignored her for a reason, and this isn't him being an asshole, why did he ignore her?
I'm saying I know the answers under there.
Then okay. Oh, so the answer's under there. You need to read more. Is that correct? You don't
Yeah,
know the answer. You don't know why he ignored her.
I don't know the answer. No.
The reason he ignored her is this. What does it say right there?
Which is the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Then she came and worshipped him, saying, "Lord, help me." Carry on, please.
No.
Wait,
Why did he ignore her?
I was not sent except to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
So he ignored her because of what?
Hang on, be right back.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry, are you there? Hello? You got 5 seconds to come back. He said, be right back. You got 5 seconds.
Got me over here singing Gladys Knight.
Singing what?
I think her name Gladys Knight.
What song?
Her 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh. Smug ass 21-year-olds really itch my asshole. Like they're like having to deal with little kids talk like that with like a lack of respect. Like I fucking cannot do it.
Mm-mm.
I wish my kids would go around talking like that to their elders. Like, ugh. That's what I was trying to tell Jay. Like, if all this suffering that your God puts on y'all builds character, why in the hell are Jesus's children, like the ones that we talk to, why are they all have horrible personalities? Like, what fucking character does he build? Because y'all are some undesirable ass motherfuckers to me. No, we don't like to be put on hold like that, Josh. And your personality is not one that I want on this stage. So I'm good with you. You too young, and I can't cuss out a 21-year-old the way I want to. Like you, I can't do it. So I
Speak for
don't.
yourself.
No, I know you will do that. That's why the age limit was 25. But I'm not gonna be up here going off on somebody's child, and like I can't. Like your mama should have done that shit. Your daddy should have done that shit.
I got it.
I know he's going like 21 to me is still not like I have a 22-year-old son and he still don't think as clear as he should. Like they're still growing, and they tend to think that they know shit that they don't know,
Oh.
and like I can't. Queen's Flower, how are you? Oh, Queer Sunflower. Shit. Queer Sunflower. Okay. I don't know. Like they did that yesterday. Hey M. Y'all give me just a second. I'm trying to get the box to open. Mm. Let's see. Shy Town girl, are you in the box on purpose?
Oh,
Hey Heretic, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing good.
I've been catching the live, and it seems like it's been an eventful evening so far.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah.
a crazy live tonight. We didn't get to do the reading tonight.
Oh yeah, no, I was working, and I thought I'd be home in time, but I wasn't. I just wanted to quickly hop up and ask or tell you that tomorrow I'm definitely available from the time that you start, or like 30 minutes after. Then I'm available for a couple of hours. So yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Usually it's slow around 2:45 to 3:45. So like right now, there's nobody in the box, but in about 15 minutes, that's when it'll
It's
start popping again. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So
What did you have any more thoughts about the first chapter we read?
I talked about it earlier at the beginning of the live
Oh, okay.
tonight. Yeah, just comparing um, the the Hebrew creation story with the Zulu creation story, and
Right.
how I forgot what there was a major point that I brought up about um, the God, like not knowing the God that did the creating of the male. Don't we
Yeah.
don't know if that God is male or female.
Yeah, we don't
Um,
know.
yeah, but that the female in the Zulu story, the female God is the one who brought order to everything.
Yeah, the
Um,
actual polytheist.
yeah, and talked about how in the Zulu story, it's the fault of humans, and why humans struggle with morality is because of our emotions, and that's the
Yes.
thing that makes humans flawed. And in the Hebrew creation story, it's acquiring a moral conscience that makes humans flawed, and not relying on a God for your morality. And I think that's really, really telling, right? Because in the Hebrew creation story, the God can only talk through humans, and so you're expected to get your morality from another human representative of the God, which were the kings at that time when this was written. The kings and the priest and the prophet. So as a commoner, you were not allowed to decide for yourself what was considered morally right and wrong. If you did, then that was seen as you challenging the king's power, right? Or challenging the priest's power. So that was a sin. That means that you were a flawed human. But in the Zulu creation story, it's just the fact that not regulating your emotions, and like you may be jealous of somebody, therefore the jealousy may lead you to kill somebody or steal from them or sleep with their spouse. It puts the accountability on the human, if that makes sense, and the other takes away power from the human.
Yeah, I completely agree with that assessment. I think the way that I summarize that is that the gods, the deities, they don't meddle in human affairs in this story. They're like separate from humans, whereas in the Christian creationist story, the God meddles. Jesus comes down and meddles in everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree. So
and
it's gonna be interesting the more we read, and learn about the Zulu religious
mm,
system. It's gonna be interesting to compare the two, like, and also like with the stories that we've already read about the
yeah,
Babylonian gods. Um, 'Cause I think it just shows what people were like in antiquity, how they answered questions about why things were the way they were, and where their level of thought was. Because I already can see where the Zulu nations, their thoughts was miles ahead from what we're seeing the writers of the Hebrew story.
yeah,
Like,
I think so too. Which is why you thought it was probably written before the Hebrew story.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Um, I wanted to. I did some research. I asked some friends, and the two that responded say they both don't know anything about the goddess Ma, and they both say they have to ask their grandmothers. So I'll get, hopefully have some more information, because it's really hard to find, the like we tried yesterday to find out what she looks like. And I've seen the figurines in curio shops, but like um it's I don't think it's safe for TikTok live, which is probably a good idea that we didn't show it.
oh, okay,
Yeah, because it's naked. So yeah, and the way the rest of the people are depicted is with more nudity than not, especially just because even in Zulu culture, in traditional ceremonies and stuff, women don't wear, top part of their garb.
yeah.
Yeah.
Get Psalm said ask about into as well.
I think Into is coming later in the story, so I don't want to like reveal too much.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah. Into comes later in the story. Yeah, or they are correct. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is a lot more fun than I thought it would be.
It's
Yeah.
really interesting, man, to just see where the thought was. And then I think too, although this is not a Black History Live, but I love the fact that we are introducing, some of Africa's culture that has been so demonized. And this is South African religious culture, but I think it also will give an insight into the minds of South Africans and what they were thinking before this Hebrew religion, this Christian religion, was brought to the continent.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's very very accurate. One last question. Do you still think that the tree of life graped Ma
yeah,
or not? Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, because that's what I've gotten. I can't see it any other way.
yeah, yeah. It
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to quickly touch base on
What?
that.
The
Oh
tree of
yeah.
life. Yeah, the tree of life great goddess Ma and the Zulu story. Like the tree of life was the male that was created by the God spirit
Yeah. The
for to be a
Unkulunkulu.
companion. Yeah, to be a companion for the goddess Ma, who she was alone, and so she asked for a companion, and so the God spirit created a male spirit for her, created a male companion for her, and it was the tree of life, and he was the most grotesque. Like the image that it paints is he was grotesque. He
Yeah.
had his branches moved like crab claws, like, and he
And
like crawled,
he has
like,
like thousand red eyes
yeah, and a
with a tongue
green
like a
slippery
lizard.
tongue. Like he
Ooh.
was gross, and
Actually,
he
yeah.
chased her and ended up catching her, and then he raped her, and she got away, but he ended up getting her again. And so the story
Mm.
ends where like she's kind of like she's entrapped, like he has her trapped is what I see. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
And I think it's for me. This is what I'm getting right. Like we know that in antiquity, before this patriarchal society came in, it was matriarchal. Like I
Yeah.
feel like it's telling the story of how the matriarchs were captured right through this patriarchal society, and so she's trapped right now by this grotesque tree of life and the Zulu creation story. So this is the first book, the first chapter.
I just want to say that you are spot on with that assessment, and more will be revealed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
How do we untrap her?
well, we gotta keep reading. I don't know if she gets entrapped. Well, the way Heretic says it, Ivor says she ends up just accepting her fate. Like just think about where you know if we look
Where
at
we're
where we
at
are
now.
today, we could
Yeah.
we just kind of accepted the fate, right? And maybe more to the story is being written, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think she gets untrapped. I think she just ends up accepting it.
Yeah. Quick question. Why do you think the Great Spirit, Nkulunkulu, made the Tree of Life so revolting? I have a theory.
I think because men have a tendency of I don't know. I don't want to. I don't know yet. Let me. I don't want to know. I don't want to read it through biased eyes.
Oh, but I have
Not
one
yet.
that's like it's based on what we already read.
Okay.
So remember, she asked for a mate, and she asked the Great Spirit, "Will he look as beautiful as I am?"
Yeah, I remember her asking
And
that.
then he didn't. The Spirit didn't want to answer. And
But why didn't
yeah,
he want it to be as beautiful as her though?
I think because the Spirit had already cursed her with vanity to begin with. Like it says that she was cursed with this. Oh, where's my notes? I read this earlier. Um, that he made. Hold on. Sparks. Gate of Eternity. We read this yesterday. It's in the book.
I
I don't
thought
want to.
I thought that the writer was trying to, you know, express how grotesque the patriarchal society is, like the harm that patriarchy was bringing towards in the world, in the nation at that time.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
that's what I thought.
Okay. Yeah. I just added more. I just thought that the Great Spirit Nkulunkulu was uh kind of petty in the way that that was done. Uh, yeah, that was just a little assessment, but I think yours is
Because it
way.
could be that like a woman gave her power away to a beautiful man that ended up right disrupting the matriarchal society that brought in the war and the famine that we see today.
Hmm,
It could be a punishment for her, right?
that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. There is this lady. She used to be a prophetess, and she said that she asked God for a husband, right? And she said God told her that she was not allowed to have a husband, and so she did it anyway. She met this man, she married him, and she said that she lost all of her, like who she was, her power, her essence. Like he just took her down through there, and like it. Even though like I know that this is her telling herself like, if I get a husband, he's going to take my power away. He's going to uh, try to make me small. She knew this anyway, even though she's saying that a God is telling her that. She knew it before she took this man in and started dating him and marrying him, and he did exactly what she knew he would do because she saw the red flags, right? And then so she's giving her testimony, and she's like, I didn't listen to God, and blah blah blah. I lost my power and who I was, and now I'm building myself back up. It's not that she didn't listen to God, she saw the red flags and she did it anyway, right? And so I kind of, when I was do not use caps in my comments, goddamn, you don't need to type caps like that. um I don't know why people do that. Jeez. um when I was reading the story of Goddess Ma and the Tree of Life, it made me think of that prophetess testimony.
Ah. Okay. It's interesting to draw these kind of parallels to from this ancient different creationist story that is so different and, like we said, much more imaginative than the Christian creationist myth. To see even there that there's parallels that we can draw simply by virtue of the fact that we're human and our human experience seems vast, but it's actually there are threads between us all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like at the end of the day, we all, in some way, experience the same things. We just express them differently.
Hmm.
And then we have different desires, right? So I think, like with the Zulu nation, their theology and what they wanted to communicate was the control of our emotions, right?
Mm.
Um, or the woman's emotions, should I say? And I think women, because women did have, leadership positions back then, they had a lot more say uh, in the building of communities, and
Oh yeah, they were part of the system. Yeah, they were very much
yeah,
part of. Yeah, yeah, you're right.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think putting the focus on the emotions as the thing that made humans imperfect is a very uh, powerful thing, because I would agree that our emotions are what drives us to do certain things, and not controlling them can cause harm to other people and to ourselves. It's also the
Mm.
thing that I think people call spiritual, right? Um, and so we can see what their focus was, or guess, right, what their focus was. When we look at the Hebrew story and the fact that this God wanted them to stay naked without a moral conscience, um, and to depend on the God for to define morality, we can see we can see the theology or the agenda that leads more towards a lack of self-control and handing that control over to a god or a godhead, right? So it
Ah,
kind of it the for me, the Genesis 2, Genesis 3 story sets up the ability for the kings or the priest or the pastors to control the human, the power of the human, because that,
yeah.
like, and I think that's why Christians can't get out of the garden, right? Whenever, because we're like, why do we always got to go to the garden? Because that's where they were told that they made the biggest mistake, and that mistake was them acquiring knowledge. So they reject knowledge because knowledge was the thing that made them a sinner. And
That's
so, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing that allows these people to control the morality of the human. I don't
yeah.
know if I'm articulating this right, because
I
my thoughts is
yeah,
like all over the place because I'm still figuring it out. But
yeah, I get it. And there's also a small element of like not wanting to take accountability in there
mm-hmm.
for the human, like even though they know they're Christians or the Judaism, they believe they're flawed, but um, but they still don't take responsibility for it.
Well,
Um,
I don't know if it's I don't think I think Jews do, Jewish people do.
okay, okay,
It's Christians who don't.
Christians. Okay.
Right. It's not their fault that they're flawed. It's Adam and Eve's fault, and it's Satan's fault. Right. It's not
Mm,
because they have, emotions that they don't know how to control. Right. It's not that um, you know they're the ones deciding what immorality or morality is. They have a lot of things to blame but themselves. They blame free will, they blame Satan, they blame man, right? Adam and Eve.
they especially blame the woman.
Yeah, and especially Eve, right? Like, so they have a lot of stuff to blame. And even their salvation is, they have their salvation, in order to be saved from that, they need a scapegoat, right? And so
Mm,
the sacrifice, the animal, them having to transfer their sins over to the animal, and that animal becomes the scapegoat. They have a built-in scapegoat, so they don't take accountability for the shit they do anyway. Like, it's built into their belief system.
Yeah, and if they do something, they just pray to be forgiven, and then they're fine.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no accountability. But with the Zulu nation, it's humans are flawed because humans have emotions. Or, and I don't even know. I think it did say humans and not just women, but it's saying that flaw came from a woman, from a goddess.
Yeah,
But
it's hinting.
humans are, yeah. But
Yeah,
the flaw is because humans don't control their emotions, not because somebody else did something, right, that made them bad.
exactly, exactly. At first, I was confused when I first read the book. I thought that Ma and Adam were like archetypes. I mean, Ma and the Tree of Life were like archetypes for Adam and Eve. But upon later reads, I was like, oh, that's you can't equate those two at all.
I'm shocked you saw that. I didn't see that.
No, yeah, it's like I just thought that, but that was upon my first read like 10 years ago. So not this time, not
Oh,
this time around. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's about 15 minutes later, so people should be popping out now. Um, Thank you for the quick chat, and I look forward to chapter 2, if I'm not mistaken,
yeah.
tomorrow. And the title is Beyond the Firstborn. So yeah, I hope Oso's here because I want to do a recap for him. Also, sorry, quickly tomorrow, is it okay if we just do like a quick recap of what happened?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, great.
Somebody's asking what book it is. It is Ndaba, My Children. The oral histories and religion stories of the Zulu nation. So, in the middle of the night when it gets slow, we're reading the oral traditions of the Zulu people, and then the book goes into more of a tell-all historical book of what happened in South Africa during apartheid and all of that. So like a complete history of the Zulu people. So that's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, and the author is Kredwo Mutwa, but it's difficult to spell. I'll put it in the chat, but yeah, I'll put the title in the chat and also the author.
It's really interesting. I like their creation story, even though she does get raped. I don't like that part.
Yeah.
But the creation story is it's more eventful than the Adam and Eve story.
Yeah, and the unfortunately in this space, that grape is also like symbolism for marriage
In the Zulu,
in this creation story.
oh, it's symbolism for marriage.
Yeah, it's also
That's the same thing in the Hebrew story. So like that
yeah,
that just speaks to what it was in antiquity, probably. Like I'm pretty
yeah,
sure that's how it was in antiquity. You grape a woman, you
exactly.
marry her. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, we could go on forever, but let me jump down and hopefully you'll have some productive, intellectually stimulating conversations today.
All right. Thank you, Heretic.
Bye.
Bye. That's interesting that was even the yeah. Oh, you said it's the Zulu Bible. It's considered the Zulu Bible. That's interesting. I don't either, Tasha. I was married once, and I will never do that shit again. Is it Jolie? Oh, okay. Jolie said, "Nope, not I." If you're in the guest box on purpose, can you please comment so that we can bring you up on stage, please? So that we bypass the accidental request. I don't see a need to get married. If I ever decide to date again, that person and I will have our own life. Like I don't want to be married. And I need my space, and I need to miss you. I don't want to see you every day. I don't want to see you 24/7. I need you to have your own life, and I have mine.
Here, here.
Danny,
Hello.
hi. How are you?
Good morning. I came on quicker than I thought.
Are you? Can I get your age? Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
uh, I've just become agnostic in about 3 months' time. I was going
Okay.
to ask you, will you not marry me?
Huh? You said, "Will I not marry you?"
Yes, yes.
What does that mean?
Well, you said you didn't want to get married, so
Yeah, I don't.
I don't want to marry you. I just want to be your friend.
Oh, okay. Um, even the word friend is a lie. So, but yeah, like we're I guess until you show me otherwise, we're cool.
Now, I'm really enjoying this being not subjugated to something that's most likely not real.
It's free. It's freeing, isn't it?
Yeah, you got this is a 69-year-old person talking here, so it's
How
just
long were you a believer?
let's say about 35 to 40 years, somewhere along in there.
Well, congratulations on your freedom and your healing. Did you go through a period of like feeling guilty, the anxiety, and did you go through that?
Yeah, I'm still a little shaky and unsure. I say prayers sometime, but I say if you're there.
Yeah.
Didn't get
That's
any responses.
yeah. There's one of our community members said that he went to church and there was a prophetess there and she was prophesying, right? She was pointing people out and prophesying to them. And he said, he was like, okay, this is your chance. Like, if you are real, let the prophetess point me out and, let me know that you are just here, that you're real and that, I don't need to go anywhere. And the prophetess never pointed him out. He said he got in the car and just cried. Like, why wouldn't you take that opportunity to just let me know that you're here? So he said he just cried because that was the moment that he realized that it wasn't real.
Yeah, you probably don't remember this. You speak to so many people, but we mentioned Daniel from Australia. He he pointed me.
Oh,
You're in.
yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
pointed me. You're in direction, and
Yeah, you
uh,
came in here one night after his live.
yeah, that's a
Yeah.
friendliest. That's a friendliest soul. Let's see. Wait a minute. He's not a soul. Okay, just a human being, a friendly human being.
I call him Pretty Eyes.
He's an. Um, he's a perfect. I don't think anyone else could have gently led me away and woke me up. He did, he took. He just so patient. I see him practice that over and over with people.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
Daniel's pretty cool.
yeah, it speaks a lot about you when he recommends go over and listen to Thinker a little while, and it's true.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Did you have anything else you wanted to
No,
share?
I'll just hang around.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much for coming up, okay?
Okay, I'll just silent for now, and if you need room, we'll kick me off.
Oh, I don't allow people to stay on
Oh,
stage.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
All right, have a good one.
Good morning to you.
Thank you, you too. When we did do Freeform Friday, we could get people to come up on stage.
At all.
I see y'all in the guest box. If you're in the guest box on purpose, can you comment? I see about 6 people in the box. Well, 5 now. I don't think Chi-Town girls in there on purpose. Sweetie Cakes, okay. Hey, Sweetie Cakes.
Good morning.
How are
Thinker.
you?
Hello, ladies. And I
Hello.
don't know who else. Hello,
Oh,
everyone.
that's Dudette. You was trying to figure out who the Kool-Aid man is.
Yes.
That's Dudette.
Good morning, Dudette. Oh, God. How is everybody?
I'm doing good. It's always a
Oh,
pleasure to have you on stage.
oh, thank you. I'm here every morning. I'm here every day, listening to the absolute madness sometimes. And
Were
and
you
I,
here earlier tonight when the guy
yes,
came up?
yes,
Oh my
yes,
gosh.
that was horrific.
Oh my
That
gosh.
was horrific. It shook me actually. Um, I don't know how you cope with that. I can't lie, but you matched his energy to a T, and I love that for you.
And I was so like embarrassed that I woke my daughter up. Like I was like, damn, I must have been like really loud because
But he
she's
came on
upstairs.
angry. He came on really fuming, and it's the thing sort of that when I look at the discussion topics that you've got up there, the unbelief for these men that they have this thing that they have this thing that they're sort of they're to be worshipped. A lot of these men in these religions, and when they see it, because he was saying, "You're not a real woman, my wife is." And if a woman is not subservient to them, or they know that this woman can never be subservient to any man, it really gets into their skin. They can't cope with it. And then they result to violence, and in either with words or but any type of violence. And that's what this religion is. That's what belief in this Abrahamic God, well, in Christianity anyway, I can just speak for what I know. I find the men quite violent when they don't find you to be the kind of woman they want you to be.
Yeah.
They resort only to violence, and it's and even when you are the woman they want you to be, they're still violent. Even when you are subservient, even when you do as you're told and you do as you're supposed to and you do as the Bible says and you don't say a word, they're still. It's just, oh my God, when I heard him this morning, and there are lots of them that are like that, and some of them don't want to embarrass themselves, they just put the phone down and leave. They leave the stage, but you can hear them seething. You can hear the rage behind their words sometimes. And I think to myself, oh my God, and these men have wives. And sometimes, Thinker, in the comments, I'll be going, oh my God, free his wife right now.
I went back when Nelly was talking to the other guy. I was reading the comments and everybody was like, "Oh, like somebody check on the wife." Like I feel sorry for the wife.
Yeah, like free this man's wife. She is, in pain, because I don't frankly understand how these very, very violent men have women in their lives.
It like so. I was once married to a man that is very narcissistic too, and I think sometimes there's a lot of things that push us to do stupid shit. But like for
Mm,
me, it was a lack of self esteem, right?
yes.
I didn't see my worth. I didn't think I had any. I thought I was lucky to be off the market. And I, you know, wanted to be in God's good graces because I was told that I was living in sin and all this stuff. And so it kept me trying to be this wife, this woman that I was, raised to be. And so we try to make shit work that we know damn well is killing us on the inside,
Mm,
you know. And a lot of us are taught that the crying in the middle of the night is what is it's what we're supposed to do, right? You just call out to God, but you're being a good wife when you suck it up. And so
yeah.
we tend to stay in place and in situations that we shouldn't. So like
That that
I don't blame her for being where she is. I hope one day
no,
she realizes, you know.
yeah. That is taught to us though. It's
Yeah.
taught to us in the church that, oh, when your husband is, abusing you, just go on your knees and pray for God to touch him. Um, when your husband's been, I've heard pastors say that over and over, and with the
Did you
rate of
see that video of the guy of the pastor telling the wife was saying that she was being abused and he had everybody come pray for the man Did you see that
Oh my
video?
god, no, that's horrible.
He was like, you need to pray for the husband. Like he had everybody praying for the man, that the man gets stronger,
Oh
right?
my
And
god.
not the woman. Like he was so much telling her that, her role was to just be a wife and not to complain, and that she's responsible for making him a good man. He was telling her that it was her duty to make her husband a good man, and for him, she was supposed to teach him how to treat her. I was like, this is fucking nuts. But that's what they do. They teach us that we are supposed to raise our sons and raise our husbands.
Mm, yes, and a lot of our husbands have not been raised.
Mm-hmm.
They've been worshipped, and even we have we have parents who worship their sons and ill treat their daughters. And sort of in the church, the role of the church is to keep the patriarchy alive, really, and to let women know that their place is beneath a man's foot, and not to ever challenge her husband and to be subservient. And that's why men are very attracted to these religions. They love it. I understand what's in it for them, but for me as a woman, I look at these religions and I know there's absolutely nothing in it for me, nothing. And so these men gravitate. That's why you see these red pillars, they're all gravitating towards Christianity. And, that the ones whose culture is Islam, they gravitate, the more women pull away, the more they gravitate towards the religion, because that's what gives them power. They have no power otherwise. A lot of these men in these churches, that a lot of them have nothing outside of the church, but they go to church on a Sunday, or these church programs. Don't give them a position. The moment that is brother this and brother that, and they have women falling over themselves to please them, and they are empowered and emboldened in the church, and they are somebody in the church. You remove them from the church, they're nothing, absolutely nothing, and nobodies. And they have no self-esteem away from the church. They don't have any power away from the church. Like when you were telling the guy, get a life, you have who you blame for your failures, but black women are thriving though. We've got black women who are thriving, and in spite of everything, and in fact we have it even worse because we have to also deal with patriarchy, but we're thriving. So you have no excuses. It doesn't make
I was thinking
sense.
about that part where I said we are tired. Like I swear I
Yeah,
put my like that came out like my
with your
whole.
whole chest.
Oh my gosh,
I
because we are
felt that in
tired.
my chest. I felt it within, I swear to God, I felt it from the depths of my soul. I think I screamed it with you in spirit because I thought to myself, yes, actually, we're tired of this shit. You
Yep.
see this, your attitude, you see this behavior. We're sick and tired of it. It's tired. You have to dance to a new tune now. You have to sing a different song. We've been hearing it all our lives. I'm 48. I've been hearing it. There are 19-year-old boys, 25-year-old men singing the same flipping tune. It's enough.
Absolutely. At some point, you got to show them how to fucking move forward. And then, like, when I was in the kitchen washing my hands, and I was thinking about when I said to him, you're blaming the white man for why you haven't built your own kingdom. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, that shit came out of my mouth. But I was thinking, like, in reality, they're waiting to get permission from the same fucking God
Yes.
that took
Yes.
their kingdoms away,
Mm.
right? To get it back and
And
to
made them
rebuild.
slaves.
Like, what the fuck? Like, how is the same motherfucker that came in and snatched the shit out your hand, how are you going to seek permission to get it back from that same motherfucker? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
That is exactly what they're doing though. But that's where their power lie because they're able to now lord it. They're able to lord it over women and over black women, because they're not lording it over white women. I promise you that. They're lording it over black women, and that's the only position that the church is what gives them that power, and
Yeah.
that's where they want to be. They don't want to grow. They don't want to move away from the patriarchy. I think it was last night or this morning. I don't remember when. I was listening to this live, and this guy, the title of his live was "The Patriarchy Does Not Exist," and you had this man. He sat there, this black guy, and
Hold on, sweetie case. I'm sorry.
yeah,
1 second. Man after God. An ecosystem would it mean that we don't want men on the panel? The fucking panel has been opened all night, and if you have something to say, then hit request. An echo chamber means we don't want you here, and we don't want to hear what you have to say. The only reason why you're commenting what you're commenting is because you don't like what you hear. Join the conversation. Go ahead, sweetie cakes. I'm sorry.
no, it's okay.
I'm
And
sorry. I'm
and there
sorry.
was, oh,
250K, y'all. I'm so sorry. Get the likes to 250K, please.
and this guy, and this one was saying, oh, the black women, they leave the family and they take the children with them. And I said, oh my God, you've got to be fucking kidding me. What does he mean? We leave the family and take the kids. Does that make sense? They
It
said,
doesn't make sense at all.
they said, oh, the black women are leaving the church. They leave the family and they take the kids with them. I said, you know what? I just blocked the guy because I can't deal. I don't need to see that live. I don't need to see it ever come. I don't need to see any of his content. I don't need any of that energy. How do you leave the family and take the kids with you? That's not leaving the family.
Because he thinks that he's been told that he is the head of the woman, like he's the head of the family, right? The same way that Jesus is the head of every man. And so he feels that when she leaves, even with taking the kids, there is no family without him.
Without him.
Yeah.
But there is, I think, and even a lot of the families thrive better without these very toxic men within it.
And I don't want anybody to think that we're saying that men, because my father was an amazing father, and my stepfather is an amazing father. Like
No, I
there
know
are
wonderful
some,
men.
yeah, there are some amazing men out here who don't prioritize toxicity, and they
Hmm.
don't, trying to prioritize proving their status, in society is that one over a woman. And those men tend to have very long marriages or very long prosperous
Yes.
relationships. They tend to build healthy families, right?
Hmm.
Because they see it as a community thing, right? It's a
Yes.
it's a partnership. But the ones that feel like they have to beat down a woman to prove their status in society, even if they're just beating her down with their fucking mouth, which tends to be just as harmful or even more harmful than, I don't even want to say even more because they're both harmful.
It's equally. Mm.
Yeah, equally harmful, as putting your hands on a woman. They complain when a woman gets the fuck away from them, and you think that a woman is supposed to sit there, right, just because a God told them to, because you think that that's a woman's place, is to be your fucking punching bag, or to be your cook, or to be your what they say, cum bucket.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
That's all they want, is for us to cook, clean, suck, and fuck. That's it.
And that man that said that there needs to be a law that makes women do that. Were you in here that day? There was a guy in our community. Uh, he was a deconstructionist, but he also held to the patriarchal
Of course.
society. Yeah, and he had shared a video on his page of this man saying that there needs to be a law that enforces women to hold up their end of the marriage contract even after they leave in divorce. That if a man has to take care of his family, if he has to take care of his kids financially after they get divorced, then she should still be required to cook, clean, fucking suck. And he was like, no lies told. I can't find one thing to disagree with. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? There is no law that makes a man take care of a woman financially when they get divorced. That law says that whoever breaches the agreement, right, and causes the financial strain,
Hardship. Mm.
right, has to pay alimony. And not all the time is alimony awarded, right? There was no alimony awarded in my divorce, for one, because I made more money than my husband at the time. But there was no alimony awarded in my divorce, and he cheated on me.
It's, and the alimony, I think, in the States as well. Here, you get what you get. We don't have. There's no standardized anything. What you get when you get a divorce here depends on the judge, his mood for the day, and whatever, but I think in the States, in certain, different states, there are different laws. And in certain states, you need to be married for a certain period of time, whether 10 years or 7 years or whatever, before an alimony can even be considered. And it's sort of prorated as well. Here, if you're both earning, the money that you're going to get is for the children. There'll be no alimony. You will get, and a lot of them, it's not like America where they'll arrest you if you're not flipping paying your child support. Nothing happens here. Your husband,
They threaten here, but
yeah,
like
they don't do it. No, here they
mm-mm.
don't even threaten. If he feels like it, he pays. If he doesn't have to. Nobody cares. You can be in absolute hardship with your children, and if you're not earning enough to be able to look after your family, they are trying to force women to stay with these awful men because these laws, and you have men who will swear up and down that divorce laws and family courts favor women. It's a lie. It's an absolute lie. That has never been the case. There is no system that is created by men, which the court system is created by men, that favors women. Nobody's creating any system that favors women. Not anywhere on this planet. It
Yeah.
doesn't happen.
I will say that it's not created to favor women, but some women some women do abuse it, right? There are some women who have some men who want to be in their child's life, but because the man doesn't want to be with them, they'll keep the child away from the man. So I have seen that happen.
It's such a small number of women that do that because men would throw that in the air every minute. But they won't go to court. If you go to court,
Well,
thinker,
I do want to just to be completely honest. Like, so I have three brothers
oh, okay.
who, I have 9 brothers total. I have
Wow.
3 who all dealt with the same thing, right? And then one of my brothers, he ended up, he tried to get his daughter because the mom sent the daughter to go live with her mother. She didn't even have my niece. As a matter of fact, this is the niece that just saw the young boy kill himself at the school last week.
Yeah, that's
But
horrible.
for a while, she was with her mom. She was living with her grandmother, and then like my brother had to fight to get his daughter. He ended up getting custody of her, and she's been with him for years now. But I have seen women, abuse the system and try to, because the man doesn't want to be with the woman anymore, try to not to let the child, see their father. So I don't want to pretend like that isn't an issue either.
Yeah, no, yeah, it can be an issue, absolutely. But I think because we're never talking absolutes, right? It's when we're having conversations, it always has to be we look at the majority and we look at the numbers, and it's never ever absolute. Nothing is ever one way ever. There will be women that do that, but the vast majority thinker, you have to be a special kind of sick to not want, especially if the man is a good man and he's a good father and he loves his children, for you to deprive them, you're a special kind of ill. And
Or selfish.
yeah, it's wicked. It's wickedness, and you don't care about your children to do that because I'm divorced, and I grab when my ex-husband wants to see the children. I mean, they're a bit older now, but my young son is 13. Anytime he wants to see him, he's free. He has free access. Anything he wants to do with him, he makes his arrangements with the girls because they're older. And, I have nothing to do with their relationship. He's their father. And whatever issues I have with him is nothing to do with them. They never chose him. I did. So, I couldn't imagine depriving my children of a relationship with their dad. I would never do that. I don't want a relationship with him. He didn't want to divorce me. I wanted to divorce him. And
And that's the thing. That's another thing they throw up, because divorce. That women are the ones that initiate the divorce, and that's
yeah,
true because
yeah,
we get tired, right?
yeah.
And the guy was like, we're supposed to work it out, regardless if they're beating you, regardless if they're cheating on you. You're supposed to stay there and fight for your family. I'm like, you have lost your fucking mind.
And
Like
the
you
funny
have
thing
lost
is,
your
though,
mind,
Tinker, the
huh?
funny thing is, it's not even work it out. It's these men don't want to work it out. They want to work it out when you're done. When you say, okay, that's it. I've tried for a few years. I've been talking to you. I've been saying, you see this thing you're doing, I don't like it. This thing's hurting me. This is toxic. This is causing me to be ill. And you've ignored it for years, right? And I've now decided, okay, that's it. I'm giving you what you want. You can just go. I've had enough. And then they say, oh, but you don't want to work it out. Why do you want to throw everything away? Like, I sit there sometimes and I'm flabbergasted by the conversations. And when my ex-husband says to me, well, you threw our family away. And it's like, me? You can keep your trousers up. And I threw our family away. You struggled to keep your trousers up for more than 2 minutes. And
Yep,
me saying I don't want to be in that situation is me throwing the family away and not you who couldn't keep your trousers up. The
exactly.
logic
The logic is flawed.
is really not, it's not logicking. It doesn't work. It really doesn't work for me. And when I heard that man this morning, it's so alarming that and it's not surprising because when you look at the rates of femicide all over the world, it's not surprising. And men are getting even angrier because women have decided not doing it again. Like I would never get married again. I'm not doing it. I'm not marrying another man.
And that's why
I
they're trying to write these laws, these covenant
to
marriages.
force us.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to force us, thinker. And nobody can force me into because I've got my own money, so I can't be forced.
Yep. Back then, marriage was a contract, like it was forced because the men had all the money. But now, women, we have our own education, our own money, our own businesses, our own houses, our own cars. We don't need to get married anymore. If
No.
if 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 we do, it's out of. I think some women are still getting married for the fairy tale wedding, like to be able to wear the big wedding dress, right, to have the big party.
Mm.
But I think marriage is more so out of want now. There are a few that still are doing it because they want to be the wife that's in the book. We had a young girl on the stage one day who said that she wants to be a second Timothy wife,
What is
and
that?
the wife that she said that she wants to like cook, clean, shut up when she's supposed to, like that. She wants to be a submissive wife, she said. And she was dating this guy who, well, in her head, they were dating. He never told her they were dating. And she said that she was already being the second Timothy wife to him. And I asked her, I was like, why are you doing that if he has not said to you that you are his lady, like y'all aren't dating? And she said, well, I want to show him that I can be that.
Oh my God.
And I was like, you're auditioning to be a wife. You're giving him the product before he even tells you he wants to buy, before he even tells you that he's interested, because you want him to see that it's a he's fucking not going to buy it.
Never. Never. Imagine this like it's a bit like going into a restaurant, right? And the chef brings you a whole meal and said, try it and see if you'll like it, then you can buy and you eat and your stomach is full, right? And then you're gonna get up and leave.
Right.
You'll get up and leave. There's no way you're not going to have you're absolutely not going to sit down and go through that process. It's ludicrous that, and it's so sad that our young people are doing this to themselves. It's really, really sad. But everybody learns. I'm sure I was like that. I was, when I
Yeah.
met my husband, I was 21, very, very needy. But he was nice. He was lovely, and he treated me wonderfully, and we had a few happy years until he decided to start moving mad. But there was just so many, because even at that age I wouldn't have tolerated somebody treating me appallingly. Do you know what I mean? He was nice to me, he was loving, he took care of me, but he started to cheat, and that's when, that to me, that's a line, that you don't cross. I don't care what else you're doing. I mean, because I'm an African, and it's like, well, he's looking after you and the children. What's your problem? So what if he cheats? That's not my modus operandi. I think it's a big deal if he cheats, unless it's okay for me to do it too. And if that's the case,
It's
because
not
none,
okay for you to do it though, because if you cheated, then you would just destroy his heart, and you would break your
he would
vows.
fall into pieces,
Uh
and
huh.
and I would be ostracized in my
Yeah.
community, and my children would be, so it's not okay for anybody to do it. Because I remember saying to my dad, would it be okay if I did it? And he said to me, what kind of question is that you're asking me? I said, then why is it okay for him to do it to me?
Right.
You think it's a cheek for me to even ask the question, but why is it okay for him to do? Am I not human? I don't get it.
It's kind of the same way this God made it about women's virginity and not the men's, right? Um, it's almost like they have this unspoken freedom to just, you know, fuck anything they want to fuck, and the women are the only ones that's supposed to keep themselves on lock, and they see it as, oh, he's just a man. He's just a
Yeah,
man.
yeah, they
Yeah, and you're
excuse the
supposed to
behaviors.
excuse it. Yeah, you're supposed to excuse the behavior because he's just a man.
It's horrific. I'm frankly not. It's not nice. It's absolutely horrific. That man this morning was horrible. Faith in this religion is incredibly harmful. It's especially harmful for children and children. Specifically, vulnerable people are harmed by believers, and the whole world is harmed.
I think
And
it's crazy that Mr. Liu is asking, why are women comparing themselves to men, and we're literally talking about breaking wedding vows, like that type of thought. That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
and then they wonder why women don't want to date anymore, or why women aren't rushing to get married.
yeah, no, I don't even, I can't, I don't have the energy, thinker. Don't even ask me for a date. I'm just all right. Just leave me alone. Because I'm just suspicious. I'm just suspicious of because it's not looking good. It really isn't. It's not looking good for the species. Where if they're going to prioritize patriarchy over women, over women's feelings and their egos, because that's all it is. It's ego. When you have men who are not egotistical, the patriarchy doesn't matter to them because they know who they are. They feel that they have substance away from being oppressive to women. They know that they've built themselves to a stage where they don't need to be disgusting to women
Do
in
that.
order to be men.
Do
What's
that.
Dudette doing?
Do that. Do that. What happened?
Ready to move on.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta take you down, sweetie cakes. Do that paid to drop you, so I gotta take you down.
oh,
I'm
okay, all
sorry.
right, all right. But it's lovely talking to you, Thinker.
Same here. I always
Yeah.
enjoy talking to you, sweetie cakes.
Take care.
Have a good one. Dude, that does not like talking about men.
I understand. I completely get it. You know, it's just a dry, drawn out subject, really, and we're all sort of. I think we're all done. To be fair,
All right.
yeah.
Have a
But
good
thank
one.
you. You
You're
too.
welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Do that.
I'm sorry. That was just too much. And
Oh my God.
I like some bass in some people's voice. Like I can't do that high pitch for too long. That's why I don't go in some other people's lives. That's just too much.
Do that is a trip.
I'm sorry.
No, you good. You paid to drop. This person here. Let me see. Shin. Is it Shin? Shinron? Is it
Hi,
Shin?
yes,
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
That's good. I brought you up because I wanted to explain. I only have one guest on stage at a time. The other people that you see on stage are co-hosts of the show. Okay, so we only do one-on-one conversations.
Okay, I
All
get
right.
it.
Okay. Also, I know you said that you can add a lot to the conversation as far as like deconstructing and something else. I don't remember. Um, so when you come up, we only have conversations with three types of people: current believers in the God of the Christian Bible, people who are deconstructing, like in the middle of trying to figure out if they want to deconstruct or have made the decision to deconstruct, or people who have deconstructed and they're now either an atheist or a non-believer of the Christian God. If you are an atheist or a non-believer of the Christian God, then when you join the stage, we'd still ask for you to pick one of these topics on the board, discuss that, and bring some type of knowledge or value to the conversation. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Which one of those do you fall in?
Let me see. Is belief or non-belief in the God more harmful to
First, can you
society?
let me know if you're a
Oh,
believer, if you're deconstructing, or
oh,
if you're an atheist?
I'm anti-religion, so I'd probably fall in the third tier of what you said, non-believer.
Okay. All right. And which topic?
Let me see. God doesn't prioritize moral goodness, false prophets and prophecies. I think I'll pick number 3.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so when it comes to these biblical prophecies, right? I was raised a Sabbath-keeping Christian, so we grew up learning about prophecies like Daniel chapter 2, Daniel chapter 7, Daniel chapter 8, Daniel chapter 12, and like different other prophecies and stuff in Revelation, like end time type stuff, right? So growing up, to me, all of these signified that okay, Christianity and the Bible was like the one true thing to do, but growing older, right? I stopped being a Christian when I was 19 and I am turning 32 this year. Growing up, you start to realize that those things align with history and that it seems as if these prophecies or whatever are coming to pass, essentially because the same people that the Bible warns you about, the elite, the cult, what some people call like the Illuminati, those are the exact same people that had a hand in writing in writing the Bible. And it's what I'm pretty much saying is that the Bible is a blueprint, which if once I say that to like Christians and like Hebrew Israelites, they'll say that, oh yeah, you're absolutely right. But that's not really a good thing. It's a blueprint because people stick to this script, line by line and verse by verse. And like I try to tell people, it doesn't make any sense for the Bible to have been around for at least 2,000 years. And people have been breaking down Bible prophecies on YouTube and stuff like that for well over 20 years now. And to think that the elite haven't been perusing YouTube and aren't knowledgeable of the same information that people put on YouTube for free, it doesn't make any sense. These things that is allegedly happening, that the Bible is prophesying or whatever, is happening because the elite want them to happen. And as I've been doing lately on like Facebook and Twitter and stuff like that, I've been going through and trying to show people that the Bible in and of itself is actually Luciferian. And the moment that we see the name Lucifer in Isaiah chapter 8, not 18, Isaiah 14, verse 12, is a moment that the Luciferian conspiracy is in their face. And it's actually kind of clear, right? People always assume that Luciferianism is just devil worshiping, people that want to go and worship Satan and all this other stuff, which that's one aspect of it too. But when you start to realize that there's a metaphysical aspect to it too, people always talk about how light is knowledge and light is information and everything. When you start actually talking about what light actually is, right? Light always gets cast, or light always gets portrayed as something that is good or something that is positive, because it helps you see, it lights your path, it helps you to navigate in dark or maybe tumultuous areas in a more safe way, right? But the other half of light is that it can hurt you, it can blind you, burn your retina so much, or your, I think it's maybe your cornea, to the point where you can't see, or it'll literally burn you so hot that it's burning you like a laser or something like that. So when we start talking about what Luciferian really is, Luciferianism is really the projection of light or information and knowledge, so much so that you cannot focus, you cannot accept the information, you cannot actually sit there and disseminate and properly like, you know, pretty much download the information you're receiving, right? And I've been on this tip for like the past month and a half, but recently I saw a video on TikTok about the whole shock and awe thing,
Hold on,
which
before you
is
move on to something else.
my bad.
Yeah, so I want to address the light thing. So
Mhm.
are you aware that the Halil or the light concept came from Babylon? Like
Yes.
that is Babylon, and that can you tell me like what you know about why Babylon chose that as their like to represent them?
Like the light. You said like Halal.
Yeah, like Venus, the planet Venus.
Okay, so far as I know, Venus has always been one of the planets that like is overseeing love or whatever. So when we talk about Babylon, one of the things that they were known for was, you know, kind of being lovers of themselves, right? One of the things also that is said about Babylon is that Nimrod and his mother Semiramis would also
Well, you know,
intimate with
Nimrod
one
wasn't a
another.
real person, though, right?
Well, yeah, but
Nimrod is a character.
yeah.
Nimrod didn't exist. But what I'm asking, like as far as like Babylon was, the Chaldeans were responsible for, you know, astrology and astronomy and all
Hmm.
of that, right? Creating the 365-day calendar,
Right.
right? And so the when you say that this is Luciferian,
Hmm.
like what, how does that tie back to Babylon?
The sun worship and the focusing on of the stars and stuff like that. I call it Luciferian because I'm tying it to Isaiah chapter 14 verse 12, but it really goes back before that if we're going to be honest. But it would tie into Babylon because of the sun worship. With I know with like Tammuz and
I
stuff
just want to
like
make,
that.
because like I don't like, it sounds like very conspiracy theory, right? Like,
Mhm.
and I don't typically platform conspiracy theories in here. And so what I'm asking is like, how, knowing that um, the what's mentioned in Isaiah, the Lucifer word, that was a mistranslation by Saint
Mhm.
Jerome, right?
What
So,
was that?
huh?
Oh, something happened on my screen. I wasn't sure what that was.
Oh, yeah, that was a mistranslation by Saint Jerome, right? He mistranslated it, Halil,
Hmm.
into Lucifer. So, like, one could say that Saint Jerome actually created or made up the name Lucifer because it's not in antiquity anywhere
Right.
prior to the 4th century. And so, I, I think it's more of a conspiracy theory, right? That this is like some movement for like the Freemasons or the elite, or
Well,
you know.
that's the thing that I'm getting to. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be true, but within the confines of what most Christians choose to believe and what most Christians choose to subscribe to, everything that happens in the New Testament is would be in the line of Luciferianism, right? Because even Jesus himself came and followed the teachings of a man who came bearing witness of a light. Even Paul was said to be blinded by a light that shone above the light of the sun, and as a result, he ended up getting the apostles to be called Christians. Everything that happens in the New Testament is a result of either somebody coming and following somebody that was bearing witness of a light, or because they went and followed a person that was literally blinded and influenced by a light that is allegedly different from the light that was Jesus. So when it comes to prophecy, these things aren't really prophecies. These things are more so blueprints that are being written by the exact same people that so many of these Christians choose to try and worry about, right? Even Acts chapter 21, verse 16 says that they went to go lodge with a man named Manasseh. Why, out of all things they could have did, why would they go lodge with a man named Manasseh? So it's like
Like
saying
I'm sorry. Like, are you saying that that all of this is about the Freemasons? Like,
it's
because literally, like, the Catholic Church and the Freemasons don't get along.
right. But that's the
So
point.
it doesn't make sense that it would be about the Freemasons when the Catholic Church, like the early followers
But
were Catholics, right?
no, the early followers would have actually been Jews, and then
I'm talking
according
about
to the
with Christianity, like that. They were Catholics, right?
yeah, they wouldn't have been Catholics until maybe about a century later.
For Christianity, I'm not talking about the followers of the way and all of that. The the Christianity movement that we know today, they were Catholics.
Mm,
They were. They were Catholics. And so it doesn't make sense for it to be about Freemasonry, right?
but there's a lot of actually Masonic terminology. That's what I'm saying. Like they're gonna be against these things because again they're Christians, but at the end of the day,
But they were the
these
ones
things are
who,
still in
the
their
early
texts.
Catholics were the ones who decided what would be scripture.
Exactly, and
And
these
they,
things
and,
were.
right, and they don't deal with Freemasonry. Like Freemasonry, you can't even be a Catholic and be a Freemason. So
But
like
I get
for
what you're
it doesn't
saying.
make sense for them to
It
write in Freemasonry in the text, right? Or to
it,
put together to determine scriptures that deal with Freemasonry when they themselves don't condone Freemasonry.
but that's what I'm saying. Regardless of what they do or don't condone, it's still in their scriptures. For a
It's
fact, it
really
is.
not.
It
I
actually
think
is.
people are reading it into the script, and
Well,
it's not.
when Jesus told Peter, I am the cornerstone that the builders have refused, he also told
Hmm.
Peter, on this rock I build my church. He
Right.
also
Do you
was
know
the
why he
son.
said that? Do you know what rock he was talking about?
Well, I know Peter's name comes from the Greek word Petros, which means rock.
Yeah, but do you know what rock he was standing in front of when they said that?
He was talking about himself.
No, he wasn't.
He was.
Mm-mm.
He was.
No, he wasn't. He was in Caesarea Philippi, which is where the shrine of the Greek god Pan was, and the Greek god Pan's shrine went throughout the whole. It is still there to this day. Went throughout the whole town of Caesarea, and that's where he was, in front of the shrine of Pan. And the opening of the shrine of Pan was called the gates of hell, and people would go in and out of that shrine and give homage, pay homage, or pray to the Greek god Pan. And so, as Jesus is standing in front of Pan's shrine, he's telling Peter, right, upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. He's basically, it's symbolic for saying that is the death of paganism and the rise of Christianity, the rise of Jesus. Like, that's what that story is symbolic for. Saint Jerome and Plutarch wrote about Pan's death after Jesus died, during the time of Tiberius Augustus, right? So like it doesn't have anything to do with Freemasonry. I think a lot of, we see things that happen like in society. One of my co-hosts, Sebastian Cole, says this all the time, that people tend to Bible their beliefs, whether, even if that is, I'm sorry, I don't like talking to teacups. Shen?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What I was saying is, a lot of times what we see, right, things that happen in the world, people tend, or even extra biblical beliefs that they pick up along the way, they tend to Bible their beliefs. That's what, like, one of my co-hosts, Sebastian, he likes to say that when he's talking to like believers and they mention something that's not necessarily in the Bible, but they'll try to use a scripture in the Bible to justify what they're saying, right? And
Hmm.
we see that a lot, right, with all of these different conspiracy theories that happen, that go on in the world today, right? People tend to Bible what they believe. They look for that thing in the text.
So I do hear what you're saying, but again, there are other scriptures such as when Paul claims to be a master builder in 1 Corinthians 3 verse 10, which is the exact same title that Nimrod was said to have claimed in Babylon. Regardless of whether or not Nimrod actually existed, that's still the title that was attributed to Nimrod, which is again a title that goes back to ancient Kemet. So I hear what you're saying as far as what you're saying, but that
But
still doesn't necessarily
Nimrod is
negate the
credited
fact.
for building Babylon, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
It like that has nothing to do with Freemasonry, right?
It
And
kind of does because
it
the
does it.
original masonry actually comes from Babylon. That's why,
Like,
again, that title was attributed to Nimrod.
do you know what a mason was back then?
Pretty much a stoneworksman.
Right. But the I think the masonry that you're talking about is when they created the secret groups of knowledge, right? The schools of knowledge, right? When they kept them the groups secret.
I mean, yes, but it's been around for a very long time.
I think
That's
one of
why
the
I'm
first
pointing out
ones
all
were
the.
the white coats, where they wore the white sheets.
You
I
talking about the
forgot the
Templars or
name.
something?
No, not the Templars. No. Um, the one of the very first ones was in Egypt, but it was during the time when the Greeks were in Egypt. And they called themselves the white something, the white sheets or the white coats, something like that. But they didn't refer to themselves as Masons though. And so like it doesn't I hear what you're saying, but I think you're kind of reading it into the Bible more than anything. And I'm not saying that people who like the Catholic Church does some weird shit. Like we spent 2 hours yesterday looking at a website where they sell relics, some weird ass shit. They do some weird shit.
Mm.
But I don't think that from studying how they decided what would be scripture, and then from knowing that the Catholic Church to this day does not condone Freemasonry and never has. They've always been against Freemasonry. I don't see that the Catholic Church wrote anything into the Bible about Freemasonry,
Well,
or
I never necessarily said it was them that wrote it.
but they were the
I,
ones who decided scripture.
right. That doesn't mean they're going to be knowledgeable of everything that's in the scriptures just because they decide what they're going to put into the Bible.
But you're saying that this was deliberate, like the Freemasonry thing. You're
Well,
saying it's deliberate, though.
right. It is deliberate. It was put into the scriptures deliberately. That doesn't mean that it was necessarily the Catholics are the ones that put it in the scriptures. They just decided what books would be compiled in, the Bible. And then, of course, King James came afterwards and, did whatever he did. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm attributing what happened to the Catholics. I'm merely
So,
pointing out the
so
fact that
who
it's
would
in
have
the
done it
scripture.
though? Because it's not this book wasn't written by one person, and it wasn't written all at the same time.
Hmm.
So who would have been the ones to write it into the scriptures?
Well, that's why I said if we're talking about the quote unquote Luciferian conspiracy, it would have
But
been
there
around.
was no Luciferian then. That
But
the
this is
Lucifer.
this
This
is
is
the
what I'm
point that
saying. I'm sorry. The word Lucifer didn't exist until the fourth
I'm
century. Hold
I'm
on. Hold on.
aware.
Hold
I'm
on.
aware.
Listen
Let
to
her
what I'm
talk.
saying.
Let her finish her sentences.
Can I finish my sentence?
The word
Excuse me? It's
Lucifer
her line.
and the word Lucifer did not exist until 4th century CE. These texts were written way before that.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm asking is who would have been writing about a Luciferian agenda when that word didn't even exist?
The followers of Halal, the
Which
ones
is
that
which
were
is who? Who were the followers of Halil?
the followers of Halal would have been the same ones that were worshiping different deities and stuff like that. The ones that were, you could almost say, like the one,
Like there were
same,
many
the
gods back
same,
then, right? They had the
right?
Babylonian gods, the Persian gods, the Greek gods, the Roman
It would
gods.
have.
So there were multiple pantheons. You had the Canaanite pantheon, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
The
Egyptian
Ugaritic stuff.
pantheon. Yeah. So there were many different nations who had their own
Hello.
pantheons of gods. So, like, who would have been the followers
Well,
of Halil? You can't hear me talking? You don't hear
if
me?
you're talking, I can't hear you right.
Uh, I don't know what to tell you.
I can hear you now.
Uh, so, who would have been the followers of Halil out of all of those pantheons?
The followers of Hillel would have been the same people that had been adhering to quote unquote the Babylonian ways, the Babylonians pretty much, um, and the ones that had been given pretty much the knowledge and everything like that to the Israelites. From everywhere that you see them go inside the Old Testament, from quote unquote Canaan to Egypt to even being allegedly enslaved again in Babylon, they're amassing a whole lot of knowledge, and most of this knowledge that they're receiving is things that were already culminated and things that were already being practiced in quote unquote Kemet, which was more than just Egypt.
Like
So,
what? Can you tell me?
mathematic.
Hold on. Let me say. Can you give me an example? And then when you say allegedly in Babylon, so there is historical evidence that they were in Babylon,
Hmm.
and that they were about the majority of them stayed in Babylon. Their descendants are still in Babylon to this day. Well, in Iraq, right? But when King Cyrus uh, wrote an edict and required the king of Babylon to release all of his slaves, including the Israelites, and then in that same edict, he commanded that the Israelites be allowed to rebuild their temple. About 20 to 30,000 of them left Babylon and went back into the Levant area, but the rest of them stayed because they built businesses in Babylon, families in Babylon. They started worshiping the Babylonian gods, right? They just gave up on the cult of Yahweh, and they stayed there. They didn't leave, right? Only about 20 to 30,000 of them came back, and they had to rebuild their culture because they had lost a lot of it in the destruction when Nebuchadnezzar came in and destroyed it. That's actual history. That actually did happen. There's archaeological evidence for that.
Right. So the part that I was saying allegedly to was simply them being enslaved. And it wasn't necessarily for Babylon, but more so the people, the people that say that they were enslaved in Egypt or in Kemet, as they generally speaking like to say.
Yeah, that
So,
didn't happen.
well, yeah, that's really what I'm talking about when I say allegedly. Um, so let me see. You asked me what did I mean by that? I really meant they weren't enslaved in Egypt or whatever by the Egyptians. And then you asked me a second question.
Yeah, what when you say that they took practices in Egypt?
Oh, yeah. So they did. Like the New Testament says that Moses and all them were alleged. Well, Moses specifically was learned in all the ways of the Egyptians. Well, a lot of the things that they were doing, such as worshiping other gods, like when they left Egypt or whatever, they were worshiping what was it, the golden calf and stuff like that. And then if you actually look at some of the what is it, Yah or Allah, whatever, was an Egyptian moon deity as well. That was pretty much one of that's the first part of their tetragrammaton or whatever, the first half of their deity,
The
Yahweh or
tetragram.
Yahuwah.
But
Yeah.
they didn't name this god Yahweh, right? They call it Adonai, and like if you look at the Yod Hey Vav Hey, right? It was
Mhm.
when the vowel points are
We're
added
adding.
to it. Yeah, like they didn't do that. They didn't name their god Yahweh.
But that's what I'm saying. That's one of the other things that they were taking from the people that they were allegedly being subjugated by. They were
What
living.
did they take from it? Because they didn't name their god Yahweh. They called their god Adonai.
You talking about Adonai?
Yeah, they didn't name. They didn't call him Yahweh.
They kind of did.
No,
I
they
mean,
didn't. That
the
that name came
Israelites.
later. They did not. That name came later. They wouldn't even say his name. Like to this day, they still don't say his name. They didn't name him that. They didn't even name him Jehovah. That came later too, from
Isn't
Mesoretic.
that what he presented himself to Abraham as?
He didn't say his name was Yahweh. That came later. That pronunciation came much later.
Mm, I might have to go back and read it, but okay. Um,
They only called him Adonai.
I don't think they called him Adonai.
Yeah, they did.
That was
They
a title
did.
they reserved for men.
They only call him my Lord. They would not say his name. Like right now I'm in a Hebrew class, And what we were just recently taught how the name Yahweh came about and how the name Jehovah came about. They
Mm-hmm.
didn't in antiquity. They didn't call him Yahweh.
Hmm. And exactly what point in time or was he being referred to as such? Because he was being referred to as the Lord, even when it says that he turned Moses into a god in Exodus chapter 7, verse 1. So at what point in time were we talking they started referring to him as that?
As what? As
The
Yahweh?
Lord. As the Lord.
As
Yeah.
Yod Hey Vav Hey?
Yes.
That's what they've always wrote Yod Hey Vav Hey, but it didn't. That doesn't say Yahweh.
So what point in time were they actively trying to refer to him by the tetragrammaton?
The Tetragrammaton. The
Yeah.
Tetragrammaton.
Yes.
What do you mean? At what point in time? That's the Tetragrammaton is Yod Hey Vav Hey.
Right.
Right. So, what are you
So
asking? They've always referred to it as Yod Hey Vav Hey, right? When they write it, but they don't pronounce that. The pronunciation of Yahweh came when,
with the vowel
people
points.
were, yeah, they were trying to find a pronunciation for it with these,
Mhm.
like the vowel points. And that's where Yahweh came from. And that's where the name Jehovah came from.
Right. So my point is that the tetragrammaton that they used, the first half of that, at the very least, was a moon god in ancient Egypt, and then on top of that too, the
The Tetragrammaton? You talking about
yes,
Aten?
no. I'm talking about Yah. Yah or Ea was a moon deity in ancient Egypt. That is the first half or the first utterance or the first pronunciation of the four letters.
So which letter? Which letter
Why?
spells Yah?
What do you
Which letter spells
the
where the?
YH
So
the
hold on. The so can you pronounce it
you said
without the vowel point?
um not really. I can't. I mean, if I say it, it's gonna have a vowel in it somewhere. I can say maybe the Hebrew characters that it is, but I can't necessarily say it, which nobody can if we're gonna be honest.
Right. So like for you to say that they were naming him Yah out of the Egyptian god
Well,
when they didn't. I guess that's why I'm a little bit confused.
the last I checked, the Egyptians didn't necessarily have like vowels either like
Because
that
if
either.
you look at Yod Hey Vav Hey, right, it would say Yehovah. Yod
Hmm.
Hey Vav Hey is Yehovah. It's not Yahweh.
But even
Even without the vowel points, right? It doesn't
mhm.
spell Yahweh. It spells Yehovah. Even without the vowel points.
Well, I mean that's in Yiddish, but I mean, okay, I hear
No, no,
you.
no. Yod is Yah Hey.
Hmm.
Yod Hey Yah, and then Va. The valve is a V, and then another Hey. That's
Right,
Yah Va. That's what if you were going to pronounce it. That's what the letters, the Hebrew letters. That's the sounds of the Hebrew letters, right?
right. Well,
And
those are
and then
Yiddish
and then back
letters.
then, huh?
Those are the Yiddish letters.
The hold on. When you say the Yiddish letters,
Hmm.
okay. So give me just a second. Okay,
Yeah,
are these
Yiddish.
okay? So can you show me what would be? Give me just a second. Let me do this. Can you show me what would be um the original Hebrew letters? Then let me
The
go.
Paleo Hebrew or the Proto
Well, there was
Canaanite.
no Paleo Hebrew script ever found.
So the Proto
So
Canaanite
so
Phoenician.
the Canaanite letters. The you're saying that the Canaanite letters and the Ugaritic tablets are the real Hebrew. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it'd be the precursor
Okay, hold
to
on.
the alleged Hebrew or the
Okay,
Yiddish.
okay, hold on for a second. Uh, um, this is the Canaanite. This is how. This is their. You're saying that's original Hebrew right there.
Could you maximize a little bit, please?
This is as far as it'll go. That's on 500. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see a little bit
So
better.
you see those letters right there.
Hmm.
This is Hebrew. You saying?
Well, no, I was talking about the actual
This is the Canaanite.
proto-Canaanite
These are
characters.
these are from the Canaanite tablets, right?
Hmm. I was talking about the actual characters themselves. That I mean, I
Right,
can
but the
tell that it,
transliteration would be the same, right?
right. I can tell that it is because they're not supposed to be any E's, any O's, or any I's. So it does look more not Yiddish.
What was different in the? How did the Yod look in the regular Hebrew? What did the Yod look like?
If I remember correctly, it looked more like a scythe. If that's like the best way I could describe it.
Like a what?
Um, like a scythe with two blades on it, if I remember correctly. Let me see. I don't know if I can share it on here.
Let's get these likes up to 300,000. And don't forget about Thinker's gift goal of the hand hearts.
The thing that I hated about school was, sometimes in math they want you to show their work and make sure that you're doing it right. And when I get the answer right, but I didn't do the work correctly, oh, I
Oh, so I can tell you got some damn sleep.
hate a
Oh
little
my
bit.
gosh. And then somebody in the comments corrected me. You are absolutely correct. In antiquity, it was wa and not va. So they did make the v for the vab sound was wa. But it now they do just say va.
But even in that is a deception though, because um, V, and if you really break it down, the letter W is really two V's, right? That's why you can say Dirk Nowitzki's name and actually say Dirk Nowitzki, because you're actually looking at two V's, despite the fact they call it W. Um, so it's really supposed to be a U in the place of that W, which
I think like yeah, you're talking about like language transliteration in the Latin, um,
let's see.
which
I
is
don't
in
know
the
if I can
Hebrew.
share it.
Has
I don't
nothing to
know.
do with Hebrew.
No, it kind of does.
It doesn't.
I don't know if I can share it on this screen. Bro. This is like my third live I've been on, so I'm not exactly sure if I'm even able to do that on here.
You don't have
Okay, I
enough
But
think I just
followers.
found like give me just a second. The um I want to see if I can find like the old proto Canaanite. Here we go. Here are the Canaanite letters, the proto Canaanite. And see if we can get it on here.
Shinra, you don't have enough followers, bro. It's not worth trying.
Okay, there we go. Here the
followers,
proto Canaanite right here. That's the Yod, the Tet, the Chet, the Zion, the Vav, the He, the Dalit, the Gimel, Bet, Aleph, Tav, Shin, Resh, Kuf, Sadi, Pei, Ayin, Samek, Nun, Mim, and Lamed. Right, that's the Proto Canaanite. I don't know if you can see it. Let me make it bigger.
I can kind of see it. Yeah.
Oh my God! Can somebody get that dumb fuck out of here? This fucking like y'all need to get a fucking life. Get a life. Like you got to. Oh my God!
What happened?
Nothing. They come in here with all that fucking hateful ass shit. And then you got the Phoenician script. Here is the Proto Hebrew script. All right.
Mm-hmm.
The Kaf looks the same. The Yod, um, the Yod doesn't have this anymore, and it doesn't have this bottom half. The Tet is open. without the cross in the middle now. The het still has that, but it doesn't have that in the middle. The mem, they still write the mem. Like these are how they write them in cursive today. They still look the same. The sin still looks the same, except now it has to determine whether the S is like the S sound. There's going to be like a dot up there to let you know. If it's the sh sound, there's going to be a dot up there to let you know. They don't
Like how
have
they did
this
with
half of the
Mephibosheth.
k, huh?
I say like how they did with Mephibosheth in the Bible. The pronunciation. That's how they were able to tell whether or not somebody was from Israel or from some other country or something like that. If I remember
Well, I'm
correctly.
just saying, like in writing, right?
Hmm.
Because this letter right here is for the S sound,
Right.
right? To let you know whether it's the word is saying, um, like, what's a Hebrew word with it?
Same or shame.
Like, uh, hashamayim.
Hmm.
Uh, so so you can know that this letter is the sh and shamayim. It'll have this letter here, but there'll be a dot right there, so you know to pronounce the sh sound. If there's a dot on this side, you know to pronounce the s sound, like the s sound.
Hmm.
Yeah. So they added things like that. So the Samaritan script looks, the same, and then this is, you know, classical Hebrew today. But if you see, like, all they really did was just take off like the back end, like little things. But they're the same. Like, what were you saying that was different? Like like the way they wrote them over time,
Well,
right?
what I
But
was
they're still, the letters are still the same.
what I was trying to what what I was trying to say was that even amongst the Egyptians, like me saying that the name was Yah or whatever, I don't think that their language would have necessarily had like vowel points in it either. So if we're still sticking with the two consonants, the YH would have still been the same.
The YH would have been Yah, right? Yah,
Mhm.
right?
But
And
that's what I'm
then
saying.
you
Their
have the
God,
Wahe,
but
right?
that's what I'm saying. Their moon god was, I'm adding a vowel point here, but their moon god was Yah. That's what I'm saying. Their moon god, they had a moon god called Yah, which is the first part of the tetragrammaton or the tetragrammaton.
You're saying the Tetragrammaton, right?
Yes, the tetragrammaton. Yes,
So the what part of the Tetragrammaton, you're saying the tetra part
the first two
is
letters. Because the
but
tetragrammaton is the four letters. I'm talking about the first two letters, the first two consonants.
right, but I guess I'm a little bit confused on what your point is in bringing up the Tetragrammaton.
My point is that the Israelites did take a many number of things from the people that they were living amongst or were allegedly enslaved by.
Yeah,
Their
they did that.
deities were one of them.
Yeah, like they did that even when they were living amongst Babylon, right? Like there's
Hmm.
Babylonian influence in their stories, there's Persian influence in their stories, Egyptian influence in their stories, Canaanite influence in their stories. Like they did that wherever
Right.
they
So
ended up.
that was my point in saying that they had taken from the people that they had been living amongst. That was me showing that that's what they have done. Because remember, that was the statement I made that they had been taking knowledge and stuff like that from the people that they were living amongst.
Right, which is what a lot of them did though, right?
Yeah. But we're
Hmm.
talking about their book and how some of these things got stuck into their book.
Yep.
And
No, you were trying to say that it has to do with Freemasonry. What I'm trying to figure out is
it wasn't
like,
necessarily Freemasonry per se. That's not what I was trying to focus on. I mentioned Freemasonry when I was talking about in the book of Acts when they went to go lodge with a man named Mason and the fact that Paul was a master builder. There was a bigger point that I was building to show that the same people that they're so worried about are the same ones that wrote their Bible. That's what the ultimate point I was getting to before. That's why I like to point out things like Paul being the 13th apostle, writing 13 books of the New Testament, and having his name
Paul
changed in
didn't
chapter
write 13
13.
books of the New Testament, though.
Yes, he actually
No,
did.
he
Out of the
didn't. Paul
27.
wrote seven. Paul wrote seven of the books, and nobody even knows who Paul was. Nobody has ever met Paul. No one. Marcion had
13 of
the.
those books are
No,
attributed
no,
to
they are
Paul.
not.
Yes, they are.
Six of them. No, they're not. Six of them were
If you look in
attributed
the
to
King
Paul.
James
Hold, please
Version,
stop talking while I'm talking.
Excuse me.
Six of those letters were attributed to Paul by the early Catholics who decided what would be scripture. Only seven of those letters were actually written by this person named Paul, who they call Paul, but they don't even know who this person is. Nobody has ever met this person. Marcion had the letters of Paul in history first, and then the Catholics took it from Marcion. They took it over, but uh, like Paul didn't write 13 letters.
it's perfectly fine, right? In the context of the Bible, I consider Paul to be a false apostle anyway, so that necessarily doesn't matter to me. What I'm saying is that at least in the King James Version of the Bible, Paul is attributed with writing 13 books of the New Testament out of the 27. That's my point, right? So if we go with what we're given in the King James Version of the Bible with the 66 book version, he's written 13 books of the Bible, the New Testament, has his name changed to Acts chapter 13, and numerically would have been the 13th apostle. Then on top of that too, not only is he the one that, all three of those things correlate with, the same man that documented his conflicting conversion stories in the book of Acts, Luke, when you look at his name in Latin, his name shares the same root as the root of Lucifer, i.e. luck or lux, which means, light. But then in the Greek half, um, his name also means leak, like leok or
I'm
leokos,
sorry.
which means to be white.
I'm
Like,
sorry. You said the first two letters in his name matches the first two letters in Lucifer.
no, the root of his name in Latin matches the same as Lucifer, which is luck or lux, which means light.
And what's that supposed to mean? Because
Well, first and
like
foremost, like Paul.
how roots work in languages, right? Like, well, I'm trying to figure out, like, what is that supposed? What are you trying to say?
Well, what I'm saying is that Luke, along with Paul, never actually met Jesus. Would have been a Roman doctor. So now we have somebody whose name shares the same root as Lucifer, writing about another man who was allegedly influenced by a light that shone above the light of the sun, which is why they ended up being called Christians in the first place, because they ended up following Paul. If you look at everything Jesus said within the confines of the New Testament, he said one thing that is normally interpreted as one way, but there's also a whole other interpretation that most people don't read into in Matthew chapter 24, verse 5. He said, there are going to be those that come in my name saying that I am Christ and will deceive many, right? And most people interpret that as referring to the Antichrist, which I can agree with. That is a viable interpretation. The other interpretation that most people, specifically Christians, do not read into, they do not understand, they do not grasp, is the fact that Jesus is saying there are going to be people that come in my name saying that I am Christ, and they're still going to deceive many.
It's so
The only
crazy. We
people,
started our live out talking about that very scripture tonight, and we talked about the different ways that it could be read, right? It
Mhm.
can definitely be read as saying that Jesus is saying that people are going to tell y'all that I am Christ, but don't believe them. Or it could be read as Jesus saying that others are going to come and say that they are Christ and don't believe them. It can be
there's
read either way.
there's another interpretation.
What other interpretation?
Jesus is saying there are going to be those that come in my name saying that I am Christ and still going to deceive many. The only people that come in Jesus' name saying that he is Christ are Christians. And if you notice, the only reason the apostles end up being called Christians is because Paul convinced them to go to the Gentiles, which Jesus told them expressly not to do. But
Let me
because
ask you a question. Do you believe that Jesus was a real person?
no, not
Okay.
not the
And
Jesus of
so,
Matthew through Jude,
right.
no, or
Okay.
Revelation, sorry.
Okay. And so I think so that we can go ahead and move on from this. I think what it is that you are trying to say is that Jesus was a product created, right? That the elite created to control people. Is that what you're trying to say?
To an extent, yes. The character of Jesus, the one they say was sent from God and allegedly died for people's sins or whatever, that motherfucker specifically, yes.
So do you think you really need to do, like, there's like you said a lot here, right? Do you think that everything that you said today is the easiest way to get people to see that they've been duped?
No, there are other things that I could say, but again, we were talking about prophecies, and we're talking about prophecies.
We haven't talked about one prophecy yet.
I did kind of mention Daniel chapter 2, Daniel chapter 7, and
You
stuff like
mentioned them,
that.
but you didn't go into detail about them. You just mentioned that you grew up on those prophecies.
Right, but I said the reason why they align with history so much is not simply because they're happening; it's because they are planned. They're literal blueprints.
Well,
That
the reason why those line with history is because the writer was writing from history, and then there were points in times where the writer tried to prophesy and got all that shit wrong, right?
mm-hmm.
But I guess what I'm saying is, I understand what your point is that you're trying to show people that what's been written about Jesus isn't necessarily true. That this Jesus character isn't true. That's your point, right? I think that there is a easier way to go about doing it than bringing in all of these I don't want to I don't know any other word to use right now, but conspiracy theory style concepts, right?
But
Yeah, because like there isn't a way. Yeah, the parallels. Thank you. There isn't a way to definitely say that what you're saying. These are all
but that's kind
thought,
of
like, right. Like there's no way to verify exactly what you're saying, right?
there
So right,
is
there's not a
there
way for
is
you to say, oh, Luke has the root word of Lucifer, therefore that's why they named him Luke. There's not. You don't
that's
have a way
not
to
what I was
verify
saying.
that.
That's not what I was saying. Number
What was
close
the
to what I
point?
was saying.
What was the point of bringing up Luke and Lucifer and the root, the Latin word for the Latin root word for it? What was the point?
Because like I said earlier, the root of the word Lucifer, I mean Luke, shares the same root as Lucifer. If we're talking about the light bearer, which is why I started off talking about what's Luciferian and stuff like that, the Illuminati. We're talking about the projection of light, and so much so of presenting information
I
that
get
people
it.
can
So what I'm
focus.
saying, I get it. What I'm asking you is, don't you think that there is a easier way, right, to get people to seeing that they've been duped by those in charge, um, than trying to prove these parallels to them that you yourself cannot prove. Like you're just giving me another theory again with the light bearer and Luke, and like you
No,
can't
but that's a fact. His name
but
does
it's
share a
it,
root
it
with
right. His
Lucifer.
name shares a root, but you cannot prove that that is why his name shares that root.
I never said that was my position
So
or my
then
argument
why are you tying it back to the light bearer?
because of the fact that Paul was influenced by a light and therefore started to mislead the other apostles into
And
going to the Gentiles.
and
Not
you
only
and
that,
hold
Paul.
on, and you think that that is proof. You adding more theory to it.
No, that's proof that Paul
Mm-mm.
and his boy Luke, whose
That's
name
not proof. That's another
that is
theory.
proof. No,
That's
it is
another
proof.
theory, Sean. That's another theory. That's not proof.
It is
Like
proof.
it's not. That's a theory. That's another theory. And I, like I said, I get what you're trying to do. I just think that there is an easier way to do it than drawing all of these parallels. That's all I'm saying.
But that's why one of the first things I said was that according to what a lot of these people believe in, they want to be all aware of the Illuminati and all these other conspiracy things. Okay, well, based
You
on the
don't need to
things,
even bring in the Illuminati to teach people the truth about this text. All you really need is history, right? And like you and critical thinking. Like you don't necessarily need to bring rope in the Illuminati and all of that. You don't need that. That's what I'm saying. I think the simplest way to get people to wake up and see what it is that you're talking about, right, is just to be, to just deal with the text as is and deal with the history. But drawing all of these other parallels, one, it creates more confusion,
it
right? It creates a lot of confusion.
no, not all the time. People don't want to deal with it. It doesn't create confusion
What
because when
what
I
what do you
explain
want
to
us
other
to do
people,
with what do you want us to do with this information?
well, I didn't necessarily want you to do anything with it. It
I
was
said
more so.
us, and then there's 821 people in here. What do you want us to do with this information?
Well, for some people that might have been questioning some of the things they were reading, a lot of the things that I point out with this, they don't realize, they don't see, they don't actually come to the conclusion on their own, right?
What do you want them to realize?
I want them to realize that oftentimes it's very same things that they're trying to rely on just to like guide them and show them the way through the world or whatever is being influenced by this the very same people that they're wary of, that they
And
claim
and,
that they
and,
want to
and
follow.
and the question that I asked you was, you don't think that there is a simpler way to do that? We're just dealing with the text and dealing with the history of how this text was formed.
No,
Like
because
that's what we
no,
do.
it's
And
not going to
hold
give
on,
us
Chin. That's we do that every day in here. We don't have to draw the parallels. You see
right,
what I'm
but
saying?
that's your method. I'm talking
That,
about
and I'm
you're
what I'm
asking
saying
me,
to
and
you
I'm
is,
telling you
right.
no.
Hold on, listen. What I'm saying to you is that I think that there is a simpler way, because what you've done is created a lot of confusion. And if you look at the chat, like the people in the chat are telling you that they are confused.
Well, respectfully, I was trying to go on a whole nother way before, and respectfully, you were kind of interrupting me, and we got off on a whole other tangent.
Okay,
Respectfully.
respectfully, I asked you questions about the information you were providing, and I'm not gonna allow someone to just come in here, right, and just start spewing stuff and expect me to not question it.
And that's fine. I understand being questioned, but then we also got sidetracked.
On
And
what?
when you started to like whenever we when you started asking me like exactly like who or whatever would have been around back in the like the Old Testament around Luciferians and stuff, that would have been writing about like Luciferians or would have been considered
Because that
Luciferians.
has to deal with history, because the word Lucifer did not exist until fourth century
I
BC
get
to
that.
fourth
The
century
point is
CE.
not to
And
focus
so
on the
that is the
word.
point.
It's
If
to
the text
focus
was
on the
written,
followers of
Sean,
said
Sean, I
halal.
don't allow people to talk over me, okay? That is the point, because this text was written prior to 4th century BCE, and there
Hmm.
was no Lucifer, there was no name Lucifer that existed then. And so the Luciferian movement that you're talking about, right, wouldn't have been their agenda in writing this text.
That's why I said the word halal. I call it Luciferian because most people are aware of what Luciferian is. Most people don't
Okay.
know the name halal or
All right.
halal.
And so how many times is halal mentioned in the Hebrew scriptures?
If I remember correctly, once that specific name, once,
It's not a
maybe twice.
name.
It's a
Right.
title.
Right. It refers to the planet Venus, right?
Hmm.
Babylon was a nation that the Israelites often went up against, like that was their enemy, right? Their oppressor, really. And when they refer to it, they're talking about the king of Babylon, right? And
Hmm.
so when you say that this text was written with this Luciferian agenda in mind, it's hard to believe that, right? When,
Um,
give me just a second. When at this time, when the text doesn't even mention halal, that much in the Hebrew scriptures, and then the Hebrew scriptures was married to the New Testament scriptures, like way down the line, right? This nobody in the first century even thought that Jesus was the son of the Hebrew God. That just was not, that
agree.
they were not connected.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so like it's hard to say that this Luciferian agenda was written into these scrolls uh, when that name didn't even exist. And I'm not saying that that there are not people who use this text, right, to control people. Like I think the book is uh, a guidebook for how to conquer a nation, right? It's a imperialist guidebook, and it teaches them. It has war plans in it, right? Um, it teaches them how to indoctrinate a people, right? And it provides instructions for the people that are indoctrinated and turns them into overseers of other people, right? So I do think that the book is used, the way that you're saying that is used. But I think that there is an easier way to get people to kind of see that without drawing all these parallels, that's going to be difficult to prove, especially when you're questioned, is all I'm saying. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah, because like like you threw out a lot of information, and like some people don't fact check people like I do, right? And so like things that you said, I am gonna go back and I'm gonna look at the whole Lucifer Luke root Latin word thing. Like I'll go back and I'll do some research on some of the things that you said, but I just think that it's not necessary to get people to see that they've been duped.
I hear you, and again, the people that I encounter, the Christians and the other types of Bible believers, even some of the Hebrew Israelites, again, one of the issues that I deal with is that, they say that, oh, well, you're misinterpreting that, or you're misinterpreting this. Okay, well, these are actual facts that you can easily observe in the King James Version Bible. You can count and see that Paul wrote 13 books of the New Testament, or that he was at least attributed 13. You can count and see that his name was changed in Acts 13. You can count and see that he would have been the 13th apostle, by numerically
They
speaking.
definitely use numerology in deciding what books to choose. They use numerology, they use Catholicity, they use Orthodoxy, and there was one more. So I'm not saying right that numerology wasn't used, right? It was. Is it four that they used? Hold on, we're gonna
And
pull
if
it
you
up
look at the other thing, it's the first place we see the name or the title Halal is Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12. What
because
number is between 14 and 12?
well, they're not. That's not a name. Again, Saint Jerome mistranslated that, right? And that's
Hmm.
how we get the name Lucifer. But they are referring to Babylon because in antiquity, Babylon was represented by Venus, right?
Hmm.
Babylon, in their astronomy system, they associated with themselves with Venus, right? And so the writer of Isaiah, Isaiah 14, which is believed to be the real ancient prophet, the real Isaiah, was
Hmm.
talking when he said Hallel, he was talking about Babylon. He was talking about the king of Babylon
Right.
because that's how Babylon represented themselves in antiquity. This it had nothing to do with a deity named Satan. No, there was no Satan. Israel didn't even believe in a devil until after the Greeks got involved. There was no enemy of this God until the Hellenistic period. And first Isaiah was written way before they even were exiled.
Hmm.
So there was no devil in ancient Israel until after the exile.
Well, yeah, it was a Satan, not necessarily a devil.
A Satan was a job title and it was the fourth level deities, and that you should see that in the Canaanite
You the
and
pantheon.
yeah, when you're reading the Canaanite uh tablets, right?
Hmm.
The Satans were fourth level entities that did the bidding of the gods. They worked for the gods. So that's why you see the Satan in Job, right? His job is to accuse gods, and he accuses
Man.
humans, right? And
Hmm.
so in Job, Christians think that that's the devil, trying to get Job, but this deity
God would have been
sees
a
a
devil.
Satan, right? He sees a Satan. He's like, "Hey, have you tried my servant Job yet?" He's like, "Hey, I got a bite for you," right? Because the Satan's job is to accuse gods. He accuses gods and he accuses humans. Satan don't give a fuck about humans or gods. His job is just to accuse, right? And so Yahweh brings uh, Job to the table to the Satan. It's like, hey, I need you to go accuse this. Have you tried to accuse my servant? He good. You ain't gonna find nothing wrong with him. And then the Satan goes, yeah, he ain't. He only faithful because you give him shit, right? And then
Hmm.
then the God goes, all right, go ahead and accuse him, right? That's just his job. He wasn't known or seen as a devil or Lucifer until like the 4th century CE. But then this devil character, like this enemy of this God, um, started to take form during the Hellenistic period when they came back into the Levant area.
Hmm.
So it wouldn't make sense for Isaiah to be writing about that character when even that type of character wasn't even thought of then. That's why I said like it's gonna be hard to kind of prove this stuff when there are things in history that kind of goes against that, right? And I think there's an easier way. There's an easier way to get people to see. Like I'm with you. I agree that this Jesus character is a product. I think that there were different versions of Jesus. Selena, can somebody let Fee up? I think there were different versions of Jesus that different people were trying to insert into society at different points in time, right? Huh?
They were trying to make a conglomerate of different Jesuses, and they
Yeah,
put it in the book.
yeah. Like, okay, so I can say for example, you know the story where Jesus the men dragged the adulterous woman before Jesus.
And said, "He without sin cast the first stone."
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and that story wasn't ever in the original book of Mark. I mean, book of John, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was added by a scribe around 375 425 CE, maybe 495 or something like that CE, right? And what back then, prior to Jesus, how the gods were used in antiquity was a god said, "This is the law, therefore obey the law." And if you disobey the law, then you're disobeying the divine order, right? So at this point in time, we got to think we're in the Roman era, right? The Greco-Roman era, and Rome had some really harsh laws when it came to children and when it came to women. Women were stoned. Women were being stoned left and right for committing adultery, where the men were not. And so some scribe wanted to change that law. What better way to change the law than to put it in the words of a deity, to put it in the words of a figure that people in society believe is divine. And
Right.
so the scribe wrote that story and put that in Jesus's mouth. He who was without sin cast the first stone, right? And the next thing you know, laws are being changed about adultery with Emperor Justinian around 525, 555 CE, right? And so I do think that there are like multiple versions of Jesus, that these people who had wealth, they had knowledge, right, and power. They were writing because there was a specific thought that they wanted to put into the minds of the people. Whether they were doing it, what their motivations were, I don't know. Sometimes their motivation could have really been because they believed in, a God, or because they needed to control some shit. So I agree with you. I just think that there is a more simpler way to get people to see it.
And
That's
that's
all
why,
I'm saying.
oh, I'm sorry, Thinker. That's why I wanted to hop up because, Shan, one of the things we talk about with people here who are just starting to deconstruct is that at the foundation should be critical thinking skills. Because when you don't shore those up, you find yourself falling into other rabbit holes. And there are very, very specific characteristics of conspiracy theories, one of which is unfalsifiable claims, secret powerful groups, lack of credible evidence, and complex webs of connections. So, all of the things that you were pointing out may be true, but that doesn't necessarily point to the fact that this Bible isn't the guidebook from God, that we both know that it's not. But to Thinker's point, you can use the archaeological and the historical inaccuracies to point that out, as opposed to trying to tie it to this nebulous web of conspiracies that seem to be the way that you're going. Uh, all of us have different minds, right? Our brains work in different ways, and as humans, we are pattern-seeking creatures. The fact that religion and the belief in a deity and the unknown things have been used to control people throughout humanity is not new. So, just in the same way that this Bible and other holy books have been used to dictate the actions or control the actions of people, it can start and stop there. Having this unfalsifiable connection to the number 13 and the root word means this. Like, none of those things are actually falsifiable. And at one point, when you were talking to Thinker, you said that something was added deliberately. You don't know that. Unless you know the person who wrote it and they told you that it was added deliberately, that's just an unfalsifiable claim. So again, to her point, we're not on the on different pages with this. It's just a much more simple way to show people that these things that have been touted as the infallible word of God simply are not. And these characters that are in these books do not do the things that you believe that they do. And history shows that, without trying to tie it to Freemasonry or the Illuminati or all these other groups that have never been proven to exist.
Well, Freemasons do exist, but the overall point, right? Again,
I don't
that
think
I've
she
been
was
going
saying
through.
Freemasons don't exist.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't saying that at all.
The overall point, though, which I said before, is that again, a lot of these people are like me. They grew up watching the YouTube videos about how Jay-Z and the Illuminati, all these people were in the Illuminati's, Skull and Bones, Freemason, all this. So a lot of these people have the same type of background, so to speak. They all think that every
But
last day
have you
prophecy
ever
is going to
read
come to pass.
that there is a booklet that the Illuminati that a group who claims to be the Illuminati, it's really old and it's online, it's a PDF. In this booklet, they fucking hate Christianity, right? They don't agree.
Mhm.
They think they say in the book that Christianity is doing exactly what you say is doing. And so to say, right, that the Illuminati is using Christianity to control, that booklet would debunk that PDF, that where they go through and they literally talk trash about Christians for believing the shit, right, in this booklet. So, like, to say that they're the ones doing it, that booklet, if any believer went and researched anything that you're saying and they came across that booklet, that would debunk what you're saying, that the Illuminati is the one doing this to them. I
Well,
don't think you need to. I don't think you need to tie stuff like that to it. If we just stick to the data, right? Like, that's, I guess, like, just if we just stick to the data, right? Data is very hard to refute.
It's Occam's razor.
Yeah.
I mean, the simpler explanation is always going to be the most plausible one, but you're connecting like so many different things, and you're creating those connections. Not that they were organically connected. You're creating those connections to prove a point that could absolutely be proven in a much more simplified way.
so
Hold
what
on.
was I'm sorry,
Take the
what was
lead.
the last
Please
thing?
don't use caps in my comments.
Huh?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I was going to ask if you could repeat the last thing that you just said. Because I
Fee.
was getting ready to respond to it. Let's see.
Fee. He's asking if you can repeat the last thing you said.
Oh, that Occam's razor?
No, before that.
That was you, Thinker. I think you're talking about the booklet that Thinker was referring to.
Oh yes. Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you. So first and foremost, that sounds like something that a Christian would write in order to
It's not.
encourage
Trust me.
Christians.
It's not. It isn't.
But the actual point I want to make, the overarching point was that, did I say that they were using Christianity to do it, or did I say they were using the Bible?
Well, we are talking about Christianity, and you were talking about Christians. You said Paul was used,
hmm
right, to stir people towards this Jesus Christ, towards Christianity. So, like, what are you saying
So,
then?
so the point of what I was saying and the angle that I'm normally going through when I make that point is to separate the teachings of Jesus versus the teachings of Paul. Because, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, within the confines of the story, Paul is a false apostle. So,
I mean, they all are false apostles. Jesus was a false apostle.
I
Like,
mean,
the stories of Jesus, right, were just as made up, right? Like, they went and took scriptures from the Hebrew text
mhm.
and made these uh,
They plagiarized it pretty
prophecies
much.
prophecies that were not about Jesus to be about him. Some of them don't
Hmm.
even make any fucking sense. And one of them, they got Jesus saying that he is the bad shepherd. Like they just went and picked shit. Paul did the same thing. Paul paraphrased, reiterated, retrofitted scriptures from the Hebrew text, right?
Hmm.
Um, I mean, they all are like I don't know,
And
like
I agree with the overarching point. I agree with the actuality of things. However, within the confines of the story, as presented from Matthew to Revelation, I can still prove that Paul brought an opposing message to Jesus, which is the angle that I
we
normally
don't. But
take.
you don't need to prove it that way. We do that every day on this live. Paul and Jesus do not agree. We do that every day on this live. Jesus's eschatology is different from Paul's. Jesus says, "Sell all your stuff." Paul says, "Nope, don't do that. Don't create yourself hardship." Uh, Paul. What's another one that we bring up that Paul and Jesus don't agree about? Like, there's several things that
Calling on the
Paul.
Lord will save you. Well, I don't know if
Uh,
y'all use that one, but Jesus
yeah,
said those that say Lord, Lord will not be saved. And Paul said, calling on the name of the Lord will save you. So I don't know.
yeah, like there's a lot of things that Paul and Jesus don't agree about. But Jesus, like if you notice in any of Paul's letters, he doesn't talk about any of the shit that's in the four gospels because Paul. Here's another thing, Shane. Paul's letters were in rotation way before any of these gospels were. Paul's letters were written way before the synoptic gospels or the individual gospel of John.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because wasn't Gospel of John like 98 or 96 AD or
It was
something like
around
that?
100 to 110 AD.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and so like Paul's letters are older, and he don't mention any of the stuff that's in the Gospels. I think the only thing that Paul mentions is the Eucharist, and I even think that might be Acts. That might be Luke. I'm not sure. I think that might even be Luke, but Paul, the Gospel of John is not 70 A.D. That's Mark. Mark is 70 A.D. Mark is one of the first of the Gospels to be written, but have you ever noticed that Paul doesn't mention any of the stuff that's in either of the four Gospels?
Right. And it doesn't necessarily surprise me because, again, even within the confines of the story, he would have never met Jesus. But yeah, I did kind of notice it.
But even if he, not meeting Jesus, the Paul's story is written in a way where he was, moving about with Jesus's disciples. And if he's moving about with Jesus's disciples, he would at least know the same stories that they have told, right?
Yeah.
But he doesn't mention any of that. He doesn't mention any of Jesus's miracles, any of the lessons that Jesus taught. He doesn't even mention, like, talk about the day, describe the day that Jesus died. Like, there's not a lot about his death and resurrection. Right? All he does is mention it, and he says that what people have told him about it.
And it's crazy because Luke is a person that wrote the gospel and allegedly wrote the book of Acts too.
Yeah, Luke wrote the book of Acts. What was that? What was I was getting ready to say? There's where Paul, where Paul is talking about the 500 witnesses that Jesus appeared before, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so in that same scripture, he says that Jesus appeared first to Peter, then James, his brother, and then he says he said first he appeared to the 12, right?
Hmm.
Paul, like the 12 would have been the disciples, including Judas. Like as he's writing this person doesn't know that there's going to be a story written later to say that Judas betrayed Jesus and Judas ended up killing himself.
Right.
And
And you
then
mentioned, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and then later in the Gospels when it's written, it says, "Oh, he appeared to the 11." Like the Gospels say 11, Paul still says 12 because that writer doesn't know. He's not privy to the story about Judas. It didn't exist yet.
Which, I mean, again, that makes sense to me because Luke is, again, another person that actually didn't know Jesus. So within the confines of the story, that part adds up. He
What?
didn't meet Jesus, neither did Paul, and they're both writing from a perspective of
But
people
they
that
knew
actually don't know
Jesus'
Jesus.
followers. They're claiming to have known Jesus
Right,
as disciples. And so if they learned about this Jesus from his disciples, then they would definitely know the same stories that his disciples are claiming to write: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Right? But Mark wasn't even a disciple of Jesus.
right.
Matthew and John, right? And so if Paul is running with them, right? Because remember, Barnabas, in Acts it says that Barnabas takes Paul to the disciples, to James and Peter and them, and introduces him to them,
Hmm.
right? So if he was introduced, which honestly this is a contradiction, because Paul said in his own writings, Paul didn't say any of that shit. Paul said that he started out by himself, 3 years in Damascus alone, right?
Hmm.
But Luke says, oh, immediately after the conversion, Barnabas introduces Paul to the disciples, to Peter and James and the rest of the disciples. So if he's running with them, right, then he should know the stories.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he met Jesus or not. But the reason why this writer doesn't mention, mention Judas, or doesn't even write as if Judas betrayed this Jesus, is because that story hadn't been written yet. Go ahead, Fee.
Oh, I was just going to add that you had mentioned Bash earlier. And I think this is another example of the Rube Goldberg machine, where something very simple, like looking at the historical data and the timing and the historical information of how this Bible was canonized and when these books were written, is sufficient enough to show that a lot of what the vast majority of Christians believe about Jesus is not true. But you are creating this elaborate scheme of webs and connections that just aren't necessary to get to the ultimate point of, there's history doesn't support what they believe to be true about Jesus and the way these things happened in the Bible. That's all I was going to add. I know that's something you had mentioned, Bash, Bible and belief, and that Rube Goldberg machine was another good example that he uses as well.
Yeah, he's really good.
He's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Taught him a lot.
Huh? What'd you say, Ozo?
I've imbued him with a lot of wisdom.
You have imbued him with a lot of wisdom.
Mhm.
He should be
What
thanking
is
for
it
you
called
also.
again?
The
Ruth Goldberg.
Rube Goldberg machine.
Oh, I thought it was Ruth. Is Rube?
RUBE.
Yeah, Rube.
Oh, you know what I'm thinking about, Ruth Goldberg.
Ruth
You
Bader
talking about
Ginsburg
Supreme?
machine.
I mean, we are talking about thinker though, y'all.
You right. You right.
It's not outside the realm of possibility.
You right. She said, Rube, I see potential here.
Oh my gosh. But have you ever seen those videos where people will create these machines that a marble can go through? It goes through all of these different like slides, and then it'll pop up and go into a cup, and then it'll roll down a hill before it goes into like its final destination. Shan,
I'm sorry, say that again.
have you ever seen those videos where people will create like this machine that a marble will travel through before it gets to its final destination, which is a cup?
Like in the house or something like that. Like
Not like
I
a
think I know what you're talking
maze.
about.
Like it might
Yeah,
be
like
like
it'll
it.
trigger like domino falls and
Yeah,
stuff like yeah. I've
yeah.
seen them.
So that's the analogy that she was just giving, right? Like it's like the simplest thing to do is to put the marble in the cup instead of going through creating like this machine that takes it through a net, and then knocking down dominoes, then going down a slide, then going through. Like the simplest thing to do is just put the marble in the cup. That's all we're saying. Like we're on the same page. I just think that it's a more simpler way to get there.
I hear you. And I don't necessarily disagree either. But again, I'm just coming in and trying to speak to the whole prophecy thing and why the prophecies aren't what they are cracked up to be that so many people like to rely on.
Yeah. And then, so here is the, I don't know if you've ever heard of this book, but it's called the Pre-Nicene New Testament, 54 Formative Texts. And so it has a lot of the texts that was in rotation at that time, even the ones that were not selected to be scripture in it. And it has translation notes and all of that as well. But the very beginning of this book, before you get to the text, it talks about the process, the historical process that the early church fathers went through uh, in selecting and how they decided what would be scripture. If this is too much information for you, user Yahweh Judah, you probably don't need to be in this room. Like, I don't want to bust your indoctrinated brain.
I sound like a Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, no, that's a Jew. That's a Yahweh Judah light. But so they had certain criteria. I think it was 5 different criteria, buckets of criteria. One of them was Catholicity. Did I say that word right? Catholicity.
Uh,
Yeah. So it's either Catholicity or Catholic. Fuck it. I think it's
Catholicity.
Catholicity. Catholicity? Maybe it's Catholicity or Catholicity. I don't fucking know. Catholicity, yes. Catholicity. So they decided, it says first Catholicity was a book known, they wanted to know, was the book known in use liturgically all over the empire? So was it already a well-known book that was being used all over the Roman Empire? If it was not, it was dubious, since a real apostolic writing would have had time to circulate more widely. The fewer quarters of the church it was known in, the greater likelihood it might be a recent forgery. Why didn't we hear about this gospel of Wally until now? I smell a rat, is how the logic went. The little book of 3rd John had trouble passing muster on this score, but it made it in because it was evidently by the same author as the popular and renowned 1st John. So it was reasoned that its short length had caused it to be largely overlooked. In practice, Catholicity meant more widely known. Whatever its contents, because long familiarity and wide readership meant there had been more opportunity for the rough edges to be worn away through harmonizing exegesis. But if it was unfamiliar, the foreign ring to the prose jumped right out. This is what happened to the Gospel of Peter. Bishop Serapion was asked to look at a copy in rural Syria where it was popular. The bishop had never heard of it, so he took a look but saw no problem. Then someone advised a second look, and he picked out signs of Docetism, the belief that Jesus had only seemed to suffer while remaining divinely impassive. So the book was condemned. All right, so,
Bishop Serapion?
huh?
Bishop Serapion? Like Serapis?
Not Serapis, Serapion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's
I think you're
name
doing it
sure
again.
some.
I think you're doing it again. Hold on. Hold on. Let's get through this, and then we can talk about what the similarities that you see, that you found in your research. Okay. Had the concerned reader grown up hearing it read every Sunday in a familiar context, he would not have noticed a problem any more than the Syrian congregations had. In addition, the less widely known a book was, the easier it was to exclude it out of political considerations, since it had fewer partisans to defend it. The second criteria was orthodoxy. Did the contents promote the rule of faith, which was the emerging creed? Again, Catholicity might overrule this, since unorthodox elements could be harmonized if the book were held in high esteem. For instance, no one complains about the numerous Gnostic, Docetic, and adoptionistic verses in Paul's letters. Even so, evidence of Docetism would prejudice the decision, as with the Gospel of Peter or the Acts of John. A book might also be spurned over something as simple as citing other books no longer considered canonical. Barnabas cited First Enoch as scripture and was not canonized, but Jews cited First Enoch and was accepted, though someone tried to replace it with Second Peter, a book which incorporates most of Jude and cuts references to the assumption of Moses in First Enoch. A book might also be rejected not because of outright heresy, but because it risks letting the camel's nose under the tent flap. In this way, late apocalypses like the Shepherd of Hermas were considered dangerous because they were of later vintage, and if one could accept them, there would no longer be any clear reason not to accept the prophetic rantings of the monetist prophetess Maximilla. Other books were rejected not so much because of their content, but because of guilt by association due to longer or notorious use by heretical sects. The Gospel of Thomas was probably excluded because Valentinians and Manichaeans used it. Their interpretations were by no means the only way to read the book, and had it been included in the canon, it would not sound heretical to anyone today. The familiar Gospel of John came near to sharing Thomas's fate because it was popular among the Gnostics, one of whom, Heracleon, wrote the first known commentary on it. The anti-monotheist Gaius thought it might have been written by a Gnostic, Cerinthius himself. A whole group dubbed by their enemies the Algoi, opponents of the Logos, witless ones, opposed John. And in fact, John probably was Gnostic. As Boltman showed, it was toned down by an ecclesiastical redactor to make it subtle to Orthodox ears. So that was the second criteria, and they made changes based on whether it had too much Gnosticism in it or Docetism, or if it was well known around the Gnostics or the heretics, then they wouldn't add it in. Third is apostolicity. What the fuck ever. Was it written by an apostle or by an associate of an apostle? We have seen how important this criterion was, but it was a wax nose easily twisted. If a book was widely known and deemed orthodox, then an apostolic byline could be created for it, which is what they did. Which is what they did with some of Paul's letters, the letters that were attributed to Paul. And this way, to secure entrance into the canon, the anonymous epistle to the Hebrews was ascribed to Paul. So Hebrews was ascribed to Paul so that they could put it in the canon, and they wrote a apostolic byline for Hebrews. It was also possible to claim some tenuous link between the ascribed authorship and an apostle, as when Mark was made Peter's secretary and Luke's Paul. If a book sounded too blatantly unorthodox despite a clear apostolic authorship claim, such as the numerous books attributed to Thomas, Peter, Paul, Matthias, James, and John, it could be dismissed as a forgery. While Eusebius embraced the childistic teaching of Revelation, he ascribed it to John, son of Zebedee. Once he rejected the doctrine, he decided the revelation must have been the work of another John after all. Similarly, one is forced to wonder whether the reason Matthew's gospel received its apostolic inscription was because it was by far the most popular of the gospels, while Mark and Luke were damned with faint praise through the what? Assignations? Is that assignations?
Assignations.
Can't see it.
Assignations? What is it?
Mm-hmm.
Right here.
I would say assignations too.
Assignations?
Yeah,
I don't know what
it's
the
a
fuck does
weird
that
word,
mean.
but yeah, I don't.
I don't know what it means. Through the assignations of sub-apostolic names. By the time the grossly different John was added to the equation, Gaius, remember, had suggested Cerinthus for its author as a function of its Gnostic content. So they don't even know who wrote John. Like, this person thinks that Gaius thinks somebody named Cerinthius wrote John. For its author as a function of its Gnostic content. To go so far as to grant it a fully apostolic pedigree was a counterblast. Had no one gone so far as to credit it to Cerinthius, it is likely no one would have overcompensated with Johannine authorship. It is parallel to the criticisms aimed at the erotic songs of Solomon in the first century among rabbis. Shouldn't such a piece of pornography be ejected from the canon in public reading? No, came the reply. In fact, the book was said to be especially holy, rendering anyone who touched it ritually unclean. I read this one time with Bash on Live, and that line, he could not get past that line.
Mm?
If you
Which
know
line?
Bash, huh?
Which line?
He said so it's talking about the songs of Solomon and how they wanted to like not put it in the Bible because they called it porn.
Mm-hmm.
And the question was, shouldn't such a piece of pornography be ejected from the canon in public reading? No, came the reply. In fact, the book was said to be especially holy, rendering anyone who touched it ritually unclean.
Anyone who touched it?
Yes, and so Bash was like, hold on.
Wow.
I mean, they gotta have some kind of excitement in the Bible. I get where they coming from, truly.
So from one end of the pendulum to the other. The fourth criteria was numerology, and this is what you were talking about, Shin. Irenaeus was desperate to include Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and equally zealous to crowd out the Valentinian gospel of truth. He reasoned that there could be only 4 canonical gospels due to the fact that there are 4 winds, 4 compass directions, and 4 argus-eyed creatures in the heavenly throne room in Revelation chapter 4. Irenaeus was also attentive to the perfect number 7, the number of planets known to the ancients, each worshipped on one day of the week. Paul's epistles were first organized according to the 7 recipient churches: Rome, Corinth, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, having once been combined or confused, Galatia, Philippi, Thessalonica, Colossae, and Ephesus. But this arrangement threatened to leave little Philemon out in the cold, to say nothing of the pastorals. Once these were added, one could count epistles, not recipients, and this brought the total to 13, with 2 each to Corinth and Thessalonica. Hence the need to make Hebrews a 14th Pauline epistle, resulting in 2 sevens. One could have as easily ascribed Hebrews to Apollos or Clement or Barnabas as some did. And so that was the criteria that they used in deciding what would be scripture. What are your thoughts?
So that what was the first thing that that Serapion name stood out to me, because of the Serapis, or the Ceres and the Apis bull, or whatever that Ptolemy one Soter, whatever had started in like northern Africa and Egypt or something like that. Now I looked it up. It means son of the bull or something like that, which makes sense since Serapis was a conglomerate deity that involved like the Apis bull. It was something else too that I had seen. I think when you said that, what is it, Catholicity or whatever, which I forgot, pretty much the explanation, it made sense since Catholic means like universal or all inclusive, pretty much. So whatever the meaning of what is it, Catholicity or something like that. That I've never heard that word before, but it makes sense. And then the numerology thing too. So again, it makes sense that they would try to align things with things that like naturally occur, like the 4 directions. I think you said it was like something 4 or whatever. And growing up, I think I had seen some Bibles that had like the book of Hebrews attributed to Paul, but then other versions of the Bible, or other versions of the King James Bible I had seen did not necessarily have it attributed to Paul. It was just listed as the epistle to the Hebrews or something like that. So reading it here that they had wanted to attribute the book to Paul, I mean, it makes sense with things I've been hearing, growing up as a child or whatever, as far as like the book of Hebrews. Um, it was one other thing, as far as the, like the books of John too. One of them, so the dates in my head for like the book of John or whatever, like I think the books of John, I think if I remember correctly, the dates in my head, like the gospel and the like the first, second, third John, I remember them being written, or at least being said to be written in like 98 AD, which was kind of strange to me because the book of Revelation, according to what I had seen at the time, was like written before them. So that part would kind of threw
Yeah,
me. At
because it was
least,
written by a Hebrew, right? Like, and the Book of Revelations being written before the Gospel of John makes a lot of sense because that writer talks about, he refers, like a lot of his visions have to do with Babylon and what
mhm,
Isaiah prophesied about Babylon, what Isaiah was prophesying about New Jerusalem. It's just that they took it, um, and applied it to like this new apocalyptic, um, the Christian apocalypse. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean that part kind of stood out to me too, and it was like one more. I feel like it was like one more thing. Um, I'm trying to. It was one more thing, and I can't. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. It's escaping me right now.
If so, another book that I think would be good for you to check out. Hold on, let me. Uh, so if you are interested, that the name of that book is the Pre-Nicene New Testament. And then, if you are interested in how they decided the canon and the history of it, because it went through a lot of revisions and redactions and interpolations. Um, it's called the Biblical Canon by Lee Martin MacDonald. This book was recommended by Dan McClellan, and it reads like a history book, but it, like, if you want to know how they decided scripture and
Mm.
like everything, the whole process that the canonized Bible went through, this is also a good one to check out.
Let's see. Okay.
If I can make it
I
bigger for
screenshot it.
you. Okay. Yeah. But did you have anything else you wanted to add? The guest box is starting to fill up. So
There's one question I had, and I've been asking random people about this too. So there's been something I heard about some years ago, and it's recently come back up. And it's still in line with the whole numerology thing, but it has to do with the mark of the beast, and it has to do with the allegation that 666 is a mistranslation, that it was really supposed to be 616. And to me, it kind of, it kind of makes sense that it will be 616, given some other things that occur in the New Testament too. But I was wondering if you heard of that too, or ran into that before.
yeah, so 666 is the Hebrew gematria, and 616 is the Greek gematria. But they
Mm.
both just point to Emperor Nero.
Okay, yeah. I recently watched a YouTube video about that. I'd heard about it being like a mistranslation some years ago, but it was like one of those things I just kind of brushed off, like, okay, it was a mistranslation. But recently, with some of the things that's
All
been
right,
going
give me just a second. Do not use caps in my comments, okay?
on. Oh,
Not you. Don't, guys. Caps are for mods only and for people who have a vision impairment. Like, please don't use caps in the comments. Sorry. Go ahead, Shane.
but due to some recent things or whatever, and it just recently clicked on me too. Um, like, building with like some other people on Twitter and stuff, and we were talking about numerology, and I'm like, hold on, I had heard years ago that it was that 616 was supposed to be one of the numbers, and it kind of makes sense. in line with the whole numerology thing. The code of 13 plus 6 plus 1 plus 6 is 13. So to me, it was making sense, but I've just been going around and kind of getting other people's thoughts about that, if they heard about it and what they if it makes sense to them or whatever. But yeah, that was the thing that I had seen too, that it was pretty much pointing to Nero, Emperor Nero, which I think in what is it, Hebrew, it's like Neron or Nerin or something like that. Can't says Caesar or like Caesar or Kesar, Nero, something like that. I can't remember exactly in Hebrew.
I didn't get what you said, but there was an asshole in the comments who typed in all caps just because I asked people not to, and I thought I did it so nicely. Even just explaining why the rule exists.
You did. He was just being an ass.
His name was shit poster, so you know.
I mean, let me see. I guess to the Michael Clarkson dude, I get it. I agree with that 100%. But like in line with something that we were talking before, that's why I'm asking. But I agree with that it equals spiritual enlightenment, or like I guess the highest plane or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, that was like the last thing I was wondering about.
I didn't hear the last thing that you said. What was the last?
Pretty much like I'm just ever since I remembered that, like 2 or 3 days ago, I've just been like asking random people that I've been like building with, like pretty much on Twitter. But damn, since I'm in this discussion now, I figured I just ask you about it. That's pretty much it.
Oh, okay. Well, I definitely enjoyed this conversation. Continue your research, and if you find some more interesting stuff, feel free to come back. Just know that in here, um, I prefer information given to me in the most simplest form, and then I do as much fact checking as I can, right? And I do my own research as well. So you're more than welcome to come back. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
You too.
Oh, goodness. Fee, you want to do the next one?
Yeah, I can do that. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Jay, you know what? While you're bringing somebody up, Jay, I was literally thinking the same thing. Like the fact that I don't know much about numerology, I'm just gonna put it out there because my brain is just way too skeptical. But to me, it's like somebody like 777 93 11, like trying to find some like symbolic meaning to those numbers. Like, what are we doing? Like, I don't understand that rationale when we have systems and methodologies to investigate things now, and they're going back to numbers that were written 3,000 years ago. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, I agree. Ride with one wild horse. Like, nobody's going to invite you anywhere. If you want to be on stage, send a request. If you are in the guest box and you're waiting to come on stage, can you please comment so that we can bypass the accidental request?
Tell your God to ask to give you the knowledge on how to do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and for real. And Michael, you're right. Just because I don't know doesn't mean that they have no purpose, but just because you've imputed a meaning to it doesn't mean that that's what they were designed for. And until you can create that causal connection or show me that causal connection, it's corollary.
Uh,
Not spammy.
exactly. Lord Eben, we already fucking know that you don't believe that your God is an idea. You said it once. You don't need to say it again. God damn. GD Capone, I don't see you in the guest request. Yo, you have to send a request in order for us to bring you up. Can you send a request? I'm still not seeing you there. Those of you that are commenting, can you come up? You have to send a request. I can't bring you up unless you're in the request box. Colin, thank you. I see you. Dang, it just. Uh, where did he go? There we go. All right, there you go, Fee.
Hey, Colin, how are you? Hello? He went on mute.
Colin, are you there?
I'm just gonna say they got Fortnite in their profile picture. So
I think
yeah,
that that's the stupidest thing to like. What the fuck is the purpose?
What was on the profile picture?
Fortnite.
Oh,
So either they're a child or a grown person with the mind of a child.
Like what was the purpose to say, hey, I requested, and then come up here and do that? Like what did that serve? No, he muted himself.
now he's in the comments saying
That's just
answer.
weird. Where did the egg person go? Okay, to the egg person, you're not in the request box anymore. Colin, we don't have time to play games with you. If you are in the guest request box and you are not a child, can you please comment so that we can bring you up, please?
Now you're muted, Colin.
I don't know why he playing games for. Miami Blue. Okay.
Hey, good morning.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning, Thinker and
Good
Fee and
morning.
Lala. Um,
Reading.
I
I just want to say Miami is a blue level nerd. She's a blue butterfly.
Okay.
yes.
Good morning, Maya.
So, what topic did you want to pick this morning, Miami?
I wanted to talk about number 2. God doesn't prioritize moral goodness.
Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
Um, so I periodically, and I'm on my elliptical doing my little morning workout. So sorry if I'm a little heavy breathing, but um so I watch a lot of you all's lives, and I actually deconstructed when I was like 19. I'm 32 now. But I think one of the things that comes up for me a lot, and I think it comes up in these lives of people saying like, "Oh, I'm using the Bible as a guidebook," but when you actually look inside of it, it's not actually holding anybody accountable. So personally, I've been doing last year, I started reading the Bible from the context of women's stories. I found this pamphlet called Women of the Bible, and I went through and like read all the little stories in the pamphlet. And then I bought a Bible and I started reading the stories in correlation with, just kind of doing like a little feminist study. And yeah, like the first one I did of Eve, I'm like, God lied. And then I got to Bathsheba and I'm like, this story isn't even about her. And like nothing was done to David. So like, I think that I fully grasp now that like the things that the prominent men do in the Bible, they are not, they're just being forgiven by God at the end of all these stories that are supposed to be about women. So yeah, I'm very to the point that I understand now that like moral goodness is not a part of that doctrine at all.
No, not at all. And I think sometimes we don't even realize when we're raised in a specific belief system how there's a very specific vantage point through which these stories are presented. You know, the movie, I think the movie was called Vantage Point. It came out many, many years ago, but it was like this story of this, I think, assassination attempt on some high official, but it told a story from the vantage point of several different people. We don't read the Bible that way. Like, we tend to just accept the narrative that we're given. Um, and then when we go back and do exactly what you said that you did, it gives it a completely different feel and a completely different storyline. And I think that ultimately the believers who push back against that idea, to me, that says that they're a little bit nervous about what is actually in their book. If they aren't willing to kind of peel those layers back and flip it upside down and on its end to see what the message truly is. But I wouldn't disagree with you on that one at all.
Yeah, I so up until last year, I was willing to say like, oh yeah, if Jesus was a person, I would, I think he would be cool, until I started coming into y'all's lives and like seeing what Jesus was actually saying. I was like, oh, okay. No, I don't agree. And it's funny because yeah, I've been deconstructed for this long, but I think for a long time I didn't really know how to approach the Bible because, the language can be so clunky. And I think that y'all do an amazing job of like ushering people into really studying it in a way that is not like intimidating, it's accessible. Like I really am starting to understand now. And I actually started doing like the Women of the Bible thing before I started getting on y'all's live. So it's been interesting, the stories that I've already read, when those topics come up in the live. And it's crazy because last year I actually had a partner, ex-partner. He was essentially challenging me about wanting me to believe in his God. And like my perspective is that I'm really okay with saying I don't know. I'm okay with saying I don't know what's out there. I really, I see, if I was to attribute uh anything to a God, it would probably be from the woman's perspective anyway. So that was like a big thing. And I think now that I'm on the other side of that, I'm fully like more confident having conversations with believers because now I have such a wealth of knowledge about the Bible as somebody who is deconstructed.
Yeah, Thinker had a guest up earlier today that asked her something along the lines of, if we don't follow this, then, what do we follow? And the interesting piece about that is, ask yourself, why do you feel like you need to follow anything? Like, who told you that? Who told you that this life is about following a prescribed way of being that has been given to you by somebody else? Like, can we moonwalk back to that idea? And I think sometimes that we don't none of us know what we don't know. And we don't know the things that we don't know. So we don't even know to question them. We don't even know to challenge them. I personally look at it as a red flag from anyone who's discouraging me from investigating something, who's discouraging me from asking questions. And if you've already set up the fact that investigating or kind of diving deep into this claim is problematic, or even asking the question in and of itself is going to lead me to hell, then to me that's telling me you got something to hide. And I'm not willing to just give you my brain and tell me how to function. For some people that's most comfortable for them, I can't tell them otherwise. But day after day, we have people coming in here vilifying us and demonizing us for asking the questions that we ask, and finding the information that is readily available out there for people. They may not necessarily want to see it. And to them, I say, stop looking, but don't try to turn my head away from what I'm looking at. And if you are trying to do that, for what purpose? Like it's almost like being curious or wanting to know something more than what you've been given is what the problem is. And I'm just personally not willing to live a life that way.
Yeah, like I think the only people I run into who are apprehensive to saying like, or just people who are apprehensive to saying they don't know, those type of people give me pause because it's like, are you even seeking information if you're not willing to be humble enough to say you don't know a thing? So that's kind of where I am. Like I try to move through life in general with like a curiosity and a questioning. And like I've noticed through my interactions that people don't like when you ask questions.
No, they don't. And I think as humans, we don't like to not have answers. I mean, from an evolutionary perspective, the unknown has always been dangerous. So it's always best to stay with the group and move with the crowd because that's where safety is. I said this the other day. I think I was talking to Christine or somebody. I feel like we as a society have evolved a whole lot faster than our brains have. So our brains still function on this group think, this mentality of we've got to stay with what everybody else is doing in order to remain safe. You know, you hear that noise in the bush and you just assume that it's something, it's a threat. Whether it's a threat or not, like those that don't investigate are the ones that historically have remained safe. Like that is an evolutionary fact. But we aren't living in that time anymore. We aren't living in the moment we're at, in the time we're investigating a danger or investigating something that's curious will always lead to our demise. Like we're talking about information that's usually accessible through our computers in the safety of our own homes, yet we're still functioning as if we're out on the savannah hearing, a lion rustling in the breeze or in the bush. That's not what we're dealing with. But I do think that when we talk to believers, that's usually what we hear. They tell us, oh, well, just pray and ask the Lord and seek Him. That's not giving me an explanation to anything. That's not answering any questions. It's actually stopping me from actually pursuing those answers. And again, if that works for you, that's fine. But don't vilify me because it doesn't work for me.
Yeah, I've been having these conversations since like 2013. But again, like back then, I wasn't really equipped with the type of knowledge I would have needed about scripture to feel more confident in the conversations. But despite that, I've been unwavering in my, decision to walk away. And like one thing that comes up a lot is like, oh, well, where do you derive your morals from? And I'm like, I just observe the world around me. I pay attention to my body's cues. How do I feel when people interact with me? How do I feel when I say things to people like that? It comes from inside. It comes from my soul, my heart. Like I don't need a book to tell me to be a good person or how I should be treated by other people. My soul and how I feel inside will tell me if, this is the right situation for me. But believers just they have such an issue with where people derive their morals from if they don't come from that book.
And I don't even think, well, I'm not going to say I don't think their morals don't even come from that book. Like the people that come up here saying that, oh, well, I get my morals from God. If you ask them to name one moral that they get from this God that they claim is objective, they cannot name one because it just doesn't exist. This book was written in a time where the standards and the culture is very different from the standards and the culture that we live in today. So even what was applicable then is not applicable now. So they don't even get their morals from this book. I think it's just a very lazy way of being. It's easier to look to someone else for guidance as opposed to forging your own path. And we live in a time where intellectual laziness is just the norm, unfortunately. And they don't want to put in the work to actually determine, okay, well, to ask themselves, okay, I know that I would, like you were just saying, I know I wouldn't want this done to me, so I'm not
Hmm.
going to do it to anyone else. And then they'll say, oh, yep, that's the golden rule. It came from the Bible. No, it didn't. It
No.
predated the Bible, but they don't want to look into the fact that it did. They just want to hold on to this idea that has been fed to them through their indoctrination.
Yeah. And I think for me, like I said, it's been a while for me, so it's really nice to find this community. But like if it feels like I'm, on the margins of, society because every time I open my mouth about a thing that I'm curious about, it's a problem because, now anti-intellectualism is ramping up. A lot of believers like to use that doctrine to hide behind, to like skirt accountability. So it's always hard to have conversations with people. It's hard to resolve conflict with folks. And it's like, a lot of it, at least for I'm African American, I'm black, so like a lot of my interactions with people, that's where like the crux of their, the way they lead their life. A lot of us, I'm from the South, I'm from Miami, so like, yeah, I'm from the Bible Belt, so that is just how people interact with each other, and it makes it so hard and it's isolated me because, I am a thinker. I'm a nerd. I love to read. I love to, gather information. I've been kicked out of book clubs. Like, I'm just a very curious person, and like I don't care if it dismantles an entire thing. Like, I like to get to the bottom of stuff.
Yeah, I'm from the South as well, black woman from Georgia, and you're right. Like it is almost a given when you meet another black person that they're a Jesus lover. And I've had these conversations that used to be uncomfortable for me. I've decided to leave the discomfort with them. Like you're uncomfortable with my lack of belief. I'm not uncomfortable with it. So for me, when I determined for myself, okay, I don't. It would be uncomfortable for me to pretend to be something to make them comfortable as opposed to just standing in my truth. It's no longer uncomfortable for me. I have a really, really close, my son and I are really close to this family. I've mentioned them before. They are the most religious Baptist folks you will ever meet. Every single thing that they do has something to do with Jesus. I still hang out with them. They know that I'm a non-believer. They will say, they'll say things every now and then, like, Felicia, we're gonna get you to church with us. I'm like, we shall see. But it's not uncomfortable for me at all. And I think in my comfortability, it's made it less uncomfortable for them. That's not going to be the case for all people because, like I said, these people are like naturally kind individuals. They're not the discriminatory and, homophobic and xenophobic folks that sometimes you see in church. That's just not who they are. So how you deal with people is gonna vary based on who and what they are and what their characters, how their characters demonstrate in your relationships. But I'm not holding on to that discomfort. It's not uncomfortable. It's not awkward for me to not believe in something that makes no sense. And I'm also not willing to pretend for somebody else's comfort. Like Thinker says all the time about how Christians are so used to their comfort being prioritized. Like it's the default for them. And you can walk in that world and that's perfectly fine, but I'm not doing your call and response. I had a lady one day just randomly walking by in a Kroger or something. She was like, God is good. And she looked at me I guess for me to say all the time. And I just looked at her and she was like, well, you know what you're supposed to say? I'm like, not if I don't think it. And she looked at me like I sprouted a second head. But that's not for me. Like, right, that's not for me to hold on to. That's for you to deal with. You came into this with an assumption. I have no control over that whatsoever. And I'm also not obligated to play along.
She a
Yeah,
spiritual overseer.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, no, that's on me. I was just asking if she was like a spiritual overseer. What possessed you to do that to a random person?
I think it's really because people just assume if you are a black woman, you are a church going, Jesus loving individual. Especially here, like I'm in Virginia now, but in the
Mhm.
South, that is just a blanket assumption that so many people make. The fact that I've met people before, and like in the dating world, like the first question is, "Where's your home church?" What?
Mm-mm.
Like no, like that's
I
not, but
mean,
and that assumption is it always takes them aback when you're like, no, I'm not a Christian. I'm not a well, are you Muslim? No. Well, what are you? I'm fee. Like for the purposes of this conversation, I'm fee. Like what are we saying here? But they
hmm
don't they don't know how to they don't know how to engage with someone without that common denominator. And I think that's sad because you don't
yeah.
really get to know who a person is. You get to know or you get attracted to what you think you have in common as opposed to the core characteristics of that person.
hmm I think for me, I still ask, like I have a couple of friends who are still believers, and I even ask them, I'm like, how was church? What was the sermon about? Because now I know a lot about the Bible, so I'd be ready to chat about it, but like they never go into detail. Because I'm every week I'm like asking my homegirls like, oh, how was church? How was the sermon? And like they don't want to discuss it. Because I'm ready and equipped now. Not that I, just want to argue with people, but like I am, I feel like at this point I am well read from the stuff that I've been doing on my own, plus these Bible studies that I come to. But to you all's point about Black people and belief, I think for years I've given them the benefit of the doubt because of the historical context associated with it, because I'm very pro-Black, like I'm into activism. So like I can understand the I can understand having reverence for the church from that perspective, and that's kind of where it comes from for me. But right, I agree with you, Fee, that like I'm not really a fan of like them trying to use that as the first thing to connect with every single time. Like we're in 2025, it is no longer like the 90s. We're connected to so much information about the world around us, and so I do think that having a all encompassing belief of this stifles the mind because it doesn't encourage questioning. It actually actively discourages questioning. And so when a person's entire uh identity is wrapped in that, I can see how they wouldn't have nothing to say.
I also think that the separation from Christianity for some Black people is like a betrayal of what our ancestors went through, right? And the betrayal of the progress that Black people have made in this country, because so much of the growth was had its nexus in the church. We can't deny that. Like I can absolutely admit that. That
Mhm.
doesn't mean that what the church teaches is right. That doesn't
Right.
mean that what has come out from these organizations have been completely and wholly helpful. That just doesn't mean that thing. And to kind of separate that salt from the stew is very difficult for the vast majority of Black believers, because
Hmm.
to them, to believe and to be Christian is to be Black, or to be
Hmm.
Black is to be Christian, and that's just not the case. And if that were the case, and if it was this good and benevolent thing that they like to purport it to be, then it should be able to withstand all kind of scrutiny. It should be able to be dissected and still come out the
Hmm.
same as it was in the beginning, and that's just not the case. And I kind of go give the side eye at anything that's leading towards homogeny. Like, I just feel
Hmm.
like anything that's pushing everyone to see things in this one particular way is problematic. And I know that that's not beneficial for those who are trying to keep people in line and control the masses, but that's just not gonna it's not gonna be sustainable in this day and age. It worked 200, 300 years ago. I mean, it's worked for thousands of years, to be perfectly honest, but we're moving into a day and age where information is readily available. People are
Hmm.
educated, people are literate, people have questions, people are seeing that these systems that have been in play, they've worked wonderfully and beautifully for those who are in control. But for those who are on the bottom tiers, it's not been this beautiful thing that you're trying to make it out to be. And we're not going to continue to accept that our struggle is our blessing. Like, fuck that both ways. Because no, like, I'm not going to find the beauty in the fact that I'm suffering. To make that make sense. And then when you ask those questions, then you lack faith. Okay, then sure, give me the jacket for lacking faith, but that still doesn't make sense.
I think
Exactly.
too, like when y'all were talking about it being like a tradition for Black people, it's like when they say Black people run, when they see one Black person run, all Black people run.
Hmm.
That they look at this God and this religion the same way. But the way that our ancestors used this religion and used church is totally different than how it's used today. And I think
Exactly.
it's something to be said about how the leaders of the Black church today turn around and started using the tactics that were used against our ancestors, against our own people, with this same God. It's like convincing them to give their money, continue to pour their money into the church so that the leaders can live lavish
Hmm.
lives while people are still suffering. And I like not enough people hold the Black church accountable for that shit, because there's a lot of money in the being
Hmm.
funneled through the Black church that should be, our ancestors would have built shit with it, right? Because that's how
Right.
they used it, not for selfish gain. And I think there's definitely something that needs to be said about that.
Yeah, so and this will be the last thing I share because I gotta go shower and head to the office. But I grew up very like militant, and education was a huge forefront of my upbringing, and I think that that was what was my saving grace to where I didn't lean too heavily into religion to the point that I was able to walk away from it before my brain was even fully developed. But I think one of the keys to the revolution is going to be these deconstructing communities. Once people, and this is why I love the work that you all are doing. Like I sit in here sometimes and hear the breakthroughs, and I'm like, this is what it's going to take for us to be free, for us, for us to have these conversations and say, like, I love when thinker and feed, y'all are telling people to use their brains. Use your brain. In this religion, it so much discourages independent thought. It discourages questioning, and it's like we're not going to beat a fascist regime by believing in the Bible. Like, it's gonna take asking questions, is going to take investing in education, it's going to take having the hard conversations, it's going to take rewiring, a lot of helping people rewire their brains so that they can have the cognitive capacity to lead their own lives and not just lean on the Bible, the government, a significant other. Like, I believe in people, all people having sovereignty and autonomy and being able to have the dignity to lead their own lives. And I think that this community does that beautifully. And again, I thank you all, and I will drop down after this. Thank y'all so much.
You're
Thanks,
so
Miami.
welcome. You're so welcome, Miami. Thank you so much for being a part of the community as well. I see. I don't know if you've been here longer than 6 months, but I see at least 6 months with the blue butterfly. So I appreciate you and all your support as well.
Of course. Yeah, I kind of stay on the margins a little bit because I'm very, very busy. I'm a yoga teacher and a web developer full time. So like I kind of pop in here in the mornings when I can. I'll sometimes catch them at night. But yeah, I don't know how long it's been either. But I've been in here for a couple of months.
Well, I'm happy to have you as part of the community.
Thank you
I
so
hope you
much.
have a
I don't know how
beautiful
to
day.
drop down.
It's okay. I'll take you down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you know what's crazy? While we were talking, like I saw people in the chat talking about how the enemy has blinded our minds and, we're being led astray and we're lost and things like that. But
Did
nobody,
you see the one that said we're a team of demons?
no,
Saw that.
we got to get a team name, y'all, if that's the case.
I thought we were the dominatrix demon chicks.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I
Yeah.
think we should keep that.
Yeah.
But nobody, I mean, even in saying that, like, tell us what we're saying that's incorrect. Like, and bring the data. Tell us what we're saying that's incorrect. Because nobody's pushing against having these discussions. But if you come in here and just throwing out these blanket assertions about who and what we are without demonstrating what we've been wrong about, then how can we engage in conversation? And if your goal is not to engage in conversation and find the truth, then you're kind of proving our point.
Yep. I think they're afraid. Like, that's why they type in all caps. They're like, when they type in all caps, it feels like I can feel their fear. They're afraid of the questioning, I think. If you are in the guest request box, and you're in there on purpose, can you please comment? Exactly, just Ivy. It's the fear and the Jezebel spirits. I love it when they come in here shouting Jezebel. Hey, Bryden, how are you?
Hey, doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What topic did you want to discuss?
God doesn't prioritize moral goodness.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, and by the way, I resubscribed, so got that taken care of.
Thank you.
Oh, 1 second, my dog is throwing up. I'm so sorry.
Oh no. I hope he's okay.
And Thinker, I need to switch devices. I'm going to hop down and come right back up if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
My daughter cooked chicken and waffles last night. Y'all, when I tell y'all this chicken is so good.
Okay, he's good. He's good now.
Oh, that sounds good.
Man, she has never seasoned chicken like this before. Chicken is seasoned.
Brought foot in it, huh?
Yeah. Bryden, go ahead.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Oh, and somebody was commenting they can't resubscribe. You just go to the desktop version of TikTok, and you can do it that way. But yeah. As far as God not prioritizing moral goodness, I mean, I think kind of, it may not be the first time, but what a lot of Christians and everybody seems to agree on is that the first major time we're talking about what God's idea of morals would be is like the Ten Commandments. And so even with the first commandment, he's prioritizing himself. He's not prioritizing the people. He's not prioritizing like talking about loving your neighbor or anything like that. First commandment, right, is no other, you shall not have any other gods before me. And there's so many Christians I've had this conversation with, they don't even know what the first commandment is. They don't know that it's you shall not have any other gods before me. So I think that even though it may not be like necessarily in order, it still to me kind of speaks to the character of the God when he is prioritizing himself over anything else.
Yeah, I agree. I'm shocked that the Christians don't know that that's the first commandment.
It
They always talk about how the Canaanites deserve to die because they worshipped other gods, and they don't know that the first commandment is not to worship another god. Like that's crazy.
Well, yeah, and they'll even go as far as to go, okay, well, the Bible is the source of objective morality. And they will go as far as to say that, well, it's right here, plain as day, in the Ten Commandments. All you got to do is just follow the Ten Commandments. And they'll even go as far as to say, and this is when I speak with Christian nationalists, they're like, you'll even see that America's laws are based off the Ten Commandments, which I think is hilarious. And I'm like, oh yeah? So which commandments are we referring to that we have legislated in the United States? And they're like, oh, well, murder, And I'm like, all right, so list the other ones. What are the other commandments that the United States is following in this so-called Christian nation? And you'll find that it's not against the law to cheat on your spouse, right? Like, so you can't even claim that one. It is illegal to steal, but that's not. It's talking about coveting, I think, in Ten Commandments, right? Not
No, it
necessarily
says thou
steal.
shalt not steal.
Oh, is
Yeah,
that? Oh, thou shalt not steal. Yeah, that's right. There's a separate one for coveting what your neighbor has, right?
yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I think the Ten Commandments are a joke when it comes to like God's moral compass, in my view.
I
And then,
agree, and that's why I bring up the other legal codes that had those damn things, like had those laws way before the God of Israel. Like Babylon, who they call the city of the devil, had "Thou shalt not kill." Well, it didn't say "Thou shalt not," but it says "Do not kill, do not steal, do not covet" in Babylon. So and they
it's not
think that
exclusive. You're saying too.
exactly,
Yeah,
it's not
it's not.
exclusive at all, and it's not revolutionary, right? Like these nations had these damn laws prior to Moses getting them on Mount Sinai, and they see Babylon as the city where the devil came from, and that's supposed to be Armageddon. But Babylon is the devil is telling people not to kill and steal.
And I've heard you speak on Babylon a lot. I have never studied Babylonian history or anything like that, but I know you have. So it's been very insightful to hear about it, and also to hear that Babylon was actually treating the Hebrews like really well. Like they allowed them to worship their own God and whatnot, and like they weren't just like,
They didn't worship Yahweh there. They worshiped the Babylonian gods there.
oh right, yeah. And so, well, yeah, and that's a whole nother thing that Christians probably don't want to talk about either. But but just the fact that Babylonians were treating them well, from what I remember, what you were
Yeah, they
talking about.
treated them so well that they stayed. Like they started taking on the Babylonian culture, the Babylonian language,
Mm-hmm.
um, they married women from Babylon,
Hmm.
so they had businesses there, so they stayed. And the ones that came back brought the Babylon culture with them.
Hmm. Yeah. And yet they'll demonize other nations, including the Babylonians, right? Like they'll, they'll turn around and do that. It's like, what are you doing? Um, it's like the level of elitism that I see in the Old Testament. It's just crazy, and it's just really just speaks again to the character of I guess Yahweh, that he's an elitist jerk who wants this select group of the Hebrews, right? Select group to prosper and no one else. And then you can argue, oh, Jesus wasn't that way all day, but then you get screwed over when as soon as you read, the New Testament, well, Jesus's actual words, talking about how he is just bringing forth what his father was already setting in place. And I know there's so many lives where Christians get on here and argue tooth and nail that, oh well, I just affirm the law by stopping at the stop sign. And it's like, dude, you can't, you didn't complete it by stopping at one stop sign. You have to stop at them all, right? God, like, it doesn't end with just one stop sign. Just as an analogy, so that Jesus was on board with what the Father was doing. In other words,
Yeah. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, or?
um, I think that's the main thing I want to talk about. Yeah, I think that's it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up, and now
Yeah,
we
thank
can
you.
go into that. Dr. Kip, I'm gonna send you what I read about the Jews and while they were in Babylon and after King Cyrus sent the edit, um, and about how many of them came back and the rest of them stayed. I'll share it with you, and then you tell me what you think. You're welcome. If you are waiting to come up, can you please comment so that we can bring you up and bypass the accidental request, please? I do want to ask Nims, like, if Jesus loves us, why isn't Jesus telling us himself? Why is he telling you? Why are you saying it for him, Nims? That's a question that I do want to ask to the Christians that come in here in the comments and say Jesus loves you. Like, why are you having to say that? Do you send people to tell your wife that you love them, or do you tell your wife you love them yourself? Do you send a message through other people when you tell your kids you love them, or do you tell them you love them yourself? Why are you doing that for Jesus? You'll be black also.
Black, they black, the black, black, y'all.
Goodness gracious. Who's in the the guest request on purpose? Do I need to clean it out? Mm. Okay, I'm gonna clean out the guest request box, and if you want to come on stage, send another request. There's about 17 people in the box, and nobody's responding. Linda, wait, send another request.
Hey, good morning,
Good
everybody.
morning. How are you?
Hi, B. Hi, Thinker.
Hey, Linda Way, how are you?
I'm good. Hi, Bookkeeper for Jesus.
You said what?
Hi, Bookkeeper for Jesus.
Oh.
Hey.
Okay, so this is real quick because my subscription ends on the 7th, and I don't want to lose my butterfly. And everybody's been giving me the tips that have worked for them. I was up in the middle of the night on my desktop putting PayPal as my option to pay, but do I have to wait until I need to resubscribe because it won't let me extend?
You should be able to do both from the desktop when you hit subscribe. It should
It
just
did
ask
not.
you to not. I don't think extend. I think it says renew, and then you have to bind it to like a PayPal or like a debit card.
I bound it last night, took PayPal out. It was already in there. Put PayPal back in, and it did not work. It did not work. I got up, got on the computer because I had tried a number of times on the phone to no avail. And so before the 7th, I thought I would come on and just ask if anybody knew what I'm doing wrong.
And you're doing it while I'm live.
Yes, because that was one of the things that everybody said. You have to do it while they're live. You have to be on the desktop. You have to Lord's told me to put my PayPal as my pay option. I did all last night, and what else? That's all I knew to do.
I don't know.
And it goes out. Mine ends on the 7th, and I got my butterfly, and I am not trying to lose my badge.
I don't know why it's not letting you then.
Damn. Well, I guess I have to. It doesn't work for everyone. Somebody said, "Oh shit."
I don't know why it wouldn't, because if you have PayPal, it should allow you to.
It said renew and not resubscribe on my PC with my
Well,
credit
did you
card.
hit renew?
No. Justine said it said renew. I was reading
Oh,
because some people are saying, "Well, do this, do that." Mine did not say renew, and I wonder. I don't know. Oh, if it ends on the 7th, it'll charge on the 7th. Yeah, okay, so Laura said since I re-put my, I'm assuming she said that since I re-put PayPal on the desk, wait until the 7th, and it will charge on the 7th, and just chill and quit stressing out. Okay. All right. So that's what I'll do. I made my reservations for the family trip. I can't wait. It's coming so fast. I just need to make some plane make my plane reservations, but I made my hotel reservations. So I'm very happy about that. And let me see if I got any Jesus stuff to talk about. Believe or not believe.
she said. She said, "Do I have any Jesus stuff to talk about?"
No, the only thing that I have been concerned about was with why it was okay to be called Jezebel, and you had explained that. I was very concerned about that. And then, oh yes, I do have something. The day of the Lord, and this is probably in the Discord, but I haven't gone in there like I should. When the day of the Lord, I want to ask questions about the day of the Lord. What exactly is that? And one other question, I hope they're not long, but if they are, just explain them real quick and I'll get out and go do my own research. What's the day of the Lord? I know horrible things are supposed to be happening. And who was it that made up the concept of the snatching up? What's that called? Um,
The
the rapture.
rapture.
Who? Yeah, the rapture. Who made that the rapture up? And give me a small synopsis of the day of the Lord, if that's okay.
So the day of the Lord was the like apocalypse, the apocalyptic prophecy of the Hebrews, that Isaiah, Joel, and Zechariah often talked about, and it was the day that this God was supposed to rain down, bring wrath against the enemies of Israel. And he says that he's gonna bring like the Medes against Babylon and destroy Babylon, and then rebuild New Jerusalem, where they would be able to rebuild their kingdom, and rule on earth. So it's just their apocalypse, right? Where the God was just gonna destroy all of Israel's enemies.
And is that before or after whatever happens in Revelations? Before.
Well, Revelations didn't exist then when that was created. When that prophecy, the day of the Lord prophecy, for the Hebrews was given by Isaiah, the Revelation prophecy wasn't. It wasn't a thing. Nims, no. Y'all, please don't inbox me.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Hebrews have a different apocalypse than the Christians do. So the Revelation one is the Christians' apocalyptic text, and then the day of the Lord was the Hebrews' apocalypse.
All right, now I understand that. Okay. All right.
And then John Nelson Darby is the one who came up with the rapture theory.
And
Around
Christians don't
1800s,
know.
I think.
Christians, well, clearly, because I was, don't know that these are just things that men are flinging out and that they are taking as the word of God or inspired by God. Or do they believe that the rapture is true because this guy you just named was inspired by God to say it? Because if it's not in the scripture, if it's not in the Hebrew, why do they believe it?
Well, because they're using scripture to back up their theories, right? They're using hermeneutics to
Now
come up with
define
that theory.
hermeneutics.
Huh?
Define hermeneutics.
It's just using scripture to interpret scripture. So it was his interpretation of the scripture. Yeah.
Okay, and last thing, can you spell that? Hermeneutics.
HERMENEUTICS.
Just like it.
There's a fake thinker account in the comments.
Hmm?
What's the name?
Gotta be thinker.
No, it's got to have a different username.
Oh,
What is it?
hermeneutics. Okay. All right.
My
Well,
CA will be in my Oh my God, they even got my what did they call himself? He said TPS. Can somebody
she said,
screenshot that for me?
let me screenshot this because she says she will donate to me.
Y'all should be ashamed of y'all fucking selves. Can somebody I need the username. If y'all can screenshot the username, is he Sid TPS 35P. If y'all can screenshot it for me and put it in the Discord, thank you. You'll be gone in a minute.
Try to renew or extend or just wait until the 7th. We'll see. If I have to lose it, it won't be that bad. I'll still be in here. All right. Thank you, guys.
If you're in here, please do not follow that account. I don't ask for donations on this platform. through my inbox or anywhere like that. If I ever take up donations, it'll be through my Cash App and it'll be during my live. And I will tell y'all what it's for. Not necessarily who it's for. I'll tell y'all what it's for. I will not ever, and I don't like saying never, so I'm saying this not ever because I won't ever come in your DM and fucking ask for no money. Why the fuck?
Trying to come up.
Why exactly?
Trying to come up.
Why the fuck are you
Exactly.
pretending to
Why
be
why
me?
the fuck are you pretending to be me? Why the fuck are you pretending to be me? Why the fuck are you pretending to be me?
You are just full of chaotic ass lies. Like why are you pretending to be me? Can we block them? Thank you. I won't ever ask you for money. I don't do readings, any of that stuff. I don't DM people. If somebody DMs me, I may respond if I know you. Like if I've seen you in the live, if I know you, I'll respond. Um like I just don't be fooled by these fake thinker accounts, y'all. I only have 2 accounts, and that's this one. Make sure that if you see this profile picture, the new profile picture I have, look at the followers. Make sure it's at 300 something thousand. And then my backup account is the one at the bottom, this TikTok thinker. I rarely use that account. That account is only there if we get suspended. Um, and so I don't message on that account. I rarely post on that account. It's only a backup in case we ever get suspended. So if you're not following TikTok Thinker, make sure you follow that account. If we ever get suspended, that's where we'll be. But don't get fooled by these fake accounts. To the person that called us Satanists, in the chat. So I want to go over the Satanist tenets, right? Because like I think their creed sounds way better than you and your gods. Okay. So Satanists believe that one should strive to act with compassion and empathy toward all creatures in accordance with reason. Keep in mind, this is who you think is the devil saying this. Okay. The struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. One's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. The freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own. Beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. People are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm that might have been caused. Every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written or spoken word. These are the 7 fundamental tenets of the Satanic Temple. I'm not a Satanist, but their tenets are better than your gods. All right.
Okay, so I was quiet because I got to hang out on the panel for 2 seconds. All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Anyway, thank you.
Bye.
Have a good one. Tim, how are you? Tim?
What the?
It's okay. I'll take you down. Have a good one, okay?
Okay. Wow.
Did you want?
I
Did you try to come up on purpose or no?
no. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's okay. The app be doing that. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right, you too.
All right.
Take me down too.
Okay. He said, "What the?" All right. Y'all be like, literally, you sat there and heard me read what the Satanic Temple is about, and your response is all those innocent souls. All those innocent souls, what? That don't believe in harming other humans, right? Those innocent souls that believe that their body is their own. What did you hear that made you feel sorry for innocent souls that live by those seven creeds, those seven tenets? I'm just interested. I really want to know. Joyce, hi, how are you? Joyce, did you join on accident? Nunchuck, I think that's your name. Nunchucker. Can you answer? Wait, what's her name? Joyce? That was her name, wasn't it?
That's what it looked like to me.
Oh, okay.
If she comes back, she'll be Rejoice.
Where did Nunchuck go? I want to know, like, why you felt sad for the people who follow the satanic tenets. Like, what was so bad about the tenets? Alexander,
Hello.
hi, how are you?
Hi. I'm well. How are you?
Doing good.
Um,
Can I get your age,
good.
please?
I didn't get that. Try what? Try
Your
eight? Did you
yeah,
say?
your age for
Oh,
TikTok
my age.
purposes.
Yeah, I'm close to 30.
Okay, and are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Neither of those things. I'm just a free thinker, or that's how I
So then
identify
you're a
myself.
non-believer. Then,
No, I am a believer. I
so then
just
you are a
choose.
believer. Then,
I am a believer in some beliefs and some other
okay.
beliefs that
So
I don't agree.
okay, Alexander. So we're talking about the God of the Bible, okay? And so my
Mm-hmm.
question is, are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing from that God, or are you a non-believer of that God? You are one of those. Which one are you?
So when you say the God of the Bible, which God do you believe that to be?
Oh, heck no.
What God do you believe that to be, sir?
No, to me, I think God is a construct idea of
Oh
unity.
God, do you believe in the God that's in this Bible? Do you go by the Bible?
I find very useful ideas in the Bible. I just don't believe in the God most people believe as the biblical God
Oh
You have to
God.
because
choose
it's
This is
not.
why I'm not. This
quotes.
is why, to all of you believers who say that this book is the word of your God, this is why it's problematic. This is why it's problematic. If it was actually the word of your God, all of you would be able to just straight answer, yes, I believe in this God. Yes, this is my God. So many of you can't even just say yes or no whether you believe in this God. Y'all don't even know who the God is.
Yeah, it's unclear. Yeah.
What did you come up to talk about, Alexander?
So I wanted to like say to you like A, 2, and 3, like my thoughts
You
about it.
can
You
do you can
would you
do
like to hear?
one. You can only do one topic, and keep in mind
Okay.
that these topics are about the God in the book, the God in the
Yes.
Bible, right? I'm
Okay.
not.
Yeah.
We're not talking about like a construct of a God that you have created for yourself, right? there's no conversation to be had about that God. We're talking about the God in the Bible.
Well, this is problematic. The topic is problematic because I'll just start with one, okay?
You're only
Is
going to do one. You can only do one, okay?
Yes, yes. Yeah, I'll just do the one. Don't worry. So it says, is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society today? So a God is the idea that is someone outside of us controlling our beliefs. That's just false. We have control on our beliefs. So God must be within or something connected to us, right? So is belief or non-belief in a God? So if you worship a God
Oh
outside of you
God.
that doesn't exist, like, are you following or am I saying
Don't
something?
fucking tell me what to do, baby. This is my life. I'm not obligated to listen to shit that I don't want to listen to. I don't have to let
You don't
anybody
want
speak.
to
Hold on,
listen
I'm
to?
not. Hold on, Alexander. I'm not talking to you.
Oh,
I don't have to let anybody say whatever they want to say on this live. I don't know where y'all get that expectation from.
Entitlement.
I can don't fucking come in here then. I'm not. What the fuck? You a grown ass adult. You expect people to kiss your ass?
are you telling me?
We
No,
have
not no.
fucking requirements to be up here. That's why she asked him.
The fuck is wrong? Like
Yes.
y'all are
Say shit just to
crazy.
say shit.
Alexander. So the topic is about whether a belief in a God, not about what you think a God is.
Oh,
Just a
but
belief
that's
in a God. Like it
problematic.
doesn't matter what you think a God is. The topic is about beliefs. A belief in a God. And
Beliefs are inside our
do not
mind.
use caps in my comments, please. You can say what you have to say in lower caps. I promise you, people can still read it. Go ahead.
So beliefs are in our minds. Beliefs are constructive ideas that we believe. For example, justice, truth, honesty. Those are ideas.
Okay, Alexander, have a good day, okay?
Okay.
All right. I don't know why y'all think we need y'all to just explain what beliefs are. Nims, bring your ass up on stage. Don't at me no more if you're not gonna come on stage. The next time you at me, I'm blocking your ass. Unless you come on stage. Yes. Yes. What do you want?
What the heck?
She came up here, I
Mm,
guess, to check me and then didn't say shit. That's the same one in the comments that was calling me rude.
she probably didn't think you was gonna let her up.
I don't know what they think. Nobody owes y'all shit. Y'all gotta earn that shit. Don't be in my comments acting crazy and then expect people to treat you with respect. Chris, hi, how are you?
Hey,
Hi, how are you?
all right.
Can I get your age, please?
51.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay, what topic did you come to talk about?
I made a mistake. I was trying to get my phone out, so I apologize. I didn't mean to come
It's
up.
okay. No worries. I'll drop you down, okay?
All right, thank you.
You're so welcome. Have a good day.
Do the same. How do I do this thing? I gotta
I
run.
got you. I'll take you down.
Uh,
Aw.
Let's see.
It was a more productive conversation than the one we just had with
Hello.
Alexander.
That when like I just don't get it. Like if people are still trying to, it's like I don't know. Chicago. I mean Chicago. The Black History. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Thank you for letting me back on your channel again. I spoke with you guys before. I don't know if you remember.
I think I remember. Are you a believer? Or are you deconstruct? I can't remember. I do remember talking to you. I don't remember whether you are a believer or not.
Yeah, so I believe in God, but I'm just not religious. I don't have like Christianity, Islam, or anything like that. But I believe in God.
Okay, and so you know that the topics are about the God of the Bible, right?
I didn't know it was particularly in relation to the God of the Bible, because
Yeah.
I just saw God is an idea created by man. So,
Mm-hmm.
and then I just read. I was looking at in particular question one is belief
Yeah,
or
it's
non-belief
about the God of
in
the
a God.
Bible. Yeah,
Okay, I didn't know it was particularly referring to that God, but yeah, for me it's just God in general. I do believe in.
yeah. I'm not. Yeah, that's the thing. Like the gods that y'all create for yourselves, we don't have any information about those gods, right? I don't have an issue with the God that you've created for yourself. That God isn't writing laws about my life. Um, so like I don't. I'm not that there are other deconstruction lives that will argue with you about whether a God exists or not, right? Even if you think that the universe is God, I don't too much care about that. Like I don't see any issue with you just believing in a higher power.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're not this
It's
whole
more the
religious
religious
system.
gods, like from the Bible and the Quran, for example, that have
Yeah,
all
like
these commandments that you
yeah,
must follow, and you're subjected to like hell and things like this, basically.
yeah. I don't. Yeah,
Oh, okay, I understand.
yeah.
Um, what does it, what? So the people that are on this panel, do they hold like the same beliefs as you?
I believe that's
Why would they hold the same beliefs as me? They're different people.
They do hold the same beliefs, do you say?
I said, why would they? They're different people. They have their own beliefs. I don't like. I can't answer for them.
Oh, okay. I was just curious because I wanted to know, like, some of them are quiet, so I was thinking, like, is it
What do you
that?
mean? Some of them are quiet. Like there's somebody talking right now. Do you want us to all be talking at the same time?
No, of course not. But I mean, like, I wasn't sure if they were just like had different views from you, but they're just.
When they have someone to talk to, that's who they talk to. Like I don't know what I don't understand. Like Fee just finished talking to somebody. Did you listen to her conversation? She just had two conversations with two different people.
Which person?
Let me
I
go ahead
think
and
it's
take you down
just
because I don't feel like this
right.
whole interview thing. I don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
He's been in here
Uh,
enough times to know what this live is and to
goodness.
know who you're asking to come up. I do not like that man.
so. Is he the like side macaroni and cheese group that you
Mm-hmm.
like to back up the side? Okay. Anyway,
Hold on. Nunchucker. Nuncha. What? Can you answer my question that I asked you earlier? Like y'all, like if y'all be typing stuff, and then when I ask y'all questions, y'all like disappear and then sneak back in. I want to know what was the issue with these satanic tenants. Can you answer that? Like that's a real question. Like what was wrong with them that made you say what you said? Is it just the word say? Is it just because it's coming from the satanic temple that the tenants are like bad, or what was wrong with them? Can you just help me understand that? So why did you say what you said then? If there's nothing wrong with it at face value, why did you say what you said? You're biased. It's because of the word Satan. Is that why? So if a mother named her child Satan, and that person was the sweetest person on the world, would you mistreat them because their name is Satan, or would you like not be cool with them because their name was Satan?
But you know what, Thinker? I think that's pretty indicative of the way that they think. Like they can absolutely dismiss the value and even see the benefit in those tenets because it's associated with the name Satan, in the same way that they ignore the heinous behavior of their God because it's associated with the name of their God. So in their minds, because it's coming from the Bible and God said a thing, you can own a slave. Oh, he must have had a good reason for it. But you can read those tenets that are extremely humanistic in the way that they're presented. They're fair, they're reasonable, but because they come from the quote unquote satanic temple, they're automatically bad. And it just shows that the depth of their thinking is about that of a fucking teaspoon.
And then the fact that he said that he would be a bit withheld if a child's name was Satan or if a child's name was Lucifer. Something that a child wouldn't be able to control.
Yeah, and that makes no sense. And you're right. Everybody does have bias, but just because you know you have it, you don't leave it there. Like, you investigate it. You figure out how to mitigate it. You don't just say, "Oh, I have bias," and then hold on to it. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
How am I gonna treat my hamster? I got a hamster named Lucifer. So what he's gonna do? Like punt it, kick it, put it out the house. He does bite sometimes, so I guess he may have a point.
Chicago, you just say some of the most random stuff.
I'm just saying the man is afraid of the name Satan. So if it was like on a poodle doodle or something like that, then I guess he'll just be freaking out and roll around or something like that. Pray holy water on the dog. I don't know. I don't know what this man goes through.
So this is January 9th of this year. January 9th. They say what kind of mom would name their baby that? This is January 9th.
I mean, it's 2025 and we have buildings being built without the 13th floor. Why? Like that literally, like, seriously, look at buildings and try to press the 13th floor. They're not there. That shows you the depth of the lack of critical thinking that people have these days, and superstition, and how it grabs a hold to people and they just shut their whole damn brains down. It makes no sense.
They gonna be like, a baby had more power than you. Like, you gonna run from a baby because his name is Lucifer. You're gonna be scared of an infant because his mama named him Lucifer. That's crazy as hell.
Yeah, be a man, punch that baby named Lucifer if you're allegedly for entertainment purposes.
And he keeps going back to this bias. Nobody is denying that everyone has bias. And it has a behavioral function, but it's not a beneficial one. That's the problem, that y'all don't, you get to the point that, yes, there's a function for bias. It served a purpose from an evolutionary perspective, but we don't live in the world where it was applicable anymore. So when you recognize that bias, you do something to uproot it. You don't just hold on to it. That doesn't make any sense. It's a name. It's phonemes coming out of your mouth. What kind of power does the name Lucifer actually have? When have you
None.
ever? None. And they constantly walk around believing that if someone has a name, it means something about them, when that person had no control over whatsoever of what their name was. That doesn't make any sense, but they don't even want to think about things like that. It's irritating as hell, honestly.
That's why I be so frustrated, because the shit that they be saying and doing is so fucking, like, irritating as hell. The name Lucifer is even made up. It's made up by Saint Jerome. It's not even a real fucking name. It was a mistranslation. That's the crazy part. And y'all appear scared to hold babies because they have that same name. You look at tenets that tell people to be good, decent humans because it's coming from something called the Satanic Temple. But you will get up here and say that if a human tell you that a God told them to kill your baby, you gonna say okay. Make that shit make sense.
So that same fear translate to people with usernames, like when Lords and Little Teacup changed their name to Lucifer for like a week. Like, does that still make them the same kind of fear that it would with a baby with that name too? Like, the username stop, or what if they get like a dishwasher company that named Lucifer? Like, did it stop with items or people or places or things that, like, the whole nouns of those names? Which, like, where do they draw the line?
I think somebody did run when Lois was on stage when her name was Lucy. When she had her
Yeah, they
name,
did.
they ran from her.
Yep, I remember that.
That shit is crazy. And y'all talking about y'all got power to heal, and you up here fucking scared of a damn name. That is crazy as hell.
I'm not going to use my toaster, my Lucifer toaster, because that thing get too hot sometimes. All right, well, shit.
And I bet you, how many of them probably watched the show Lucifer?
And enjoyed every moment.
Exactly. What's up, Dugald?
Hey, how are you, everybody?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, dude.
Hi, Fee. Hi, Lala. And all right, now you called little teacups. Does this mean I missed another story?
Oh, little
What?
teacup.
Didn't
Did
Oh
even
I
know
my
miss
she had a
another
gosh.
story?
name.
Oh God.
Oh, she done named herself Little Teacup. I'm just
Wait,
now recognizing that.
Yes.
that's like I missed another damn story. What?
That was a motherfucker right there.
The dude this morning. That dude is so bad.
Anyway, I just came up thinking because I was in a conversation last night, and I would love to hear your take on it. So I was on Nick Graves' panel last night, and kept me up way past my bedtime, and we were talking about the origins, like the original gods. Um, she's under the well, she's not under the impression, but she's trying to work on her PhD or whatever, and she's looking at Marduk and Yahweh being the same, as in like Marduk from Mesopotamia kind of got just transferred over to Canaan or over to the Canaanite pantheon. I'm just curious your take on that idea.
It's I think what we see is like similarities in the deities and in their stories, but it's hard to like do a one to one and say yes, Yahweh is Marduk.
Mm-hmm. That's what she's working on. I just found that to be a fascinating idea because if that is the case, then that puts a whole lot of craziness in there, like the serpent being inky and um, the whole Old Testament just basically being one big fight with Yahweh and all of his brothers from Mesopotamian religion. And I just thought that was a fascinating idea or take on it. And I didn't know if you guys had ever heard that or thought about it yourselves.
Yeah, we were talking about it the other day. There's a book called The Holy Grail that kind of has a list of which one of the Mesopotam like all of the names throughout the ancient Near East and kind of lines them up with the Mesopotamian gods for like
Mhm.
Enki and Enlil and Anu and Inanna and all them. Um, and yeah, it's but that the I think the issue is that because the characteristics change so much and they mix and match them, it's hard to do like a one to one and say that this is this character and this is that character because they just wasn't written like a one to one, if
Mhm.
that makes sense.
I because I've my approach to various mythos from any religion, whether it's old or new, has always been to take the stories at their face value as best I can. Um, Even though I know there's some crossover sometimes in civilizations and cultures, like Greek gods showing up in Egypt, and so on and so forth. But I found that if that is the case, then that means most of the Mesopotamian gods are almost the basis for almost all gods over on in the other continents over there. So that just to me sounds like we're worshiping the same gods almost, and that is kind of sad.
Well, there you had the Egyptian gods, right? The
Right.
Assyrians, like they were different, right?
Well, they were different. I just saying like the basis of them seems to come from this Mesopotamian thing. If it keeps getting connected back to that, and I just thought that was kind of a weird thought if that's the case, because that means we're still under the same dogma, just names have changed, and that's kind of
When you say we're still under, what do you mean we're still under the
well,
same
not
dogma?
not necessarily the same dogma, but like the same stories, the same ideas, people still believing the same things, sort of, even though they're not necessarily the same names of the gods or the angels or whatever the case may be in the text that we're looking at. But if the Mesopotamian gods are the basis for a lot of the gods we see, then it just we're almost worshiping the same religion, and that just kind of was a sad thought. I thought to me, like we never left where we started.
Oh, who's what? You are you? Are do you believe in the Babylonian gods
No,
then?
no, 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 no,
Oh,
no, no, no. I just thought it was an interesting take and a weird take that people as a whole still might be
oh,
worshiping along the same lines that they used to. I just thought that was kind of a sad and odd thing to
oh,
come
yeah.
to.
The stories might be different, right? They
Right.
just like they took the characters, and some of the stories are similar,
Yeah.
but the for example, um, we talked on the podcast on Sunday about Joseph in the Potiphar's house
Hmm.
when Potiphar's wife accused him of mocking her. There is a story called The Two Brothers in Egypt with Anubis and Bata
Hmm.
that has the same motif that existed way before Joseph in Egypt in Potiphar's house. So and Anubis is a god, right?
Hmm.
And Bata was his brother, a brother that he loved so much that he treated like his son. Anubis's wife tried to come on to Bata, and Bata turned her down. And so because Bata turned her down, she went back to Anubis and lied and said Bata tried to force himself on her. And so Anubis ends up like exiling his brother, and he lost his brother for life over that lie, right? And so the same thing so we see that same story almost in Joseph and Potiphar's house, except it's not two brothers, right?
Hmm.
It's just Joseph. The Joseph got real close with the Pharaoh's manager. He ends up, putting him in charge of a lot of stuff. And he says to Potiphar's wife, he's like, "There's nothing. He's not greater than me in this house, and I'm not greater than him. He hasn't kept anything from me except you." So that's how close they were, right? Kind of like Anubis and Bata,
Yeah.
and so so you see the similarities in the story, but there's not
Absolutely.
a one for one, and there's that same thing when it comes to these gods, right? They
Right.
take characteristics and just write stories around them. So they may take one characteristic from Marduk and write it about one characteristic from Marduk and one characteristic from Baal, and write a whole story about Yahweh.
Right. But it all
Yeah.
seems to stem from those Mesopotamian stories, and I just find that to be both fascinating and sad because it's like we haven't left where we started. Really.
Yeah. I don't know, because I don't just see Mesopotamian. I guess
Well, I
I
see
guess
the
that's why
other
I'm having a hard.
influences. Yeah, I see the other influences. It just seems like that's where a lot of the basis is from those Mesopotamian ones. Just just from some of the parallels you do see, not necessarily a one for one, but like as far as like the baselines of them go, it just seems like that's where they're coming from, and it just and although yes, influence and culture comes into play, and that's how you get the other ones, but the other pantheons and gods and stuff, I just found that to be a strange and odd thing. And it all came up because we were talking about it, and I had mentioned that Yahweh was first mentioned ever in almost in passing from the Mesosteli, and she told me that there was an older account of his name, and it was only because there was a servant's name that was like El Yahweh, or yeah, something like my God, directly translated to my God is Yahweh, and it was like from 1300 BCE.
I
And
think the first time Yahweh is in any inscription in stone is like 850
yeah,
BC.
that's the Messians, but she proved me wrong and she apparently had this conversation with Justin too, and it went that way. But there's I'll have to ask her where she got what it was again, because I didn't write it down. But there's a basically telling of a story from I don't remember if it was a king or another god, but there was a servant that her name was like something W-A, or I'm sorry, YAWE is how it ended. And the direct translation of it was apparently my God is Yahweh, or something along those lines. I'll have to get it and send it to you if you're interested, but I'll get it from her and send it to you. But I just thought it was really fascinating, and I was just curious your take on that idea, those ideas.
I don't know. I've not seen that. And Dr. Kip, are you talking about The God Yah spell IAH. Is that what you're talking about, Dr. Kip? In Egypt?
Hmm. I have to see if that's the same one she's talking about. I'm not sure. I just know it was something about like a cupbearer girl or some type of servant girl who was like a kitchen type servant. And she heard that her name was directly translated to that, and she showed us the text where she got it from. I'll have to get it from her again, and I'll send it to you if you're interested. That way you
Yeah,
can.
that'd be yeah. Because as far as I know, in any stone inscription, it was around 850 BCE. Dr. Kip is saying around 1200 BCE.
The 1200 BC sounds about around the time that Nick was talking about for the one she brought up for me. I'll have to get it from her and send it to you.
Yeah,
But I
that'd be
just thought it was really
interesting.
fascinating how it all kind of comes full circle back to the same, almost the same gods that we're talking about now. I just thought that was really strange.
Yeah,
All right, that's all I had. I was just curious your take on it. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Bye, everybody.
I'll meet you up soon. And that's all I
Thanks,
need to.
John. Thanks, John.
No problem. And that's what I need to think. I think after Fee start talking, I think the computer love you and Fee because they already said that this conversation, this page is about the discussion of the 13th building, of a building not having 13 floors and her irritation of it. So the AI know you, I guess.
Say
Listen.
what?
The AI clocked it when Fee started talking and said, "Hey y'all, this summary is about they are discussing social biases and fighting with the issues like 13 floors not being in buildings as a reflection of their fears." So,
You had the AI listen to our conversation,
no,
Chicago.
no, the AI it is in the chat, like the TikTok AI. You have some kind of TikTok AI program.
Oh,
So,
where? How did you? Where is the TikTok AI?
It
I
does.
mean,
Yeah, it
Huh?
does it periodically. It'll give you a summary of what we're talking about, and then the AI thing will pop up and say this live is about blah blah blah, but it'll just go based off of what we're talking about at that time. I've seen that happen.
Oh, really? I've never seen that.
put me in the big box for a quick second, please, and like I screenshotted it for you. Ah, that's a horrible screenshot. Well, but that's it. That's yeah. This is the AI summary about you.
That is crazy. And where does this pop up at?
In the
Where?
comments.
It comes in the comments?
hmm
How
I've
come I
seen
ain't never seen it?
I haven't seen it.
I've seen it multiple times, not only in this live, in the other lives I've been in also.
Hmm,
I thought it was
that's
like
right.
resetting me.
I've never seen that. That's interesting. Huh.
Yeah, I see it all the time in here. So only in here and other, what I say, quote unquote, productive lives. Well, they do try to do my messy people live, like a little teacup. We go over there in tea time live, and it would just say. Somebody's upset about someone's father of the child, and they're not talking correctly to each other.
I saw that the other day.
Yeah, when they try to do black people though, it'd be like, yeah, I don't know what y'all trying to say, but
Right.
anyway, y'all have a great night. I mean, morning or whatever. Love you.
Thank you. You too. Love you
Much
too.
Me too.
See, I'm still
Today is the 5th.
79311.
Huh?
7779311 is still stuck in my head. That's automated. Sorry, is it Sorority? How do you pronounce that? Sorority? QRT. Okay, QRT. Yeah, it's that's automated. Nikki. Hello, Nikki. Did you join on accident? I did.
Okay, no worries. Have a good day. Okay.
You too.
Mm.
Had to go get feed for the animals. Every animal's awake.
You said you had to go get feed for the animals.
Hmm.
No, I don't do that here in this life. Hi, what's her name? Hello.
That is hilarious. My man
Uh,
just enjoying his day. That's good.
I have no idea what he is doing. Mm.
Hello,
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm good. With you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please?
I'm 34.
Okay. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, I'm a believer.
And which topic did you come up to discuss?
That God is an idea created by man.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I believe it's impossible that a man creates something like God. I believe with smartness of people, they can do that. But with all things we have seen from this world, the understanding and the understanding, people don't understand. That's quite impossible to happen without some creator to do all that.
Like what?
Like the universe from the start.
What about the universe?
Yeah, it's in my belief, we believe it was created by God. It was heaven and earth, and it was separate.
Yeah, but you said the understanding and all the understanding that the things that people cannot understand about the understanding. Like what
Yes,
about the universe don't people understand? Like what is what you're saying that people can't understand?
like if we look at the sun and the moon, how do you explain that? Like, how did it come up there? How do you identify the death? Where do you go after death? You just block everything.
Why not? Why not it
It's
just
true.
be why not it just be the end? Where do animals go when they die?
I don't know. That's true. I never thought of that.
Where were you before you were born? Why would you expect that after death would be any different?
Oh, where I was before I was born, it's explaining my religion that we are both to God like a leaf and then we come to the world.
Well, that's what a book tells you, but you have no knowledge of that. Do you remember what life was like before you were born?
No, I don't.
Okay. So, like, unless you have some sort of definitive evidence that there is an afterlife, then why would you just believe it because someone wrote it in a book before, like, thousands of years ago? That doesn't make any sense.
It makes sense if he explained it very well. That's like, let's say, how can someone from very, very long time without observing anything, without moving around the world, and he has specifically say about things that never happen, prophesize and make them claim and explain about the universe without nothing there to want anyone to tell him how the universe is working,
Like what?
like the sun and the moon traveling their own orbit, or like the two water that never met.
Are you Muslim?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I think that's the issue. Uh, so we're this conversation is about the God of the Christian Bible. We can continue the conversation, just know that we don't have a lot of information about Islam in here. And honestly, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, yes, you can.
What do you think about what just happened to the young man that was his life was taken on TikTok live in the name of your God?
Who was that? I never heard that.
So in Sweden last week.
Oh yeah, yeah. I read that about that. They kill. They shot the guy who was burning the Quran.
Hmm. And what are
Well,
your thoughts about that?
As Muslim, we condemn him. We condemn the guy who did that.
You did?
Yes, I do it because trust me, in the Quran, if you read the whole Quran, it's specifically when it's about killing and everything. It's a story God is telling in the book or in the future. It's telling about this war and this war. But when it's come about people, when the prophet they come to the prophet and they
Wait, give
ask
me
him,
give me just a second. Can somebody message M's? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yes,
Matt,
when it comes
anyone
Yeah, what
specifically
happened?
to
mutuals with him?
killing,
Hold on. What did you say, Lala?
Yes, if anybody's mutuals with him.
I think somebody. I think people have messaged him before. I think we do have several people in here that are mutuals with him. I can't message him while I'm live, but if M's could come in here, because I know there is a few verses in the Quran that does justify what just happened, right? And I hear you telling me that y'all condemned it, which I'm glad that you condemn it, right? I don't know that the entire community did.
no, yeah, it's
Um,
it because if you look at the YouTube of Muslim people who follow some scholars in live, like let's say Muhammad Ijab, Ali Dawa, they all condemn the guy because I remember there was a time when someone stabbed Hatun in the Speakcorn of London.
Thank
When
you,
they
T-Skip.
all condemned him too because there is nothing we can say we should kill an innocent man in the name of Allah. We should kill the one who attacked us physically, not the one who attacks us, a book or what. Because in our belief, we believe that the Quran is in with us, not the book. We memorize that.
There is a verse in the Quran where Muhammad does say to kill unbelievers. Like I think he gives them some time to get out of the city, and then if they're not gone within 3 days, then and they don't convert, then they are to kill them, right?
They were the transgressors. They was the opposite. Like those people who Prophet give them 3 days to live, they were the people who were committing injustice things. They
And
were
Like
not
so,
running
all,
up on
how is that
in
different?
that. The difference is that the rest of the Jewish stayed with Prophet Muhammad, and even Prophet Mary, one of the Jewish women. There is nothing wrong with staying with people if they want peace. Prophet even says, live with your neighbor very good. Like he say even, you have to teach them in the way, but don't force them in anything. And then when he say like you have to get close to your brother, it's all about Christian and Jews. We are all brother and sister
Why
close
did you
because
laugh
Prophet
when I
even
brought him
Mary,
up?
who?
You did. Why did you laugh? Why did you say that guy? Why did you laugh when I brought it up? Like why aren't you just as horrified
Sorry,
as
I
we
didn't
are?
laugh. No,
You did.
You did laugh.
You
I
did.
did.
You did.
Yes.
Oh, then I'm sorry for that because it's not funny.
Except it was funny to you.
No, it's not. Even to me.
So why did you laugh?
Then I'm saying I'm sorry if you feel that I
So,
laugh, but
so
for me,
apologizing for it, right, doesn't change the fact that you did it. I'm trying to ask, why did you
sorry.
laugh? Why was that your original reaction?
Because okay, listen, the way I laugh is not that I laugh of him. It's because when you tell me some guy was killed on TikTok, then I thought it was in TikTok. But when you say about him, then it was not a laugh because he was not in TikTok. He was the guy who was born. If you should, then my laugh was not for him.
He was killed on TikTok live. He was on live hosting a
Wait.
panel like I'm hosting. He was sitting on his balcony and they walked up and killed him during the live.
Oh, then I didn't know. I thought he was killed like outside with a shotgun or something.
He was killed with
Because
a gunshot. He was on live, much like we are now, and they walked up and they killed him while he was on live.
To be fair, I didn't know that because I knew about the news, but how he was killed, I didn't know that he was in live on TikTok. So my life was not laughing about him. We don't laugh about someone death. Because when I laugh, I realize that I know that story when you was about to tell.
It makes no sense.
Sorry if I offended someone.
That's a horrific thing, right? And then like y'all with like as whenever I talk to Muslims, y'all always try to present your belief system as if it's peaceful and or more peaceful than that of Christians, right? But the several times that I've talked to Muslim men on this stage, they've been just or even sometimes even more misogynistic than Christian men, right? Um, I mean, downright disrespectful, right? But then like hearing how these men went and took this young man's life because he doesn't believe like y'all do, because he burned a book, and then went on social media and started bragging about it, and other Muslim men making videos, right, laughing about it, right? When you snickered, it reminded me of the video of the man laughing, saying he's gone but Allah's still here, thinking that it's funny. And this is why we say that a belief in a God can be harmful in society, because people are willing to defend that belief, right? To defend a God that they don't see. They are willing to harm or kill humans that they see every day.
But that's the difference. I'm here to say about Islam, no Muslim. Muslim are not perfect. There are people who kill. There are people who crazy in the Muslim. They kill and everything, but they don't represent Islam, because no man can represent a belief. Because if you say someone represent a belief, that's wrong. You cannot take one person or two person, a group of people to represent a belief. Islam is perfect, but not Muslims.
Ken, you came up here, but you said he was lying in the comments. What are you saying he's lying about?
Yeah, I greet everyone. Hello to everyone. So the
Hey.
guy's line, if you want to live with Muslim, you have to pay a tax for them to, if they have to leave you with your beliefs, if you don't want to be in their region, you have to pay taxes to stay with them. That is written in the Quran. That's written in the Quran. You have to pay money to them for them to leave you leave. If not, they finish you. I don't want to say the word. I don't want your life to
No,
be.
it's not true. We don't need to pay some money so that someone can live a religion.
Well, that is what we experience. That's what we experience in Africa, and it's in the book. I don't know the exact surat, but it's in the book. We always have this discussion about these things, but I don't know the exact surat. But I can make some research and come back with the thing. They have to pay some money, and it's
Yes,
supported.
it's not money.
Even if it is not money, back in the day there was no money per se, so they have to pay something. And
Not if you
today it
live.
is
If
in the
you live,
form
you
of
live. No one
and
condemn
today
if you
it is in
live.
the form of money.
But if you live, you live. We don't ask for money. If you live, you live. We don't say if you live, you don't pay money, we kill you. No, it's not true. It's not
But
in
that's
the
what the
verse
book
of
is
Quran.
saying. That is what the book is saying.
Then show me the verse, please. Show me the verse.
I'll go and look for it and come back.
Yes, no problem.
Hold
I
on,
will.
Ken.
I
Stay
will.
right there. I'm gonna look it up. Hold on. It says it's in the hadith. The uh the hadith is let me see.
But she say it's in the Quran.
Let's see.
If you're Sunni, you follow the Quran and the Hadith or whatsoever. Or are you
Oh,
Quranist? You're not Sunni,
no,
so
no,
you
no,
don't
no,
believe
no.
in Muhammad?
So wait, madam. I understand your question. You say there is a verse that say if you leave Islam without paying, we're gonna unlive you.
Yeah, it's in the book, in the whether it's in the Quran or the Sunni. People follow this thing and kill other people. And
Someone
sorry,
said something about Quran 929. Is that it? Or
Is it?
Surah
Let me see.
95?
Oh no, it doesn't say
I
that.
don't know. I don't know.
You said 9 what? 929. Fight those who do not believe.
الذين
Who is that? Fight those who do not believe in Allah in the last day, nor comply with what Allah and His Messenger have forbidden, nor embrace the religion of truth from among those who were given the scripture until they paid the tax without submitting, fumbly humbled. So it does say that. It does say that there is a tax right there.
Yeah, but you just read that verse. You know that.
What do you mean I just read it? She said that there was a
But
tax, and you said no, there's not.
but yes, that's not the text that she means. She means if you leave Islam, you have to pay that, and then otherwise they're gonna kill you.
no. I didn't say you leave. A woman cannot leave Islam. If you leave Islam, they finish you too. A woman doesn't have the
Who?
right to leave Islam. That is how it is in all these Arab countries. That's what they
Okay, show
do.
me, show me, show me. They had this.
In Sudan, for example, there was a Muslim woman that married a Christian. Her story was viral. This lady, because she married a Christian, she left. To them, they consider that she left Islam. The law said they will finish her, they will hang her, and they did.
That's what I'm telling you. One person cannot make a belief. One person. It's a human
No, no,
being.
no,
It
no. That
cannot.
is that is the law of a country. That is what they do because of this religion. It's a whole government in
If
all
you
these
bring
Arab
about
countries.
Africa, if you bring about Africa, they were kings who were preaching the Bible, and they were still killing Africans, and they preached the Bible after. Can you say that was the law in Africa, but they changed
There
it?
was 14, there
Oh,
was 14 centuries of the Arabo-Musulman slavery. Sorry, I speak French mostly, so sometimes I have to translate things in my head. So they did these 14,000 killings because of this, that is the Arabo-Musulman slavery. The
Exactly
Arabs
what I'm
slaved.
telling you. A group cannot
So they
make a
were killing
belief
for this same God, for this same
where
Allah, for
they were not killing for
14,000
Allah.
years.
All right,
They
you
were
They were
backed
not
doing
up.
it
killing.
for
You
Allah.
backed
That is
up. You
why
said
people
one
kill
man,
each
and
other.
now you're saying a group.
I also said the group. Did I not say the group before?
No, you've been saying one man this whole time. I just want to keep you in check.
Yes,
You
they
like to
are
try to
also
change
okay.
shit.
Okay, let's say also the group. The group cannot even make the religion.
And how
The
big the
problem is
group
that
gotta
it is
be?
in their religion. That is the real problem. Is that it is written in their religion. That is the problem.
Well, they will go to the hellfire because they are not Muslim if they do that.
They will
Because
not
in
go.
Quran,
They will not
in
go
Quran
because
it, do-
God
it
will
doesn't
say
it
you
doesn't
should
it
do
doesn't
it for
justify.
him. Allah
hold on.
say you
The
should do it
Quran.
for
Let me
him.
read this,
No,
Prince.
where
So
I ask you where.
Prince, let me
Hold
read
on.
this. This is the Surah on Nisa, chapter 4, verse 88 and 89. It says, "Why are you believers divided into two groups regarding the hypocrites, while Allah allowed them to regress to disbelief because of their misdeeds? Do you wish to guide those left by Allah to stray? And whoever Allah leaves to stray, you will never find for them a way. They wish you would disbelieve as they have disbelieved, so you may all be alike. So do not take them as allies unless they immigrate in the cause of Allah. But if they turn away, then seize them and kill them wherever you find them, and do not take any of them as allies or helpers."
Yes.
You said there's nothing in there that says that.
Like I'm telling you, you cannot read the Quran 1 or 2 verse and then understand the whole chapter.
But you said that there's nothing in there that says that would even
Okay,
lead those
let's
men to
let me
believe
give
that
you
that's
let
what
me
Allah
give you
want
an
them
ex.
to do.
Okay,
Like I
let me give you
said,
an
you're a
example.
liar.
Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say I quote 90-20. Look, Jesus say, "Bring them to me, and whoever doesn't believe that I reign, kill them before me." How can you feel without me reading that, without reading the whole chapter, without
The difference
understanding
is
the
Jesus is saying that in a parable as for the end time. He's saying it, and I think that's fucked up. What he's saying is and on the day of the Lord, those that did not choose him, his people, his consecrated ones, are going to stab men to death. They're going to grape women, and they're going to dash babies' heads against the stone. I know what Jesus is saying there, and it's still fucked up. But
exactly,
Allah
and
here,
I know
here
what God
Allah,
is saying there.
hold on. Here Allah is saying that to the people. He's telling the people not to make allies of disbelievers. And he says, instead of making them an ally, seize them and kill them. That's what he says here. He's not saying this is going to happen in the last days. He's saying to do that.
Okay, let me respond. That's what I'm telling you. You cannot take
Bricks.
something out of context. Okay, let me answer
Bricks,
then.
that shit
I'm
is
gonna tell
funny
you.
as fuck. I'm sorry, but that
Okay,
shit was
let me tell you
funny.
something. The
Hold on.
thing
Go
that
ahead.
was
Lala, I'll
saying
be right
there,
back.
the thing that they were saying there, it's about the disbeliever who were making funny of the prophet and they were trying to attack him. You know what they were doing? Do you know the story of the context? There were people there were people who make that they won't become Muslim. They lie to prophet. They say we won't become Muslim, so they can enter to the prophet house and lean all his plan about the bottles and bring them to the Quraysh, so that when they have a plan and they can attack prophet and kill him. So God saw them, and that's when the verse came out. They say, "Do not make allies with them again," because God was telling prophet which person are they. He tell him one by one, and there were like 11 hypocrites who were entering Islam. That's the verse.
That makes no difference to
Lying.
how it's applied.
Yes,
Even
that's make
if
well the whole difference, because
That makes
you
they
are
no
were the
even
difference to
lying,
how it's
disbeliever.
guys.
applied.
Okay,
Wait,
let me tell you,
wait.
there was the disbeliever who came to Islam by hypocrisy. They didn't come to Islam like they fully. They just come to learn the plan and everything, and then they go to tell all the plan about the prophet to the other people.
And so when they see that as a lady who marries a Christian man,
Sorry, what?
and when they see that as a lady who married a Christian man, when they see that and say, "Oh, she is leaving to share the plans of the bottles or whatever,"
What is
and then
that?
they
Is
take
that in a
action on
hadith?
that, how is that not them upholding the scriptures?
Is that in a hadith?
The thing we just read, bro.
Oh yeah, I can also tell you about many things about that, but I tell you, one
You're a
group or
fucking
one
liar,
person
man.
cannot. You don't even let me answer, bro. You are interrupting. I'm telling you, Islam is perfect, but Muslim are not. Same as Christianity maybe is perfect, but Christians are not.
Islam is not perfect.
Judaism.
No,
It's asking people to be
neither one of
honest.
them
You can
is.
see it.
Go ahead,
Can
Prince.
yeah? Can I speak now?
Yes, go ahead. After you, then Blair.
Yes. So the thing I'm telling is that you cannot judge by a religion based on group or someone. You can never do that, because if there was something to judge about that, I could have judged King Leopold too.
Then that means that your God isn't real. That means that y'all are governing yourself. If you cannot judge a group of people who belong to a God or are being governed by that God, then that means those people are governing themselves.
Exactly, they are governing
Then that
themselves, so
means
they
your
have the.
God isn't real. That takes us back to this. That
That
your
means
God
they
is
are
an
going
idea.
against.
Hold on. No, that means that your God is an idea created by man.
That means they are just going against the religion.
Even if they're going against the religion, it still means that your God isn't governing y'all, and y'all are governing yourself.
They are governing themselves. I'm going against my book, and there is no way to say kill children, kill women, kill innocent men. No, kill the one who fights you.
Blair, did you have something you wanted to add to this?
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry. I wanted to just come because of the conversation about the jizya, which is the tax for non-Muslims. What the verse is actually, it's in the Quran, and what it says, it's specifically for Ahl al-Kitab, and Ahl al-Kitab means the people who have scriptures. So Jews and Christians, if they live, specifically these two, and also I think like Zoroastrians maybe, it's for people if they live in an Islamic country. If you want to stay as a Christian or a Jew under Sharia, under Islamic law, you have to pay this tax. And if you don't pay it, your women, like your mother, your sister, your daughter, she can be taken as slaves to the Muslims, and the men of the family are unalived. But when it comes to someone who is like Hindu or someone who is atheist, there is no tax. You either convert or you are unalived in Islam. And the Prophet Muhammad said in Sahih Hadith is basically like the sayings of the Prophet that are 100% go back to him. He said, "Man badala dinuhu faqtuluh." Whoever leaves his religion, unalive him. And so what the Islamic laws do, like apostate like myself who leave Islam, they tell us we have 3 days to convert. You're supposed to be locked in your house for these 3 days. You have these 3 days to convert, and if after the 3 days you don't return to Islam, your punishment is to be unalived. So, yeah.
Wow. Prince, why did you sit up here and lie to us?
Sorry, what?
Why did you lie to us?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the first time I hear something like that.
He's a fucking liar.
No, I'm telling you, I'm the first time I hear about something like that. I
You said
cannot lie
you
about
said you
something like.
memorized the Quran, right?
I never say memorize the whole Quran. I never said that.
You said that they should not have killed that young man on live because y'all don't read the Quran, you memorize it. You don't remember saying that?
Yes, I said well, they don't need to kill him because of a book he was burning. We have the Quran in ourselves. We need to memorize it. But I never say I memorize the Quran. But I can surely say, even if you burn the whole Quran, I have my two teachers who memorize the whole thing. They can teach me, and I memorize the whole thing. But I memorize half of it. So, like I told you, we Muslim cannot accept that behavior of killing like that, because if they do that, they are not Muslim. Actually, they are not even Muslim. They kill like that.
Prince, I have a question for you. Is it okay if I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do you know the story of Qirfa in Islam?
Story of who?
Qirfa, a lady called Qirfa.
No, I don't know. Maybe if you tell me, maybe I
Okay.
know it. Maybe I
Yeah,
forgot.
I can tell you the story. So there was an old Arab woman. Her name was Qirfa. She was the leader of an Arab tribe. She used to insult Muhammad, and she didn't believe he was a prophet. So Muhammad, what he did, because he was insulted by her, he tied one of her legs to a camel and the other one to another camel, and the camels ran in opposite directions and split the old lady's body in half.
Oh my gosh.
So that's what Muhammad did for someone who insults him. So what's the difference? Like what happened to Salwan Momika in Sweden? Because that's normal.
Wait,
I
what?
have even
No. I know
have
someone
even
who was sprayed.
another story of the
No. I'm gonna answer that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Yeah.
know I know someone who was sprayed by the legs, and she was a Muslim woman. It was
You're
never by
talking about
prophet.
Sumayya. You're talking about Sumayya, and I'm not talking about what happened to Sumayya. I'm talking about Qirfa. You guys, everyone can search Qirfa. She was the Arab tribal leader who didn't like Muhammad, and she didn't believe he was a prophet. So Muhammad unalived her in a very terrible way. There's also the story of one of the scribes of Muhammad. He used to write the Quran. And what
I
happened
know
was,
that one.
yeah, so you know, okay, so I will say it if you know it. So he used to write the Quran. So
No.
Muhammad
I'm
says,
gonna say it if you like to. The question I'm gonna say to that:
yeah,
did
it's okay.
Prophet kill that guy, or did anyone
Yeah, he did.
Muslim?
And you know what he said? When this man, he was a Muslim who believed in Muhammad was prophet. So what happened to the Muslims? They used to live in Mecca, but when the pagan Arabs rejected Muhammad, they had to move to Medina. And when they moved to Medina, it's like you have to stay there as a Muslim. You had to make hijrah. So what happened was one of the scribes of Muhammad, he apostatized from Islam. He stopped believing and he wanted to go back to his family in Mecca. When Muhammad and his Sahaba conquered Mecca, his specific requirement for this scribe who apostatized, he said, unalive him even if he's in the Kaaba. And the Kaaba is the holiest site for Islam. He said, even if this man is holding on to the Kaaba, you have to unalive him.
Yes, yes, I heard that. Can you read me the hadith that say that?
Of course, I can bring it. 1 second, please.
Man, I cannot stop thinking about that story. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, it's insane, and it's clearly justified. So I don't know.
There's somebody in the comments, Ibrahim Sugra, saying that you had hope for who?
Okay, I have the hadith if it's okay to read it.
Yes, go
Yes, tell
ahead.
me the hadith.
Okay, yeah, so I will give you the firstly, it's in Sunan al-Nasa'i 4067, and it says, on the day of the conquest of Mecca, the messenger of Allah granted amnesty, so it's Muhammad, granted amnesty to the people except 4 men and 2 women. He said, unalive them even if you find them clinging to the covers of the Kaaba. They were Ikrama bin Abi Jahl, Abdullah bin Khatal, Miqyas bin Subaba, and Abdullah bin Sa'd bin Abi al-Sarh. This is the one, Abdullah bin Sa'd, this is the one I'm specifically speaking about, who was the scribe of Muhammad, who apostatized when he realized that Muhammad's revelation was not coming from Allah.
Let me read it so that everybody.
Sorry, can you tell me the hadith again?
I'm going to read. It's Sunnah 4067. On the day of the conquest of Makkah, the messenger of Allah granted amnesty to the people, except 4 men and 2 women. He said, kill them, even if you find them clinging to the covers of Kaaba. They were Ikrimah bin Abi Jahl, Abdullah bin Khattal, Mikas bin Subah, and Abdullah bin Sa'id bin Abi Asa. Abdullah bin Khattal was caught while he was clinging to the covers of Kaaba. Sa'id bin Harith and Amir bin Yasir both rushed toward him, but Sa'id, who was the younger of the 2, got there before Ammar and he killed him. Mikyas bin Subah was caught by the people in the marketplace and they killed him. Ikrimah traveled by sea and he was caught in a storm. The crew of the ship said, turn sincerely toward Allah, for your false gods cannot help you at all in this situation. Ikrimah said, by Allah, if nothing came to me at the sea except sincerity toward Allah, then nothing else will save me on land. O Allah, I promise you that if you save me from this predicament, I will go to Muhammad and put my hand in his, and I am sure that I will find him generous and forgiving. So he came and accepted Islam. Abdullah bin Sa'id bin Abi Sar hid in the house of Uthman bin Affan, and when the messenger of Allah called the people to give their oath of allegiance, he brought him and made him stand before the Prophet. He said, O messenger of Allah, accept the allegiance of Abdullah. He raised his head and looked at him 3 times, refusing his allegiance each time. Then he accepted his allegiance after 3 times. Then he turned to his companions and said, was there not any sensible man among you who would get up when he saw me refusing to give him my hand and kill him? They said, "We did not know, O messenger of Allah, what was in your heart. Why did you not gesture to us with your eyes?" He said, "It is not befitting for a prophet that his eyes be deceitful." The whole time I'm reading this, it just reminds me of Yahweh ben Yahweh.
From Ria's pocket.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
familiar. And this whole conversation also reminds me of the conversations that we have with Christians who always say, well, Jesus only promoted love and acceptance because they haven't read the book. And their idea of what's promoted in this book is very, very different than what's actually included in the book. And it seems like that's what Prince is saying.
Sorry, what?
Prince, we're not going to be repeating ourselves up here. You got to stay locked in, friend.
No, I was reading.
What she said still goes.
Yes, yes. I'm not very good with hadith, but yeah, I see the hadith. I believe it.
So either it's the case that you have not read any of these things at all, or you've been up here lying. Which one is
No,
it?
the hadith been there are many hadith.
No, the problem with Islam, it's like I used to be Muslim, so I know this. We don't know this stuff actually. The scholars they lie to us on purpose. They don't tell us this stuff. They don't tell us what's in the Quran. Like I can speak Arabic, it's my first language actually. And when I'm reading the Quran, they gaslight me. They tell me, you don't know real Arabic. You have to go to a scholar. He will tell you the real meaning, even though it's clear in my eyes. So even if he doesn't know, it's to be honest, it's like not his fault because they like to hide all of this from us.
Which is it?
Kind of like with the Bible too. Like the amount of Christians in the Bible saying Jesus never said to kill anybody, but literally he says, "Bring the ones that who did not want me to rule over him and stab them in front of me." They don't read that because their teachers haven't told them to.
And then
Exactly.
yeah, and then the similarity with when you know the language and you read it, and then they're telling you that that's not what it's saying. It's the same thing happens in Christianity as well.
There is the hadith of Muhammad, the Prophet. He said that women are ناقصة العقل والدين, which means women are deficient in intelligence and mind, like in intelligence and in religion. So when I used to like maybe have conversations with my father and with my teachers, they used to tell me you're ناقصة العقل والدين. You are, as a woman, you are deficient in intelligence and mind, so you don't even know what you're reading. You don't even understand what you're saying. So they even gaslight me to think I'm less than I don't know because Muhammad the Prophet said this.
I'm gonna for the Christians asking me where it is, I'm gonna pull it up for you because, like I said, you don't, your teachers haven't told you this, so you don't know it.
Sorry, guys. Can I leave it because I have school now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for the conversation.
Hmm. He sounds like a kid. He said he was 24, but he sounds like a kid, and he might be confused. He might not know. I don't know. Especially like if they lie, right? Ibrahim, please go on mute for just a second. Please mute yourself for just a second. Thank you. For the Christians, this is Luke 19:27, and actually, so y'all won't be screaming context. It says, "Then the other came saying, 'Lord, here is your pound. I wrapped it up in a piece.'" Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna go up a little bit further. I think we need to start at 15. I think this is see. Actually, just let me start at 1. Oh shit. See where it starts. Right here. the parable of the 10 pounds. As they were listening to this, he went on to tell a parable, because he was near Jerusalem, and because they supposed that the kingdom of God was to appear immediately. So he said, a nobleman went to a distant region to receive royal power for himself and then return. He summoned 10 of his slaves and gave them 10 pounds and said to them, do business with these until I come back. But the citizens of his country hated him and sent a delegation after him, saying, we do not want this man to rule over us. When he returned, having received royal power, he ordered these slaves to whom he had given the money to be summoned, so that he might find out what they had gained by doing business. The first came forward and said, Lord, your pound has made 10 more pounds. He said to him, well done, good slave. Because you have been trustworthy in a very small thing, take charge of 10 cities. Then the second came, saying, Lord, your pound has made 5 pounds. He said to him, and you rule over 5 cities. Then the other came, saying, Lord, here is your pound. I wrapped it up in a piece of cloth. For I was afraid of you, because you are a harsh man. You take what you did not deposit and reap what you did not sow. He said to him, I will judge you by your own words, you wicked slave. You knew, did you, that I was a harsh man, taking what I did not deposit and reaping what I did not sow? Why then did you not put my money into the bank? Then when I returned, I could have collected it with interest. He said to the bystanders, take the pound from him and give it to the one who has 10 pounds. And they said to him, Lord, he has 10 pounds. I tell you, to all those who have more will be given, but from those who have nothing, even what they have will be taken away. But as for these enemies of mine, who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence. This is Jesus's parable for how it would be when he returns. And it matches Isaiah 13. It matches Isaiah 13. The day of the Lord. Isaiah's prophecy of the day that your God returns. It matches it. First off, we're going to do Matthew 24. We're going to start Matthew 24:29, where your Jesus is giving signs for what to look out for on the day of his return. He says, immediately after the suffering of those days, he's quoting Isaiah 13 here. The sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Isaiah 13, a proclamation against Babylon. The burden against Babylon which Isaiah the son of Amos saw. Lift up a banner on the high mountain, raise your voice to them, wave your hand that they may enter the gates of the nobles. I have commanded my sanctified ones. I have also called my mighty ones for my anger, those who rejoice in my exaltation. The noise of a multitude in the mountains, like that of many people, a tumultuous noise of the kingdoms of nations gathered together. The Lord of hosts musters the army for battle. They come from a far country, from the end of heaven. The Lord and his weapons of indignation to destroy the whole land. Wail, for the day of the Lord is at hand. It will come as a destruction from the Almighty. Therefore all hands will be limp, every man's heart will melt, and they will be afraid. Pains and sorrows will take hold of them. They will be in pain as a woman in childbirth. They will be amazed at one another. Their faces will be like flames. Behold, the day of the Lord comes, cruel, with both wrath and fierce anger, to lay the land desolate and he will destroy its sinners from it. He's taking the sinners off the earth. And this is what Jesus quotes here, Isaiah 10. For the stars of heaven and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be darkened in its going forth, and the moon will not cause its light to shine. I will punish the world for its evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. I will halt the arrogance of the proud, and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. I will make a mortal more rare than fine gold, a man more than golden wedge of Ophir. Therefore I will shake the heavens, and the earth will remove out of her place, and the wrath of the Lord of hosts, and in the days of his fierce anger. It shall be as the hunted gazelle, and as a sheep that no man takes up. Every man will turn to his own people, and every one will flee to his own land. Everyone who is found will be thrust through. Remember here, Jesus said, bring them here. He says, but as for those enemies of mine who do not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence. In Isaiah, he says, everyone who is found will be thrust through. Everyone who is captured will fall by the sword. Their children also will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered and their wives raped. That is your Jesus's telling of his second coming. Abraham. Abraham. Abraham, are you there?
You gotta come off mute.
I sent him an invitation.
Abraham said, I'm getting the hell up out of here.
I got too hot.
Oh my God.
Oh. I'm gonna go to churches and do that.
Hello.
Hold on. Look what Nim said. More the reason to repent. You don't want to be great, do you, thinker? Repent. Is that why you messaged me, Nims? I told you the next time you type my damn name and you don't bring your ass on this stage, I'm blocking you. Bye.
I had ample opportunity to come on the stage. Now you banished.
Jacob, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? Hello.
Doing good.
That's
What topic did you
perfect.
come up to discuss?
I'd like to discuss all three, but I'll start off with number one,
You
please.
can't do all three. We only do one topic.
I'll start off with the one.
And Jacob, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm about all of each. I think all of each. Yeah,
How are you all of each, Jacob? Like you can't be all of each.
yeah. I just feel like I need to understand. I really understand. I be studying. I
Jacob,
study it every day.
Jacob,
Yeah,
you
I study.
cannot be a believer and a non-believer at the same time.
I have like some days off, some days on. You know what I
So
mean?
then you are deconstructing.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, that's yeah, something like that. You can call it that. Yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't even.
Also, do you want to do Jacob?
Hello.
I guess so.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
What's up? Go
El
ahead with number
oso.
one.
So I want to talk about this topic. Can I talk about number one, please?
Yeah, go ahead with number one.
Is belief or non-belief in is belief is less harmful because they have more morals, they have more personality, they have like you know they got more money sometimes. I feel like they're less harmful to society because if the Jewish people believe in God
Give me just a
and they have
second.
a lot of money.
Abraham, don't tag Blair. Like you were on the stage and you could talk to Blair. Don't do that. Go ahead.
Jewish people have a lot of money. They believe in God. Yeah, I believe you should believe in God, man, and then you can be rich, hopefully, in one day. Yeah, that's and because if you believe in
So,
God, I mean, someone is gonna help you
so
out.
what does non-belief get you for? Is that what you're saying?
Poverty, yeah.
What about the predominantly atheist nations that are doing really well economically speaking?
There's no atheist nations doing well.
Oh my goodness.
China
China's monotheistic. They believe in Buddhism.
They are predominantly atheists.
and Buddha is not a god.
He's like a spiritual aspect. That's God, basically. If you have to study it, and
But
yeah,
it's not God though. Buddha was a man.
it's the same. It's equivalency as God.
It's really
Just
not.
Equivalent.
because you want that to be the case does not make it the case.
That's what I comprehended in my studies. Yeah,
Exactly. Just because you want that to be the case does not make that the case.
but that's very fair. It's fair to say they're God because that's fair. You can't say they have a God. Who they believe in if there's no God? Buddha.
They don't have a God. He was a
They
man.
literally
They
do. Have
followed
you
his
read the?
teachings.
Have you been to China before?
Have to go to China to know what they believe.
Yeah, they give you very good stories on their like
Have you
experiences
talked
with.
to a Chinese person or what?
Yeah, they speak Mandarin in China. Yeah,
I mean, predominantly, yeah.
mostly. Yeah, about 64%, I think, speaks Mandarin. The rest speak
Okay.
very languages. Yeah,
Can I ask a quick
Shanghai
question also?
Shanghai sharks. Yeah,
I want to challenge what you just said about non believers being poverty stricken. Where did you get that data from?
from the studies that I've been doing for the past 5 years.
Studies in what? What are your sources for that? Because
I was
Africa is one
on.
of the most religious countries or continents on the planet, and they are very, very impoverished, yet very religious. So where are you
Because
getting that?
that's external factors to Africa. Those external factors, including colonization.
So are you saying that everyone who's not a believer is poverty stricken?
Mostly, that's just the statistics. I can't really fight it. It's
Okay,
just
but
the statistics.
that's incorrect though. Like that's the piece that you're missing. That is factually incorrect, and I'm not sure where. That's why I was asking you for your sources.
Google. I searched it up on Google. They
Yeah.
said, and ChatGPT told me the same thing.
Friend, you have to understand what research is, and it's not Google or ChatGPT. Like when we talk about research, you have to have some peer-reviewed data, statistics, information, not just somebody's opinion. You're talking
Yeah.
to you're talking to a panel of atheists, and none of us are poverty-stricken.
Are you all atheists? Sorry, may I ask?
Some of us are. You're speaking to Fee right now. I'm definitely an atheist, and I'm definitely not living in poverty.
That's just
Neither
like
am
I'm
I.
talking about majority. The majority is.
Well, that's not true either. Like you speak these things. You also came up here and said that you were all three, a believer, deconstructing, and an atheist. So I'm not sure that we can trust your analysis on things just based on
That's you
that
should trust
alone.
me even more because I'm everything.
No, that means you're no. That's absolutely not how
Like
trust
she
goes.
confused.
Oh, so I'll give you this back because it's not going anywhere.
So let's
Yeah,
just
I'm
continue.
reading the poverty and religious affiliation study that was done, and it looks like poverty is
It looks
more
like
closely
I'm
linked to
correct.
religion. It says economic inequality and religion have substantial links and a traditionally interwoven relationship. Religion has
Exactly.
been found to relate to poverty relevant
What?
outcomes, including
Can I?
economic aspirations and family size. This was
That's
Becker,
false.
2016, Heaton in 2011.
That's not the
Religion
new
also
one.
affects intermediaries of poverty, including the likelihood and timing of getting married and the age of having children, as well as the
That doesn't correlate,
cohort
unfortunately.
fertility. I mean, I'm reading a study.
Sorry,
You're
my
gonna have to read
apologies.
me a study that says the contrary. The contrary.
Okay, I'll get my study. It takes like maybe 1 minute. Let me just get my laptop out, man. Sorry.
Okay.
if your studies were done in crayon, they're not going to be believable. Like, because, like,
It's on my
seriously,
notes. I have notes.
when you come up here, though, think about what you're saying, Jacob. You came up here, you said that you are a believer, you are deconstructing, and you are
Yeah,
a non-believer all at the same time. Anyone with
exactly.
anyone with half of a brain knows that that is not possible. You
That is
got
possible. You just don't haven't you haven't came across it. That's the thing. You
to,
don't know what you don't know. Like if you don't know, you can't say it's not true. You know what I mean?
but you're defying the laws of logic. It can't be P and not P. Like, do you agree with that? Like the
Mm.
laws of logic? Does that ring a bell?
Uh it just depends on the construct.
There's no construct that would defy the laws of logic. A thing can't be a thing and not a thing at the same time. Like, that's just basic logic 101. And if you aren't able to understand that, I'm not sure this conversation
I'm
has the
sorry.
foundation
I'm
that
just
it
not
needs.
finished my point. I apologize.
You haven't made a point, Jacob. That's what I'm trying to get the baseline here on where we're going. Like, if you think a thing can be a thing and not a thing at the same time, we're not talking the same language.
I'm sorry. Can I go back to what I was originally saying before interruptions?
Can you answer my question so I can ensure that this conversation can be productive?
I think you're
Okay,
up here
what's
to
the
be
question?
facetious, and you know damn well that shit is not gonna fly on my stage.
I'm
You
not trying
know
to be that.
that.
I swear I'm
You are very
on
yes, you are. You are very much trying to be facetious. And I suggest if you want to stay on this stage and participate in the conversation, I suggest you stop it. Or else we're
my
gonna move on to
apologies.
somebody else.
I won't do that anymore. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Why'd you do it in the first place? Ugh.
Yeah, and can you guys free young boy, please? Free young boy. You know, NBA
Yeah, all right.
is like in jail. Yeah.
He's just coming up
This
here
is
to be a goofball.
I mean, I
TikTok
kind of
is like really betraying me right now because I tried to trap him and it wouldn't fucking go.
like, I never thought I would be wanting Ibrahim back up here. Good grief.
You alone on that one.
That's Jesus's child. The very fact that he tagged me talking about, hey, can I come up? I have questions. Like that's how they defend their God, by being assholes.
I mean, I knew when he said believers had more personality that we were not living in the same world. Because what?
I didn't even hear him say that. I tuned his ass out. I didn't even hear him say that. Jesus is the way.
What's good?
How are you?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good. Also, do you want to give it another try with a real person?
Sure.
I
Okay.
don't know what y'all. I literally just scrolled on y'all thing and I just seen the topic. I don't know what dude was talking about. But why? I'm not gonna assume none of y'all believe in God, but
Which topic did you want to do?
I'm sorry.
Which topic did you want to do?
We can do all three.
Pick one.
Let's start off one. Why do y'all feel that way?
Look. We're only gonna do one, so pick the one that you want to do.
Well, let's start off with one. If y'all want to do more, then we can.
We're only going to do one.
Oh, okay, and we can start off at one.
How you mean start and that's
Why
the
are y'all like this?
We can start off at number one. If y'all don't want me to ask y'all no more about number two or three, then cool. That's what I'm saying.
What are your thoughts on the topic?
My thoughts on all this, I think all y'all kind of tripping, but it is what it
Oh,
is.
Jesus' kids. Let me ask you a question. Why do y'all have such poor pit?
I'm sorry, but that
I
just
was
pissed me off.
finna eat. I was finna
I'm sorry.
eat. I don't get to have no fun.
I'll let you have the next one. I'm sorry.
Oh, y'all up here tripping. Oh, y'all up here tripping.
That's all he's gonna say the whole time.
Huh?
He was just gonna say we up here tripping the whole time. That's it. Stop typing in caps, please. Thank you. I didn't feel like typing.
Okay, guys, thank you guys for having me. I think I'm gonna step down. I think when it comes to the Muslim region, Blair is much more qualified, but at least I know what is real and what is not real in the Muslim region. And most of the times, I think when you're arguing with the Muslim people, they should also give you like contradicting surat when, oh, sorry, I have a baby. They should also give like a contradicting surat when they are giving a storyline, especially when you doubt if the thing is true or not, because they always will give you a story and just lie and just keep on lying, just like the Christians. So sometimes just the way we give them the verses, they should also give the verses. So thank you guys for deconstructing. Thank you for doing the job. We're
Thank you,
gonna support as
King.
always. Yeah.
I appreciate
I
you
don't
for
know
coming
how
up and helping us with that conversation.
I don't know how to step down, so can you please
Yeah,
step
Yeah, I
with me?
got you.
all right. Have a good
Yeah.
day.
Have a good one. Nice talking to you.
Mm.
What's up,
Hey,
Devo?
everybody. I didn't mean to request up, but while I'm here, can I just point out before we get too far away from it? Every single Christian in this chat was pearl clutching the hell out of that hadith. But as soon as you started reading from scripture, every one of them traded them pearls they were clutching in for shields and barbed tongues. Hypocrites. Hypocrites.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Bye.
All right. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. All right. I know I see Arnie Treese in there, but I doubt that you are in there on purpose. If you are a believer, we have about an hour left in the show before Christina goes live. So if you're a Christian, if you're a believer, deconstructing, or a Christian, hop on up. I'm probably gonna chill on Christina's live for probably about an hour before I hop off and get to work. So go ahead and send your request. We haven't gotten any Discord callers today. That's strange.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Oh Lord, your name makes me wonder. Are you gonna just like
Oh my gosh.
what's your name about, friend? Are you gonna go up here and just straw man us? Okay.
The
I'm keeping my
ultimate straw
hands
man.
away from the
No,
disconnect
I took
button.
I took him down. I took him down. Yeah, I think every night is interesting though. I think it's just a different kind of interesting. Like there's so many variations of weird when it comes to this religion. I don't think we're ever going to have a normal night in here. We have to understand that people will lie. Why do we have to understand that? Why is that something we have to understand?
Wow. That's a weird thing to say,
Right?
especially when you're Christian.
Oh, straw man is a friendly? Oh, okay. Well, he they need to announce that so that we know. So that we know going forward. Zach, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Did I request to come up?
Yeah, you requested on
Yeah.
accident.
Yeah, I did. Sorry,
That's okay.
but
Well,
I
go
just
ahead
want
and
to say yeah, I just want to say great work, and continue waking our people from this mental slavery. So,
thank
and
you. I appreciate you.
yeah.
All right, you have a
All
good day
right,
as well.
you too. Okay,
All
bye
right.
bye.
Straw man apologized.
Oh, it's all good, straw man. Next time, at least let us know that you ain't up here to fuck with us.
Because you could have got blocked, buddy.
Right.
Did not know. Oh Lord, who let this person out?
Wow.
Oh.
Gaslight and Oso are like one of the same, like Joel and Mezzo.
Stretch it out, Pops.
Stretch it out, pops. That's what I'm talking about. Hello, panel.
What's
Hello,
up,
thinker.
Gaslight?
What's
The
up, guys?
glorious thinker.
There you go.
Doing good.
I do have a serious question, thinker.
What's up?
Um, of course, you know I go to the ghetto a lot. Okay, and I love to have my brass knucks with me, some nunchucks. You know, I like to be strapped, ready to go. So I want to run this by you, and I want to get your take on it. My thing that I'm running across, I mean, that I want to present is the fact that you have to translate, you have to get different versions and get different interpretations of certain things. That means that it don't belong to you, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That means that it's not, that it does not belong to you. If I don't speak Spanish, right? And
Right.
if someone is speaking to a person in front of me in Spanish, that means that the conversation is not for me, right?
Yeah.
And if they start speaking to me in English, that means that the conversation is for me, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So we have to do all of this translating from Hebrew to Greek, from Greek to English, or what have you. That should be a red flag that, hey, this is not for you. I presented this argument to some Christians, and they laughed me out the room. And I just want to know, was the laughing out of the room legitimate, or was it a tactic to just discount or dismiss what I was saying? I do have a follow up question after you answer that.
Yeah. No, you know what my I would have ended that with, as like if I was in there with the Christians, right? And I gave them that take, I would have ended it with, much like the red pillars say to women who notice red flags and choose to ignore them. There's no point in you crying now because your ass should have chose better.
Right.
Yeah.
I like that. And another thing that I say is that, okay, you have to even translate culture to get an understanding. So in all of this translation and interpretation, you're going to be losing big chunks of the meaning of words. Uh, and I asked them, how do you rely on this being something that that is 100% correct as you're understanding it, if you know that throughout this process you're going to be losing chunks of the meanings and context of words and sentences? I mean, is that a legitimate question to ask?
That's a very legitimate question to ask. There's a translator in the comment named Me. Me, can you come up and answer Gaslight's question about how context is lost from one translation to the next, since you're saying that he's wrong?
I would
Yeah,
love.
so
I mean, I would love to hear
yeah.
that too, considering the fact that interpretation is what I do on a daily basis. There's literally no way to avoid what Gaslight said in the interpretation process.
Right.
Oh, you just want to be wrong in the comments.
Yeah, and with that being said, I think that it's quite evident, or yeah, I think the results of which is quite obvious that we would now today have thousands of different denominations, and having free for all battles on Christian lives, where they are battling each other with the cobbling of scripture to prove their point. I think that that's very evident that something like that would be happening today due to the fact that all of these translations and trying to make this thing say something in English is I think hampering or hindering the Christian community.
He said
So
interpretation cannot be translated. That's called exegesis. We follow strict exegetical rules.
well, everybody's exegete be jeting differently, don't it? I mean,
But the
the
problem,
jeet don't be jeting.
He
and
didn't even address the problem. That's the thing. But go ahead, V.
Yeah, the problem with that is that you can't determine whether or not a translation or an interpretation is correct if you don't know the source language. Like, I can't tell you the number of times I've had somebody come up to me after a job and say, "Oh my God, you did such a good job." But you don't know sign language. You don't know if I did a good job or not. And it's just a matter of their perception of seeing me stand up there moving my hands around. So when you talk about being able to, somebody said in the comments, you just have to make sure you're interpreting it as accurately as possible. You don't know if it's accurate if you don't know the source language.
He
That
said he
doesn't make
said
any
he said
sense.
he's a translator. I want to test his translating. I think the reason why he's not coming up is because he's lying.
Lord
He's
Eben.
claiming, yeah, he's claiming to be a biblical translator.
Lord Eben is in the request queue.
Oh, I see him. I'm gonna bring him up when I take Gaslight down. Hold
Okay,
on,
thank you.
hold on, Gaslight.
Okay.
Hold on, I want to test his gangster. Hold on.
I think another key component of interpretation and translation is neutrality. So even if you do know the source language and you're interpreting or translating it from a biased position, you're still going to skew the message. So you still have to take that piece into consideration as well.
But I do want to let y'all know I'm kind of giddy. You know, all of my favorite TikTokers are on this panel, so I'm trying to contain myself. Okay.
You said what?
It's,
Gaslight.
okay. I'm trying to contain myself. Okay. All right. I'm okay. I'm all right.
Hold on. Let's see.
Now he said he's not a scriptural translator.
Oh, you're not. So I'm wasting my time trying to bring up a scripture in Hebrew. I was trying to find a Hebrew scripture, and my ass done changed my Google to Hebrew, and I don't know how to fucking get it back.
Oh my goodness.
Now my Google is in Hebrew. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna figure out. I don't know what the fuck I hit. I don't know how to fucking get it back. I don't even know how I did that.
Now it's about to test you for real to see if you retaining what you learned in class.
And everything is on the left side. Like I just typed in Genesis 1 in Hebrew, and now my whole fucking Google is in Hebrew.
Oh shit.
You about to be fully immersed.
Right?
I'm gonna figure out how to get this shit back.
All right.
What the
Testing your
fuck?
Hebrew now.
Hold on. Translate to English. English. Nope, it's still in Hebrew. What the fuck?
That's crazy.
How did that? Damn. Ooh. Even thinker is in Hebrew. Sh- Shavim? Huh. That's interesting.
Did you say Shazam?
Shavim.
Oh,
Thinker in Hebrew is, I mean, Shalem. Shalem,
oh, Shazam.
not them. Shalem. Shalem. Okay. All right. Since not Shazam, since he's not gonna prove to us that he's a translator and he lied, and I figured he was lying in the comments anyway. Did you have anything else, Gaslight?
That's all I had. I'm going back to the ghetto.
All right. Have a good one.
All right, take it easy.
Bye.
Easy.
Gotta figure out how to fix this shit. Okay, who was talking to Lord Eben in the comments? Were one of y'all talking to him in the comments?
I had a couple of
Hi.
messages exchanged with him.
Okay. You want to do
Hello.
this one?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Lord,
Hello.
yeah. Hey, Lord, even you got bars. Can you hear us clearly?
Yeah.
All right.
Um.
Based on
Nice
your
speaking
comment,
with all of you.
you as well. What topic would you like to discuss?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
I would like to discuss the first one. Yes. Yes.
Okay, go
I'd like to
ahead.
discuss the first one.
Okay.
Okay. So it says, is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society, right?
Yes.
Did I get that?
Correct.
Okay. So in essence, I actually believe that. Okay. Um. If I'm a Christian, for example, I'm looking at it from a Christian point of view in the argument. So not just in any God. uh So I'm looking at it from a Christian point of view. So I don't think me believing in God is actually harmful to society in any way. I know there have been a lot of maybe mistranslations, and maybe people that are not passing the correct message about Christianity. But I believe that if you look at the message of Christianity, majority of it is actually pointing people to a good direction rather than doing the wrong thing. Do you get all that?
Yeah, I hear that. I don't necessarily
Hello?
agree. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Lord
Yes,
Eben?
yes.
Okay. Yeah, I heard what you said. I don't agree with it
Yes, yes.
because
I can hear you.
I think we must have a delay. I heard what you said. I don't necessarily agree with it because you're saying
I'm
that,
sorry, my network is poor.
yeah, I can tell. So the reason I disagree with that is because in the same way that you could read a scripture in the Bible or you can read the Bible and you can conclude that you're supposed to behave in ways that are loving towards others, accepting towards others, and peaceful towards others, other people can read the Bible and land on the exact opposite conclusion. So it's not necessarily the belief in a God, it's what that belief in a God prompts people to do. And that's what's harmful to society. You don't necessarily have non-believers who don't subscribe to a specific set of beliefs or tenets walking around telling others how they should and should not live, trying to restrict the actions of people and determine what they can or cannot do with their own body. You don't see that in societies where there is no belief in a God. So in the society that we live in today, I absolutely see it being much more harmful to believe in a God than it is to not believe in a God.
Okay. So from what you said, I think you said that the way I read my Bible and represent or translate it to doing good and living right, this and that, another person can also read it and say otherwise, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that is exactly my point. Like I said before, a lot of people have actually mistranslated things, and that is what will cause a lot of arguments because there's no logical reason. Okay, even though you don't believe in being a Christian or you don't believe in God, the Bible itself and majority of the things that it teaches us to carry on, majority of them are not actually things that are harmful in any way. Actually, they are things that are actually good.
They're good to you. They may be
No,
good from
they are good by standard. For
so
example,
so hold on, Evan. Good is subjective, right? There's no
no,
objective
good is not subjective.
good. So let me ask you
If
this. Hold on. Good is a value statement, and it can only be determined by the person who is experiencing the thing, right? There is no objective good. Like if you ask me is strawberry ice cream good, my answer is going to be no. My mother's answer would be yes. And those two answers are correct based on our subjective experiences. You talk
okay,
about a mistranslation and the problems resulting as a
not
result as
mistranslation, misunderstanding.
okay, can you stop interrupting me, please? We already have a delay and it'll make it easier for this conversation to flow if we don't interrupt each other.
I'm
A
sorry.
misunderstanding or mistranslation, either one of those things would not be applicable if there wasn't a text to misunderstand. If we dealt with each other based on our experiences with each other, based on empathy and compassion, as opposed to trying to regulate the actions of another person, I don't think that that would harm society at all.
Okay. Can I speak? May I
Usually,
speak?
when I stop speaking is when you can speak. I'm not sure why this is so difficult for y'all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please don't be offended. Can I speak now?
Because they only listen to respond. They don't listen to actually listen. That's why, to understand.
Can I speak now?
That's why. See what I'm saying? That's
Hmm.
why their answer is always, "Can I speak?"
Okay.
He's
So,
like his mind is with Jesus right now while I'm talking.
thank you. That's actually true. Okay. So, what I'm saying is that if we look at things in
See,
the Bible, like for example,
What a
the
no.
teachings of Jesus, majority of the teachings of Jesus, a lot of it is talking about,
he said
yes,
it's
about
true.
a lot of it is actually talking about believing in God, yes, but there's also a good part of it that is talking about society. Like, for example, now, I'll actually argue with you that there's an objective good and right. There's an objective right and wrong. There's an objective this. There are things that are objectively good and there are things that are objectively wrong. And yes, there are some variations like preference in things around us. Like I can say I like baggy jeans. You say no, you don't like baggy jeans, but that is not what I'm talking about here. There are things that are objectively right and there are things that are objectively wrong. For example, now by standard, stealing is not wrong, right? It is. Stealing is wrong. Is it right to just steal from someone? Are we going to say, okay, my mom thinks it's right to steal, I think it's right to steal, this one thinks it's not right to steal? But that does not change the fact that it's not right. Is there anything wrong with Jesus saying, okay, love your neighbor as yourself? What is wrong there, or what is harmful in him teaching, love your neighbor as yourself? What is harmful in him saying, do unto others what you want people to do to you? What is harmful with him saying you should give to the poor? What is harmful with him saying you should give to the poor, do this, do that? I think majority of times when you people or a lot of people read the Bible, they are always looking for things that they can put in a bad way, or okay, let me say the things are actually written like that. But a lot of the Bible, like I usually say, a good part of the Bible is actually talking about history, and a good part of the Bible is talking about things that happened. And there are parts of the Bible that is talking about the future, and there are parts of the Bible that are just teachings on how we should behave. If you
Okay.
look at
Hang,
majority,
hang on,
I'm sorry,
Evan.
I'm not.
No, you're saying a lot, so it's going to have to be a back and forth. That's how discussions work. So before you continue to your
Okay.
next point, let me respond to what you said thus far. When you talk about Jesus saying, love your neighbor as you love yourself, who was he talking about? And that's part of the problem because
Okay.
about fellow Israelites. He was not talking about everyone else. I have no problem whatsoever with actually humans actually loving their neighbor, meaning everyone, regardless of their religious affiliation, regardless of their nationality, regardless of their race, regardless of any of these arbitrary labels that we put on each other. I agree with that. I agree with treating each other the way we want to be treated. I agree with that. But none of those things originate from the Bible. Those directives predate the Bible. Yet believers constantly point to the Bible as the genesis or the origin for these directives, and it's just simply not. We know how to treat each other decently without it coming from a book that also tells you where to get your slaves from, that also tells you to kill people, that tell you not to worship a specific God. So you can't just ignore the problematic pieces of this book and say it's all about love and acceptance because it's simply not.
Okay, so let me just pick one thing you said. You said the Bible says we should kill people that we don't believe in. I don't think that don't believe in God. I don't think that is true. I don't think the Bible said I should go and kill someone that does not believe in God.
Thinker,
Then
can you
second
pull
of
that
all,
scripture up while he's still talking?
okay.
Yeah.
Then second of all, the
Thank
Bible
you.
said me as a Christian I should kill people that don't believe in God. Okay, I would love to see that. Then second of all, you also said that when Jesus said love your neighbor as yourself, you said he was talking to the Jews, right? Or the Israelites, right? But actually, the funny thing about Christianity is that, unlike a lot of religions, it's not just culturally based, or it's not just based for a particular set of people. Please, if you are giving me any, please use the New King James Version or a version that is.
We're gonna use the NRSV.
I'm not familiar with this
It's the
version,
same
so
thing.
I'll
It's not
prefer a
gonna change.
version that
I
it's not
prefer
really the
this.
same thing.
I prefer this, and it's the same thing. It's the same words.
Okay.
Yeah. If anyone secretly
No.
entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, let us go serve other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield to or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Then all Israel shall hear and be afraid, and never again do any such wickedness. Now what I will do for you, I will go to the New King James, and I will make sure to let you see that the words kill and stone are still in this scripture. Okay? Kill, surely kill him. This is the New King James. I don't know why y'all need this, but there are the words there, and there is stone him with stones until he dies. Okay? Same
Okay.
same
So can I
word.
respond to that?
Yes.
Can I respond to that?
Hold on. Fee, go ahead.
Okay.
Back to you.
So
Hold
now,
on. Fee. Back to you, Fee.
Yeah. So, I mean, the reality is
I
you may
wasn't
not.
allowed to respond though, before
Asked
we
me to
go
read
on.
a scripture for her. Let her finish, and then you can respond. I was doing her a favor. Let her finish, and then you can respond. Okay?
I'm sorry. Go on. Go on.
Thanks, Tinker. Yeah. So the reality is the words say what the words say. And you guys like to gloss over it or try to make it seem as though those words don't mean what those words mean, but Jesus said what he said. So you may not apply those words in the way that they are clearly laid out in that scripture, but that does not mean that the Bible does not give those directives.
Okay. Can I respond now? Okay. So let me remind. I'm very sure for you to be making an argument on the Bible like this, you have surely read it. So let me remind you of when they were going to stone an adulterer, for example, and they were doing it. In fact, the teachings of Jesus, and there were a lot of places that the people, that is the scribes and the Pharisees, were saying, okay, this is the law, this is this is that, this is that. And if you look at what Jesus came and said, he came and actually, will I say, argued with a lot of things they said. His point, for example, now, when they wanted to stone the adulterer, why didn't Jesus come and say, okay, this is the law, cast the stone on her? No. He said, if there's any of you that is without sin, they should cast the first stone, right? Or Jesus asked a question. They said you shouldn't walk on the Sabbath. He asked, okay, if your sheep, I think, or your cattle falls into a pit on the Sabbath, will you say you're not going to pull it out? So, like I said before, a lot of things, especially in the Old Testament, I'm not saying they are not in the Bible, because I know it may not be as if I'm trying to twist the Bible, this or that. No. A lot of things in the Old Testament, Jesus came, and if you read a good part of the message, that is what Christianity is. They believe in Jesus, they believe he rose from the dead, they believe he died for us. That is what Christianity is. So, and we look at the teachings of Jesus, because that is the new covenant that God has made with us. Now, if you look at a lot of the teachings, there are a lot of things in these laws that you refer to that he says, no, this is what you taught, but this is not how it's meant to be. There are a lot of things and a lot of places he refers to things like that. In fact, Jesus himself when he came to earth and when he was doing his things, a lot of the Pharisees, scribes, and the philosophers and wise men argued with a lot of things he was doing. They were claiming that he's not doing things according to these laws that you're talking about. And Jesus said no,
Okay,
that you
listen,
people
you
don't
be
have
going for a long
understanding.
time. I need you to find a period somewhere, okay? I
Okay,
need you
I'm
to
sorry,
find a
go on.
period. Yes,
And
like
hold on
you
real
be
quick.
with Jesus having tea and forgetting that we here.
And Thinker, you okay if I bring Bash up? Oh, you just
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
Okay, cool.
absolutely. This is part of Bash is like from the get go.
Okay.
He don't ever have to ask.
Okay, cool. Hey, Bash.
Good
What's up?
morning.
What's up,
What's
Bash?
up?
Hey guys.
What's up, Mr. Grammy man?
Hey man, I
Congratulations.
won that Grammy and didn't even know it. That's crazy.
I won a
Literally,
Grammy
they
and
had no
didn't
clue.
even know it.
I
They
know
had to
that's
call
how
me and tell me.
That's how you know you big, right? When you win a Grammy, you don't even know it.
I didn't even go. I was still in Alabama. Crazy.
That's wild.
Okay, I want to tell y'all something. Okay, specifically, Laura, even you made some really good points right there, bro.
All right, thank you.
Jesus spoke specifically about how he believed the law ought be interpreted, and that's fair. Okay, but if we're going to read his words, then as much as you would like to say, we must understand them in context. You agree with that, right?
Of course.
Okay, great, good. Okay, so stoning was not necessarily the issue that Jesus was addressing there. What he was
Exactly.
what he was addressing was how you treat this particular law. So now in the what's it the one where he talked about the kids? That's in Matthew. Was that Matthew 15 or something? What he was saying there to the Pharisees was, hey, you guys are remixing the law, right? He's saying the law says this. You're saying don't stone the kids. They were saying don't stone the kids. He was saying the law said you should stone the kids. That's in that case. And in the other instance, they brought the woman that was, and this is very important, caught in the act of adultery. It wasn't that they heard that she was being an adulterer. It wasn't that someone suspected her of being an adulterer. She was specifically caught in the act of adultery, which means that she was caught with someone. Okay. All right. Now, the law concerning adultery plainly says that if you catch a man with a woman that's married, they should both be stoned. Okay. That's the law. If you do not stone them both, you are currently in sin. Okay. So he said to them, which one of y'all got this law right? And they all had to walk away. Okay. So it wasn't that he was against stoning people. He couldn't stone her either because the man wasn't there. Okay. He was saying, read the law. Do what the law says do. Don't half-ass it in either way. Don't bring me a woman and not the man. They both supposed to die. And don't let this kid live either. Right? So he was very much a stickler for what the law said. Now we read that and go, oh no, he was showing mercy. He was not showing mercy. He was sticking them to the law. He was being impartial in the law, which as a rabbi was the wisest thing to do. Right? But he was being impartial in the law. Don't bring me a woman up here. If you caught her in adultery, you're supposed to bring the man. They both supposed to be stoned so that the evil gets out of Israel. We can read that in Deuteronomy. Right? As far as that child was concerned, he was saying, you're supposed to be stoning this kid and you're not. So in both of those cases, people had kind of made their different variations about who should be stoned, who shouldn't. He was saying, look, if the book say it, that's what you do. And you do it just the way the book says to do it. Okay.
Okay. Can I respond? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I've heard a lot about what he says, and like I said, the scripture has to be read in context. Now, considering what you said about the story, you said he said, okay, no, that the man and woman are meant to be stoned. I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but I would say what he said at that moment, even though you feel, okay, that was the motive behind what he was doing, what he said was not pointing at that. And if we, okay, do you think, I need a response for this before I continue. Okay. Paul wrote a lot of the New Testament, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you do believe that Paul was like, even though not directly a disciple of God, he carried the message of God, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely not.
Okay. So if we read a lot of the letters of Paul, we see some places where he specifically talks about the issue of the law. And what does he say about the law?
That the law is holy, righteous, and good.
Good. And now, did you also read the places where he's like, we are not bound by the law?
Yes.
And okay, let me also give you another story. Do you remember the story where a certain man of God, I think it was Paul, where he went to visit the Corinthians, and there was a sheet filled with unclean animals,
This is
and it
Peter.
was coming to him. Okay,
This is
Peter, sorry, thank you.
yeah,
And the sheet was coming to him, and he was like, God forbid, or he said he's not going to eat it because they are unclean, right?
right.
And what happened? He had a vision, and what
This is in
what
the
was he
vision.
told him? question.
That he
When God
never did.
says something is
He never
clean,
did eat it. He never did eat it. That
okay,
vision wasn't
my
about
point
food.
is that,
No,
okay,
no, no.
okay,
Wait, wait,
my
wait, wait,
point is
wait,
that,
wait, 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 wait. Hold on. We need to clear a few things up. One, Paul was a Pharisee. Jesus hated Pharisees. He hated them because of the way they interpreted the law. Paul was interpreting the law as a Pharisee. So he didn't think he was bound to the law. He thought that the spirit of the law was most important. That's not what Jesus taught. That's not what Jesus taught at all. Going to the Peter situation, that scroll came down from heaven in a vision, and God said, "Hey, Peter, get up and eat that." Peter told God, "I ain't never put that shit in my mouth and I never will." And God didn't make him either. He rolled those scrolls back up and he said, "Now I'm here to teach you about Gentiles." I call that
no, no,
unclean. I
no,
didn't call the
no.
Gentiles
This you are
unclean.
guessing part of the story. You left
That
out
is
a
a
part
part of
of
the
the
story. That's the
story.
whole story.
He
That's the
said,
story.
God told him that what he has said is clean. No man shall say is not
Right,
clean.
but listen to the story. Listen. You're taking that one verse. He kept telling Peter, "Rise, Peter, slay and eat." Peter said, "I'm not eating that." He said, "No, no, no, Peter." Then he said, "You're right. What I call clean, you don't call unclean. Now rise, Peter, slay and eat." He said, "I'm not eating that." He said, "What I call clean, you don't call unclean." Last time, Peter, rise, Peter, slay and eat. He said, "I've never put that in my mouth, and I never will." And now, this is him talking to God in his vision. God rolled the scrolls up and then said, "Yep, because what I call
Okay.
clean, you don't." Wait. I'm almost done. What I call clean, you don't call unclean. Now go talk to the Gentiles. Right? What he was trying to teach him is there are some things that are unclean. These foods are unclean. The Gentile people are not unclean.
Okay. So he was trying to make a point. That whole story or the whole vision he had, you agree it had nothing to do with the food.
No, it had everything to do with the food. He was trying to show that the food
No,
was unclean.
God
The
was
people
trying to
weren't.
show a point that he should go and talk to these people, and you don't get
Yes.
to decide. That was the point, right?
No, no, no. The point was there are some things that are unclean and some things that are clean. The food is unclean. The people are clean. That was the
Okay.
point.
So my point is my point, or what I'm trying to bring out from here is that he will not, like, for example, now, I think Tinker earlier said that Jesus came and brought a message to the Israelite. That means he was saying the Israelite, love your neighbor as yourself. Do you
Yes.
agree with that?
He
That
did
the
tell
message
me.
was just for the Israelites.
Yes.
Okay.
He's
So
quoting
if the
Leviticus 19.
message, okay, if the message was just for them, why did Jesus give the Great Commission and say they should go and preach the word of God in every corner of the world? If
Because
it
Israel
was
was
just
scattered
meant
all around
for,
the world.
no, the gospel was meant to be preached to every single person, not
No, it
just
was
the
not.
Israelite,
No, it was not.
which is,
No, it was
yes, it
not.
was.
No, it was
Oh,
not. Jesus never told y'all to do that ever in his life. Never. He was talking to Israelites that were scattered all around the world. Go tell them to come
no.
home.
He said he was to preach the word. Okay, the Corinthian that God told Peter to preach with,
Mhm.
was he an Israelite?
He was not an Israelite.
Then why did God tell him to preach to him if the word of God is only meant for the Israelites?
I'm glad you brought that up. Listen to what I said. He never said that in his life. Did you hear me say that? In his life. It was post Jesus' death when this new idea of preaching to Gentiles erupted, right? Jesus never preached to a Gentile a day in his life. Not one. He didn't preach to a
Okay.
Gentile. As a matter of fact, when the Gentile woman did come up to him, the Syrophoenician woman came up to him, he called her a dog and then threw her a scrap
Wow.
off the
He did
table.
not call her a dog.
He
He
did call her
said
a dog.
he was trying to impose something.
Did
He
he
was trying
call?
to.
Did he say dog? Did he compare her to a dog? Yes. Okay. He called that woman a dog. Okay.
Okay,
Fact.
can I
Okay.
respond?
Wait. 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 Wait.
I
Wait.
will,
Wait. Wait.
wait,
Wait. Wait.
I'm
Wait.
going
Wait.
to
Wait.
give you
Wait.
some
Wait.
time
Wait.
to
Let me
respond
get.
now.
Let me get it right. I
Then
know you
after,
want to
can I
respond,
respond?
Evan. I know you want to. And if you'll stop talking while I'm talking, we can get to you. Okay. So let me clear this up for you. Okay. What I said specifically was Jesus never preached to a Gentile one day in his life. It was after Jesus died that they got these visions and revelations and da 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 da. They started preaching to the Gentiles. They did that. Jesus did not do that. Jesus didn't tell them to do that. What Jesus told them to do was go tell Israel to come home. He said specifically, "I'm only here for the lost sheep of the house of Israel." That's all I'm here for. Okay, now you can respond.
Hello? Can you put, okay. So you said the message was not meant for the Gentiles. They were only meant for the Israelites. Okay. Now, can you remember about Zacchaeus, the tax collector? Or um, when the short guy, when he climbed up a tree and he
Hmm.
wanted to come and dine in his house.
Hmm.
And the disciples and people around him were saying, no, he shouldn't. He is not clean, blah, 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 this and that. What was the response Jesus gave him?
He was a tax collector.
He
Nobody
said
liked
that,
tax collectors.
look, he said he did not come for the saved.
Right, he came to seek
So,
the lost. Yeah, but he was a tax collector. He was a Hellenized Jew. Okay, let's come back. Come back, bro. Where you from?
where am I from?
Yeah, where you from?
Nigeria.
Nigeria. Okay, all right. Now, my people happen to be from Ghana, but neighbors, cousins, even. Right? Okay, all right. Play a little game with me for just a second. We'll go back and forth, and then I'm gonna stop. Okay. All right. Let's pretend that today is April the 14th. The year is AD 30. Okay. Your family is in Nigeria. My family is in Ghana. Okay. You got the setup. Okay.
Yeah.
It is April the 14th, Friday, April the 14th, AD 30. This is the day Jesus is being crucified. Okay. Now it's a couple time zones away from us. So it's like 9 in the morning for us, maybe about 12 in Israel. You still with me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Your great, 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 great grandmother passes at 9 in the morning. Sorry to hear that, right? She passes at 9 in the morning. Okay. She's never heard of Jesus, ever, not a day in her life. Okay. She lived her whole life a good woman, doing what she did in the community, loving your family, taking care of your ancestors, feeding them, clothing them, loving them. Okay. She passes April the 14th at 9 o'clock, just at the time that 3 time zones away, Jesus is perishing. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Now fast forward to April the 17th, AD 30. Right. My great, 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 great granddaddy passes about 6 in the morning or about 3 in the morning, just at the time that Jesus was rising, about 3 time zones away. You with me? Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. My great, 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 great granddaddy never heard of Jesus, didn't know about Moses, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, none of that. Okay. You with me? Okay.
Yeah,
Lived
yeah.
his whole life, loving his family, taking care, providing for his family, but in his traditions, okay? Okay. According to what you're telling me right now, because they did not receive the gospel, because they could not receive the gospel, right? It wasn't even possible for them to receive the gospel. They are bound to hell.
Okay. Can I
Okay.
respond to that?
Almost done. Now, if you say, okay, I'm gonna hand this to you in one quick bow. If you say they are not bound to hell because they did not know, right, and that God will have mercy on them, then I would suggest that you stop telling people about this God so that God will have mercy on their ignorance. Because your preaching this makes them accountable, and then they might not believe. You would do us a service by being quiet.
Okay, I can respond now, right?
Okay, now you can respond.
Okay, so there are two things there. The first thing I would like to say, actually, what you are saying now is something that actually came up before in the early church. I can't really remember the exact book, but there was a letter that one of the letters written by Paul that he explained that, okay, there are going to be a set of people that are actually going to be judged by the laws that they were bound by. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, for example, now, let's imagine in the time of Moses. uh okay, let's imagine our recent
Just use the
days.
example I just gave you, your grandmother.
Okay, let's imagine that my grandmother now. My grandmother lives in a city, in Nigeria here, for example, and she heard nothing about Jesus,
Mhm.
and she was not even opportune. Let's assume she did not even have any opportunity at all. Okay, so now you agree that in her lifetime there are going to be a set of laws, right?
Yes, yes. And she did good by
And
those.
there's okay, and there are going to be some ideal things. For example, now, do you agree with me that human beings generally are not intensive? That means it's not in the nature to do the right thing.
No, I don't agree with that at all.
Okay. So, for example, now, have you ever put two babies inside a room? Two babies
Yes,
who don't know anything, and you
yes,
give one a yogurt, you give one ice cream, you give two of them ice cream.
yes.
Are you telling me it's not possible for one to finish his ice cream and go to the other one and drag it from him
Yes, that's
and
possible.
take his ice cream?
That's possible.
Okay. Okay, so if you are writing an exam paper, Do you think it's right to cheat?
No,
Okay. But for example, now, don't you think it's in the nature of human beings to want to pass by any means necessary, which
no,
includes cheating?
no.
You don't believe it's normal?
I didn't say it was normal. You said the nature. Oh, okay, let's do this. Let's say this.
Wait,
Well,
can I
hold on, hold on,
finish?
hold on.
I always allow you
You know,
talk.
17 years. Okay, you're not addressing my point. Go back to the point that I made. Okay,
Okay.
go back to the question I asked. If you're saying that your great 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 great
What?
grandmother, wait a minute, so you can answer my question. Okay, all right. If you're saying that your great 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 grandma will only be judged by the laws that she had, right? And if she did good by those laws, then God will have mercy on her. Then you are making life worse for everyone by continuing to add to that, right? Because if all I got to do is is live by the laws around me and I'll be fine, I do a great job at that, right? Now you add on to that, I got to believe in some magical carpenter man, right? And I might not believe that. Now you are condemning me to hell, even though I was a good person. So hush, you're hurting us.
Can I respond?
Of course you
Okay,
can.
so I noticed that majority of time when I'm talking, you are allowed to interrupt me, but I'm not allowed to interrupt you.
That's because I'm fucking this chicken. I get to hold the legs.
Okay, okay. But please, I will appreciate if you stop interrupting me.
Well, you take forever. You notice how I just say my little thing? I'd be 30 seconds in. You be 17
Because
minutes
what
down the
I'm
road.
saying requires more explanation.
Yeah,
You are
but
asking
you still hadn't
questions.
answered my question. Evan, I want you to answer my question. I don't need your sermon. I want you to answer my question.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But to answer your questions, I need to explain certain things
No, you
because
don't. No,
if
just
I
answer the
just
question first and then explain. Answer the question first and then explain.
okay. What's your first question? Let me just answer directly.
Okay. The question is, are you saying that your great 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 grandmother is only going to be judged by the law she was held to? Yes or no?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Then
Now can I
stop preaching Jesus. Stop.
okay. Now, for example, now I was
Don't need an
given
example. I just gave you an
information.
example.
Okay,
We
yes.
already been
Let
through
me
this.
tell you what happened. Let me tell you
Evan, we
what
just
happened.
Evan,
I was given
Evan, hold on, bro,
okay.
hold on. We just went through examples. There's no need to give us another example. You answered the question. See
Okay,
how
I
easy
answered
that
your
was?
question. Now
That
let me
was my
say
question.
something.
That was exactly my
Okay.
question, and you answered it.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
You just answered it.
I
You
know
just
I
answered it.
answered your question. Let me
You
ask you a
did.
question.
You did. Okay. All right.
Let
So,
me ask you
oh,
a
you said
question.
ask me a question. Okay, I thought you said answer. I'm sorry. My bad. That's my bad.
Okay, can I
Yes, sir.
ask?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you believe, okay, assuming my belief as a Christian is true, do you believe God told me to preach the word of God?
Absolutely not.
Okay, you don't believe he told me to preach.
Absolutely not.
That is assuming my beliefs is true. You don't still believe he told me to preach.
Absolutely not.
Wow. So what did you think he meant when he said they should create awareness about it? What do you think he
Say
meant?
that part again. You broke up a little bit, bro. I'm sorry. Say it again.
I said, what do you think he meant when he said they should go to nations and they should preach the gospel and
He
they
wasn't
should share
talking
the
to you.
good news? What do you
He wasn't
think he
talking to
meant?
you. He didn't say that to you.
Of course he did. Okay, now
Wait,
there are
wait.
things
You
I
said of
cannot
course
bring
like that
up
was
here
obvious.
because,
When did he say that? When did Jesus say that?
okay, for example, you said he didn't
No,
say it
not
to
for example.
me,
When did
right?
Jesus say
That
that?
maybe
Simple question. When did Jesus say that?
in the Bible he gave a
Okay, were
commission that they
you
should go
there?
out and
Were
preach
you
the good
there?
news.
Were you
Okay,
there?
can I respond to that?
No. Just answer. Were
Now,
you there? Were you there?
I was not there when he
Okay, so he
told
was
them.
not talking to
Yes.
you. Okay, so this is not an
No.
of course situation.
Okay,
That's not
what
fair.
if I tell you, look, do you know what is not fair? You not allowing me to
I
respond.
want you to explain, bro. You heard me. Shut up. All I'm
Okay,
saying is
so
you
me
said
now,
of
right now,
course
what
to
if I tell
me.
you God
Listen,
has also told you?
Evan. You said of course to
I
me
said, what
as
of
if
if
it
I
were
tell you God has
bro.
also
Listen,
told
what I'm
you
saying, bro.
right
Listen,
now
listen
to
what I'm
say
saying,
this?
bro. Listen what I'm saying. You said of course to me, like I was stupid. So I was asking, well, when did he say that? You said in the Bible. That don't mean he was talking to you. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible that ain't to you. What make me know that he told you to preach the gospel? He didn't say that to you. He said that to him. How was I
Okay,
supposed to know that?
so what I'm saying is, for my own personal experience, this is something that he has also told me.
Okay, well
And you
then you
went
ask me
there.
if I believe it. Right? Then you ask me, do
Okay,
I
but you
believe he
went
said it?
there.
I
You
wasn't there, so
believing
I don't
something doesn't
believe it.
necessarily mean it's true.
But bro, you asked me if
Okay,
I
but
believe
you
it. I
told
said
them.
no.
Okay, Do you think if he comes and tell you, would you believe it?
No,
If you see him in your front now and he's telling you, you won't still believe it.
you can't see a spirit. They're not physical.
You didn't answer the question.
I did. You can't see a spirit. They're not physical. So no, if I saw
Okay, but
something, you
if you
can't
saw
see a
him right
spirit.
now and he
If a
told you,
square was a
would you
circle, it'd
believe
be a
him?
circle, bro. Squares aren't circles.
If you are not answering my question, you're
I
not
am
answering my
answering your
question.
question. The answer is no. The answer is
If you
no.
saw,
The
it's
answer
yes
is
or
no.
no.
The
Okay,
answer is no.
that means you are that. That means
Say it
there's
again,
no way
bro.
for you to believe, because most
There is
people
no way for me
argue
to
they
believe. I
cannot
know
believe
that.
in. They can.
But
Most
that's not
people
the point.
argue they cannot
That's not the
believe
point.
in what they cannot see.
Evan, that's
But
not
now
the
we're saying,
Evan, Evan,
assuming you
Evan,
saw,
Evan,
you won't
Evan,
still
Evan,
believe.
Evan, Evan, Evan. We don't need your sermon. You still haven't dealt with the point that I'm making, right? Now you're talking about what I believe in. What I believe in is not the point that we're having here. That's not the point we're having.
Now I
No,
ask
no,
a
no, Evan,
question.
Evan, that's not the point that we're having. The point that we're having, I want to get you back to it because this is what I brought you up to talk about. Two things. Again, in the beginning, what you were doing was you was using the word stoning to kind of confiscate a new doctrine about how Jesus thought, which was incorrect. Right. Secondly, then you didn't deal with what I was saying about the fact that if your grandparents, if your great 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 grandparents are
I
not
agree
going to
with
be,
you, and I
wait a
told
minute,
you
I'm
that
almost done. I promise you I'm
according
almost
to
done. I'm
scripture,
almost done. I'm
you'll
almost done.
be
No,
you
that's
are
not
bound
true.
by the
Okay, okay,
law.
okay. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. If your great 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 grandparents are not going to be judged by their belief in Jesus, only by the works that they did according to the law that they were supposed to keep, then you are doing all of us a disservice. And I want you to deal with that.
And what I want you to deal with is us Christians have been given a mission, and us not preaching is disobeying God.
Nobody told you to preach. He told them to preach.
That is what you think. Do you
Read it
understand? You
yourself. Read it
cannot
to me. Read
believe
it. Read it to me.
because you
Go
have
ye
not
therefore.
seen. And
Read
you
it.
even
The
said
Great
that
Commission.
even if you see, you can still believe.
No, no, no. Thinker. Will you read that for me? Will you read the Great Commission for me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, can you mute my mic for a second? I'll be back.
You can mute it. Which one you want? The one in Mark or the one in
Either one of them will
Matthew?
work. I think it's the one in Mark I want though.
Okay. I'm gonna wait
We
till he
want to
comes
make
back.
sure he's there, so we
Yeah.
can't.
And my point is going to be right there in that first sentence, the first half of the sentence at that. Yeah.
Excuse me. Okay,
Yes,
I
sir.
didn't hear
Are,
what you said. Sorry.
are
Okay.
you ready?
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Read that for me, please. Thank you.
Later he appeared to the 11 themselves as they were sitting at the table, and he upbraided them for their lack of faith and stubbornness, because they had not believed those who saw him after he had risen. And he said to them, Go into all the
Wait,
world.
hold on. Say what now? He said to who?
To them,
Who is them?
the 11.
Oh my, are you serious? That's what you're using. He said to them, okay, so if Trump is having a press talk and he's saying to the reporters there, does that mean he's not talking to the whole US?
No, he's talking to the reporters.
To do what?
If
He's
he's
talking to the
giving, if
reporters to
hold
do
on, if
what?
he's giving, hold on, it depends on what he's saying, right? If he's saying to the reporters to do something, then he's talking to the reporters.
Okay,
If
so
he, if
Trump is
that,
announcing on
hold on, don't talk while I'm talking.
I'm sorry.
Okay. If he's telling the reporters to do a thing, then he's talking to the reporters. If he's looking at a camera and talking to America, then he's talking to America.
Right.
But
But if he told a reporter,
he's talking to the 11.
yeah, if he told a reporter, "Hey, move right here," or go tell your boss I said come here, or go to the bathroom and pick up some toilet paper, he's talking to that person. He's not telling all of America to do that.
Okay,
Right.
so I have another question for you. So
Wait,
you
wait, wait, no, no, no,
agree
no.
that,
Don't ask me another question. Stick right here.
okay.
I need to nail this home. Okay. All right. So in that scripture that we read that you brought up, it says specifically that he was talking to the 11. Specifically. Right? Okay. He was not talking to you unless you were in the 11. Because it says that specifically. That's not something I'm making up. He says specifically, he went in to talk to the 11 themselves and said to them, This is what I want you to do. He wasn't talking to you.
Not
Okay,
only
so
that,
Tinker,
like this.
Tinker.
Hold on, Lord Demon. Let me ask you a question. So when he said to them, to the 11, to go out into the world and to proclaim the good news to the whole creation, right? He told them to go to the whole creation and proclaim the good news. Then he says, to the one who believes and is baptized, that one will be saved, right? But to the one who does not believe will be condemned. And then he said, and these signs will accompany those who believe. So those that the 11 go out and proclaim the good news and baptize and they believe, he said that they'll be able to use his name, cast out demons, speak in new tongues, pick up snakes, and if they drink any deadly thing, it will not hurt them. And they will lay their hands on the sick and they shall recover. Are you saying that these things you can do since he was talking to you?
Whoa.
Now all
Look,
of a sudden you want to talk to
honestly,
you.
when I'm having this type of argument, I never want to take it from that point
Wait.
of view.
No. Wait. Was he talking? Can you do these things? Like, was he not talking to you
Yes.
here? Was
Look,
he?
oh
You
my
can do
God.
these things.
You just set yourself up.
Can you do these
Because for
things?
example, of course.
You
Of
can. You can.
course I
Hold on.
can.
You can pick up
Of
snakes.
course.
You can pick
Oh
up
my
snakes
God.
and
Bleach
drink
cup
their.
challenge. Hey, bro, run in the
Yeah. Go
bathroom
get a
and go
bleach
get a little
cup. Go
cup of
get a cup
bleach.
of bleach.
Pop up. Let's watch it.
Go get a cup of
Wait.
bleach and drink it
Should
right
I?
quick.
Okay. Before you continue talking, can you give me like a minute to respond?
No.
I'm gonna give you a
No.
minute to go get some bleach though.
Okay, 30 seconds. You're
Okay.
asking me questions. Let me respond, please.
No.
No.
Respond with the
No.
bleach.
Go. Yeah. Go get the bleach.
Okay. So let me respond to you people,
No. You
please.
already responded. You said you could do them. So now my question to you is to do it. All right. Your response should be to go get some bleach.
First of all these things there, all these things here, I don't necessarily have to do them.
You don't have to do
Just
anything. You just said you could.
look,
All
I
right. So
don't
go
have
do
to
it so
do
we can see
them
that you
just
could.
to prove a point to you.
No.
Try and get
We
what I'm
just know
saying.
that you could. This ain't
I
to
don't
prove
have
a
to
point.
do
It's
it.
just because you said you
Look,
could. Otherwise, you're going to be a liar. That's not to
no,
prove
I'm
a
not a
point.
liar.
It's to
I did not say
substantiate
I
your
cannot
word.
do them.
Huh? Say what
Look,
now?
I didn't say I cannot do them. I
You
said I
said you
don't
could
have
do
to do
them.
them
That's not what you
just
Did
said.
you
That's
just
not
because.
what
said
you
I
said to
set
me.
You said
myself up
it, yeah.
because you can do all of them. So
Yep.
don't think we
Of
listen when you
It's
course I
talk,
can
unlike
do
your
recorded.
them. I'm
ass.
not taking that back.
Like
Look,
It's
we
I'm not taking
listen
that
when
recorded.
back.
you talk.
I am not taking that back
Okay, all right,
that
then
I
let's go
said
get the
I can do
bleach.
them.
Then let's go get
What
the
I'm
bleach.
saying, no, look, just okay, let me give you something.
I don't
When
need
the
something.
devil
I need to
told
see
Jesus,
bleach.
listen,
All I need
please.
right now is bleach,
When
Evan. That's
the
all I need,
devil,
bro. Just bleach.
when okay,
Bleach, bro.
when the
Bleach.
devil told
Less speech,
Jesus,
more bleach.
when the
Less
devil told
speech,
Jesus,
more bleach.
wow, this is not actually have to have this is not how to have a debate.
No,
Both
this isn't a
parties are
debate,
meant to
handsome.
talk.
This isn't a debate.
So what is this then?
I don't debate people who need educations. That would be silly of me. This is a discussion. And in this
In
discussion,
a
you said you could
discussion, a
drink bleach.
debate, whatever you want to call it. But my
This is a
point is,
discussion. Yeah.
when
But
Jesus, okay,
no,
when this Jesus
no, no,
finished
no, 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 no,
fasting
no, no, no.
and
We're
the
at the
serpent
point of
came to
bleach now. No,
Jesus,
we passed Jesus. We
when
at bleach.
Jesus finished
Baby,
fasting
we at
and the
bleach,
serpent came
Evan.
to
Baby,
Jesus
we're at
and told
bleach. We're
Jesus
at
to
bleach,
turn bread
handsome.
into stone,
Handsome, we're at
Jesus
bleach.
did not have to turn
Handsome,
bread
we're
into
at
stone
bleach. Handsome,
because
we're at bleach. Handsome, we're at bleach.
Drink
There's
up,
nothing else.
Buttercup.
There's nothing else to be said. We're at bleach now. You made a claim, and I'd like to see that claim be true. So it's on you. No reason. Nothing else to preach about at this point. Less preach, more bleach.
okay, can look. What I'm saying
Did
is
I
that,
just
for
hear some
example,
liquid?
you are familiar with the
Did I
Bible.
just hear some liquid?
I hope it
Are
was
you gonna
bleach.
Did I
You
just
are
hear some
familiar with
liquid?
the Bible, right?
Huh?
You are
Hey,
familiar with the
hey,
Bible,
hey,
right?
hey, hey, hey. Bleach.
Bleach, bro.
Are you familiar with the Bible?
Bleach.
I'm familiar with bleach.
Okay. So if you are familiar with the Bible,
No, no, no,
you
no,
know
no.
I
it
don't.
says repeatedly.
What do you think? Like you just gonna keep on talking? You
No,
said you
bro.
can do these things. You said we set ourselves up, right? Now show us.
Show us that we're wrong. And then I'll believe. I ain't gonna even lie. I'll be a believer today. I ain't gonna even hold you. I ain't gonna hold you. All right. So, but until that, the rest of this is just really kind of silly. Yeah. The rest of this is just kind of pointless.
I don't know what you saying wow in the comments for. Drink up, Buttercup.
I know, right? I know. No more words from the lips. Just take a sip.
Okay. So actually, I'm disappointed in what is going on now
Why
because
are you
what
disappointed?
I
Oh,
Because
because
you
we
said
just
expected
you
won't
could
let
do
you lie
no,
to
something.
us?
because what I expected was you people.
Because we won't let you lie to us. You're disappointed?
Because you said you could drink bleach, and now we said okay, we're drinking. Now you disappointed in us? That's crazy. That's a bit much. You don't think so? If I told you I could drink bleach, I'd be here with a cup of bleach. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can drink vodka straight. Want to see?
Natalie said, please, I hope he doesn't do it. He's not going to do it, Natalie.
Yes, he did say he could drink bleach. Lord, now you're lying. She asked if you could do all those things. You said yes. You said yes. Did anybody else hear him? Am I going crazy?
He said yes. And then he said, oh, you set yourself up. You set yourself up. I said, can you do all of these things? He said, yes. Yes,
Lord,
he
are you
did.
saying you didn't say that? Are you saying that you did not say that?
Just want to remind you that you're being streamed to YouTube and I can play it back.
Lord, even are you saying you did not say yes to that?
You have to unmute.
Maybe he meant spiritual bleach.
Oh, spiritual bleach.
Hmm. Fabuloso.
Fabulous.
Gas, gaslight.
Gaslight, put your phone down.
Wonderful suggestion. Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah. Also, I mean, Lord, are you saying that you did not
I'm like,
say
are you
you could do
serious?
those
That's
things?
what you're using. He said to them, okay, so if Trump,
No, he's talking to the reporters.
It depends on what he's saying, right?
okay, so Trump is announcing.
If he's telling the reporters to do a thing, talking to America, he's talking to the 11.
Or go to the bathroom and pick up some toilet paper. He's talking to that person. He's not telling all of America. Question, stick right here. Okay, I need to. It says split, right? Okay, that's specific to the 11. He wasn't talking.
Hold on, Lordy, but let me ask you a question. So when he said to them, to the 11, to go out into the world and to proclaim the good news to the whole creation, right? He told them to go to the whole creation and proclaim the good news. Then he says, to the one who believes and is baptized, right? But to the one who does not believe will be condemned. And then he said, and these signs will accompany those who believe. So those that the 11 go out and proclaim the good news and baptize and they believe, he said that they'll be able to use his name, cast out demons, speak in new tongues, pick up snakes, and if they drink any deadly thing, it will not hurt them. And they will lay their hands on the sick and they shall recover. Are you saying that these things you can do since he was talking to you?
Whoa.
Now all of a sudden you want to talk to you.
When when
Mhm.
I'm when I'm having this type of argument, I never want to take it from that point of
No, no,
view.
no, wait. Was he talking? Can you do these things? Like, was he not talking to you
Yes.
here?
No.
Was he?
Oh
You
my
can do
God.
these things.
You just set yourself up
Can you do these
because for
things?
example, of course.
Okay, now
You don't remember it now. Caught in 4K.
in 4K.
Caught in 4K. Bleach. Lord Eben.
Emphatically, yes, and of course is the crazy. Of course it's crazy. That's heavy work right there. Okay, so Lord, that's why we're waiting on you with the bleach, bro. That's why, because you said emphatically that you could do them. Of course you can do them. All right, so we waiting on a couple of bleach to get swallowed up.
Your mute button works.
Yeah, I sent it for the second time. You just refuse to mute now.
Bleachers is also crazy. Praise bleachers is crazy. Y'all going to hell for that.
Somebody said praise bleachers.
There
Yeah,
you go. Just
that's
sent it again.
yeah.
Just
Honestly, I
sent it
kind of
again.
hope this guy does it because
I
I've been
hope
trying
he
to get
hasn't
fast
done
track
it,
this
and that's not
phone.
why he not responding.
No, he
That's
just told
crazy.
me to send the thing again. I just did.
Oh my gosh. He's okay, Natalie. He's okay. We've sent the request. I've sent it to you. So
And you don't even need a request to unmute. Just hit your mic.
It says he has 14
Okay,
seconds.
sorry, I didn't know that. Okay, so like I said, I thought this was a debate, so I don't really expect not to be given the chance to talk. But since you have made it clear it's not a debate, then that means there's really nothing I can say that will appeal to you for anyway. Now, what I'm saying is that the Bible says these signs will follow people that
Lord
believe in
Eben,
Him,
there is
right?
absolutely nothing I want to hear until you address the claim that you can do these things in verse 17 and 18. You
Of
said you
course,
could,
and I'm going
then
to do
do
that. I
them.
am going to.
Then
Look,
do
I
them.
don't deny saying it.
Then do
I don't
them.
deny
He did
saying
not
it.
saying it.
I do not deny saying it.
You
You did.
did.
Now, what I am saying
You
is that
No.
I don't.
No. No.
Okay, so let's assume I
No.
actually
What I
carry a
do?
bottle
No.
that
What I
is
do?
bleach inside
No.
and
What
drink
I
it.
do?
No.
How do you know it's bleach, chef? Please,
Lord
this is not a
Eben,
baby.
drank the bleach.
Can you listen to what I'm going to say?
No.
Wow. Okay. So now,
Nope.
if
Nope.
what do
You
you
made a nope. You made a claim. You made a claim that you have these powers. Let's see them.
I think
and
that's
these signs will accompany those who believe. By using my name, they will cast out demons, they will speak in new tongues, they will pick up snakes. If they drink any deadly things, it will not hurt them. They will lay their hands, this and that, and a lot more things.
Lord
And
B,
I'm telling
we
you,
know
yes,
what it says. We know
that
how to
is
read.
absolute.
We know what it
Okay,
says.
that's absolutely true. Now,
okay.
I want to remind you
I
of a
don't want to
story.
hear you preach. I don't give a damn about you preaching. I want to see the evidence.
I'm very curious about
I
something.
want
Why
to
bring me
see
up
the
if you are not
evidence.
ready to listen?
I want to see the evidence. I don't give a fuck about what you have to say. Show me the evidence.
Okay, I should show you the evidence. So, assuming I actually carry a bottle of bleach
Show me
and
the
drink it, will you
evidence.
believe?
Stop you still talking.
Would you
Show
believe
me the evidence.
If you drink the bleach, I believe. I'm on it. I ain't
if
gonna
I
lie.
carry a bottle of bleach now and drink it, you believe? Or you
Show
Yeah.
say that is not bleach? Which one?
show
No, no.
yes, show me the evidence.
I will carry a bottle of bleach. If I carry it now and drink it, are you going to believe?
Show me the
Or are you just going
evidence.
to say that is
Show
not
me the
bleach?
evidence.
I believe it.
So if you will not deny that it's not bleach, or
Show
you will
me
not
the
say it's not
evidence. If
bleach.
that's because if you have the spirit of deception like in your head, if you think that you're going to deceive us, you are sadly mistaken.
Right.
Now,
Because I
what
just
I'm saying is there's no way I'm going. Look, Christianity is not showmanship. Do you
I didn't say
understand?
it was. That's not
It's
what I'm
not
asking
that.
you. Look,
Okay,
handsome,
if
Evan.
I can look,
Handsome, you're not being
let me
fair right
explain
now.
something
You're
to
not being
you.
fair. You're
The
not being fair.
Bible
You're
is
not being
not
fair.
something that
You're not being fair.
encourages showmanship.
Evan, you're not being fair. That's not true. First and foremost, Jesus went and did miracles just for the fun of it sometimes, just so he could show the power of God. Okay, all right. Let's put that to rest. Yes, it is. It's all showmanship. Secondly,
Can
you
I
said,
respond to that?
no. I'm not done. Secondly, you said you could do it. Right. Okay. And also in John 17, he literally said, hey, go do these miracles for people that they may believe. That they may believe. That was the
This is
point of
not
the.
the
Wait a minute.
ideal setting.
Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. He said, go do these miracles that they may believe. So we're saying, hey, we want to believe. Do the miracle. You're saying, oh, it ain't showmanship. He said it is. Okay,
No.
now you can respond to that.
Look, when the devil told Jesus to turn
I'm not talking about
stone
the devil.
into
I'm talking about
bread,
Jesus.
why
I'm
didn't
talking
he
about
do it?
Jesus. I'm talking about Jesus.
Why
I'm not
did
talking
he?
about the devil. I'm talking about
Why did
Jesus.
he
I'm
not
talking
do it?
about
Okay,
Jesus. I'm
yes,
talking
he
about
told
Jesus. I'm talking about
Jesus.
Jesus.
Yes,
Jesus.
the devil
Deal
told
with what I
Jesus,
said.
turn
Deal with
stone
what
to
I
bread.
said.
Why
Deal with
didn't
what I
Jesus do
said.
it? If he
Evan,
was a
deal with what
showman,
I
why didn't he
said.
do it?
Deal with what
I
I
think you are
said.
the one that
Deal
is
with
not
what I
addressing it.
said.
If
Evan,
Jesus
Evan,
was a
Evan, Evan,
showman,
Evan,
when
Evan,
the
Evan,
devil told him,
Evan, Evan,
turn this
Evan,
stone to bread,
Evan, Evan,
why
Evan,
didn't he
bro, bro,
do it?
bro, bro, bro,
When the
bro, bro,
devil
bro,
told him, jump
bro,
from
bro,
here,
bro,
why
bro,
didn't he
bro,
do
bro,
it?
bro. Hey, bro, deal with what I said. Deal with what I said.
Y'all just talk. That's all y'all do. Y'all are trained to talk. You're trained to just word salad people to death. And then people just believe to get you the fuck away from them. Like
Yeah.
that's all y'all do is just talk.
Yeah. Okay. So again, we're not talking about when Satan tempted Jesus. That's a completely different situation. Context is important, Ebony. You know that. We talk about what Jesus
It
told
is not
clearly.
a different situation.
It completely is. Evan, come on, man. Just a minute ago,
No,
you just said,
try and
wait, wait,
understand
wait.
what I'm
Hold on,
saying.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
There
This
is a
not now
reason
you've been
why
unfair. You've been unfair. You've
Jesus
been
did
completely
not
unfair.
do.
Hold on, bro.
Okay,
Hold on, bro. Hold
go
on.
on, go on.
All of a sudden, you believe that Jesus was talking to you when he was speaking specifically to the 11. Well, that's crazy. Then when he said, hey, this is what I want you to tell the world, which you would have been a part of. And if you believe these things, you could do this. This was literally to you. All of a sudden, he wasn't talking to you. Come on, man. Come on, man. And then
Okay.
in order to debunk what I just said, you bring up Satan tempting Jesus. Those two things couldn't be further from each other.
Of course, what I'm trying to say is I don't have to do
You don't
something
have to do
just
anything.
to prove.
You're right.
Listen,
I said that earlier. You don't have to do anything. I'm not trying to make you do anything. You said you could do it, right? You said you could do it. So I don't believe you. Right? Okay. Now, if I'm talking to a liar, let me ask Thinker, do you enjoy talking to liars?
Hell no.
Okay, neither do I. Does anybody up here want to talk to a liar? I
Absolutely
do.
not.
Okay,
No, no.
right. So if you're going to be a liar, then we don't want to continue having this conversation. I don't think
okay,
anybody wants to talk to a
so I'm
liar.
not a liar. So
Well,
what
then
if I
show me
tell
that
you
you're
that?
not lying.
Okay, of course I'm not lying.
Well,
Okay,
then show me.
what if I tell you that
No.
I have
Show me
laid
that you're
hands
not
on a
lying,
sick
Evan.
person and
Show
prayed
me
for the
that you're
person
not
and the
lying.
person has gotten healed?
Show me that you're not lying. I don't believe you. It sounds like you're lying. Does anyone else think he's lying? Because it sounds like he lied.
Yeah, he's lying. And he was
No,
in his
Liar.
head. He was thinking up of a scheme that he was gonna pretend like he was drinking bleach
okay,
and
thinking
trying to
of a
convince
scheme.
us
Okay, I
like
love
you
what you're
you
saying.
have a
Okay,
deceitful mind.
no, okay, let me explain something to you. Do
I
you
don't
people
need an
have
explanation.
okay? Which
Thinker, do
city
you
are
need
you
an
from?
explanation right now?
Which
Is that what
city are
you're
you
asking
from?
No,
for?
no, I don't need one.
Which
Fee, are you
city
looking
are
for
you
an
from?
explanation? Fee, are you looking for an explanation?
Look, if
Lala, are you looking for an
you're not going to
explanation?
allow me make, look, you have
No.
to allow me make a point.
Also, are you
I
looking
don't know
for an
which city you
explanation?
are from.
Also,
I most certainly am not.
okay, to the audience, are y'all looking for an explanation right now?
Okay,
Anybody?
do you
Let's
know
just wait.
Benny
Hold,
Hinn?
hold on, bro. Hold on. We need
Do
to
you
see
know
what the
Benny
audience want.
Hinn?
Let's see what the audience want.
Do you know
Audience, do
Benny
y'all want an
Hinn?
explanation right now? Is that what y'all want, or do y'all want to see bleach
Do you know
streams?
Benny Hinn?
No, I don't. Your name ain't Benny Hinn. Your name is Eben, not
Do you
Ebony Hinn.
know?
You're not Ebony Hinn.
Do you know Benny
Okay.
Hinn?
All right. No, no one in the audience wants an explanation. No one on the stage wants an explanation. We want to see some
Do
bleach
you know
videos.
Kenneth Copeland?
Bro. Bro. Yes. Okay. But do they get the bleach? Just do that. The
Do you know
rest of this
Kenneth
is irrelevant.
Copeland?
Yes.
Okay, you know Kenneth Copeland, right?
I know he also buys Clorox, so that's a bleach. So you can go get that since those are related.
Okay. Honestly, I thought this would be something that
No,
both
no,
parties
you
will be able to
didn't.
express their
No, you
minds
didn't.
and
You are
talk
the
about
one who got
something
all happy. No,
rational
stop,
and
stop, stop. You are the one who got all happy when I asked that question. You were excited, right? Because you were going to tell me about how
of
you
course
laid
I'm
hands.
excited.
Stop. You were going
But
to tell
if
me
you're
about
not
how
going to
you
allow
laid
me prove
hands
my
on somebody
point,
and they
there's
they
no
legs
point
grew
in me
back.
talking at
You were
all.
going to make some fucking fucked up ass claim that you made somebody walk again or that you healed somebody's motherfucking muscle ache. That ain't what we want. We want to see the bleach.
Look, I don't know whether you are so unbelieving, but I'll tell you the truth. Right now in
I'm gonna
this
tell
world,
you why. I'm gonna
whether
tell
you
you
believe it or
why.
not,
Why it's unbelieving.
miracles
Because
do
all y'all
happen.
do is
Whether
word
you believe it
salad.
or not,
That's all y'all do. You
miracles still
word
happen.
salad.
There
That's
are
it.
people that have been lame
That's
and they
all you
have
do
walked.
is
There
you
are people
word
that have been
salad.
blind
Stop
and they have
talking.
seen.
Stop
There are
talking.
people.
I'm gonna go take a
That's
shower.
very
I love
weird.
y'all.
All right. Bye, Bash. You got to go.
Nina
Peace out,
Bash.
Bash.
Goodness
Mm-mm-mm.
gracious. Is Christina live?
She is, yeah.
Okay. All right, y'all. I'm gonna see y'all in Christina Carroll's live. I'm gonna chill on her panel for about an hour. Hope y'all have a good one. We'll be back tonight at 11 p.m. Thank y'all so much for all the likes, the shares, the comments, the laughs. Tonight was kind of wild. I had fun. I hope y'all have a beautiful day. Love y'all so much. Thank you to the YouTube audience. I'll see y'all tonight. Thank you to all the new nerds who subscribed. I'll holla. It's Christina Carroll, y'all.
Later.
Peace out.
Bye.